The dragon-seeking mountains, which stretch for tens of thousands of miles, are the most towering mountains in the fourth god world. There are ancient peaks and bottomless valleys in the mountains, which are shrouded in ghost fog all year round. Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong, Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, Princess Dashi, Little Red, Little Bell, Purple Smoke, Snow Spirit, and King Qinghe also entered the mountains and began to look for the legendary dragon fruit in Dari Town. The elixir of 10,000 years is almost invisible in Tianshu continent. Even if there have been several plants, most of them have been taken away. It is said that if you get a 10,000-year holy medicine, it will almost impact the realm of creation. It is absolutely priceless to the creatures in the eternal realm. After searching in the mountains for 5 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan finally found the smell of Dari Longwa in a canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, there is a 1,000-dragon tree. The trunk is covered with iron scales, each branch is like a dragon claw, and each root is like a dragon tail. It's like thousands of dragons standing together and becoming a black tree. On one of the branches of the Qianlong tree, there is a fist-sized fruit hanging, burning like a flame, and the light emitted is brighter than the light of the sun. The wisdom of the 10,000-year elixir is higher than that of ordinary human beings. Dari Zhenlongguo sensed that Ning Xiaochuan and others came nearby. Ow! Longguo in Dari town sent out an earth-shaking dragon roar. Wow! The branches of Qianlong tree extended out and became thousands of meters long, like sharp dragon claws, trying to catch Ning Xiaochuan and others. Take their blood gas as the nourishment of Qianlong tree. Ba. Thank the Buddha for his care, so that the poor monk finally found this 10,000-year holy medicine. Monk Tanqian made a big handprint and broke all the dragon claw branches that flew over, turning them into a piece of powdered dough. Ow! Dari Zhenlongguo roared again. The roots that had been inserted in the ground shuttled under the ground until they reached the feet of Monk Tanqian, wrapping Monk Tanqian's legs, waist and neck. Wow! Pulled by dozens of tree roots, Monk Tanqian was suddenly dragged to the root of Qianlong tree and tied to the trunk. The tree roots like thin needles drilled out of the ground and wanted to insert into Monk Tanqian's body to absorb Monk Tanqian's blood. The Buddha Dharma is boundless. Monk Tanqian folded his hands, and his whole body glowed with gold, as if he had become a golden Buddha. Ding ding! Those needle-like roots hit Monk Tanqian and kept emitting sparks. A 10,000-year elixir is so powerful? Xiaohong was stunned. You know, Monk Tanqian is a monk in the realm of creation, and he was trapped by a 10,000-year holy medicine? Ning Xiaochuan said, every 10,000-year holy medicine is comparable to a creature who created the realm. Some ancient 10,000-year holy medicines can even compete with the Holy Emperor. Put on the Oracle Supreme Armor, and we will help Monk Tanqian. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan put the Oracle Supreme Armor on his body, called out the Emperor's blade, held a knife in both hands, and chopped it down with a knife. Kill the world! A knife fell and cut off the branch formed by a dragon claw of Qianlong tree. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the 13-meter-long branch in the shape of a dragon's claw on the ground and said to the crowd, the branches of Qianlong tree can be used to refine king-level pills. If they are sold outside, they can sell at a high price per kilogram. Put the claw-shaped branch into the heaven and earth bracelet, and Ning Xiaochuan continued to attack Qianlong tree. Nine-tailed demon queen, Princess Dashi, Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger, Shui Lingxiu, and Purple Han Yan put on the Oracle Supreme Armor one after another, all reaching the 9th combat power of the Eternal Realm, divided into 6 directions, and attacked the 1,000-dragon tree. The king of Qinghe hid out the supreme imperial weapon and directly attacked the dragon fruit in Dari town wrapped by branches. Dari Zhenlongguo and Qian Longshu are indeed quite powerful, comparable to the number 1 creatures in the realm of creation. However, none of Ning Xiaochuan and others was weak. Under the repeated attacks of the people, the branches of Qianlong tree were constantly cut off and became less and less. Boom! Suddenly, a golden relic flew out of Monk Tanqian's body, breaking all the roots wrapped around him. Phew! Monk Tanqian lifted his arm, turned it into a huge palm print, and grabbed it at Longhua in Dari town. Suddenly, the dragon fruit in Dari town turned into a 3-meter-long fire dragon, spread its wings, and ran away quickly. Seeing this, Ning Xiaochuan immediately launched the dragon and quickly caught up. However, the real dragon fruit of Dari is the cultivation of the realm of good fortune. How fast it is, there is a faint trend to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. Take it. For the sake of Dari town Longhua, Monk Tanqian also tried his best. At the cost of burning the Buddha Yuan in the body, he showed a kind of speed, turned into a golden light, and flew to the front of the Derizen dragon fruit. He took out a cloth bag from his sleeve. As soon as his arm shook, the cloth bag immediately rotated and became as big as a purple cloud. Derizen Longhua saw this scene and immediately hid under the ground. When it came out of the ground again, it was already hundreds of miles away, leaving Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian far behind and continuing to escape. Without the foundation of Qianlong tree, only the speed of Longhua in Dari town can be compared with the monks who created the realm. Its combat power is equivalent to the 9th heaviest living creature in the ordinary eternal realm, so it can only run away, not even have the power to resist. Nine-tailed demon queen and princess Dashi chased up from another direction and stopped Longhua's way in Dari town again. Whoosh! Derizen Longhua turned into a dragon's shadow and flew towards the sky. Hey, hey! This road is blocked. Yu Mingsong's arm shook, took out a big net of the Supreme Emperor level, and trapped the dragon fruit in the net. However, the big net at the level of the Supreme Emperor is not complete. The dragon fruit in Dari town is like a light shuttle, escaping from the breach. Wow! Suddenly, the void above the head of Longhua in Dari town cracked, and a gap appeared. Xue Lingxiu walked out of the space, stretched out a snow-white jade hand, and 5 slender fingers gestated a force that imprisoned the space, catching the dragon fruit in Dari town. After being captured, Longhua in Dari town still didn't give up the struggle and sent out an earth-shaking dragon chant. Yes. Xue Lingxiu pointed at the dragon fruit of Dari town, and the original body of the fire dragon immediately dissipated into a fist-sized fruit. Even Ning Xiaochuan without any background has cultivated into the supreme body, and the talent of Xue Lingxiu is between Bo Zhong and Ning Xiaochuan. Moreover, behind her is the support of the huge heavenly emperor family, which has inexhaustible cultivation resources, and naturally became the supreme body before the realm of heaven and man. Xue Lingxiu has 2 supreme bodies at the same time, time supreme body and space supreme body. After quenching the body in the Yunshan pool, the divine blood in the body is further stimulated, and the cultivation is further, reaching the 5th weight of the eternal realm. It is naturally easy to suppress Longhua in Dari town. Xue Lingxiu grabbed the Derizen dragon fruit and didn't put it away. After thinking for a moment, he handed it to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "If human friars take the Derizen dragon fruit, the effect will be halved. Only the dragon family can give full play to the medicine of the Derizen dragon fruit. This Derizen dragon fruit, let's give it to Xiaohong." Everyone has no opinion? Monk Tanqian naturally had an opinion, but Xue Lingxiu didn't take the dragon fruit of Dari town as his own, but gave it to Xiaohong. No matter how thick his skin is, he is embarrassed to ask for it. Ning Xiaochuan took the dragon fruit of Dari town from Xue Lingxiu's hand, stared at the beautiful and dusty beauty standing opposite, and said, "Throw it in a peach and repay it with a plum. Since you give the dragon fruit of Dari town to me, I also promise you something. When I seal the Queen of Tianming demon in half of the town tower, and the idea of secondary god is all refined, I will give the half-town tower to you." Ning Xiaochuan knew that there was also half of the Jinren tower in Xue Lingxiu, so she decided to give the other half of the Jinren tower to her. It can not only repay her kindness, but also make the town tower one. Xiaohong's eyes flashed, staring straight at the big day town Longhua in Ning Xiaochuan's hands, and Xiang Tung kept licking her lips, looking very eager. I won't give it to you yet. You should first try to cultivate to the 9th level of the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan collected the Longhua in Dari town and didn't want to give it to Xiaohong too early. After all, Derizen Longhua is used at the most critical time, for example, when she attacks the realm of creation. The elixir of 10,000 years is very rare in the outside world, but there is not only one in the 4th God world. Such treasures, of course, the more the better. Ning Xiaochuan and others continue to look for other 10,000-year holy drugs. A month later, they found a 10,000-year-old holy medicine again, named 10,000 cold blood source grass. All the people surrounded the 10,000 cold blood grass and chased into a marsh full of miasma. This month, people couldn't help looking for the elixir of 10,000 years, but also refining the Supreme Soul Sha Dan, trying to improve their cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan refined a King's Supreme Soul Evil Pill, and his cultivation improved to a level, reaching the 5th peak of the eternal realm. Xiaohong's cultivation has made the greatest progress, reaching the initial stage of the 4th weight of the eternal realm. Princess Daxi's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the eternal realm, and Xiaoling refined 2 King's Supreme Soul Sha pills, hitting the 8th level of the eternal realm. Xuelingshi refined a King's Supreme Soul Evil Pill, and his cultivation also improved to a level, reaching the 6th level of the eternal realm. After a fierce battle, he finally caught the bead of 10,000 cold blood grass. Because the person who caught the Wanhan blood source grass was Xiao Linger, this elixir of 10,000 years naturally belonged to her. Little Linger didn't immediately refine the 10,000 cold blood source grass, but put it away and planned to refine it to the 9th level of the eternal realm and then refine it, hitting the realm of creation at one stroke. I have an opinion. Why can't I have the holy medicine every time I try my best? Tanqian and Shangdao. Cough. Yu Mingsong gently patted monk Tanqian on the shoulder and said with a smile, Master, isn't Buddhism about a word of fate? It means that your fate with the 10,000-year holy medicine hasn't come yet. It's yours, after all. It's not yours, so you can't force it. Seeing Yu Mingsong's gloomy smile, monk Tanqian felt his vest chill and said, What elder you said? Seems to be very reasonable. Just now, the poor monk just sighed. Fate makes people. Fate makes people. Ning Xiaochuan's face was very solemn, staring at the miasma-filled swamp, and said, I seem to feel a familiar breath, kind, do you feel it? Monk Tanqian's nose sniffed fiercely, and also looked in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and his eyes stared slightly, 9-headed purple jiao. Its breath seems to have weakened, is it injured? Go. Go and have a look. Ning Xiaochuan rode. If the 9-headed purple jiao really hid here, it must be injured. How can we miss such a good opportunity to get rid of the great enemy? When the crowd found 9 purple jiaos were seriously injured. 8 heads were cut off and could not grow back. Moreover, one of its claws was also cut off, and its whole body was covered with blood, which could be said to be seriously injured. 9 purple jiaos were healing. Sensing someone approaching, they immediately shouted, Who is it? 9 purple dragon demon saints, not long ago, how did you become a purple dragon demon saint? The king of Qing dynasty stared at the 9-headed purple jiao's embarrassed appearance, and his heart was very happy, and he couldn't help laughing. 9-headed purple jiao looked at the people coming in from the outside, and his eyes became very fierce, especially when he saw Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu. His whole body sent out a chill. With a roar, he attacked Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu regardless of his serious injury. I didn't expect that the 9-headed purple jiao demon saint's temper should be so grumpy. Ning Xiaochuan, wearing the Oracle's supreme armor, saw the 9 purple jiaos flying towards him, without any fear, but directly carrying a magic sword to fight. He could see that the 9-headed purple jiao was seriously injured, and 10% of his accomplishments could not be achieved. However, after all, Jiu Purple Jiao is the most important creature in the realm of creation. Even if only 10% of his strength is left, it is extremely terrifying, comparable to the 9th peak level combat power in the realm of forever. Bang! The magic sword stood on the shoulders of the 9-headed purple Jiao and couldn't break the vigorous chi of the 9-headed purple Jiao. 9 purple dragons stretched out a claw, grabbed the magic sword, spit out a mouthful of purple gas, and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's face door. Countless wind blades surge in the purple air. Bang! Standing on the side of the Green King, he immediately shot, holding a green fire in his palm, hit the 9 purple Jiaos on the chest, and burst out of the 9 purple Jiaos. Ning Xiaochuan held the magic sword in one hand and the blade of the Emperor of Heaven in the other, and at the same time, he displayed the earth-breaking knife and Hunyuanichi sword. An Emperor's shadow appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan, and waved and chopped down at the same time. Roar! 9 purple Jiaos spit out a purple breath again, turning into a purple spear of the Supreme Emperor level, which scattered Ning Xiaochuan's attack. There was no way. The skinny camel was bigger than the horse. Even if 9 purple Jiaos were seriously injured, he was still a strong man in the realm of fortune. The 9-headed purple dragon turned into a huge dragon and appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. However, the 9-headed purple Jiaos only have one head, and other places are bloody necks. His neck was interrupted by Ning Tianming last time, and then it grew again after treatment. However, in the Battle of Yunshanqi, his 8 heads were cut off by Liao. Liao's power was still running around in his body, so he couldn't regenerate the severed head at all. The huge purple Jiaoda opened its huge mouth, spit out a purple energy beam, and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. The light column was as thick as a water tank, and Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised when he saw it. Demon Tower. A large cloud appeared above the head of the 9-headed purple Jiao. A huge tower fell down and directly collected the 9 purple dragons. Jiu Purple Jiao was very unwilling and kept attacking Jinyao Tower, but he couldn't get out anyway. Because this time, Ning Xiaochuan is not alone in controlling the Jinyao Tower. Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong also fight against the Jinyao Tower to help Ning Xiaochuan suppress the 9-headed purple Jiaos together. 9-headed purple Jiao's eyes were full of despair. Their Minga Star 6 demon saints fought with Liao. To his surprise, Liao was so strong that he killed 4 of the 6 demon saints. Except for 9 purple dragons and 1 armed poisonous dragon, all the other demon saints were completely killed by Liao. A poisonous dragon and Liao were still fighting. He narrowly escaped, but now he was suppressed by Ning Xiaochuan, a young man with much lower cultivation. He is unwilling. Under the joint efforts of Ning Xiaochuan, Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger, 9 purple Jiaos were finally sealed in the Demon Tower. With the current injury of 9 purple Jiaos and the refining of Jinyao Tower, I believe it won't be long before 9 purple Jiaos will be completely refined. After taking the 9 purple Jiaos into the Jinyao Tower, Ning Xiaochuan and others set off again to look for the elixir of 10,000 years. Grab it and don't let it run away. Yu Mingsong flew down from the sky and scattered his big net at the level of Supreme Emperor, blocking the space within a radius of dozens of miles, while under the big net was a yellow calf about the size of a rabbit. The yellow calf exudes a strong smell of medicine, which makes people feel like refreshing after taking a sip. It's very enjoyable. The yellow calf, of course, is not a real calf, but a 10,000-year holy medicine, named Xianhuang Baishou fruit. It can be transformed into many animal shapes, and this cattle is just one of its many shapes. Ning Xiaochuan and others have been tracking Xianhuang Baishouguo for 3 months. Every time it is about to succeed, it escapes. Now it is discovered by Ning Xiaochuan and they can't let it escape again, no matter what they say. Seeing that the sky was blocked, the yellow calf transformed into a giant pangolin and wanted to escape from the ground. Because it grows in the apotheosis world itself, It is not as difficult for him to break the material of the apotheosis world as it is for the external strong. It's easy for him to escape. However, at this time, Ning Xiaochuan released the 50 concrete magic war swords in his body, inserted them on the ground, and formed a large formation around the sky to prevent Xianhuang Baiwu fruit from escaping into the ground. Boom! 50 war swords turned into 50 sword mountains and quickly rotated. Boom! The giant pangolin kept scratching on the ground, and its sharp claws turned into sparks on the ground, shaking more than a dozen swords out. Seeing this, the large array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan is about to be broken. "Monk, it's up to you." Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly. Ba. Benefactor, please wait for the poor monk to subdue it. The Buddha Dharma is boundless. I saw Tan Qian's hands touching each other and silently reciting a few Buddhist names. All of a sudden, every inch of skin and flesh of monk Tan Qian's whole body flashed golden light, and a big golden hand suddenly appeared in front of monk Tan Qian and grabbed directly at the dark yellow fruits. Seeing that the situation was bad, Xianhuang Bai Shiguo immediately turned into a wind-chasing leopard and ran quickly in the sword array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan to avoid the attack of monk Tan Qian. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, called out the magic sword, suspended in the void, formed a bloody giant sword, and cut hard in the direction of Xianhuang Baiwu fruit. Xianhuang beasts fled in the opposite direction. Dao Mia. Shui Lingshu walked out of the void and stood in the void 3 feet above the ground. She put the long sword firmly on the ground and read the word Dao Mia from her mouth. The long sword was immediately divided into thousands, firmly sealing each direction. This is Dao Mia Jianju. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Shui Lingshu standing in the distance. Dao Mia Jianju is the top 3 magic power created by the Emperor of Heaven. She is also very skilled in the power of space, and integrates with the sword array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan. One cultivator is the Sutra of Heaven, which mobilizes the power of Huang Tian. One cultivator is the Earth Sutra, which mobilizes the power of thick soil. The two of them work together, which is perfect. Even the most important creatures in the realm of creation will be trapped to death. When Shui Lingshu and Ning Xiaochuan sealed the Xianhuang Baiwu fruit, Yu Mingsong also controlled the lock cage and ground net, and the huge god net gradually became smaller. Finally, the Xianhuang Baiwu fruit became a wind-chasing leopard, which could not get out no matter how hard it struggled. Ah, you ran, why didn't you run? Finally, Xianhuang Bai Shiguo was caught. Ning Xiaochuan and others were a little out of strength. They immediately took the soul evil pill and sat down to restore supreme qi. Yu Mingsong was the only one who kept shouting and scolding there, and also kicked Xianhuang Bai Shiguo a few feet from time to vent his anger. Ning Xiaochuan and others were also speechless about Yu Mingsong, but the elixir of 10,000 years could not be broken by Yu Mingsong's kicks, so they didn't care. After recovering the supreme qi in their bodies, they saw that Yu Mingsong was still beating and scolding Xianhuang Bai Shiguo, and Ning Xiaochuan finally couldn't stand it. After living a lot of years, why can't you live with a fruit? Ning Xiaochuan walked over and directly collected the Xianhuang Baiwu fruit. I haven't hit enough. Yu Mingsong saw Ning Xiaochuan collect the Xianhuang Baiwu fruit, and immediately said with dissatisfaction. That's enough. You may encounter more difficulties next. I think we'd better break through the realm first. Ning Xiaochuan said to the crowd. After the 9-tailed demon, Princess De Shi, Shui Lingshu, Zi Hanyan, Xiao Linger, Xiao Hong, Yu Mingsong and monk Tan Qian all nodded and agreed with Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, they all took out their own soul evil pills and began to devour them to enhance their cultivation. Xiao Hong's cultivation has grown too fast, and her realm has been a little unstable. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan asked her to consolidate the realm first and help everyone protect the Dharma at the same time. Xiao Hong readily accepted, and her big eyes kept scanning around, even the slightest movement could not escape her detection. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed a large number of true ghost medicine pills, supreme soul medicine pills, and a king product supreme soul medicine pills at the same time. The energy produced by a large number of soul pills immediately filled his whole body. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to stop at all, and immediately ran the 2 Daoyuan in his body, and the crazy soul Sha Dan's Dan Qi. The 2 Daoyuan kept running fast in Ning Xiaochuan's body, absorbed those energy continuously, and began to hit the 6th weight of the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan has double Taoism, and the energy required to break through the realm is naturally much more than that of monks in the same realm. At the same time of refining Dan Qi, the skin on the surface of his body was completely open, quickly absorbing the Qi of God and integrating into the blood. At the place where Ning Xiaochuan practiced, a huge storm vortex was generated, and a large amount of divine Qi was swept over. 10 days later, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and raised his arms, and a world-destroying palm print fell from the sky, leaving a thick palm print pit on the ground, and a large number of cracks spread around. Seeing the damage he caused, Ning Xiaochuan was a little excited. The rocks in the God-sealed world were extremely hard. He could cause such terrible destructive power that other creatures in the same realm could not compare with him at all. If in the outside world, Ning Xiaochuan's palm, I don't know how powerful it will be. This is the 6th stage of the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan calmed his mood and took out the Jinren Tower. Now his cultivation can help Ning Tianmeng accept more secondary God thoughts. Ning Xiaochuan came to the Jinren Tower and untied the seal of a second God thought of the Tianmeng Demon Emperor. Without any hesitation, he slapped on her head and began to absorb the spirit of the idea of the secondary God. 1 day later, Ning Xiaochuan refined the spirit contained in the idea of Taozi God. Without rest, he untied the seal of the second God idea of another Tianmeng Demon Emperor and continued to refine the spirit. Another day passed, and Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the spirit of this second God idea. Receive the divine way. Countless divine powers converged on Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately appeared behind him the shadow of 10 heavenly demon emperors, exactly the same. Then, the 10 virtual shadows merged into one. See your master. Ning Tianmeng made a slight bow to Ning Xiaochuan. Now, the power of Ning Tianmeng is equivalent to 10 warriors at the peak of the eternal realm, which is very powerful. If you integrate with the first God body after the Tianmeng demon, it is enough to fight with the creatures who created the realm. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently. With his current cultivation, he can only control the spirit power at the level of 10 sub-God thoughts. If you continue to absorb, it will be difficult to control. After half a month of practice, everyone's accomplishments have improved to varying degrees. Come on, let's continue to look for the elixir of 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan said. Maybe it was because of the collective breakthrough of their cultivation, even their luck rose. A month later, they found another 10,000-year-old holy medicine. When the queen of the 9-tailed demon and Princess Dashi saw this 10,000-year holy medicine, they became excited. Because this elixir of 10,000 years is too important for their 9-tailed fox family. This elixir of 10,000 years is called May God Purple Lotus, which is most suitable for the creatures who practice May Tao. Princess Dashi and the Queen of 9-tailed demon are all the creatures who practice May Tao. Especially Princess Dashi, who is still a virgin now, has the opportunity to cultivate into the legendary seductive god. The 9-tailed divine fox, which led to the early end of the last era of apotheosis, is the seductive divine body. If Princess Dashi gets this beautiful purple lotus, she may be able to take this opportunity to successfully cultivate the beautiful desired divine body. That's great. 9-tailed demon immediately flew away and hit a broken Supreme Emperor's weapon, trying to catch the beautiful god Purple Lotus. Seeing the 9-tailed demon, the people rushed out, and immediately chased up without hesitation to help her catch the beautiful god Purple Lotus. After all, the queen of the nine-tailed demon and princess Dashi all made great efforts to accept the dragon fruit, Wanhan blood source grass and Xianhuang 100 beast fruit in Dari town. Since the charming purple lotus is very important to them, we will help them catch it. The queen of the nine-tailed demon put on the oracle, supreme armor, exerted the speed to the extreme, and disappeared on the horizon in an instant. Keep up. The speed of the charming god purple lotus is comparable to the first level of creatures in the realm of creation, and the combat power is comparable to the ninth level of martial arts in the realm of all ages. With the cultivation of the queen of the nine-tailed demon, you may not be able to catch it. Ning Xiaochuan glanced in the direction of the disappearance of the nine-tailed demon, showed his dragon speed, and caught up. The charming purple lotus saw that everyone was chasing it, and it immediately became a peerless and enchanting woman in purple. Every movement of her became very seductive. Both male and female creatures were seduced by it, and her blood stagnated. Except for the nine-tailed demon queen who practiced magic, everyone else stopped. Ning Xiaochuan's seal of heaven appeared in the middle of his eyebrows, suppressing the evil intention in his heart. In the short time that Ning Xiaochuan and others stopped, the queen of the nine-tailed demon and the beautiful god purple lotus disappeared together, and even his mind could not be detected. No. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Don't worry, I'm connected with my mother's blood. As long as she doesn't leave the fourth floor of the god world, I can find her, said Princess Desai. Princess Dashi led the way in front, and Ning Xiaochuan and others followed, catching up quickly. At this time, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Ning Xiaochuan and their place, the queen of the nine-tailed demon still kept tracking down the beautiful god purple lotus. Although she also noticed that Ning Xiaochuan and them didn't catch up, she couldn't manage so much for the sake of the beautiful god purple lotus. The treasure moves people's hearts, which refers to the situation of the nine-tailed demon queen. Time passed quickly, and it had been 13 days since the queen of nine-tailed demon and Ning Xiaochuan and others were dispersed. For 13 days, the queen of the nine-tailed demon kept chasing the beautiful god Zillion, and even was calculated by the beautiful god Zillion several times, entering the place where a large number of supreme soul evil spirits gathered, and was seriously injured by 2 supreme soul evil kings. Fortunately, the queen of the nine-tailed demon also had a card to escape. 3 days later, the queen of the nine-tailed demon entered a valley, where the wind was cold and the cold air kept flying in the air. The icy cold wind kept beating on the queen of the nine-tailed demon, and Rao Shi also felt a little cool with her cultivation. She still didn't give up and was still looking for the beautiful god purple lotus, but at this time, a figure flashed in front of her. I just want a 10,000-year holy medicine to break through the realm of nature. I didn't expect to find it so easily. Jia. A tall man appeared in front of the queen of the nine-tailed demon, and directly grabbed the beautiful god Zillion, who was about to be caught by the queen of the nine-tailed demon, and caught him in his 5 fingers. The man was a tiger-backed man with a black body. One arm was as thick as the waist behind the nine-tailed demon, which was also the 9th level of the eternal realm. However, his breath was many times stronger than the nine-tailed demon, and even compared with the strong man of the realm of creation like Monk Tan Qian. It's not the realm of creation, but its combat power is comparable to that of the stronger one. The queen of the nine-tailed demon was severely surprised. With his current cultivation, even if he wore the Oracle Supreme armor, he could never be his opponent. Nine-tailed fox? It's really great. There's no place to find when stepping on iron shoes. It takes no effort to get here. I'm the grandson of the 9th spirit Yuan saint, Gang Lion, come with me. Gang Shi's tone was very overbearing, without any explanation, and he pointed to the nine-tailed demon in a commanding tone. The queen of the nine-tailed demon remembered him. He was one of the 8 creatures who had persisted in the Yunshan pool for 10 days, and he was also a grandson of the gods. The Gang Lion shot directly and struck down with a palm, intending to knock the nine-tailed demon out and take it away. Without any words, the queen of the nine-tailed demon immediately put on the oracle's supreme armor, and then displayed the flame magic power, turned into a huge blue fireball, and hit the gang lion. Bang! The gang lion just punched fiercely, directly smashed the magic power of the queen of the nine-tailed demon, and then quickly grabbed it at the back of the nine-tailed demon. 9 white tails grew behind the nine-tailed demon. Each tail was extremely thick and became dozens of feet long, and quickly hit the gang lion. Ignorance. The gang lion roared at the nine-tailed demon, and the whole earth was shaking. I saw his iron fist with a breaking wind, smashing at the back of the nine-tailed demon. The queen of the nine-tailed demon looked startled, and immediately took out half of the supreme imperial instrument, which stimulated the energy of the supreme imperial instrument to fight against the gang lion. A strong light shot from the back of the nine-tailed demon and attacked the body of the gang lion. After the gang lion was hit, he was not injured at all except to retreat a few miles. This made the queen of the nine-tailed demon look surprised again. She was worthy of being the genius of Shinha civilization, and her physique was so strong. You annoyed me. The gang lion was attacked by the nine-tailed demon one after another, and he was very angry. The supreme chi in his body ran quickly, and instantly flew to the nine-tailed demon. The gang lion wanted to catch the nine-tailed demon alive, so he kept his hands everywhere. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how can he be defeated by the nine-tailed demon queen? The nine-tailed demon couldn't dodge later, and was punched in the abdomen by the gang lion. Wow, a big mouth of blood vomited out of her mouth. Nine-tailed demon queen saw that there was no way, so she had to show her charm. That pair of soft eyes gently stared at the gang lion, like a young girl in spring, which made people pity. The gang lion's consciousness gradually became blurred, and his eyes began to blur. Just when the nine-tailed demon was about to succeed, the gang lion suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open, and hit the nine-tailed demon again. Bang! This time, the bones of the queen of the nine-tailed demon were broken, and she couldn't even stand up. Coquettish fox spirit, still want to seduce this seat? The gang lion stepped on the back of the nine-tailed demon and said. Just when the gang lion was ready to take the queen of the nine-tailed demon away, Ning Xiaochuan and others finally arrived. Mother! When Princess Dashi saw the nine-tailed demon that was badly wounded, she was ready to come forward and save her. Shuo Lingshu stretched out a hand and stopped her. Princess Dashi can't be the opponent of the gang lion. It's another nine-tailed fox. It seems that it has cultivated half of the May Desire divine body. It's really great. If I can double cultivate with her, my cultivation will definitely soar. The gang lion's eyes looking at Dashi were full of pornographic/evil light, and he wanted to double repair with Princess Dashi now. Hey, boy. Give me that nine-tailed fox, and I'll let you live. Gangshur said overbearing to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the nine-tailed demon lying on the ground and sneered at the gang lion. Yes? I'll also tell you this sentence. After letting go of the nine-tailed demon, I'll let you live. Arrogant. You are only the 6th heaviest martial artist in the eternal realm. How can you be our opponent? Not to mention you, even if you are a strong man in the realm of creation, you can only be captured by me. Don't be shameless. Gangshur was a little angry because of Ning Xiaochuan's words. He, the 6th heaviest martial artist in the eternal realm, dared to say such big words. He could press him to death with one finger. Do you have to fight before you know? Ning Xiaochuan didn't have any nonsense. He directly took out the Oracle Supreme Armor and the second God's blood clothes and put them on his body. He rushed up directly with a magic sword in his hand. He did not use the way of receiving gods for the time being. Wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, you are still not our opponent. Gang Lion looked at Ning Xiaochuan contemptuously, and only stretched out one hand to resist Ning Xiaochuan's attack. In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't even hit one of his fingers, let alone one hand. Ning Xiaochuan's magic sword mercilessly chopped on the arm of the gang lion, arousing a burst of sparks, and did not cause any damage to the gang lion. The gang lion was wearing an extremely thin divine garment, and the Supreme King's instrument could not harm him at all. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the Tiandi blade and prepared to attack the gang lion again. Gangshur glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, clenched his right hand, and immediately hit Ning Xiaochuan with a huge iron fist. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan put the blade of the Emperor of Heaven in front of him and blocked the attack of the gang lion, but Ning Xiaochuan was also shocked by his fist strength and retreated dozens of miles away. What a powerful force! It is worthy of being the strong one who has persisted in the Shinyun pool for 10 days. He definitely elongated the supreme body. At this time, Xue Lingxiu and others also immediately shot. Xue Lingxiu hit the heavenly bell, and she poured the supreme qi into the heavenly bell, and the huge roar immediately spread thousands of miles. The gang lion was caught off guard and was temporarily affected by the bell, and the speed was a minute slower. At this time, the King of Green also took out her supreme imperial instrument Fire Phoenix Heart Feather, and suddenly violently beat the gang lion. The gang lion was attacked by many people at the same time, and his mood became very irritable. He used his magic power to the people, the lion roared and broke the stars. Ning Xiaochuan and others only felt that their eardrums hurt. The next moment, they couldn't hear anything. Gangshur temporarily sealed Ning Xiaochuan's hearing with his magic power, but Ning Xiaochuan also had mental power, which was not very useful for him. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and used his mind to directly transmit the voice to Xiaohong's brain. Xiaohong, fit. Xiaohong showed her dragon and quickly came to Ning Xiaochuan, directly turning into a dragon-shaped flame, and then entered Ning Xiaochuan's body, turning into a set of fire-red dragon armor from the inside out. Ning Xiaochuan opened a pair of huge dragon wings behind him, his eyes were very serious, and he held the Tiandi blade in his hand and chopped directly at the gang lion. At the same time, monk Tanqian also read the Buddha's name. A huge statue of the Golden Buddha appeared behind monk Tanqian, and then a huge palm print directly patted the gang lion. Seeing the attack of Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian monks, Gangshur gave a cold snort and offered a supreme imperial weapon, the sky-chopping knife, and slashed at the attack of Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian monks. The speed of gang lion was very fast, and it cut hundreds of times in an instant. Monk Tanqian's golden palm print was directly cut into countless pieces, and Ning Xiaochuan's attack was also shattered by knife gas. Shit! So strong! Monk Tanqian spat on his hands twice, rolled up his sleeves, displayed the Golden Buddha again, and slapped the gang lion repeatedly. Every time, the earth was shaking. Gang lion is really too strong. He is worthy of being the grandson of the gods. No matter how Monk Tanqian attacks him, he can't help it. However, none of the people present is weak. With the joint efforts, even the creatures in the realm of creation will flee. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan raised the emperor's blade in his hand, and a ghost shadow appeared behind him, cutting at the gang lion with the power of destroying the sky and the world. I saw an arc knife up to dozens of feet. Burton appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and quickly cut in the direction of the gang lion with the momentum of breaking the wind. Where the arc knife wave passes, a long crack extends out, and the whole earth cracks with it. The gang lion saw the arc knife wave sent by Ning Xiaochuan flying towards him, and a ghost shadow also appeared behind him, just like a lion, but it had 9 heads. Cut the sky knife, cut through the world. The gang lion roared suddenly, and a pair of kung fu powerful arms raised the chopping knife in his hand high, and quickly cut it down to the ground. A more powerful arc knife than the groundbreaking knife issued by Ning Xiaochuan appeared at Bolton. Ning Xiaochuan and monk Tanqian were beaten out at the same time. Just now, the gang lion borrowed his grandfather's divine power, and under the impact of that divine power, even the creatures who created the realm could not bear it. Ning Xiaochuan's recent bleeding, clenched his teeth and stood up. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was injured, Xiao Ling ran over quickly and embraced her supreme spirit to heal Ning Xiaochuan. "Godfather, are you all right?" Little Linger asked painfully. Her eyes were full of tears. She really didn't want to see Ning Xiaochuan hurt. Even a little hurt would make her very sad. Ning Xiaochuan touched her cheek and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm fine." Ning Xiaochuan quickly swallowed a handful of soul medicine pills and began to recover from the injury. Seeing that his attack did not kill Monk Tanqian and Ning Xiaochuan, Gangshi was very angry. He raised his chopping knife again and was ready to launch a second attack. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan immediately showed the speed of the dragon and took little Linger to avoid the attack of the Gang Lion. The king of Qingyu held Huafeng Sinew tightly in his hand and kept attacking Gangshi, interfering with his attack on Ning Xiaochuan. Qua qua. A group of mole ants. Yu Shenong, who spread all over the world, have been caught by our Shinha civilization. What waves can you turn over? The Gang Lion was very angry by the continuous attacks of Ning Xiaochuan and others, and directly showed its body, becoming a 3-green lion hundreds of meters high, and a huge lion claw grabbed at the King of Green. Ning Xiaochuan saw the right time and used a groundbreaking knife in the palm of the Gang Lion. Poof, the sharp tip of the knife was fiercely inserted. The Gang Lion was in pain and had to stop attacking the King of Qinghe and attack Ning Xiaochuan instead. What did you just say? You caught Shenong. Ning Xiaochuan's deep voice. In Shinha civilization, Shenong is rarer than secondary gods. In Dian world, Ning Xiaochuan knows only the ugly mother-in-law. Is the ugly mother-in-law really caught by the friars of Shinha civilization? Recently, people always ask me why there are so many questions about the supreme body. Someone even said to me, Lao Jiao, Sui Hanyu didn't say that the supreme body appeared only after tens of thousands of years? Why are there so many now? I'm in pain. How long has it been said that the supreme body produces one in tens of thousands of years? Sui Hanyu said that after the period of apotheosis, the mysterious qi of heaven and earth has changed, and it is almost impossible to produce a genius that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. She also said that in the period of apotheosis, there were many rare geniuses in all ethnic groups. She did say that only the founder of the world-destroying Tao can cultivate into the supreme body. However, Sui Hanyu has never left the Dian world and never been to the Shinha civilization. What she said is naturally the matter of the Dian world. There is no comparison with Shinha civilization at all, right? I feel inexplicable. You can read chapter 336. Ugly mother-in-law has been kind to Ning Xiaochuan more than once. If she is really captured by the creatures of Shinha civilization, Ning Xiaochuan must go to save her. Qua qua. It's really unexpected that there are people in Dian world who can reach the level of Shenong. The spiritual trainer of Shenong level is also a respectable existence in Shinha civilization. Of course, the Shenong in Dian world can only become our slaves and refine the elixir for our Shinha civilization. As he spoke, Gangshi waved his chopping knife. The knife technique was like the wind, and he kept attacking Ning Xiaochuan. Really? You have the idea that you are looking for death. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a palm, half of the human tower flew out of the palm, and a white light spot flew out of the tower. That light spot fell to the ground and immediately turned into a beautiful woman. Her skin was as bright as jade, her delicate body was graceful, and her body exuded a powerful spirit. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to entangle with Gang Lion anymore, and planned to make a quick decision, so he called Ning Tianming out. See the master. Ning Tianming knelt down on one knee to Ning Xiaochuan, raised a delicate and beautiful jade face, and said respectfully, No need to be polite, fight with me. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Tianming immediately stood up and stood side by side with Ning Xiaochuan. At this time, the gang lion attacked Ning Xiaochuan again, and the sky-cutting knife turned into a giant blade up to 100 meters, with a great power to create the world. Ning Tianming's 5 fingers turned slightly, and a 7-colored begonia flower appeared between his thumb and index finger. With a gentle blow from his lips, countless petals flew out at the same time. Each petal is a very powerful weapon, which directly blocks the attack of the gang lion. Roar! The gang lion roared wildly and mobilized the strength of his whole body. 2 huge animal claws fell from a place hundreds of feet away from the ground and pressed heavily on Ning Xiaochuan's head. God Demon Supreme. Ning Xiaochuan stimulated the supreme power in his body, showed the supreme body of gods and demons, and played a black arm and a white arm to prop up the claws of the gang lion. Ning Tianming's body sent out dazzling divine light, and behind it appeared a huge and boundless divine tree. I don't know how many thousands of feet high. With the body of the gang lion 100 meters high, I can only see the root of the divine tree. Flower burial. Ning Tianming said 4 words. Everyone can see countless petals falling from the sky, directly wrapping the whole body of the gang lion. Then, those petals, like sharp blades, flew wildly around the gang lion. Every time, it will leave a bloody wound on his body. Ning Tianming controlled the petals and attacked the gang lion completely. The gang lion could only howl in pain, because those petals were very sharp when attacking him, and he attacked those petals, but the petals immediately flew out. The defense of the divine clothes on the body surface of the gang lion became weaker and weaker, leaving only a faint layer of light and shadow. Ning Xiaochuan took the opportunity to hold the Tiandi blade and the magic sword in his hand, and at the same time showed 2 kinds of magic powers. Hunyuanichi sword. Groundbreaking knife. A sword wave and a knife wave quickly flew to the gang lion, directly cutting off the 2 front feet of the gang lion together. The gang lion's whole body fell to the ground, and it was impossible to stand anymore. The Shenong you arrested is an ugly old woman? Ning Xiaochuan held the Tiandi blade and pointed it at the top of the gang lion. You little reptile, don't let me say a word. The gang lion had no front feet, but he was still very stubborn. He had the pride of the grandson of the gods and was not allowed to bow to the enemy. Really? Ning Xiaochuan's face was expressionless, and with a wave of his arm, the Emperor of Heaven cut down, and the lion's tail immediately fell from his hip, shaking a burst of dust and blood. Give you 10 minutes to answer my question right away. After cutting off the tail of the gang lion, Ning Xiaochuan still pointed the Tiandi blade at him. If he didn't say it again, Ning Xiaochuan didn't mind really killing him. Brother Ning, why don't you give it to me? At this time, Yu Mingsong came over and said to Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Mingsong gave the gang lion an obscene smile, which directly made the gang lion numb. Okay. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yu Mingsong and nodded. Yu Mingsong is very mysterious. Maybe there is a way to force out what he wants to know from Gangshi's mouth. Okay. I will let him. With that, Yu Mingsong grabbed a hind leg of the gang lion, dragged it away, and interrogated it elsewhere. Seeing Yu Mingsong leave, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong immediately lifted the combination. A red flame flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and condensed into a girl in red. As soon as she fell, she fainted and fell in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. There are injuries everywhere on Xiaohong's body. The most serious one is cut out by the gang lion with a chopping knife, which spreads from Xiaohong's left shoulder to her thigh. The wound is wide enough to put down 2 fingers. Fortunately, her physique was strong, otherwise she had died in the war just now. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the healing holy elixir refined from his remaining 5 8,000-year-old miraculous drugs, took 3 to Xiaohong, took 1 by himself, and gave the second one to the 9-tailed demon. This battle can be said to be the most seriously injured since Ning Xiaochuan entered the god world. If he hadn't let Ning Tianming fight in time, he and Xiaohong would be worried about their lives. It took half a day for Ning Xiaochuan to refine that healing elixir, and his injury recovered 7 or 8. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and saw Yu Mingsong sitting opposite him. Yu Mingsong saw Ning Xiaochuan wake up and directly smiled at him. "News?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. "Of course, I don't want to see who I am. As long as I do it, there's nothing I can't do." Yu Mingsong gently waved, and a poodle immediately ran to him and lay down beside Yu Mingsong's thigh. There was a black iron rope around the neck of that poodle. Ancient texts appeared on the surface of the iron rope, which seemed to suppress the power of that poodle. Ning Xiaochuan clearly felt that the smell of that poodle was exactly the same as that of the gang lion. Yu Mingsong actually subdued the gang lion, which made people have to admire his means. So Shenong, who was captured by the creatures of Shinha civilization, is really an ugly mother-in-law? Ning Xiaochuan's face was dignified. Well, there should be nothing wrong. They also caught many young Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve. Yu Mingsong said. Ning Xiaochuan felt incredible, and he didn't know what their purpose was to catch so many people. The young Tianjiao of the Divine Reserve Palace was caught, and I only hope that Yu Cece, Tang Shuyao, and other women don't have an accident. Yu Mingsong said, although Master Sujing Shenong refined the white bone altar and successfully refined a large number of king-level and holy-level pills, which made many people in the Tianshu continent enter the eternal realm. However, under the crush of the strong of the Shinha civilization, it has been unable to stop several rounds of meetings. According to Gangshur, many talented human monks have been arrested and all gathered in the second tier of the gods' world. In that case, we have to rush to the second world of gods. Ning Xiaochuan handed the beautiful purple lotus back from Gangshur to Princess Dashi, and immediately rushed back to the entrance on the 3rd floor. They flew all the way and soon came to the 3rd floor. They found that the number of gods on the 3rd floor began to increase, at least twice as much as before. It seems that this is their purpose. By grabbing the talented people in Dian world, they can get the dark yellow gas at the entrance of the 3rd floor, and then grab it and enter the 3rd floor. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said. These gods are too hateful. Dashi said. Although she is a monster, she is also a warrior in the world after all, and she is very disgusted with the actions of the gods. Go and save people. Ning Xiaochuan didn't say much. After entering the 3rd floor, they didn't rest, but continued to hurry and began to go to the 2nd floor. 2 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and others finally entered the 2nd floor. As soon as they entered here, they were stunned. The previously sparsely populated Fengshan world has become overcrowded, and there are martial artists in Dian world everywhere. Moreover, platforms have been built one by one. As long as 7,000-year-old miraculous drugs are paid, you can get a massive dark yellow gas and get the opportunity to enter the 3rd god world. Ning Xiaochuan frowned. He didn't expect so many people to be caught. Now if he wanted to rescue, it would be very troublesome. If he was not careful, he might capsize in the gutter. They were not in a hurry at this time. Anyway, there were so many people, and it was impossible for the gods to kill them all. Ning Xiaochuan and others had to wait for the opportunity to save people. Look, it's the king of extermination. In the crowded crowd, I don't know who suddenly exclaimed, which attracted everyone to look in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Miran King, you betrayed the Terran and took refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor. Now your master has been suppressed by Xingqiu Old Fairy, and you dare to appear. Someone followed and shouted. Today, we will kill the king of extermination and avenge our dead Terran compatriots. A man with a folding fan in his hand said. With that, he immediately attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan Dingqing saw that it was the son of Jiu God who had not seen for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and the 6th cultivation of the eternal realm immediately appeared, directly shaking all the people around him who were ready to attack him. What? Supreme. How can it be? Jioshu Shensi couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Since he was defeated by Ning Xiaochuan last time, he has worked very hard to cultivate. Up to now, he has only been in the 7th level of the human realm. He is among the top 50 in the Divine Reserve Palace. He didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so terrible. He has reached the Eternal Realm and ranks among the top masters in the mainland. Other martial artists were also very shocked. All of them who were caught were martial artists with some talents. But no one entered the Eternal Realm, and I didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to reach that realm. And it's not as simple as the first priority of the Eternal Realm. After Ning Xiaochuan showed his cultivation, none of the martial artists who just shouted to destroy Ning Xiaochuan to eliminate the harm of the Terran suddenly spoke again. I'm kidding. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to kill them now, he can do it with one breath. Who dares to continue to provoke him? That's not looking for death? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at these people coldly, didn't say anything, and left directly. The top priority is to find the ugly mother-in-law first, and can't be delayed because of these people. In the eyes of the creatures of Shinha civilization, these people are not even mole ants, and they are even too lazy to kill them. In order to avoid trouble, Ning Xiaochuan and others all put on the Oracle Supreme armor, wrapped their bodies, and only showed their eyes. No one could know who they were. Ning Xiaochuan released all his 7 thoughts and began to look for the ugly mother-in-law. After 3 hours of searching, Ning Xiaochuan still didn't find the breath of the ugly mother-in-law, but first found the breath of the moon god. She was caught, too. The moon god is being guarded by a 5-fold God River civilization creature in the Eternal Realm. Ning Xiaochuan has seen this God River civilization creature, which is the supreme rhinoceros he met in the 2nd God world before. In addition, Ning Xiaochuan also found more than a dozen martial artists above the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm in 5 different places. They are all gods, and each of them is a young genius who has a chance to become a god. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the heavenly rhinoceros supreme in the distance, making everyone ready for battle. After ordering everything, Ning Xiaochuan was ready to start. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to disturb the strong of Shinha civilization, so he slowly approached the direction of Tianqi Supreme. In order to avoid being discovered in advance, he converged his breath to the extreme, and no one could detect his breath unless the creatures who created the realm. At this time, in a steel palace turned into a supreme weapon, the supreme rhinoceros used a god-binding lock to firmly bind the moon god, fixed in the center of the palace. No matter what method the moon god uses, he can't get rid of the lock of God. Tianqi Supreme is looking at the flawless body of the moon god with both eyes full of lust/desire. The body of the moon god really has no defects. No matter the delicate face, snow-white skin, concave and convex contour, you can see Tianqi Supreme lust/fire burning. If it weren't for the inheritance of the moon god on her, Tianqi Supreme would have stripped her naked. The moon god's temperament was cold, and his eyes stared at the supreme rhinoceros with disgust. His beautiful eyebrows were tightly squeezed together, and he was full of contempt for the supreme rhinoceros. Now that you are a member of this seat, you can do whatever you want. Haha. Honestly, hand over the inheritance of the moon god to this seat, otherwise this seat will let you live and die. Seeing that the moon god had been looking at him coldly, Tianqi Supreme was very unhappy and gradually lost patience. The moon god still looked at the supreme rhinoceros with cold eyes, and his red lips closed tightly without saying a word. Smelly girl, you have completely made this seat impatient. This seat is also too lazy to continue the stalemate with you. Do you have the inheritance of the moon god? Today, this seat will turn the jade moon god into a goddess of desire/hope. Haha. The supreme rhinoceros took out a delicate and transparent crystal bottle, which contained half a bottle of mysterious liquid, forming a colorful air flow in the bottle. Qua qua. What about the moon god? As long as you take the liquid in this bottle, no matter how cold and arrogant you are, you will become a bitch with love and let this seat ravage you. I'm really looking forward to it. The future moon god is actually just a female slave at the foot of this seat. Haha. The supreme rhinoceros laughed loudly. He immediately opened the bottle and walked to the moon god, ready to force the bottle of liquid into her body. The moon god heard Tianqi's words, and his face finally changed slightly. No matter how cold and arrogant a woman is, if she knows that she is about to be bullied by a monster, she may not be able to keep calm. The supreme rhinoceros came to the moon god, gave directions, and performed a divine skill to fix the moon god. Now the moon god couldn't move his whole body. A pair of beautiful eyes stared bigger and bigger, and he could only watch Tianqi Supreme step by step approach her. Hey hey! With an evil smile, Tianqi directly lifted the bottle of liquid to the top of the moon god and poured it down. The liquid immediately turned into a light rain, sprinkled on the moon god and drilled into her body. The moon god's mind was in a mess, and immediately ran the supreme chi in her body to resist the light rain entering her body, trying to force those liquids out of her body. She had been inherited by the moon god and refined a holy human level pill, and her cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the eternal realm. However, the liquid was so strange that it could not be forced out of the body at all. Those liquids are absorbed by the blood in her body and also incorporated into her bones. Now, can you still maintain your coldness? With a cold smile, Tianqi Supreme untied the god lock on the moon god, and was ready to make the moon god strong and evil, so as to break down her confidence in her heart and make her completely become her own female and slave. At that time, it's not easy to get the inheritance of the moon god. Heavenly Rhinoceros Supreme. Is this how the creatures of your Xinhe civilization practice martial arts? Ning Xiaochuan flew quickly from a distance. His mental power just saw what had just happened, and directly took out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven and chopped it down to the palace where the supreme rhinoceros was located. That metal palace was divided into 2, and the powerful force shook the supreme rhinoceros out. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground and lifted the moon god up. The moon god's body was extremely soft and his legs were weak, so he fell directly into Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Ning Xiaochuan did not notice that the moon god's eyes were somewhat different from usual. The movement just now shocked more than a dozen creatures of Xinhe civilization in other directions. They all flew towards Ning Xiaochuan and surrounded him. Zi Hanyan, Shui Lingxiu, Tanqian Monk and others rushed up and immediately took action, each displaying their own magical powers, and began to fight against the gods. It's you, the native of Dian world. Tianqi Supreme looked at Ning Xiaochuan wearing the Oracle Supreme armor and recognized him at a glance. At the beginning, they wanted to capture Ning Xiaochuan's dark yellow gas into the 3rd layer, but they were escaped by Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. Now he was worried that he couldn't find Ning Xiaochuan, but he came out by himself, which saved him a lot of trouble. Boy, I was just going to find you, but I didn't expect you to come out by yourself. You dare to rob the female slave of this seat, so you can leave your life. In the hand of the supreme rhinoceros, there appeared a supreme warhammer at the level of Emperor, and with a jump, the supreme rhinoceros immediately rushed to the height of kilometers, holding a huge hammer, and smashed it hard to the ground. Boom! The ground shook suddenly. The place hit by the supreme warhammer of rhinoceros collapsed into a pit about 1 meter deep, and Ning Xiaochuan disappeared. The supreme Tianqi laughed proudly and said, "Haha, I didn't expect that the boy was so weak. I'm afraid his soul was broken when he was hit by my hammer." But where did the inheritor of the moon god go? In his view, Ning Xiaochuan is just an aborigine of Dian world, and his physique can't be compared with that of gods. Ning Xiaochuan only relies on the power of the Oracle Supreme armor to compete with him. Incorrect. At this time, Tianqi Supreme realized that it was wrong. Even if the human was killed by a hammer, the Oracle Supreme Armor would not be broken. What about the Oracle Supreme Armor? As a divine being, Tianqi Supreme knows the power of the Oracle Supreme Armor better than Ning Xiaochuan. No matter how powerful his hammer is, it is impossible to destroy the Oracle Supreme Armor. But now the Oracle Supreme Armor is not on the ground, so there is only one proof that Ning Xiaochuan was not hit by him, but escaped. How is it possible? Tianqi Supreme couldn't believe what happened. With his cultivation, the speed generated by falling from 1,000 meters high can be said to be extremely fast. He can reach the ground in almost a blink of an eye. Even if he can't hide himself, how can Ning Xiaochuan's speed be so fast? Just when the Supreme Rhinoceros was still shocked by Ning Xiaochuan's speed, a cold hum suddenly appeared in the air. Then the Supreme Rhinoceros saw a very fast black figure flying in front of him, and he didn't even see the appearance of that figure clearly. Tianqi's heart was in a cold sweat. He realized that something was wrong and was about to flee immediately. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of the Supreme Rhinoceros and quickly cut the Supreme Rhinoceros with the blade of the Emperor in his hand. The whole body and soul of the Supreme Rhinoceros were split in two by Ning Xiaochuan, and all the internal organs flew out and fell to the ground. Just a knife. Many of those Dian world warriors who were caught here have seen this the first mock examination. Is the cultivation of the King of Annihilation so strong? Ning Xiaochuan picked up the supreme warhammer of the Supreme Emperor of Rhinoceros and found that this warhammer was heavier than his mixed world warhammer, reaching 258 million jin, which was twice as heavy as the mixed world warhammer. Ning Xiaochuan quickly refined the hammer and knew the name of the hammer, the ghost hammer, which was once used by a secondary god. There are more and more powerful people of Xinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the warhammer of the giant spirit, directly rushed to other battlefields. He came to Little Linger's side. At this time, Little Linger fought with 3 young Tianjiao of the eternal land of Xinhe civilization at the same time. Those 3 Tianjiao, each of whom is a dragon among people, have a thick breath and incomparable strength. Together, they can compete with Little Linger. These 3 immortals with 6 levels of immortality are triplets, and their cooperation is very tacit. Ning Xiaochuan raised his hammer and quickly flew high into the air, and then cast the dragon to fall quickly, imitating the move of the Supreme Rhinoceros just now. It has to be said that this move is really powerful, even Ning Xiaochuan thinks so. If it weren't for his speed, which was far faster than that of his peers, he might not be able to escape. Little Linger, get out of the way. At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan fell from the sky, Ning Xiaochuan's voice rang out in Xiao Linger's mind. Little Linger immediately showed her speed to the extreme, and flew out as fast as streamer. Then, a huge sound sounded like thunder and lightning through the whole Dian world where the second level of God was gathered. The 3 immortals in the eternal realm were all seriously injured and fell to the ground, dying, unable to stand up. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 3 of them coldly, without the slightest hesitation, smashed the giant spirit hammer in his hand to the ground again, and the 3 gods were no longer alive when they were born. Ning Xiaochuan noticed something wrong with the state of the moon god, immediately put away the Oracle Supreme Armor, flew to her, and lifted her up from the ground. What's the matter with you? Air. The moon god's eyes were very blurred, and his white cheeks were covered with a layer of pink. He stretched out a pair of soft boneless jade hands, probed into Ning Xiaochuan's robes, and kept touching them. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned, and immediately took out the hand of the moon god who had poked into his robe, and looked at the beauty who fell in her arms. Her lips were slightly open, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with eager and painful eyes. Her other hand, unexpectedly, had reached under her skirt and made a tut-tut sound. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly remembered that just now Tianqi Supreme poured a bottle of strange liquid on the moon god. He was so preoccupied with killing the enemy that he forgot about it. No. What should I do? Ning Xiaochuan is anxious at the moment, and he doesn't know what to do at all. The medicine given by the supreme rhinoceros to the moon god is absolutely extraordinary, otherwise it would not be possible for even the martial artists in the eternal realm to have such a strong reaction. If it is not rescued in time, the consequences do not depend on the assumption. Stabbed. Just now, the moon god directly tore off a piece of his long skirt, revealing a large amount of snow-white jade/legs. Even the jade/leg under the skirt also has a layer of charming pink. Sorry. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the purple smoke in the distance, immediately held the moon god in his arms, and quickly left here. Saving people is like fighting a fire. Cough. Lao Jiu came to recommend the book on behalf of the moon god. Fixianyu's work God of All Ages is an absolute fantasy masterpiece. I hope you will support it. Saving books is like fighting a fire. Ning Xiaochuan flew down from the sky with the moon god in his arms and came to a deserted area. Wow. 50 figurative magic war swords flew out of the body and were arranged into a sword array. Ning Xiaochuan held the moon god and walked into the array. Ji. Ning Xiaochuan put the moon god on the ground, gathered the supreme chi to his fingers and touched the center of the moon god's eyebrows, hoping to make the moon god's situation better. The moon god was wearing a silver robe, with a large crescent logo behind it, and a very delicate silver hairpin on his head. A beautiful blush appeared on his palm-sized face, just like a young girl in love. However, at this time, the moon god's body sent out a pink airflow, and the soft and delicate body was shocked violently. Prick. Without warning, Ning Xiaochuan tore off a robe on her body. The consciousness of the moon god has been completely blurred. At the moment, she is spread in Ning Xiaochuan's arms like soft mud, and her hands are constantly touching Ning Xiaochuan, with a sense of lust/desperation in her eyes. Is this or that icy moon god? The mouth-watering red lips also kept kissing Ning Xiaochuan's face, gently nodding on Ning Xiaochuan's mouth like a butterfly, and unexpectedly put his tongue into Ning Xiaochuan's mouth. Botched. Botched. Just before Ning Xiaochuan reacted, the moon god had held Ning Xiaochuan's strong root in his hand and began to play it up and down, and his mouth also sent out bursts of tempting groans/groans. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the moon god, silently closed his eyes, and meditated for a moment. He looked at the rippling appearance of the moon god at the moment, but there was no /look, only an unspeakable bitterness. He breathed out a long breath, directly backhand pressed the moon god on the ground, and his hands kept kneading the moon god's whole body. Then, he directly opened the moon god's clothes, and 2 white jade rabbits immediately jumped out. In the past, when Ning Xiaochuan knew the moon god's body was very hot. Now many years have passed, the moon god's body is more attractive, especially in some parts of the body. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed the white rabbit in front of the moon god's chest with his right hand, while his left hand kept kneading his buttocks, and the excited moon god moaned again. Ogawa. Don't. The moon god's consciousness at this time has been blurred, but she can still feel the situation of her body, so she is still shouting Ning Ogawa, trying to stop, but her body is not controlled by her at all, but more excited with Ning Ogawa's actions. Ning Xiaochuan's robe slipped down, gently separated the legs of the moon god, and went deep into the fairy road, directly. A sense of tightness immediately spread throughout the body. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help roaring, grabbed both sides of the moon god's thighs with both hands, and began to go back and forth, sounding a burst of snap. The root of the moon god's thigh was constantly hit by Ning Xiaochuan, and the pain hit the whole body, but the moon god's body still didn't listen to orders, but also cooperated with Ning Xiaochuan's constantly changing actions. Ning Xiaochuan kept pushing, while holding up the moon god's pretty face, put his tongue into the moon god's jade mouth, and constantly conveyed each other's sweet saliva into his mouth. The moon god's legs have been covered with glittering and falling red. She kept moaning, and her body kept shaking back and forth. There was warm liquid pouring out between her legs. 3 hours later, Ning Xiaochuan finally stopped, and the moon god fainted because of exhaustion at this time, with a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. Her legs were bruised, and her whole thigh was shaking constantly. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan had a large number of soul evil pills, which could recover his strength. He took out some soul evil pills, helped the moon god take them, took some of them himself, and then began to recover his strength. About an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan and the moon god woke up one after another. The moon god's eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and his eyes were a little red. It seemed that he had not recovered from what had just happened. But who can blame? At least when he opened his eyes, the person he saw was Ning Xiaochuan, not Tianchi Supreme. Perhaps this is the best result. Ning Xiaochuan. You. The moon god doesn't know what to say at the moment. Since things have happened, let it be. At the moment, the mood is good or bad. How are you? Ning Xiaochuan walked over and helped the moon god up. As soon as she stood up, she collapsed directly into Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Because her thighs were very soft and her lower abdomen was painful, she couldn't stand at all, let alone walk. You'd better have a rest first. Ning Xiaochuan said to the moon god. The two entered the state of cultivation together. With the constitution of moon god, I believe it will recover soon. One day later, the moon god's body completely recovered from the pain, but remained silent, like an iceberg. Close. Ning Xiaochuan took back the 50 figurative magic war swords in his body, carried his hands on his back, looked into the distance, and his heart was also very complex. He muttered to himself, if you come, be at ease. Ning Xiaochuan has been away for nearly 2 days, why doesn't he come back? Xiaohong sat on the ground, holding her chin in her hands. I must have gone to exchange experience with someone's girl. Haha. Yu Mingsong gave an obscene smile. Exchange experience? What experience? Practice experience. No, if he wants to gain experience, he should come to me, not to others, said little Linger. She didn't know that the experience in Yu Mingsong's mouth was fundamentally different from the experience she said. She thought that what Yu Mingsong said was still cultivation experience. If it was cultivation experience, it would be okay to directly enter the purple stars. Do you still need to find other people? Looking for you? You want to share your experience with your godfather? Yu Mingsong said again that this time he laughed more obscene, and people wanted to beat him when they saw him. All right, stop talking and wait. Maybe he'll be back soon. Princess Dashi finally couldn't see it anymore, so she began to say. Yu Mingsong is really too obscene. If he continues to talk like this, the pure little Linger will be spoiled by him. Half an hour later, Shui Lingxu woke up from practice, looked to the northwest and said 3 words, he's back. Zihanyan, Princess Dashi, King Qingmin, Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger, Monk Tanqian, Yu Mingsong, and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon looked down the northwest at the same time. Sure enough, they saw 2 figures coming to them from the northwest. One of them, naturally, is Ning Xiaochuan. Another gorgeous woman, although the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, King Qingmin, Princess Dashi, and Monk Tanqian have never met, the 4 of them instantly guessed her relationship with Ning Xiaochuan, and didn't say much. It's strange to leave alone for 2 days without special relationship. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan didn't explain to the crowd what he did. He introduced the moon god to the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon, Princess Dashi, and King Qingmin, but the moon god didn't say a word from beginning to end. Now our top priority is to rescue the ugly mother-in-law. She is a Shenong and may be the only one in Dian. We must find a way to save her. Ning Xiaochuan said to the crowd. What? Mother-in-law was caught? The dark eyebrows of the moon god coagulated slightly. The moon god originally thought that with the cultivation of the ugly mother-in-law, no matter how strong the creatures of Shinha civilization were, they could not get her. She still underestimates the creatures of Shinha civilization. The moon god originally didn't want to talk to Ning Xiaochuan, but she still couldn't calm down when she heard Ning Xiaochuan say that her ugly mother-in-law was caught. Don't you know? Ning Xiaochuan felt a little strange. Didn't the moon god always follow the ugly mother-in-law? She was caught, how could moon god not know? When I was arrested, I was out on a mission, and I didn't receive the news that my mother-in-law was arrested. The moon god stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, with a resentment. Naturally, all this was seen in Zihanyan's eyes, and he felt that the relationship between moon god and Ning Xiaochuan was not general. It may be that the ugly mother-in-law was caught after you were caught. Now we should think about how to rescue her, because her Shinnon identity and the person guarding her are certainly not comparable to the dozen warriors in the Eternal Realm this time. Zihanyan said. No matter how dangerous it is, she is willing to face it with Ning Xiaochuan. Zihanyan walked to Ning Xiaochuan's side and gently held Ning Xiaochuan's arm, showing a hint of intimacy. The moon god stared at the purple smoke tightly, and then looked at Dashi beside him. Xuelingshu, the queen of the nine-tailed demon, Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, had a very unhappy feeling in their hearts. But she didn't know why. She just said, if you feel dangerous, you don't have to go. I'll go myself. The moon god took a step towards the void, and the next moment, he disappeared on the ground, turned into a bright moon, suspended in the void, and flew away to the sky. What happened? Why did she leave? Little Linger asked. She felt that the moon god was very strange. They worked hard to save her. Without saying a word of thanks, they left directly. It was really hateful. Who said not to save the ugly mother-in-law? Hey, Ning Xiaochuan, is it because you can't satisfy that girl that makes her so angry? Yu Mingsong laughed. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yu Mingsong. Now he also wanted to beat him up, not to mention the women around him. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the direction of the moon god leaving, and followed up without any consideration. He could not let the moon god die. Are you stupid? You have just reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm, and you can't even fight the Supreme Rhinoceros. Are you going to die? Ning Xiaochuan flew to the front of the moon god, stopped her way and said. Don't worry about my business. The moon god said coldly, as soon as she saw Ning Xiaochuan, she couldn't help thinking of what happened yesterday. Although she used to like Ning Xiaochuan, she still felt it was a kind of humiliation, and she couldn't bear to see so many women around Ning Xiaochuan. Why don't I care? This Oracle Supreme armor is made by the gods. After wearing it, you can have the power of the 9 warriors in the Eternal Realm. Put it on first. Ning Xiaochuan took out a set of Oracle Supreme armor from the Heaven and Earth bag, handed it to the moon god, and said. This set of Oracle Supreme armor is made by killing those Supreme Spirits on the 4th floor and repairing the fragments of Supreme armor obtained from them. Moon god looked at Ning Xiaochuan with disbelief. Although she was angry with Ning Xiaochuan, she really needed strength now. He took the Oracle Supreme armor handed by Ning Xiaochuan and immediately put it on his body. Sure enough, the moon god felt that his strength had increased by a large part, which could be compared with the 9 heavy warriors in the Eternal Realm. It was simply amazing. You'd better come with us. You can only die if you go now. Ning Xiaochuan continued. I say again, you don't care about my business. The moon god said this and was ready to fly away immediately. No matter how difficult it is, she must save the ugly mother-in-law. You are my woman now. I naturally want to take care of your affairs. Do you want to leave with my consent? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan directly made a big handprint and grabbed it towards the moon. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's hand, the moon god directly exerted all his strength and flew at the fastest speed. Ning Xiaochuan kept catching up with the moon god, displayed the speed of the dragon, and flew directly in front of the moon god. The seal of the emperor appeared in the middle of the eyebrow, emitting a white column of light. "Set it for me." Under the suppression of the emperor's seal, the moon god was immediately immobilized and unable to move. At this moment, she realized that Ning Xiaochuan had such a domineering side. Ning Xiaochuan sent a message to Yu Mingsong and Monk Tanqian, told them their general direction, and sat on the ground quietly waiting for them. To save the ugly mother-in-law, it is absolutely impossible to succeed by the power of him and the moon god. Fortunately, he also has a group of friends. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the moon god and secretly said that at this time, she should be quiet first. He took out the ghost warhammer and began to study it. The giant spirit warhammer is the supreme soldier of Tianqi, and it is a powerful supreme imperial weapon. When he got the ghost warhammer, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have time to study it carefully because he was in a hurry to save people. Now he took it out and found that this warhammer seemed a little different. Ning Xiaochuan took the giant spirit warhammer in his hand and found that some symbols similar to words were burned on the handle of the warhammer, about dozens of them. But these are ancient texts from a long time ago. Ning Xiaochuan can't understand them at all, and he doesn't know what they mean. Ning Xiaochuan tried to pour his supreme qi into the giant spirit hammer, and found that the symbol on the handle of the hammer actually emitted a golden light, flashing constantly. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. He increased the infusion of supreme qi. At this time, those strange symbols stopped flashing, a figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and the text on the handle was missing. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the figure in front of the words, and his heart was secretly on guard, in case it was Tianqi's supreme elder who left behind. The figure was very tall, like a natural god of martial arts, holding two identical warhammers in both hands, suspended in the void, and danced. The figure embodied in the words held a warhammer and kept dancing back and forth, just like a teacher who kept teaching Ning Xiaochuan to practice the hammer method, and kept repeating, and every action was clearly seen by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took the ghost warhammer in his hand with a surprised look on his face, and learned from the figure. The move demonstrated by the figure should be the matched move of the ghost warhammer. Ning Xiaochuan learned from the figure and kept waving the hammer in his hand. A quarter of an hour later, the figure was waving the hammer halfway, but suddenly disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "It seems that the supreme qi I injected before has been consumed." He put the hammer on the ground and poured 3 times more supreme qi than before. As expected, the figure was activated again and appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. He began to repeat his previous actions and taught Ning Xiaochuan to learn. It seems that this warhammer should have 2, and maybe the other one is in the elder of Tianqi Supreme. With Tianqi Supreme's cultivation, his elder is definitely an extraordinary existence. It's better to use less dueling warhammer in the future. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said. When Shuelingxiu, Monk Tanqian, and others arrived, it was already an hour later. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing, walked over and untied the imprisonment of the moon god. "Ning Xiaochuan, what do you want to do?" asked the moon god. Her eyes looked at Purple Hanyan, Shuelingxiu, Princess Dashi and other women, and her eyes became very bad. Princess Dashi's heart is very strange. She doesn't seem to provoke her, does she? I said, "I won't let you die." Ning Xiaochuan said. He saw all the look of the moon god in his eyes, and naturally knew what she was thinking. However, he could not drive Princess Dashi and Purple Hanyan away. The moon god didn't speak anymore, and stood aside with a cold look. She knew that with her current cultivation, she could not be Ning Xiaochuan's opponent at all. Now we have to find a way to save the ugly mother-in-law, but we must not die. Ning Xiaochuan said to the crowd. Everyone nodded and agreed with Ning Xiaochuan. Their team seemed to be very strong, but once they met more than 2 creatures in the realm of creation, they were afraid that they would soon be wiped out. "I'll try to contact Uncle Liao," the king said. She immediately sat on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to use secret methods to contact Liao. A quarter of an hour later, King Qinghe stood up and said, "I have contacted Uncle Liao, but he said it would be very difficult to rescue that Shenong, because Shenong is also extremely rare in Xinhe civilization, and those gods will certainly send a large number of strong people to guard her. Let's meet with Liao Wangshenjun first. With his old man's cultivation, he is at least much better than us." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan and others immediately rushed to the third god world, planning to meet Liao first. On the way to the third world of gods, the moon god successfully obtained a wisp of dark yellow gas from the Ask God tripod. All of them entered the third god world together. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan and others entered the third world of gods, they found many corpses, all of which were gods. At intervals, a large number of corpses piled up in one place, and the earth was dyed red and turned into a sea of corpses. What's the matter? Who killed so many gods? Is it Master Liao? Princess Dashi exclaimed. Because there were too many corpses nearby, enough to pile up into a hill, and the people who had the strength to hunt and kill so many gods, Princess Dashi felt that she could not be a person from Dian world, so she thought of Liao for the first time. It's not Uncle Liao. I know his breath very well. The energy contained in the air here is not his. The king said. I sensed a very familiar force, which was exactly the same as the energy I mobilized when I used the Hunyuan Ichi sword. However, it was more than 1,000 times stronger than the force I exerted. Ning Xiaochuan said after feeling the residual power in the air carefully. Ancestors? Purple Smoke's eyes lit up, and a trace of happiness appeared on his face. She felt that the energy in the air was very similar to the energy in her body, so she dared to conclude that it was the Purple Gold Emperor. Who was her ancestor? The moon god showed a puzzled look and stared at the purple smoke deeply. Zijin Emperor? That's great. Monk Tan Qian straightened his chest and breathed out a long breath. Originally, he was asked to save the ugly mother-in-law, but he still felt too dangerous to go. However, if the Zijin Emperor came to the world of gods, it was another matter. Zijin Emperor is a descendant of Tianshu continent. Even Tianming Demon Emperor should be afraid of 3 points. In the era of Zijin Emperor, any demon creature can only hibernate and dare not shout with the Terrans. If you can invite the Purple Emperor to rescue the ugly mother-in-law, it will not be difficult. Ning Xiaochuan said. They followed the signs of the battle and searched all the way. Along the way, a large number of bodies piled up, and Ning Xiaochuan was a little numb. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and began to walk back. This scene made Qing Wang and others stunned. What's going on? What are you doing? The king asked. It's a waste to put the bodies of these monsters here. It's better to collect them and refine them into pills to enhance our strength. Ning Xiaochuan said that. He immediately took out the heart-nourishing tripod, directly sucked all the bodies in, used the world-destroying magic fire, and began to refine pills. These monster corpses are all creatures of Xinhe civilization. Their physique is extremely strong and contains the qi of divine accumulation. If they can all be refined into pills, Ning Xiaochuan's overall strength will rise by a large margin. Yu Mingsong and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon also shot one after another, using their magic powers to collect all the bodies within 1,000 miles. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the dragon fire and the demon fire at the same time, and quickly refined them. As they moved forward, they collected corpses, all of which were refined into pills by Ning Xiaochuan. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan followed the traces of the battle to the entrance of the 4th floor. They didn't meet the Emperor Zijin on the 3rd floor. It seems that the Emperor Zijin has extended the battle to the 4th floor. After entering the 4th floor, the bodies began to decrease, far less spectacular than the 3rd floor, but the 4th heavy bodies were all the bones of the strong. Ning Xiaochuan and others still collect corpses and refine pills while on the way. Up to now, Ning Xiaochuan has refined more than 10,000 pills with the remains of gods. The Zijin Emperor is really strong. I'm afraid the cultivation of these corpses was very terrible. Just letting one out is enough to sweep the Tianshu continent. However, in front of the Zijin Emperor, they are like pigs and dogs, vulnerable. Princess Desai exclaimed. Zijin Emperor was a secondary god before his death. Now after his rebirth, even if his strength has not been fully restored, it is still beyond our imagination. Ning Xiaochuan said. He learned from the Zijin Emperor's Hunyuanichi sword and had a certain understanding of the Zijin Emperor. The power of this move also made him admire the Zijin Emperor very much. It can be said that he was almost half a disciple of the Zijin Emperor. Let's continue to look for the purple and gold emperor, the moon god said. With that, she set off immediately without any pause. The ugly mother-in-law was kind to her. If it weren't for the ugly mother-in-law, she would have died long ago. Now she knows that there is a sub-god level divine who can save the ugly mother-in-law. No matter what, even if she kneels down to beg him, the moon god is willing. Ning Xiaochuan and others knew that the moon god was eager to save people, and immediately followed up without saying more, closely following the moon god. However, it's a pity that Ning Xiaochuan and his team searched the 4th floor and couldn't find the Emperor Zijin, which shows that the Emperor Zijin may have gone to the higher level god world now. What should we do? With our current cultivation, it must be very dangerous to go to the 5th floor. If we can improve our cultivation, it's not too late to go again. Nine-tailed demon queen said. Ning Xiaochuan took out a king soul pill, dozens of supreme soul pills, and a large number of true ghost pills to the moon god. Then, he took out the elixir previously refined with demon corpses and distributed it to everyone to start practicing together. Ning Xiaochuan took out the ghost warhammer and began to understand the above moves again. He poured the supreme chi into the warhammer, and the words on the handle lit up again, and a figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan followed suit. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan finally realized the trick transformed by the first word and succeeded. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, picked up the ghost warhammer, silently recalled the trick he had just understood in his heart, and then held the warhammer and began to dance. The moon god woke up from practice and successfully broke through to the 4th level of Eternal Realm. She looked at Ning Xiaochuan's direction and was surprised to find that when Ning Xiaochuan waved the hammer, the surrounding space was slightly sunken, as if this space would be smashed by the hammer in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan raised his speed to the extreme, and his whole body became blurred. Then, a huge noise suddenly came out. The whole ground shook violently, and a 2-meter deep pit appeared on the ground where Ning Xiaochuan and others were located. The people who were practicing were also awakened. I was just comprehending the Supreme Buddha Dharma, and I almost entered a mysterious realm. Who interrupted me and made me almost possessed? Monk Tan Qian also stood up and asked loudly. He has just reached the most critical period of cultivation, and he may be possessed by magic if he is not careful. The hammer of Ning Xiaochuan just has great power, so he had to wake up from cultivation. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have been possessed now. Shui Lingxiu, Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger, the queen of the 9-tailed demon, Da Shi, and Purple Han Yen, who were also awakened by Ning Xiaochuan's just blow, stood up and looked around, thinking that there was an enemy coming. What's going on? Shui Lingxiu frowned and asked. She just looked around and used her mind power to detect, but she didn't find any enemies. Although her mind was not as powerful as Ning Xiaochuan, she could also detect any situation within 100 miles around. I'm testing the hammer method that I just practiced successfully. Sorry to disturb your practice, Ning Xiaochuan said to the crowd. Princess Dashi opened her mouth and said, What? You were just casting the hammer method? How can the power be so powerful? Princess Dashi was very shocked. It was a world of gods. Any stone was extremely hard, comparable to dark iron. With her current cultivation, she attacked the ground with all her strength, and could not even hit a 1-meter deep pit. However, there was a huge pit at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan, and his flesh was too strong. Since everyone has stopped practicing, let's go to the 5th floor. Ning Xiaochuan said. King Qingyu stopped the crowd, and she said, Uncle Liao just sent me a message that he is coming to us. I suggest we wait for him here. It's safer to go to the 5th floor. After hearing this, the crowd immediately agreed without hesitation. Everyone began to practice again. In order to avoid what just happened again, Ning Xiaochuan didn't practice the hammer method anymore, but took out the heart-nourishing tripod and began to refine medicine wholeheartedly. It has been a long time since he broke through the soul-level mental health teacher. He feels that now he can try to break through to the king-level mental health teacher. Now he is looking for that opportunity. Ning Xiaochuan put a large number of psychic miraculous drugs into the heart-nourishing tripod, kept refining drugs, observed every detail carefully, and silently thought about how to make a breakthrough in his heart. He released all his mind and spirit and integrated it with the heart-nourishing tripod. The elixir refined by the soul-level heart-nourishing master contains soul and soul, while the elixir refined by the king-level heart-nourishing master can turn into human form. Ning Xiaochuan began to slowly put the medicinal materials into the heart-nourishing tripod, without letting go of every detail, and then released the world-destroying magic fire and began to refine the medicine again. The medicine slowly melted into liquid in the heart-nourishing tripod, emitting 9-colored brilliance, as if wrapped in a cloud. Ning Xiaochuan controls these liquids and gradually takes shape. The liquid medicine in the heart-nourishing tripod began to converge and become solidified. A quarter of an hour later, the refining of the pill was completed, but it did not reach the grade of king-level pill. Failed. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head, without any discouragement in his heart. If the king-level mental health master is easy to achieve, he doesn't have to wait until now. You know, there are few king-level mental health masters in the whole Tianshu continent. Ning Xiaochuan began refining pills again. This time, he summed up the experience of the last time and became more careful. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan failed again. He still kept refining medicine, and every time he failed. Time flew by so quickly. It was 4 days later. At this time, Liao finally came and everyone stopped practicing. Ning Xiaochuan was still looking for a way to break through the king-level mental health teacher, and he did not stop. He now reached a selfless state. Even Liao was unaware of his arrival and completely immersed in his own world. Everyone didn't bother Ning Xiaochuan. Everyone kept quiet. Even the moon god was watching Ning Xiaochuan silently. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan was still refining medicine, and the pill being refined now was about to be released. Just when everyone thought he was going to fail again, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly shouted, "Stop her!" Wow! A 9-colored glow broke through the heart-nourishing tripod, forming a red cloud and flying towards the sky. That piece of red cloud, condensed into a woman, just appeared, fled at a very fast speed, turned into a streamer, and flew out of the sky. Liao's fingers moved forward, slashed a space crack in the air, walked in 1 step, and soon came back again. When he came back, he had a woman the size of a jujube pit on his hand. Naturally, it is the Wang Pinren level pill that escaped from the heart-nourishing tripod. Successful? Zihanyan asked happily. Well, I've successfully reached the level of a great heart trainer. Ning Xiaochuan hugged Liao slightly and said, "Thank you, Master Liao, for blocking her." With that, Ning Xiaochuan walked up to Liao without any hesitation, and directly pressed his palm on the woman's head melted by the pill. A piece of white brilliance flashed, and the woman immediately turned into a pill. Ning Xiaochuan collected Wang Pindan. Now that Master Liao has arrived and his old family is in charge, now we can go to the fifth god world," said Princess Desai. The crowd immediately rushed to the fifth god world. Entering the fifth god sealing world, Ning Xiaochuan and others felt refreshed, and every pore seemed to be breathing. The spirit of God here has increased again, 10 times more than the fourth layer. If you build an empire here, you can become a 5-level civilization within 10 years and a 6-level civilization within 30 years. I've seen in the book that the fifth god sealing world can find god liquid. Why don't we first find god liquid to improve our cultivation? Yu Mingsong said to the crowd. What book do you read again? Lend me a book to have a look? Monk Tan Qian stared at Yu Mingsong with some doubts. Yu Mingsong said, Monk, just trust this elder. Some books are not readable by ordinary people like you. Is there really divine liquid in the fifth god sealing world? Hearing the words, Da Shi, Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger and the queen of the nine-tailed demon were all surprised. I didn't expect that there was divine liquid in the fifth layer of the god's world. If you can get a drop to refine it, your accomplishments will increase dramatically. Everyone became very happy and planned to set out immediately to find divine liquid to improve it, but Ning Xiaochuan was the only one who remained unmoved. When Yu Mingsong said Shinai, Ning Xiaochuan kept staring at Yu Mingsong. Even if he finished speaking, Ning Xiaochuan didn't look away. Ning Xiaochuan, what are you doing? Don't you believe what I said? Yu Mingsong was staring at Ning Xiaochuan and his scalp was numb. He couldn't help but ask. Believe, of course. But now I still remember what trouble you brought me with the divine liquid you gave me. Ning Xiaochuan said coldly. What? Did Yu Changlao have divine liquid? Da Shi was a little unbelievable and stared at Yu Mingsong. For most of the people present, divine liquid is a very precious secret treasure. Many people have not even seen it, let alone taken it. Unexpectedly, Yu Mingsong had it and gave it to Ning Xiaochuan. What's the matter? Is there anything wrong with Shinai? Yu Mingsong naturally knows what Ning Xiaochuan is talking about when he hears what Ning Xiaochuan said, but now he pretends to be stupid and doesn't know anything. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yu Mingsong's ungrateful appearance and didn't say anything after calming down a little. Our primary goal now is to find the ugly mother-in-law and the purple gold emperor, not to find the divine liquid. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Liao said, as far as I know, that Shinnong was indeed captured by the creatures of Shinha civilization, but he did not come to seal the land left by God. Where did you go? Asked the moon god. Liao said, it should be taken to Tianting. Tianting is the only 7th-grade civilization in Dian world, and it is also a huge force that manages the whole Dian world. As long as you control Tianting, you are in control of the whole Dian world. As for the Zijin Emperor, he should go to a higher level of the God world. He is now the second living person, and his cultivation has certainly not returned to its heyday. He must go to a higher level of the God world to find a treasure and restore his divine power as soon as possible. Xiao Hong said, what should we do now? Should we go to a higher God world, or rush to heaven immediately? Tan Qian and Shang said, even if there is King Liao Xingjun in charge, if we go to the 6th God world, it will definitely be a dead end. King Qing has said, with our current strength, even if we rush to Tianting, we may not be able to save the ugly mother-in-law. Ogawa, I think, the ugly mother-in-law is a Shinnong, and even in the Shinha civilization, her status is also very high. The creatures of Shinha civilization just want to force the ugly mother-in-law and refine pills for them. At least, for the moment, the ugly mother-in-law is not in danger. The gods who took her will try their best to protect her. If we rush to save her, it may harm her. Ning Xiaochuan had to admit that what the king of Qing said was indeed reasonable, and that his concern was chaotic. What about now? Moon Shinto. Tan Qian and Shang said, Ba. Didn't Elder Yu just say that there is divine liquid in the fifth god sealing world? If we want to save people, we must first improve our cultivation. With every extra point of strength, the probability of saving people will be greater. Benefactors, do you think the words of the poor monk are reasonable? Liao nodded and said, if you can find the divine liquid, it can really help you quickly improve your cultivation. Once you leave the god world, it is difficult to find the divine liquid again. Ning Xiaochuan said, in that case, let's first look for divine liquid in the fifth god sealing world. Then, people began to look for divine liquid and strive to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Hey, do you really have magic liquid? Can you give me some? After the crowd began to act, monk Tan Qian quietly came to Yu Mingsong and whispered to him. Don't look who I am? But the only drop has been given to Ning Xiaochuan. The boy who killed thousands of knives not only didn't thank me, but also blamed me. Alas, the world is hot. Yu Mingsong sighed and said. What? The only drop. How can you give it to him? You should give it to the poor monk. Monk Tan Qian said with great hatred. It looks like her daughter-in-law was robbed by others. Everyone quickly shuttled through the fifth tier of the god world, and every inch of the land was not missed, looking carefully. Along the way, they saw many large and small pits in many places, which were obviously traces of excavation. It seems that someone has come here to look for it before us. We'd better change our location. Ning Xiaochuan said. With that, he cast his dragon and flew to other directions quickly, followed by Xuelingshu and others. After flying for more than 3 hours, Ning Xiaochuan and others finally came to an area that had not been excavated. Ning Xiaochuan immediately released his mind and went underground to look for it. Divine liquid is a kind of liquid formed by the soul of gods after thousands of condensation. There are 2 ways to make divine liquid come into being. First, gods condense into divine liquid with their own soul. Second, in the place of the fall of gods, a large number of gods and spirits will generally remain, and after a long time of gestation, they will turn into divine liquid. This makes the divine liquid extremely precious. Unless it is a young genius of Xinhe civilization, it is impossible for ordinary people to get the divine liquid to help their cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan and others flew at low altitude over the earth of the fifth god world, dozens of meters above the ground. Everyone used their own magic powers to detect the place where the divine liquid might exist. The fifth god world did have gods fall, but it won't produce too many divine liquids. It has been more than a month since they entered the fifth god sealing world. Ning Xiaochuan and his team didn't even find a drop of divine liquid. Under the constant exploration of everyone, they came to an area similar to a basin. The ground hundreds of miles around is sunken, like a landform hit by a huge meteorite. Ning Xiaochuan and others entered the huge pit and found that there were gravel everywhere. Each gravel was very huge, more than 10 meters high, scattered in disorder everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan came to a boulder and gently touched it with his hand. He didn't find any energy residue. It seems to be formed naturally. I thought it was hit by a meteorite. If it was a meteorite, there would be meteorite god iron around. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head slightly and said. Tian meteor iron is a very hard material, which is left after the destruction of huge stars. Its quality is very hard. A mass of Tian meteor iron the size of an adult's head has a terrible weight of almost 100 million kilograms, which can be used to refine the Supreme Emperor's wear. According to Ning Xiaochuan, the half-world warhammer he got was made of Tian meteorite god iron. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, and then prepared to leave here and continue to look for divine liquid. But at this time, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly thought of something, immediately wrapped the whole giant pit with his heart, and then began to explore. After the time for a cup of tea passed, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes. Come with me. With that, Ning Xiaochuan flew to the northeast. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's voice, everyone immediately followed up without hesitation, including Liao. When he came here, he detected the situation here and didn't find any divine liquid. Did Ning Xiaochuan find it? The same is true of others. When they came, they also used their minds to detect carefully, but they didn't find any clues. Did Ning Xiaochuan find it? About a quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and came to a boulder. This boulder is 23 meters high and 3 meters wide. There are no other features except this one. There should be divine liquid in it. Ning Xiaochuan gently stroked his palm on the boulder, then moved his hand away, took out the tiandi blade and cut it down severely. Divine liquid? Hearing the speech, everyone was happy. Without any hesitation, they immediately took out their own housekeeping skills and began to attack the boulder crazily. Liao frowned slightly. He couldn't detect whether there was divine liquid in the boulder. Ning Xiaochuan could actually detect it? Is his mind stronger than himself? Or is his heart palace more special? Everyone's attack fell on the boulder, and a burst of sparks would be splashed every time. Ning Xiaochuan knows why. In the God world, all objects are thousands of times harder than those outside, and they are not easy to be broken. Now this boulder contains divine liquid, not to mention its hardness. Everyone get out of the way. Seeing the hardness of the boulder, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the spirit warhammer, shouted at the crowd, and then flew up to a height of kilometers, holding the warhammer and falling vertically. In addition to Liao, everyone immediately retreated when they heard Ning Xiaochuan's voice. They knew the power of Ning Xiaochuan's move. Destroy the stars. Ning Xiaochuan hit the boulder heavily with a warhammer. A huge roar came out, a large number of stones flew out, and heavy dust filled the surroundings. Lingshu and others used their magic powers to bounce away the flying stones and stared at the vague figure in the dust. While the crowd was waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to appear, Ning Xiaochuan flew into the air again and fell heavily. Boom! The powerful power wave scattered all the dust, and Lingshu and others finally saw the picture just covered by dust. I saw that the boulder had been smashed to pieces by Ning Xiaochuan, and there were cracks everywhere. However, the boulder was too hard, and it was smashed twice by Ning Xiaochuan's giant spirit hammer, but it was not completely smashed. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the giant spirit hammer in his hand, instilled all his supreme qi into it, and exhausted his full strength. This time, he flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then fell vertically, with a bang. The whole ground was shocked violently, and the boulder finally broke open. The boulder was broken, and a drop of liquid with colorful light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is divine liquid. Everyone feels great energy from inside, which is 10 times stronger than the energy in Yunshan pool. Suppose, make a pool the same size as Yunshan pool with divine liquid, and then let Ning Xiaochuan and others quench their bodies. Even the 8 people who last insisted for 10 days could not last for a day. Since this drop of divine liquid was obtained by Ogawa, then the divine liquid belongs to him. Everyone has no opinion? Zihanyan came out and said. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at the moon god, which seemed to say, I'm thinking of everything for him, and you? Everyone agreed. It can be said that they didn't give Ning Xiaochuan any help to get this drop of divine liquid at all. You don't have to be discouraged. Now I have got divine liquid, which is enough to prove that divine liquid does exist in the 5th layer of the God sealing world. As long as you continue to work hard, you will find it. Ning Xiaochuan said to the crowd, and they raised their spirits again and began to continue to look for divine liquid. Monk Tanqian looked at the divine liquid collected by Ning Xiaochuan, and he wanted to grab it. However, when everyone looked at it, he couldn't do it. Therefore, he was very unwilling and said loudly, Ba. Next time you find the divine liquid, you must give it to the poor monk. No one paid attention to Monk Tanqian and continued to look for divine liquid. It's always the one who finds the treasure. It's impossible to teach Monk Tanqian what he gets. Moreover, every time I meet a treasure, Monk Tanqian rushes ahead. It's hard to say whether everyone can rob him. People all the way to the northwest. Every time they meet a place where divine liquid may appear, they will explore it very carefully, and don't want to miss any chance. After more than 10 days of exploration, Monk Tanqian really found a drop of divine liquid. This time, Ning Xiaochuan and his colleagues came to a very wide plain. The whole plain was very desolate and had no breath of life. Ning Xiaochuan and others kept exploring the breath of Shinai. At this time, Monk Tanqian suddenly tripped and fell heavily on the ground. What's going on? Monk Tanqian stood up and patted the dust on his body. He looked at the ground strangely. It turned out to be a fist-sized stone, but how could he trip over a small stone with his cultivation? Monk Tanqian felt very strange, so he hit the stone violently. The stone broke immediately, and a drop of liquid with colorful light, like the divine liquid obtained by Ning Xiaochuan before, suspended and appeared in front of Monk Tanqian. I found the divine liquid. Haha. I finally found the divine liquid. Monk Tanqian immediately put the drop of divine liquid into his bowl with a sudden momentum, but it can't be robbed. Monk, your luck is too good, said Xiaohong. I didn't expect that Monk Tanqian got divine liquid after tripping when walking. This luck is really beyond ordinary people's possession. Ba, thank you for your blessing, Monk Tanqian said. He looked very pious, just like the most loyal believer to the Buddha. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, who knew Monk Tanqian, I'm afraid they would all regard him as an eminent monk with enlightenment. This monk can pretend even better than me. If we didn't know him, we would be cheated by him. I really can't stand it anymore. I'm going to beat him. Yu Mingsong saw the pious appearance of Monk Tanqian. He couldn't help but take out a long whip from behind. Monk Tanqian immediately issued a pig-like cry, what are you doing? The monk seemed to ignore his image and ran away. The people were speechless to them and continued to look for the divine liquid. Along the way, everyone used their mental power to detect the trace of the divine liquid as they hurried along. Although only 2 drops have been found so far, no one has given up. While Ning Xiaochuan was still looking for divine liquid, a large black cloud suddenly appeared in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head and his eyes shrunk. It was the power of soul evil. But this time, the ghosts they met were more difficult to deal with than all the ghosts they met in the past. Because this time, in addition to dozens of supreme ghost kings, there are also 3 ghost emperors. Haha, human, haven't eaten it for a long time. A very hoarse voice came out in front of Ning Xiaochuan and others, and then a large group of ghosts appeared in front of them. This time, the soul ghost is much more powerful than before, and even the soul ghost emperor has appeared. A soul evil emperor, a strong man in the realm of creation comparable to human warriors, is definitely a very powerful role. Haha. Flesh and blood creatures dare to come to the 5th god world, which is simply looking for death. A soul evil emperor flew to Ning Xiaochuan and them quickly, and couldn't wait to locate it. He wanted to eat Ning Xiaochuan and them. However, there was no tension among the people. What about the soul evil emperor? They have Liao, who is a holy emperor. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the realm of creation, and the soul evil emperor is not his opponent at all. After the first soul demon emperor started to fight, the other 2 soul demon emperors also began to fight, directly towards Ning Xiaochuan and them. The remaining Supreme Ghost King, Supreme Ghost and True Ghost followed closely. 3 souls are evil kings. One of them, the Soul Evil Emperor, who reached the 8-fold of the realm of creation, was their leader. One Soul Evil Emperor reached the 5 levels of the realm of creation, and the last one reached the 1 level of the realm of creation, which was the weakest of the 3 Soul Evil Emperors. Hum. Liaolong snorted, and directly set out to fight with the two soul evil kings, while the other soul evil was handed over to monk Tanqian. Ning Xiaochuan and others are responsible for dealing with the remaining Supreme Ghost King, Supreme Ghost and True Ghost. In the face of so many soul demons, Ning Xiaochuan and others immediately put the Oracle Supreme armor on their bodies without any hesitation, and the strength of the 9 heavy warriors in the Eternal Realm burst out in their bodies, and began to fight with the soul demons. Ning Xiaochuan took the magic sword in his hand and directly cut it off at a Supreme Soul Evil King. The Supreme Soul Evil King perceived the danger and immediately turned around and punched Ning Xiaochuan violently. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked and retreated. Then, the Supreme Soul King quickly came to Ning Xiaochuan and hit him again. Xiaohong saw Ning Xiaochuan's situation here and immediately spit out a mouthful of God-extinguished dragon fire to help Ning Xiaochuan. The Supreme Soul in front of Ning Xiaochuan was shrouded in flames, mutated, and was very powerful. It roared angrily at Xiaohong and immediately attacked her. Ning Xiaochuan took out the giant spirit warhammer, flew to the place where the spirits were very dense, and shouted, "Destroy the stars." A voice like the roar of thunder suddenly sounded. Thousands of supreme spirits were directly shocked to death by Ning Xiaochuan's blow, turned into wisps of smoke, and hundreds of supreme spirits were seriously injured. All the soul evil spirits were attracted by Ning Xiaochuan's strike, and dozens of supreme soul evil kings also began to attack Ning Xiaochuan. Xue Lingxiu and others immediately followed up, quickly came to Ning Xiaochuan, sacrificed their strongest soldiers one after another, and fought against the soul evil that rushed in all directions. Boom! Boom! A large number of soul demons were killed. Ning Xiaochuan quickly took out the heart-nourishing tripod and began to collect those dead soul demons. Roar! Those supreme soul evil kings were completely angered by the behavior of Ning Xiaochuan and others, and began to attack Ning Xiaochuan and others crazily. The king of Qinghe took the fire phoenix sinew in his hand and fiercely attacked one of the supreme soul evil kings. The supreme soul king was hit, and immediately suffered a minor injury. There was an additional scar on his body, but he immediately recovered, and his body became transparent. Xue Lingxiu also sacrificed his long sword, and at the same time exerted the spatial power of the chaotic heart palace, Dao Mia. This time, Xue Lingxiu used the Dao Mia Jianju, which was more powerful than the last time. Tens of thousands of long swords flew out of the void in front of Xue Lingxiu at the same time. Each sword was accurately inserted into a soul evil, and several of them were inserted into the king of the supreme soul evil, and a large number of the supreme soul evil fell at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the giant spirit warhammer, attacked the supreme soul evil king again. He showed the speed of the dragon, flashed to the supreme soul evil king as fast as streamer, and suddenly hit his chest with the giant spirit warhammer. The supreme soul king's whole body flew out, and a hole the size of a head appeared in his chest, but no blood flowed out, and he soon recovered. Seeing this, Ning Xiaochuan immediately woke up the seal of the supreme god, and the center of his eyebrows emitted a strong light. A thick light column like a bucket directly pierced the body of the Supreme Soul King, Sha, completely broken. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and felt a little pity. A Supreme Soul King was a King's Soul Pill, which was directly smashed by Ning Xiaochuan. It was really a little pity. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around the battlefield and saw that Zihanyan was being besieged by a Supreme Soul Evil King and a large number of Supreme Soul Evil spirits. He immediately cast a dragon and rushed to her side. Destroy the stars. Ning Xiaochuan flew high into the air, fell rapidly, and struck in the direction of the purple smoke, and all the supreme spirits were shaken away at the same time. Han Yan, you go to the back of the 9-tailed demon first, and I'll deal with them. Ning Xiaochuan then attacked those supreme spirits again. Ning Xiaochuan looked at a large number of supreme ghosts in front of him, and finally offered up the demon tower and suppressed all the real ghosts. God Demon Supreme. In the face of a large number of Supreme Soul demons, Ning Xiaochuan resolutely stimulated the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons. Half of his body turned white and half turned black. Then he put away the giant spirit warhammer, took out the Tiandi blade and magic sword, directly rushed into the group of soul demons, and began to fight frantically. Hunyuanichi sword. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan used two powerful magical powers at the same time, and the sword fell at the same time. A large number of Supreme Soul Ghosts were instantly killed. In less than an hour, all Supreme Soul Ghosts were destroyed, leaving only the Supreme Soul Ghost King. At this time, Liao and monk Tanqian also ended the battle and began to join the battlefield of Ning Xiaochuan and others. Seeing the return of Liao and Tanqian monks, those Supreme Soul Evil Kings immediately knew that the Supreme Soul Evil Emperor was dead, and began to become flustered and flee quickly in the air. Liao Lung snorted, stretched out his right hand, raised his finger slightly, and dozens of Supreme Souls burst to death. Everyone looked at Liao in shock. Is this the power of the nine strong in the realm of creation? The Supreme Soul Evil King, who fought very hard, was not an enemy in front of Liao. You know, every Supreme Soul King is comparable to a ninth-weight warrior in the eternal realm. Liao came to Ning Xiaochuan and took out the three Supreme Souls in the heaven and earth bag and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, refined them into pills. Good. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, released all the real ghosts suppressed in the demon tower, sucked them into the heart-nourishing tripod and began to refine pills. The power of the Supreme Soul Evil Emperor is comparable to that of the strong man who created the realm, and it is very difficult to refine. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it also took half a day to refine the first Supreme Soul into an Imperial Soul pill. 2 days later, all ghosts were refined into elixirs by Ning Xiaochuan, including 3 royal elixirs, 35 royal elixirs, 5,000 supreme elixirs and 200,000 true elixirs. Ning Xiaochuan divided all the pills equally. Everyone took part of the pills and began to practice sitting on the ground directly. A large number of soul medicine pills were swallowed by Ning Xiaochuan and turned into pure energy. The 2 Taoist elements rotate at the same time to absorb all the energy of soul medicine pills and increase Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. 3 days later, the cultivation of everyone broke through again. Xiao Hong's cultivation reached the 6th weight of the eternal realm, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation reached the 7th weight of the eternal realm, Shui Lingxiu also broke through the 7th weight of the eternal realm, and Xiao Linger and Nine-Tailed Demon reached the 9th weight of the eternal realm. Does she reach the 5th level in the eternal realm, and Purple Smoke and Moon God reached the 4th level in the eternal realm. Monk Tanqian refined that drop of divine liquid, and his cultivation finally broke through to the 2nd level in the realm of creation, except for Liao's cultivation. As for Yu Mingsong, none of the people present could see through his accomplishments, and he was unwilling to say, so Ning Xiaochuan and others could not know his real strength. Everyone finished their cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan stood up and looked at Xiao Linger and the Nine-Tailed Demon. He had detected their cultivation accomplishments, which was only 1 step away from the realm of creation. Now that you have reached the 9 levels of the eternal realm, now I will refine pills for you to help you enter the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan said that and immediately offered the heart-nourishing tripod. He took out the 50 concrete magic war swords in his body and arranged the array around him to prevent the situation that the pill would fly away immediately after it was successfully refined. He took out a 10,000-year holy medicine from the heaven and earth bag, and one was Xianhuang Baisho fruit, which was put into the heart-nourishing tripod by Ning Xiaochuan at the same time and began to refine. After the 10,000-year holy medicine melted into liquid medicine, Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the Xian beast again, took out 200 drops of Yun Shenqi liquid and added it, and then began to condense the liquid medicine into shape. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan opened the heart-nourishing tripod, and 2 figures flashed out quickly to escape. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan was ready, and the two figures directly hit the array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan and couldn't get out at all. Ning Xiaochuan quickly followed up, and saw a huge red tiger and a red dragon about 100 meters long constantly attacking the array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan, trying to escape. Giant Tiger and Jiaolong are two king-level pills that have been transformed into shapes. However, pills are pills after all. Even if they can be transformed, they don't have much wisdom and don't know the core of the array, so it's impossible to break the array in a short time. Although Wang Pindan medicine has been able to turn into human nature, it has no cultivation, but its physique is very strong, comparable to the strong in the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan offered the seal of heaven, directly blocked the space where the giant tiger and the dragon were located, forcibly changed them into two pills, and handed them to the queen of the nine-tailed demon and little Linger. These two king-level pills are pregnant with the power of the 10,000-year holy medicine, which should help you impact into the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan said. Nine-tailed demon queen and little Linger took the elixir refined by Ning Xiaochuan at the same time and began to impact the realm of creation, while Ning Xiaochuan also came to Liao's side at this time. Elder, I want to ask, who wins and who loses the battle between you and a poisonous dragon? Ning Xiaochuan asked Liao, with a slightly clasped fist. Liao carried his hands on his back and said faintly, the cultivation of a poisonous dragon, and I can be said to be between Buozhong. I'm only a little stronger than him, and the gap is not too big. That day, he and I fought hard. Just when we were all going to use our unique skills, a powerful sword suddenly appeared in the sky, directly killing a poisonous dragon, and even breaking our souls. What? An armed poisonous dragon is a ninth heaviest emperor in the realm of creation, an invincible super strong under the secondary god. How can it be killed by a sword? Can it? Hearing the news, everyone was shocked. With a poisonous dragon, he was directly killed by someone else with a sword. How powerful was that person's cultivation? It is likely to be the existence of the secondary god level. The secondary god, which has already belonged to the category of God, has gone beyond ordinary people's cognition. The divine power always exists between heaven and earth and is worshipped by the creatures in the world. In Tianqiu continent, a secondary god may be born every hundreds of thousands of years. It can be said that the secondary god is the god who can really appear in the Dian world. Once the divine personality is condensed and becomes the true god, it can no longer appear in the Dian world. At that time, after the strong man killed a poisonous dragon, I wanted to go to thank him, but he flew away at a very fast speed, incarnating into a purple cloud and taking Yun Shenqi away. Liao paused for a while and then continued. Even Yun Shenqi was taken away by that strong man? Ning Xiaochuan stopped talking after listening. Now the door of man and God has been opened 3 times, and a large number of gods began to flow into Dian world, which no one can stop. The battle of gods in the whole Dian world is about to break out, and the heroes will burst out. Now the only thing they can do is to improve their strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can they seek that trace of vitality in the troubled times. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, his mind entered the Zhenren Tower, released the idea of the 3 heavenly dream demon emperor's secondary god, and then immediately suppressed the 3 secondary god thoughts. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan showed his way of receiving gods, and Ning Tianmeng immediately appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee and deeply worshipping him. Ning Xiaochuan spent a day refining all the spirits in the 3 times divine thoughts, and then directly hit the 3 times divine thoughts into Ning Tianmeng's body. There were 49 sub-god thoughts in the Zhenren Tower, and they escaped 3 times. Now they have been refined by Ning Xiaochuan for 13 times, and there are 33 left. If you want to refine them all, Ning Xiaochuan feels that you can do it at least until his cultivation reaches the realm of creation. 7 days later, the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon and Little Linger finished their cultivation, and their cultivation reached the realm of creation, which can be regarded as the top strength. It's time we left here. With that, Ning Xiaochuan stood up and began to rush with the people to the direction of the passage of the fifth God world, ready to leave the land of God. At the same time, Shiji Demon Queen came to an unknown and strange place through the silver cave of the fourth God world. There are bloody tombs everywhere here. I don't know who inserted hundreds of feet-high tombstones on the ground. Each tombstone is written with a few rough, big characters. Shiji Demon came to a tombstone, looked up, and felt that those ancient words contained an amazing sword spirit. It reads, Qingxi Jianxing, the tomb of Lin Tianya. Shiji Demon came to another tombstone. This time, she felt a sense of death, which made people shiver. Hell of ghosts, tomb of white monsters. The big words on the tombstone are like the idea of heaven, and the energy contained in each word is comparable to a secondary god. Fortunately, these words have been burned on the stone tablet for many years and are no longer offensive. Otherwise, Shiji's demon queen may have already turned into fly ash. Are all the gods buried here? Shiji demon queen has been deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. Every name engraved on the tombstone here is unheard of by Shiji demon queen. You know, she has not known that hundreds of millions of years have passed since she was born. I'm afraid she has more knowledge in her head than the secondary gods. If she doesn't know the names of these gods, it can only prove that they died in a more distant era. Every tombstone here is as high as 100 feet, and every inscription contains powerful energy. If it is not for gods, who can have such powerful power? Shiji demon queen slowly began to walk to the front of the tombstone, because she saw there was a tombstone larger than the mountain, higher than all the tombstones. She was very curious. Whose tombstone could be more magnificent than the tombstone of the gods? 2 days later, Shiji Yao finally came to the highest tombstone, but the tombstone did not write the name of its owner, but wrote a sentence. Don't cry in front of my grave and dirty my reincarnation. In such a simple sentence, Shiji Demon became inexplicably sad after seeing it. If it weren't for her efforts to control it, I'm afraid even tears would flow out. This is infected by the atmosphere caused by the words on the tombstone. What's the matter? I'm not related to him. Why do I want to cry when I see these words? Is this the power of the gods? Shiji said in shock. He is a god king, but it's a pity that he offended a stronger existence than him. In the end, the whole star field where he is destroyed, but there is no way to rescue him, and finally he dies with hatred. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded behind Shiji's demon, and the demon turned around immediately. Is there anyone else here? I saw a veiled woman in white, holding a thick blood book in her hand, coming slowly from a distance. Behind her, followed by a blood-red camel. The blood-red camel decayed in many places, sending out wisps of death. It looked only 2 meters high, but it sent out a surge of startling clarity. Shiji Demon Queen couldn't see clearly. The veiled woman and the bloody camel were clearly in front of her eyes, but they seemed to be separated by a distant space. This can only show that the other party's cultivation is too much higher than her. Who are you? Shiji Demon Queen didn't know this woman, but she was secretly on guard. It doesn't matter who I am, but I feel his blood breath in you. The fact is really unpredictable. Hey! The woman in white sighed softly and said, if you see him after you go out, please tell him that everything is okay. Who is he? Shiji, the demon queen, looked at the masked woman strangely and felt a little confused. Shiji Demon Queen always absolutely stared at her with strange eyes, which seemed to have a trace of tenderness. You'll know. The woman in white whispered. As a reward, I will record your name on the list of gods in advance. Whether you can become a god depends on your own luck. The woman in white stared at Shiji Demon deeply, and then led the bloody camel and disappeared into the graveyard of the gods. Write down your name on the list of gods in advance? How is that possible? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Who the hell is she? Shiji, the demon queen, was full of questions, looked at the direction the masked woman left, and was directly stunned in situ. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Is she the legendary messenger of immortality? Shiji demon queen said silently in her mouth, but all the answers can only be known when she becomes a god. Shiji demon looked at the tall tombstones around, shook her head and began to walk back, ready to return to the stone forest of the fourth god world from the place she came in. However, at this time, the tallest tombstone of the god king began to glitter, and all the tombstones began to vibrate constantly. Then, the whole space began to collapse. Bad. Shiji, the demon queen, noticed something bad, and immediately incarnated into a vein of the earth, directly into the ground to escape. After flying for a day, Ning Xiaochuan and his team finally arrived at the entrance of the fifth list of gods, and were preparing to enter and leave here. However, at this time, the whole god world began to vibrate, the space began to collapse, and a huge space storm swept the whole god world. The earth began to collapse, the veins of heaven began to collapse, and a large number of ghosts flew all over the sky, as if the end had come, and the apotheosis world began to collapse. What's going on? Ning Xiaochuan and others were shocked by the sudden scene. Before they reacted, all of them were caught up in the space storm. Little Red. Fit. Ning Xiaochuan exhausted his whole strength in the wind and came to Xiaohong. He was integrated with Xiaohong and was preparing to save Xiaolinger and Zihanyan. Boom. At this time, the apotheosis world was completely broken, and everyone was sucked in by the space leak, and no sound came out. Great changes are also taking place in the fourth, third, second, and first god world. Even the strong in the realm of creation are not immune, and all martial arts are sucked into space loopholes. After the collapse of the god world, the first 5 floors became 5 artifacts, flying to 5 directions of Dian world. The last 4 floors were taken away by a huge bloody camel and fell into the palm of the hand of a woman in white and veiled. Since then, the world of 9 seals has disappeared between heaven and earth. There are so many treasures in the world of 9 seals that they just disappear. Many creatures sighed when they saw this scene, but there were also martial artists cheering. Without the god world, the martial artists of Dian world would no longer have to be caught in the second god world and captured the dark yellow chi. About a month later, Ning Xiaochuan woke up in a desert. He struggled to open his eyes and looked around. Just as he was about to sit up, he found that his whole body was in terrible pain, and it was very difficult to breathe, let alone get up. Ning Xiaochuan. What's going on? Where are we? At this time, Xiaohong's intermittent voice came from Ning Xiaochuan's side. She was also in great pain, even the red dress on her body was broken, and there were large and small wounds all over her body. In the apotheosis world, the space storm came. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were preparing to save people, but they didn't think that the space storm was too powerful, and they were sucked into the space hole before they had time to respond. In the space leak, the armor that Xiaohong changed wrapped Ning Xiaochuan firmly, causing Xiaohong to be injured all over, which was more serious than Ning Xiaochuan's. I don't know, but it seems that we have separated from the others. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong are having difficulty breathing now. They must recover their cultivation as soon as possible to ensure safety. The whole 9-fold god world is broken, and it is a kind of luck to survive. According to Ning Xiaochuan's estimation, it will take at least 1 month for the 2 of them to recover from their injuries. In this month, I hope they won't encounter any danger. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong lie on the desert like this, take the healing human level pill, slowly rotate the thin supreme chi in their bodies, and recover from the injury. In the evening, strong winds blew in the desert, and the sand was blown all over the sky, directly burying Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong under the yellow sand. Ning Xiaochuan tried to use the power of his mind, but his heart was very painful and his whole body was convulsed with pain. The next morning, the temperature soared and the wind blew again, but this time it was against the wind, which finally rescued Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, who were buried under the sand. It took 2 days for Ning Xiaochuan to recover from his injury and sit up from the sand. Later, Xiaohong also recovered from some injuries, opened her eyes, and said with some worry, Ning Xiaochuan, the land left by Fengshan collapsed, and Xiaolinger must also be in danger. We must go to her. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, with our current injury, it's simply impossible to walk. Where can we find it? Xiaohong was silent. It's important to recover from the injury first. Once the injury recovers, I will go to find Xiaolinger, Zihanyan and Moon God. Ning Xiaochuan looked around and frowned slightly. It's really desolate here, and the environment is too bad. It would be better to change to a healing environment. Ning Xiaochuan, it seems that someone is coming. Xiaohong lies on the ground, showing a trace of happiness. An hour later, there was a slight sound of footsteps in the distance, approaching Ning Xiaochuan and them. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head with difficulty and found that about 10 miles away, a caravan was moving slowly. The caravan was arranged in a long line, with about 100 people, including a one-horned carriage. About a quarter of an hour later, the caravan finally came to a place not far from Ning Xiaochuan. The caravan stopped, and out of the one-horned carriage came a very beautiful woman with a sweet voice. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, who were half buried by yellow sand, and said, "Are you a warrior who took risks in the fiery desert? How did you get hurt?" Xiaohong opened her eyes wide and hurriedly said, "Beautiful sister, the spirit is broken. We are involved in the vortex of time and space, although we are only seriously injured. Why don't you save us and take us out of the desert? Land left by gods? Vortex of time and space?" The beautiful woman was a little stunned, unable to understand what they were saying, but she recognized that a beautiful girl in red was asking her for help. "Somebody, get them in the car." A handsome woman thought for a moment and ordered people to carry them into the one-horned carriage. "Miss, these 2 people have unknown origins. It's better not to care about them." A guard in armor said to the beautiful woman. "Our Yi family is originally a family of heart builders. It is our duty to save the dying and heal the wounded. How can we refuse to save the dying?" With that, the woman entered the car and ignored the soldiers outside. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the woman sitting in front of him, with a smile on his face and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. Our family is a family of mental health practitioners. When you meet someone who is injured, you should help them. Just don't know where they came from, and why they were seriously injured and lying down in the desert." The woman asked Ning Xiaochuan, strangely. "We are brothers and sisters. My name is Ning Xiaochuan and her name is Ning Xiaohong. We were seriously injured because we met sandstorm monsters in the desert." In order to avoid trouble, Ning Xiaochuan simply said so. At least in this way, the other party will believe more than Xiaohong. Moreover, it is not known whether it is still in Tianshu continent now. "By the way, where are we now?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. He plans to find out the situation first, and when he and Xiaohong recover from their injuries, he will immediately go to look for Xiaolinger, Zihanyan and Moon God. Here? Burning desert. The handsome woman felt puzzled about Ning Xiaochuan's problem, and her heart was full of doubts. Didn't they get seriously injured when they met sandstorm monsters in the desert? Why don't you know where it is? Oh, I'm asking a bigger place. For example, is this Tianshu continent? Ning Xiaochuan paused a little and asked again. Of course, it's Tianshu continent. Is there any other continent besides Tianshu continent? The handsome woman asked back. It's just heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan said silently in his heart that as long as he was still in Tianshu continent, everything would be fine. Zihanyan, Yueshen and Xiaolinger should also be in Tianshu continent. I'll ask the servant to change your clothes first. I'll change your sister's clothes. Your clothes are so ragged. With that, the handsome woman took Xiaohong to another car. After a while, a servant came over and helped Ning Xiaochuan change his ragged clothes. Ning Xiaochuan lay silently in bed, closed his eyes, and began to try to mobilize supreme qi to continue to recuperate from the injury. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan's injury recovered a little. On this day, Ning Xiaochuan talked with the beautiful woman. Girl, what's your name after so long? My name is Yi Ling. Just call me Yi. Yi Ling smiled faintly. Where are we going now? Ning Xiaochuan rode. I was ordered by my father to purchase medicinal materials. Now I'm on my way back, and I'll be at my house in almost 3 days. By the way, my father is a skilled heart therapist. When I go home, he will certainly cure you and your sister. When Yi Ling talked about her father, her face was full of worship, and she seemed to admire her father very much. What's more, the heart-nourishing teacher is worthy of respect. 3 days later, the Yi family's caravan finally returned to Lianyan City. The Yi family is a big family in Lianyan City, and the mansion is very magnificent. When Yi came to Yifu, Yi Ling settled Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong down and let them live for a while to recuperate. After 8 days of recuperation, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were finally able to walk freely, but they were still very weak and could only mobilize a little supreme qi, and their accomplishments did not recover for a whole Chengdu. During this period, Ning Xiaochuan roughly inquired about the situation of Yi Ling's family, which is indeed a family of heart trainers. The person with the highest cultivation in the family is no more than the land respect. Just like the original Jiangnan Marquis mansion, it can also be regarded as a famous family in the local area. However, because the Yi family has saved many martial artists, they are respected by the martial artists in Lianyan City. Even the robbers who rob their homes will never find the Yi family. Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart that he would leave them any treasure as a reward after his injury healed. But he found that his things were so precious that any one of them was enough to cause a bloodbath, which would harm the Yi family. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly, and everything had to wait until he was well. A month later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's injuries were almost better. We should leave. Ning Xiaochuan said to Xiaohong. I'm also completely recovered from the injury. Let's go to Shaolinger now and hope she doesn't have an accident. Xiaohong's injury is also completely recovered, and 2 red glittering and translucent dragon horns grow on her forehead. Even if she suppresses her cultivation, her body will also emit a strong breath. Ning Xiaochuan, I think we should thank Sister Yi Ling before leaving. Little Red Road. With these words, Xiaohong turned into a red streamer, flew out of Yifu, and came to an ancient mountain thousands of miles away. In the mountains, there are a large number of fierce Xian beasts and monsters, and ordinary people simply dare not enter the mountains. This place is called Wanyao Mountain. It is usually used as a place for those adventurers to obtain xianyao or hunt xuanwu to sell money. It's a dangerous place for those adventurers, but it's nothing for Xiaohong at all. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan finished writing a volume of heart-nourishing teacher's experience, held it in his hand and handed it to Yi Ling. You know, Ning Xiaochuan is now a king-level mental health master. The number of king-level mental health masters in the whole Tianshu continent is estimated to be only 3 or 5. The experience he wrote is absolutely priceless to the mental health teacher. An hour later, Xiaohong came back from the 10,000 medicine mountain and brought back thousands of 7-grade xianyao, 8-grade xianyao, and hundreds of 9-grade xianyao. She gave all those mysterious drugs to Yi Ling as a reward. Yi Ling took those mysterious drugs and the experience of the heart-nourishing master, and was very shocked, saying, "How is it possible? The 10,000 medicine mountains are in danger of falling after even the strong ones in the territory enter. How can you find so many mysterious drugs so soon?" She never dreamed that the 2 dying wounded she had saved had turned out to be very powerful fighters. Don't ask any more about this. We are leaving now. I hope there will be another chance to see you in the future. Ning Xiaochuan said to Yi Ling. With that, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong turned into 2 streamers and disappeared in Yi Ling's sight at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong returned to the burning desert, ready to start looking for clues here. Due to the outside world, the suppression in the God world no longer exists. Ning Xiaochuan released all the 7 minds and began to look for the breath of Zihanyan, Xiaoling Moon God, Tanqian Monk and others. However, Ning Xiaochuan has explored millions of miles around, but he has found nothing. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Jinren Tower again and poured the Supreme Spirit into it. The Jinren Tower immediately exuded a faint glow, and he felt the existence of the other half of the Jinren Tower carefully. However, he found that the distance was too far to detect, and finally Ning Xiaochuan had to give up looking for it. It is more difficult to find a human in Tianqiu than to find a needle in the sea. The moon god will definitely go to Tianting to save the ugly mother-in-law. Zihanyan and Xiaolinger can't find us, and they will definitely go to Tianting. We'll go to Tianting and wait for them now. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong showed their dragon speed at the same time and flew to the west. Tianting exists overseas. In order to reach Tianting, they must pass through the sea area, and the sea area closest to Ning Xiaochuan's current location is Shicheng Sea, so Ning Xiaochuan and his team rushed to the west. 2 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong came to a port, where there were ships everywhere, each of which was hundreds of meters high, all of which were made of black iron, which was very strong. After paying the fee, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong boarded a metal iron ship together and prepared to go to sea. 2 days later, all the ships began to start. Ning Xiaochuan observed that all the members on board except him and Xiao Hong were real people, and only real people could protect themselves at sea. The monsters in the sea are much stronger than those on land, and the number is huge. It can be said that every sea area is comparable to a Tianqiu continent, and countless powerful creatures exist. 2 days after their departure, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong's ship met a monster whose cultivation reached the 9th level of the human realm. There are monsters coming. Suddenly someone shouted on the ship, and everyone immediately became alert. I saw a huge black octopus suddenly turned up from the deep sea, and its cultivation was the 9th heaviest in the human realm. The waves were lifted thousands of meters high by it. Each of its hands and feet was thick and thin with a bucket. It swept the sea hard, and the huge waves instantly submerged Ning Xiaochuan and the ship they were in. All the real warriors on the ship flew high into the air, and everyone took out their cards to deal with this huge octopus. However, the highest accomplishment of these monks is only the 7th heaviest in the human realm. Their attack on the giant octopus has no effect at all. Because it is in the sea, in the same realm, the creatures in the sea are more powerful than those on the land. Living in the sea, they have to avoid threats from creatures in the sea that are stronger than themselves every day, and also learn to resist those undercurrents that can be seen everywhere. From the remote ancient times to now, their physique has already surpassed that of creatures on the mainland. Even if they are in the same realm, continental creatures may not be rivals of marine creatures, let alone a few realms. Those warriors on the ship looked gray one by one. They didn't expect to encounter such a powerful monster as soon as they went to sea. They are likely to be wiped out today. These real people are all strong people of casual cultivation. Without the support of a lot of resources, it is very good to be able to reach the real world. Not everyone has the good luck of Ning Xiaochuan. It is more difficult for those who are strong in casual cultivation to obtain cultivation resources than the Holy Earth inheritors. They blocked their own lives and only wanted to find some cultivation resources when they went to sea. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong stood on the ship calmly, allowing the hull to shake violently. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression did not fluctuate. The turbulent waves kept rolling, but no water could touch them, as if they were not in this space. Now no one notices them, and everyone is constantly attacking the giant octopus. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the huge black octopus closely. He wanted to see how the creatures in the sea were different from those on the mainland. By observing Ning Xiaochuan, he found that this octopus had a different breath from all creatures he had seen before. It was the unique breath of creatures in the sea. They used this to distinguish whether the prey belonged to the mainland or the sea. The fierce attack kicked up water columns on the sea, and the waves stirred up 1,000 meters high. The thick octopus tentacles kept waving. As long as it touched people, the straw on its tentacles would soon suck up people's blood, directly turn into a mummy, and fall to the seabed. Bastard! Go to hell! Ning Xiaochuan's index finger and middle finger were pinched together, and the supreme qi gathered in his fingers, and a powerful momentum erupted from his body. Suddenly, the giant octopus seemed to sense something, and unexpectedly made a startling howl, and then immediately gathered all its tentacles and ran away as fast as possible. Those casual repairs were stunned one by one. What happened? Why does the giant octopus, who was just very fierce, want to run away like a ghost? Can you escape? Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and a light column with thick fingers flew out, penetrating the sea and penetrating the whole head of the giant octopus. In a moment, the giant octopus lost its breath of life. How is it possible? Those who were still alive were shocked and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. At first, they also felt that Ning Xiaochuan should be a poor martial artist whose family was broken and people died. The highest cultivation was not beyond the realm of heaven and man. Only in order to find resources, they had to go to sea for adventure. But now, the giant octopus, which is as heavy as the human warrior real world, was killed by it. It is enough to see that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is high, which is definitely not comparable to their scattered cultivation. Isn't it a supreme? Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. We are willing to be your subordinates. Seeing that the giant octopus was killed by Ning Xiaochuan, the two Sanqiu immediately flew to Ning Xiaochuan to become his subordinates. If you can become a supreme subordinate or servant, you may be able to get the martial classics that help them cultivate to the eternal realm. When other casual practitioners saw it, they secretly scolded in their hearts, they must not be allowed to take the lead. I also want to become a servant of adults. In an instant, all the loose cultivators who were still alive flew to the ship and knelt down on one knee to Ning Xiaochuan, hoping to become Ning Xiaochuan's servant. We are willing to go through fire and water for adults and follow adults to the death. All the casual practitioners looked at Ning Xiaochuan and waited for his consent. Ning Xiaochuan, they are so sincere that you promised. At the same time, I still lack a maid to serve tea and water. Seeing that so many people wanted to follow Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong regretted that she had known this, so she killed the giant octopus. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly when he saw Sanzhou kneeling down to him. He had no intention of accepting the servant, because the places he went were all extremely dangerous places, and the strong people in the real world didn't see enough. You can't go where I'm going. I can't take you as a servant. If there are monsters on the road again, I can help you kill them. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said. Alas. All the casual repairs showed a disappointed expression. They thought they could finally have a strong backer, but they didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to refuse them at all. In fact, with their cultivation, if they go to some big families, they will certainly receive rich treatment, but they are used to dispersion and don't like to be constrained, so they don't go. Why? Ning Xiaochuan, isn't it good for someone to serve us? Xiaohong curled her lips and said. The place we are going to is heaven. Do you want them to die? Just like in the apotheosis world, any supreme soul can kill everyone on the ship. They are not enough to stuff their teeth, but will only become a burden. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and sighed helplessly. Then, Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground and began to practice. Xiaohong looked at Ning Xiaochuan and began to practice. As night fell, the whole sea became quiet, and there was not even a trace of sea breeze. The stars in the sky are constantly flashing, and everyone has entered the cultivation. Then, no one knows that the danger is approaching quietly. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and released his mind. He detected an unknown creature approaching them at a distance of nearly 3,000 miles from them. That creature has a wide body, which is hundreds of meters wide. On both sides of the body keep swinging up and down, just like wings. It is blue all over, with many white spots on its back and a long tail, just like a giant bat swimming in the water. Its cultivation reached the 7th level of the human realm, but because it was so secluded, it was not found on the ship except Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his right hand to the unknown creature, intending to kill it with one blow. However, at this time, a dragon-shaped flame suddenly flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's side and rushed towards the strange bat fish. The sky-high fire lit up the sea area within a range of about 3,000 miles, and countless sleeping marine creatures were awakened. They rushed frantically in the sea, causing waves on the sea surface. Boom! The people on board just quit from the cultivation state, and there was no time to react. Then, everyone saw a baked 100-meter-wide bat fish fall from the sky and fall directly on the deck of their ship, emitting bursts of meat fragrance. My aunt was just hungry. I didn't expect a fish to come. I'm sorry if I don't eat it. Xiaohong stepped on the back of the baked batfish and laughed. Everyone on the ship was very shocked. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were young, but their cultivation was thousands of times stronger than them. The 9 and 7 creatures of the human realm were killed by them at one blow. They were absolutely supreme. When I was just practicing, I saw this big fish slowly approaching and trying to eat us. I protected you. You should thank me. Seeing that the people around her didn't speak, Xiaohong immediately said with dissatisfaction. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said nothing to Xiaohong, but just as he was about to open his mouth and let Xiaohong continue to practice, he suddenly felt a very powerful breath, which was a creature of the eternal realm. Xiaohong, it's dangerous. Ning Xiaochuan said to Xiaohong. Xiaohong turned around and looked at the sea in the distance, releasing her mind. Sure enough, as Ning Xiaochuan said, a large number of powerful creatures are coming to them. What's going on? Xiaohong said strangely. It should be your attack that attracted them. Ning Xiaochuan said, suddenly there were many huge red whales on the sea, each of which was the size of a palace. The cultivation of each whale reached the 2nd level of the eternal realm, with hundreds. It's the deep-sea overlord demon blood red whale. It's over, we're dead. When those Sanzhou on the ship saw these whales, everyone's face was full of despair, and they didn't even have the courage to fight. Demon blood red whale? Ning Xiaochuan looked at hundreds of huge red whales on the sea, and his expression also changed a little. His current cultivation has reached the 7th level in the eternal realm, and the 2nd level creatures in the eternal realm are just a matter of fingers for him, but it would be different if hundreds of 2nd level creatures in the eternal realm worked together. The wisdom of this demon blood red whale is higher than that of ordinary humans, and their power is very powerful. Even if a real person Jiuchong warrior is patted by its tail, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Their spiritual power is more powerful than human monks in the same realm, and they are simply monsters among monsters. A casual martial artist was a little timid and said to Ning Xiaochuan, shivering. Meeting the demon blood red whale is like a disaster. Strong mind? Hearing what everyone said, Ning Xiaochuan immediately became interested. If these whales are refined into pills, can they strengthen their minds after swallowing them? Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the magic sword. Facing the huge demon blood-red whale, without any hesitation, he flew out directly. Holding the magic sword, he came to the sky of a demon blood-red whale and slashed it violently. Suddenly, the whole body of the demon blood-red whale was divided into two parts, and the incision was extremely smooth, just like a delicate red jade. When the demon blood-red whale's body sank into the sea, its blood began to flow out. All the scattered martial artists on the ship did not know what to say. Compared with the supreme demon blood-red whale, it was easily killed by Ning Xiaochuan with a sword. If someone said that Ning Xiaochuan was actually a god, I'm afraid they would all believe it. Cut, what's the big deal? I can too. Seeing those people looking at Ning Xiaochuan with adoration on their faces, Xiaohong suddenly became very uncomfortable. A flame suddenly appeared in her slender jade hand, condensed into a full-body fire-red dragon sword, and she also flew up and quickly beheaded one of the demon blood-red whales. The demon blood-red whale immediately made a startling scream, and all the demon blood-red whales began to attack together. They spit out thick columns of energy in the air, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong with the force of breaking the wind. Ning Xiaochuan frowned, waved the magic sword in his hand, and the sea began to rotate rapidly. In a moment, it turned into two huge waterspouts. He wanted to intercept the attack of the demon blood-red whale, but he didn't expect that the attack of the demon blood-red whale actually passed through two waterspout tornadoes and went straight to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Dozens of energy beams hit Ning Xiaochuan's body, but the clothes on Ning Xiaochuan's body were not broken at all. Those energy beams seemed to disappear in an instant. When Ning Xiaochuan thought it was all right, Xiaohong's voice suddenly came around him. My head hurts. Xiaohong gritted her teeth and said. Just when those energy beams attacked Xiaohong, Xiaohong was already ready to release the supreme qi and condense it into a set of armor, which she thought could resist the attack of the demon blood-red whale. However, what Xiaohong didn't expect was that those energy beams disappeared directly when they touched her body, and then her head began to ache. That's their mind attack. A man on board shouted. This is their mind attack? Why don't I even feel any mind power? Ning Xiaochuan was very surprised when he heard what the people on board said. Just when those energy beams shot at him, he used his mind probe to measure, and did not find the mind power on it. Ning Xiaochuan thought it was the magic power cultivated by the demon blood-red whale himself. Demon blood-red whale, I'm more and more interested in you. With that, Ning Xiaochuan no longer kept it, flew directly into the sea, and began to hunt the demon blood-red whale quickly. When Xiaohong saw it, she also rushed over. The god-extinguished dragon fire spitting out of her mouth directly made the water in the sea boil, emitting bubbles the size of a washbasin. The group of demon blood-red whales rolled up in the sea, raising hundreds of meters of water waves and rolling the ground. The shin iron boat was like a boat, shaking constantly on the sea. If it weren't for the control of those casual repairs, it would have overturned. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed and shuttled quickly in the sea. Every time his hand rose and his sword fell, a demon blood-red whale was bound to die. Ning Xiaochuan used the seal of heaven to temporarily fix the bodies of those demon blood-red whales, so that they would not sink to the bottom of the sea, which was convenient for collection. Blood kept flowing out of the corpse of the demon blood-red whale, and it filled the air. The sea was full of blood red, and the demon blood-red whale group sounded a neat wail. For the demon blood-red whale, Ning Xiaochuan's size is too small, and he keeps shuttling among the whales, and it's extremely difficult to hit him. Almost half an hour later, all the demon blood-red whales were killed by Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Their flesh and blood were all collected by Ning Xiaochuan into the heart-nourishing tripod. Your Excellency is really powerful. It's comparable to the supreme demon blood-red whale. There are hundreds of them. I didn't expect to be killed by your excellency so easily. Those casual repairmen on the ship looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, who flew back and sincerely praised them. Ning Xiaochuan put the heart-nourishing tripod on the deck, and then released the world-destroying demon fire to begin refining. He remembered every change of the scholar sent by the demon blood-red whale when refining the pill. Due to the large size and large number of demon blood-red whales, it took half a day for Ning Xiaochuan to reach the seventh weight of the eternal realm. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan took a fierce pat at the heart-nourishing ding, and hundreds of blood-red pills flew out of them, each containing powerful energy. Ning Xiaochuan took one of them and immediately began to practice. Is your adult still a heart trainer? The strong men on board were surprised again, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan was really terrible, that is, he was a supreme strong man with strong combat power, and at the same time, he was also a noble spiritual trainer. I'm afraid there would be no second one in the whole Tianshu continent. That's it. Follow us and absolutely ensure your safety. Xiaohong said proudly. Ning Xiaochuan slowly absorbed the power in the pill. Although the power of the pill refined with the body of the demon blood-red whale was not as powerful as the supreme soul Sha pill in the same realm, the power was still very huge. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to be absorbing the energy of a strong person in the eternal realm. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan completely absorbed the elixir refined by the demon blood-red whale and found that his mind had increased a lot. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is very strong, and it is difficult to improve. The pill refined by the demon blood-red whale can actually improve his mind power, which is incredible. If all his mind power is released, even if hundreds of demon blood-red whales use mind attack on him together, his mind defense cannot be broken. If I can find a 10,000-year holy medicine that increases the strength of my mind and refine it with the body of the demon blood-red whale, it may greatly enhance my mind. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. By the way, where is your destination? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Ning Xiaochuan knew nothing about the first time he went to sea except that he could reach Tianting as long as he walked west. Lord Hui, this time we are going to Qingyun Island. Qingyun Island is the largest island in Tianshu continent, with an area of more than 100 million square kilometers and 18,000 miles from north to south. The resources on it are very rich. It is said that there is also the supreme bloodstone left by the supreme strong after his death. If you can find one, you may become the supreme strong. Moreover, there is an auction on the island, no matter what it is, you can buy it. Someone once bought a drop of divine liquid, which finally caused a bloodbath. I don't know how many monks died. A casual martial artist quickly said to Ning Xiaochuan. Qingyun Island is located in the West Songhai Sea of Tianshu continent. Although it is already a sea area, it is not too far away from Tianshu continent, and it is still under the jurisdiction of Tianshu continent. Supreme Bloodstone? Hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. He had only met such treasures in the land left by the gods. Ning Xiaochuan was even more surprised when he heard that Tianshu Island had auctioned divine liquid. Divine liquid is an elusive treasure for all people in Tianshu continent, and many people want it. Tianshu Island dares to auction. It seems that the owner behind it is definitely not simple. Xiaohong, let's go to the island to have a look. Ning Xiaochuan said to Xiaohong that he was really curious about what was special about the auction. Moreover, he also wants to find the 10,000-year holy medicine to increase his mind, by the way. If there is any, Ning Xiaochuan is willing to pay a lot of money to buy it. After more than 10 days of wandering on the sea, Ning Xiaochuan and them finally arrived at Qingyun Island. After that, Ning Xiaochuan parted ways with those martial arts practitioners and left separately. Ning Xiaochuan didn't rush to the auction house after he went to the island, but came to a hotel to stay, intending to inquire about the good news first. Yu Mingsong is not used to being around with that know-it-all. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Don't you have Tiandi blade? Doesn't that knife often boast that it comes from other continents and has traveled many continents? Call it out and ask." Xiaohong said to Ning Xiaochuan. "That's right, why did I forget? Ning Xiaochuan should take out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and then pour the supreme qi into it to awaken its spirit." "Smelly boy, I'm sleeping. What do you want to do?" Since Ning Xiaochuan reached the eternal realm, the spirit of Tiandi blade has rarely appeared, because now Ning Xiaochuan is fully able to control Tiandi blade and does not need the assistance of spirit. "Do you know Qingyun Island?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. "Tianshu Island? Have you come to Qingyun Island?" After hearing what Ning Xiaochuan said, Tiandi blade obviously became excited. The whole blade kept flying in the air, emitting dazzling blood light, and seemed very excited. "What's the matter? This knife can't be a draft?" Xiaohong thinks that Tiandi blade is very strange. "Isn't it an island? How could Tiandi blade be like this?" Hey! When I escaped from the land of burying soldiers, the last stop into the land of Tianshu was Qingyun Island. I buried some treasures I collected along the way here, even god liquid, and more than a drop." The Emperor Blade said excitedly. "Divine liquid? How can it be?" "Divine liquid is condensed by the soul of gods. There is not much in the whole Dian world, and almost all of them are in the land of gods. How can there be an outside world? Don't tell me it's refined by the Emperor of Heaven?" Ning Xiaochuan was obviously suspicious of the words of the Emperor Blade. "You're stupid. All the weapons in the buried army continent were discarded because they were contaminated with evil. Since they were contaminated with evil, they must be very powerful. Some soldiers even killed gods. Naturally, the souls of gods remained and condensed into drops of divine liquid." Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong left the inn and planned to go to the treasure ground mentioned by Tiandarin, to take all those things out to help them cultivate. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong improved their speed to the extreme. Those human warriors on the island only saw 2 black lines flash through the air and disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. This is a broken line formed by the speed reaching a certain limit. In the God-sealing world, the space is very solid, so Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong and others can't achieve such an effect, but now it's in the outside world, those repressions no longer exist. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's speed increases greatly, and naturally they have achieved it. According to the Emperor Blade, it hid the treasure under the ground of a valley. If you want to get the treasure, you must open the ground. Ning Xiaochuan took Tiandi blade in his hand and kept rushing to the place where Tiandi blade said, followed by Xiaohong. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came to a valley. Just ahead. I used a lot of disposable array rune beads of the Supreme King level at that time. As long as no one went there, it should be very safe. The Emperor Blade said quickly. It's about to get back the treasure it buried in those days. Tiandi Ren is even more excited than Ning Xiaochuan, because it can return to the land of burying soldiers for revenge soon. Ning Xiaochuan released his mental strength and began to look for the treasure hiding place mentioned by the Emperor Blade. Because the time is a little long, and the surrounding landform has also changed, so Tiandi Blade now does not know the exact place, and can only rely on Ning Xiaochuan to find it with his powerful mind. Ning Xiaochuan released his mind, covered the area of millions of miles, and began a rapid inspection. About a quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan found a subtle energy fluctuation underground, and then Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed there, and Xiaohong and Tiandi Blade quickly followed. Ning Xiaochuan came to the place he detected and found that the treasure was hidden tens of thousands of miles underground. Ning Xiaochuan should take the blade of the Emperor of Heaven in his hand, and then exert his magic power on the ground, the way of killing the world. In an instant, the whole ground was split by him into a crack, dozens of meters wide, a large amount of soil flew up, and a high earth mountain was piled on the ground. Go. Ning Xiaochuan, holding Tiandi blade and Xiaohong, directly jumped down towards the dark crack. There is not even a ray of light in the whole ground, but it is not a problem for Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong at all. Martial artists who have reached the realm of heaven and man can observe anything within the range of 10,000 miles, and ants fighting thousands of miles away can also be seen clearly, without eyes at all, especially for Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong fell with the crack, and then they saw a huge flame box. The flame iron box was tens of meters high, and the whole body was made of red-black iron. It was extremely hard, and it was impossible to open the cultivation under the real world. This is the box. You can get the contents as long as you break the array. The Emperor Blade said excitedly. Array? There seems to be no array here. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said that he had just come here. He had tested carefully and found nothing else except that there were indeed traces of energy fluctuations in the flame box. No? How possible? After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Tiandaran was suddenly surprised, and immediately flew around the flame Xian box to check, and found that there was really no array. What's the matter? Has someone come here to break the array and take the treasure? Said Xiaohong. It's not impossible. Let's open the flame box first. Ning Xiaochuan said, and with that, Tiandi blade immediately flew to Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan once again wielded the world-killing knife at the flame Xian box, and a knife directly split the Xian box, and a strong energy wave immediately flew out of it. The Emperor Blade hurriedly flew into the Xian box to check, and found that something was indeed missing. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong also followed in, but they didn't even see a treasure. Ning Xiaochuan felt a little strange. How could there be no treasure? However, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the internal space of the flame Xian box was much larger than its appearance, but nothing in it became very empty. Why is there nothing here? Ning Xiaochuan asked strangely to the Emperor Blade. All of them were stolen, only one supreme artifact was not stolen, and even my whole bottle of divine liquid and 2 materials for making secondary artifact were missing. The tone of Tiandi Ren became very angry. If the person was in front of him now, he would definitely kill him with a knife. What? It's all stolen? There's also a whole bottle of magic liquid and 2 materials for making secondary artifacts? Ning Xiaochuan was directly shocked by what Tiandaran said. He thought that at the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan and others worked hard to find divine liquid on the 5th floor of the world, and only found 2 drops after looking for it for a long time. Tiandaran unexpectedly had a whole bottle. Of course, that's my painstaking efforts in burying soldiers in the mainland for hundreds of years. I must find out who stole it for me. The Emperor Blade said angrily. Then we will take the supreme weapon away, and then go to find out who stole it. Ning Xiaochuan said, and then they took the supreme weapon and the flame Xian box together. Ning Xiaochuan was not at all polite to the things of the Emperor's Blade. He directly refined the flame black box. After refining, he found that the flame herald black box was a storage appliance of the Supreme King's were level, and the space inside was very wide, enough to hold millions of demon blood red whales. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong both returned to their hotel and returned to the room. Ning Xiaochuan took out the supreme instrument after arranging the sound insulation array. This is a long gun, almost 2 meters long. A vivid blue dragon is carved on the gun. This long gun has reached the level of top-grade supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan took it in his hand repeatedly and couldn't see any problems. Finally, he had to put it back. Why don't we go there and check? Ning Xiaochuan said. At first, I heard those martial arts practitioners say that Ning Xiaochuan was auctioned at the auction. Now I think it's a little suspicious. Good. After the Emperor Blade promised, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong began to set out. After inquiring about the name of the auction house that once auctioned Xinai, Tianbao Pavilion, Ning Xiaochuan and they immediately went to the place of Tianbao Pavilion. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came to a palace-like building. The magnificent building revealed a sense of everyone's anger. On the upper part of the building, there are 3 typewriters, Tianbao Pavilion. Ning Xiao and Xiaohong went in after paying the fee. They planned to directly find the owner of Tianbao Pavilion and ask for clarification. Tianbao is the largest auction house in the whole Tianshu continent, with the support of several martial artists in the ancient world behind it. It is a dominant company in the business world. After entering it, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong saw a wide range of goods. Supreme wares can be seen everywhere, but they are all inferior supreme wares. It is difficult to see the sale of supreme wares above the middle grade. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong walked all the way to the interior of the auction house and soon came to the headquarters of the auction house. All the people here were members of the auction house above the elder level. When Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong arrived, no one noticed them until Ning Xiaochuan opened his mouth and said, "Who decides here?" All the people were alert together and found Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong standing not far from them. "What's the matter? Where did you come from, monk? Get out quickly. I don't know this is Tianbao Pavilion?" A white-haired old man in a light blue robe said sullenly to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. "Who is in charge?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't pay attention to him, but asked loudly again. The main thing is that you can see it if you want." A big man in armor came towards Ning Xiaochuan, attacked Ning Xiaochuan without warning, and wanted to fight Ning Xiaochuan directly. That big man is the captain of the guard of Tianbao Pavilion. His name is Crazy Dragon. His cultivation has reached the 7th level of the human realm. In Tianshu continent, he is comparable to a holy earth palm sect. Those monks around looked at Ning Xiaochuan jokingly. In their view, the wild dragon's punch was enough to kill Ning Xiaochuan, and Ning Xiaochuan was unable to resist. Isn't the auction house in Qingyun Island called the first auction house in Tianshu mainland? Is that how to treat guests? A shocking scene appeared. I saw the dragon's iron fist attacking Ning Xiaochuan. When it was only about 1 meter away from Ning Xiaochuan, the other party gently stretched out a finger, then slightly bent it, and flicked it at the dragon. The whole body of the dragon immediately flew out, and the bones of the whole body were broken. "Let me ask again, who is your main business?" Ning Xiaochuan asked again. "This. Go and inform the Lord." When the elders saw the wild dragon that was shot by Ning Xiaochuan, they immediately became flustered and immediately sent people to find the Lord of Tianbao Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan stopped talking and stood there waiting for people to come. At this time, several middle-aged men were talking in a secret meeting room. Each of them has reached the level of Vanguard Realm, and the highest one has reached the 3rd level of Vanguard Realm, which is very powerful, and others are also the 1st level of Vanguard Realm. The treasure we got unintentionally this time has greatly increased our cultivation. However, this matter must not be revealed," said the strong man whose cultivation reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. "He is the head of Tianbao Pavilion, Mui Jian." "Don't worry, Lord. Everyone who knows has been silenced by us. No one will spread it." Another man said. "That's good. I didn't expect that there was a whole bottle of divine liquid in the treasure I got this time. Shall we dedicate the divine liquid to the Supreme Bat King?" Mui Kendo. One of the monks said, "If it weren't for the Supreme Bat King and old Jean to help us improve, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to practice forever." I agree to dedicate the divine liquid to the Supreme Bat King. This God's war, the Terran will be defeated. At that time, as long as we take refuge in the Supreme Bat King, it will not be a problem even if we practice to the realm of creation," said a monk sitting under wooden sword. Report to the Lord, there is a man and a little girl outside who say they want to see you. While Mu Yijian was still discussing with others, a bodyguard suddenly walked in outside the door, bowed to Mu Yijian and said, "Men and little girls? Are they the two geniuses of Luyun clan? Why do they come to me?" Mu Yijian felt a little strange. The Luyun family had nothing to do with their Tianbao pavilion. I don't know why they suddenly came to find themselves. Return to the pavilion master, they are not from the Luyun family, but they call the roll to see you. The crazy dragon captain wants to drive them out, but he is seriously injured by a finger of the other party. The other party's cultivation is very strong, and it seems that the comber is not good. The bodyguard continued. What? Hearing this, those strong men present, including Mu Yijian, were slightly surprised. When did such a young genius appear in Qingyun Island? The wild dragon is the captain of the guard of Tianbao Pavilion. His cultivation is as high as the 7th level of the human realm, which is equivalent to the palm of a holy land in the Tianshu continent. Unexpectedly, he was seriously injured by a young man with one finger. The other person is definitely a young god. In principle, such a person cannot be unknown, but now there is such a person suddenly, then there are two possibilities. First, the other party is an old monster who has practiced for a long time. He changed his appearance into a teenager, so they don't know each other. Second, the other side is not the warrior of Tianshu continent, but from Xinhe civilization, because only the race of Xinhe civilization can cultivate this kind of genius. In fact, Mu Yijian and others also thought that Ning Xiaochuan was a young genius of Tianshu continent, but they soon denied this view, because in their view, there could be no such genius in Dian world, which could only be cultivated by Xinhe civilization. Could it be someone sent by the Bat King? Mu Yijian asked the other three people with his heart. I also think it's possible. Let's go out and test it first to see what the other party's origin is. One of the white-haired elders said. Well. Mu Yijian nodded. Then Mu Yijian stood up and walked out of the secret room with the other three people. After about a cup of tea, Mu Yijian appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's line of sight. Mu Yijian and the other three elders carefully looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong behind him, and found that they couldn't see through their cultivation. As expected, as the bodyguard said, the cultivation is unfathomable. Are you the lord of Tianbao Pavilion? Ning Xiaochuan asked Mu Yijian. He detected that Mu Yijian was the highest among the four, so he asked him directly. However, Ning Xiaochuan found it very strange that there are 4 strong people in an auction house, which is very rare in Tianshu continent. Ning Xiaochuan suspected that they could reach the eternal realm only because they refined the supreme bloodstone. I'm the leader of Tianbao Pavilion. I don't know what can I do for you, young master and young lady? Mu will definitely help. When he saw Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, Mu Yijian saw at a glance that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were indeed as old as they appeared, not older martial artists. Therefore, he has now regarded Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong as creatures of Xinhe civilization. If Ning Xiaochuan asked him for help, he would agree without hesitation. I just want to ask if your Tianbao Pavilion has really sold divine liquid. If so, can you sell it to me? I'm willing to pay a high price. Ning Xiaochuan said. He felt something wrong from the moment he saw Mu Yijian, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Therefore, he proposed to buy divine liquid from Mu Yijian. In fact, he just wanted to detect it. If it was found at that time, Tiandi Blade must be able to sense it, because it was hidden, and it must remember the smell of those treasures. No problem, but I want to ask you one thing. Which star region of Xinhe civilization does you come from? Mu Yijian asked. He asked this just in case. If Ning Xiaochuan was really a human in Dian world, he would definitely not be able to answer. Maybe he didn't even know what the star domain was. If Ning Xiaochuan really can't answer, Mu Yijian will join the three elders to kill Ning Xiaochuan immediately. After all, they have now taken refuge in the Supreme Bat King and joined the camp of Xinhe civilization. Demon Hong Star Domain, Minga Star. Ning Xiaochuan said after a slight pause. He finally found the problem now. These people have taken refuge in the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Because of their high talent and strong cultivation, Mu Yijian even regarded him as the creatures of Xinhe civilization. No wonder he said he would help them with all his strength before. So you are also from your own family? Mu Yijian laughed. The people around all breathed a long sigh of relief, because the Bat King Supreme is also the creature of Minga Star in the Demon Hong Star region. All the 10 demon saints of Mingo Star were killed. It is said that 6 of them were killed by a powerful sage. The other 4 demon saints all died. After the tragic death of the 10 demon saints, now, the most powerful creature of Minga Star is the Bat King Supreme. Ning Xiaochuan observed the faces of the people around him, and more determined his guess. These people have betrayed the Dian world and become the lackeys of the demon family of Xinhe civilization. Now you can buy divine liquid? Ning Xiaochuan said. He made a look at Xiao Hong and asked her to stay here. He went to buy divine liquid by himself. Young master, come with me. Mu Yijian made a gesture to Ning Xiaochuan, and then led the way to the place where he stored the divine liquid. Soon, led by Mu Yijian, Ning Xiaochuan came to a secret room. This secret room is very secret. It is actually built underground, and the hidden array is arranged around it with crystal stones that isolate the mind. Even Ning Xiaochuan's mind can't directly penetrate the array to detect the situation in the secret room. These spars must be handed over to them by the strong behind their scenes. These spars do not exist in Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart. Mu Yijian opened the secret room and walked in with Ning Xiaochuan. As soon as he entered the Chamber of Secrets, Ning Xiaochuan was stunned, because there were complete sets of supreme wares everywhere. Low-grade supreme wares were placed on the ground, middle-grade supreme wares were everywhere, even the top-grade supreme wares were as many as tens of thousands, as well as dozens of broken supreme wares and half-supreme wares. Among them, what Ning Xiaochuan cares most is that he actually saw a heavenly meteorite iron about the size of a human body, as well as a Hongmeng divine wood next to it. Ning Xiaochuan has seen these 2 things in ancient books. They are both materials for making secondary artifacts. Unexpectedly, he met them. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was shocked with the scene in front of him, the Tiandi blade and the Xuanzhou Jian also began to become excited and vibrated constantly in it. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan tightly suppressed it. I'm afraid that the Tiandi blade had already flown out of the Xuanzhou Jian. Young master, I'm really sorry. These divine liquids are still useful to me, so I can only sell you 3 drops at most. What do you think? Mu Yijian said. Okay, 3 drops is 3 drops. Ning Xiaochuan replied, anyway, he didn't really come to buy divine liquid. Now it has been clear that the treasure hidden in Qingyun Island by the Emperor of Heaven Blade was indeed taken away by them. Ning Xiaochuan is ready to start. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's promise, Mu Yijian took out a small and exquisite bottle from a wooden box. The bottle is made of crystal as a whole. Holding it in your hand is like holding 10,000 years of dark ice, which is very cold. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly see that the bottle is indeed full of divine liquid, and the energy is very pure. From the outside, the crystal bottle looks like a colorful starry sky. Mu Yijian took the crystal bottle in his hand and was about to take out 3 drops and give them to Ning Xiaochuan. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan shot like lightning. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed and grabbed the crystal bottle filled with divine liquid in Mu Yijian's hand directly. Bang! Without any explanation, he slapped Mu Yijian, and Mu Yijian flew out. A human-shaped hole appeared on the wall of the secret room. Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve waved, and the flame box flew out of the palm, suspended in the void, and directly collected all the treasures in the secret room. Close the flame shan box. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed and flew out quickly. All elders immediately take out their strongest soldiers and prepare for battle. Mu Yijian's whole body was covered with blood. He rushed out from the ground and roared angrily. Those elders were stunned when they heard the roar of Mu Yijian. They didn't understand what was going on. Mu Yijian suddenly flew out of the ground, suspended in the void, took out a sword of the Supreme King level, and rushed directly in the direction of the secret room. "Your Excellency, what's going on?" The white-haired old man flew up and asked. The young genius of Mingo Star saw me take out the divine liquid, suddenly grabbed it and slapped me directly. He took all the treasures in the secret room. Mu Yijian said angrily. At this moment, he could not wait to cut Ning Xiaochuan thousands of times, and his heart was extremely angry. What? After hearing this, the other three elders also became angry and hurried to the direction of the secret room to jointly kill Ning Xiaochuan. Just then, a flame dragon suddenly flew out of the sky and blocked them with Mu Yijian. What happened? Where did the dragon come from? Mu Yijian startled way. He felt a strong breath on the dragon, like a flaming mountain across the void, dozens of times stronger than his cultivation, which was really terrible. Everyone doesn't know when a dragon came to Qingyun Island? It seems to be the little girl next to the Mingo Star Man. An elder said. You have some eyesight. The fire dragon uttered human words. Boom. The dragon's tail gave a fierce sweep to Mu Yijian and others, and a hot fire wave swept through. Mu Yijian and others immediately flew out. Their bones were inch-cracked, and their meridians were broken. Xiaohong controls her power very well. Everyone suffers the same degree of injury, and no one dies. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan came out of the ground, looked at Mu Yijian and others who fell on the ground, took out the magic sword, pointed to Mu Yijian's neck and said, "Say, who did you take refuge in?" Mu Yijian and others became very frightened. Unexpectedly, their 4 monks in the Eternal Realm joined hands, and even Xiaohong's move was not blocked. The cultivation of these two people is really too strong. Yes. It's the Supreme Bat King. Mu Yijian said in horror, and even his words became trembling. Bat King, Supreme? Demon Hong Xingyu? Ning Xiaochuan knew by name that the other party was a demon creature. Xinhe civilization has 8 star regions, of which more than half of the demon race creatures live in the demon flood star region. Therefore, the demon Hong star region is also known as the demon world in Xinhe civilization. The Bat King is the grandson of the 7-tailed magic bat in the 10 demon saints of the Minga star. He is extremely talented and definitely in existence who has the opportunity to cultivate into a god. Mu Yijian stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some fear, clenched his teeth, and said timidly. 7-tailed magic bat? Hearing yawning, Ogawa was stunned. As far as he knew, Minga star 10 demon saints seemed to have all died. As the grandson of 7-tailed magic bat, Bat King Supreme will definitely investigate this matter, but there is nothing to do after investigation. Does the Bat King dare to seek revenge from Liao? However, this incident gave Ning Xiaochuan a reminder that maybe some other Dian world warriors have also taken refuge in Xinhe civilization. After all, many people still pay most attention to their own interests. As long as there is a chance to become the supreme, I'm afraid many of the Holy Earth Palm religions in Tianshu continent will be willing to become the hands of Xinhe civilization. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank without any hesitation. His arms shook, and the magic sword waved and cut out, directly killing Mu Yijian and others. Let's go! Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong walk out of Tianbao Pavilion. Those martial artists with low accomplishments in Tianbao Pavilion all stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong with frightened eyes, and kept retreating, just like watching 2 murderers. Ning Xiaochuan ignored them. These people are just minions. Let them live. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong set out alone and no longer took a boat with those scattered martial artists, otherwise it would delay a lot of time. Moreover, now that there is a heavenly blade to guide the way, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have to worry about going in the direction. Ning Xiaochuan came to the edge of Qingyun Island, took out a top-grade iron ship from the flame box, put it on the sea, and immediately became a huge ship with a sharp bow. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong took off and got on the ship. Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized the Supreme Spirit and injected it into the hull. The giant sword immediately started to sail towards the west at the fastest speed. Along the way, Xiaohong sent out her breath. Those monsters in the sea felt the breath of the divine dragon and dared not attack the giant ship at all, and retreated one after another. Ning Xiaochuan took out the warhammer of the giant spirit and filled it with supreme qi, ready to start learning the moves recorded in the second word. Wow! A figure emerged from the giant spirit warhammer, appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, kept waving the warhammer, and burst into a violent momentum. This time, there was only a giant spirit warhammer in the hand of that figure, which was obviously a single hammer method. Ning Xiaochuan immediately followed and learned. Split mountains and rivers. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the boat, mobilized his momentum, held a giant spirit hammer, waved it down against the sea, and hit the sea with a hammer. The whole sea made an explosive sound, and thick water columns rose into the sky. At the place where Ning Xiaochuan hammered down, the sea sank down to the bottom of the sea, and in a moment, a water-free area was formed temporarily, and the whole sea level rose. A large number of monsters in the sea were smashed to pieces by Ning Xiaochuan's blow and turned into blood powder, including many monsters with cultivation comparable to human beings. Moreover, a huge sea demon in the Eternal Realm was killed, and his body was deeply dented by Ning Xiaochuan's hammering, so he couldn't die anymore. Even the continental shelf under the sea floor has changed slightly, sinking a few meters slightly. The power of the Supreme Imperial Weapon is indeed much stronger than the Supreme Imperial Weapon. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the giant spirit hammer in his hand and felt very satisfied. After another month of practice, Ning Xiaochuan finally practiced this hammer technique to the level of Deshang. The power of this move is about twice that of a month ago. There is land ahead. If I remember correctly, it should be Xizang continent. Passing through Xizang continent, you can reach Tianting faster, which is much faster than walking on the sea. Xizang continent has a strong intermediate 6th grade civilization, which is much stronger than the Middle Earth world of Tianshu continent. The Emperor Blade said. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong finally landed on the mainland. Ning Xiaochuan took the top grade and supreme vessel into the flame box, and walked with Xiaohong to the depths of the mainland. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong walked into a vast primitive ancient forest. In front of them, it was like a sea of ancient trees. Giant trees towered over the sky and blotted out the sun. Some of the ancient trees were very precious and could not be seen in Tianshu continent. In the forest, monsters above heaven and man can be seen everywhere, roaring deafly, roaring the world and shaking down the mountains. When Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong walked into the forest, a group of ghost-faced mandrills found them and even took out 8 Xuanqi-level bows and arrows to attack them. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and the supreme qi in his body was released. Those ghost-faced mandrills were immediately scared and dared not move, waiting respectfully for Ning Xiaochuan to leave. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were very fast, and they walked out of the forest with an area of 10 million square kilometers in less than an hour. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have now reached the Vanguard realm, which can be regarded as the top strength level of the whole Dian world. There are very few creatures that can threaten them in Dian world. The strength of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong is enough to sweep the whole continent. Under the leadership of Tiandarin, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came to an ancient city, which was very lively. There were many warriors, and the strong in heaven and man could be seen everywhere. Out of the ancient city, into a vast wilderness. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan realized that it was wrong and was about to run away with Xiaohong, but he suddenly found that the space behind him had become a gray space, devouring him. No matter how Ning Xiaochuan shows his dragon speed, he can't escape from this space. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the magic sword and slashed fiercely at the grassland in front of him, releasing the powerful sword qi. But the sword qi disappeared in an instant, and there was no sign of damage around. That is to say, Ning Xiaochuan's attack was completely ineffective. "Are you the one who killed Mui Jian?" At this time, a sharp and harsh voice sounded around Ning Xiaochuan, and then a black gas appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Bat King, Supreme?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't think of any other creatures except the Bat King Supreme mentioned by Mui Jian. Ning Xiaochuan was also secretly alert, and he felt a strong breath in the black air. The cultivation of the other party is above him. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful enemy. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the Oracle Supreme armor and the second God's blood clothes and put them on his body, ready to fight with the other party. "You actually have the Oracle Supreme armor. It seems that you have also entered the God world, but what if you have the ninth power of the Eternal Realm? You are still not my opponent." The supreme body of the Bat King appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. He opened his mouth wide and sent out a very strong sound wave, which made Ning Xiaochuan's eardrum painful. Ning Xiaochuan quickly closed his ears with the power of the supreme armor, but found that those sound waves directly entered his body through the Oracle Supreme armor and attacked his internal organs. Ning Xiaochuan felt that every organ in his body was like being held tightly by a big hand, which was very painful. "God Demon Supreme." Ning Xiaochuan spit out a mouthful of blood in his mouth, which immediately stimulated the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons. Half of his body turned white and half turned black. He sacrificed the giant spirit warhammer and used the hammer method to destroy the stars. The whole body of the Bat King was shocked out, and those sound waves finally stopped. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that the Bat King came to the door so soon, and he was also a strong man who created the realm. When he followed Ning Xiaochuan didn't notice. He actually captured nature, reached the realm of nature, and could be called master. The master of Bat King stood up and looked at Ning Xiaochuan jokingly. "Do you think it's okay as long as you interrupt my sound wave?" "Hum." The master of Bat King snorted coldly, turned into a dark shadow, and directly came to Ning Xiaochuan's side. He suddenly clawed at his back. In an instant, a powerful force directly shook Ning Xiaochuan away through the Oracle's supreme armor. Then, with a quick flash, the master of the Bat King kicked Ning Xiaochuan from 1,000 meters high. Ning Xiaochuan quickly responded, took out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and cast a groundbreaking knife to cut off the master's foot. With a cold smile, the Bat King master immediately grew his chopped feet. At this time, Xiaohong came to Ning Xiaochuan and spit out a dragon fire at the master of the Bat King, tightly wrapping the master of the Bat King. However, a powerful sound wave suddenly came out of the flame, directly breaking Xiaohong's god-extinguished dragon fire, and then quickly hit Xiaohong dozens of miles away. "Little Red, fit!" Ning Xiaochuan shouted. Xiaohong immediately flew to him and turned into a dragon-shaped flame into Ning Xiaochuan's body, which turned into a set of flame armor from the inside out, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's whole person in it. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, showed his dragon speed, came to the master of the Bat King, and slashed down from his brain, and a burst of sparks appeared from the master of the Bat King's body. The physique of Bat King is very strong, not much worse than that of Ning Xiaochuan. With a grimace, he suddenly had long nails on his fingers, which were extremely sharp. Each nail was equivalent to a Supreme King's instrument. He fused the Supreme King's utensil into his fingernails and became one with his body. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes slightly coagulated, and immediately called out the 50 concrete magic war swords in his body, and then quickly attacked the Bat King Supreme. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, chopped off the Bat King again. Hum. The Bat King master snorted coldly, stretched out a pair of long wings behind him, and his speed increased greatly. In his hand there appeared a supreme warfighter, which was a huge echo stone. The Bat King threw the echo stone to the ground, and then exerted his strongest magic power. The magic sound shook the 8 wastelands. The Bat King roared, and a powerful sound wave immediately came out of his mouth and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan grew a pair of dragon wings behind him and dodged quickly. Unexpectedly, the sound waves that Ning Xiaochuan avoided hit the echo wall. When they bounced back again, their power increased 3 times, and their speed also increased 3 times. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't escape at all. Those sound waves attacked Ning Xiaochuan directly into his body and attacked his internal organs. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his blood had been broken, and he immediately released the seal of heaven. Wow! A white column of energy shot from Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows and attacked the master of Bat King. The Bat King looked at the white light column shooting at him, crossed his hands in front of his chest, waved his arms quickly, and the speed was fast to the extreme. 10 black paw prints flew out of front of the Bat King at the same time, and hit the white energy light column sent by the Tianzuan seal. Shua! The white energy light column was directly destroyed by the claw prints dominated by the Bat King, and became fragmented into light rain. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and it seemed that the power of creating creatures in the realm was stronger than he thought. Annihilation palm print way. Ning Xiaochuan showed the way of killing the world, and a huge palm with golden light fell from the sky, like a golden 5-finger mountain. The powerful force patted the Bat King to the ground, knocking the ground into a concave pit, and the whole ground was constantly shaking. Is the constitution of the creatures in Dian world so strong? The Bat King slightly frowned. Ning Xiaochuan was attacked by him so many times that nothing happened. If other Dian creatures were alive, I'm afraid they would have been seriously injured at the moment and let him kill them. Hunyuanichi sword. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the blade of the Emperor of Heaven and the magic sword at the same time, displaying 2 very powerful magical powers, and gave a fierce blow to the master of the Bat King. Suddenly, a shining white light and a bloody sword appeared on the whole grassland. With Ning Xiaochuan and the master of Bat King as the center, all the plants and trees within tens of thousands of miles disappeared and became a barren land, adding a little more lethargy to this gray space. The Bat King takes the echo stone in his hand, injects power, and releases powerful sound waves. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt the sound coming from all directions, and felt that all his internal organs were trembling. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the master of Bat King and planned to summon Ning Tianming out and make a quick decision. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan roared. Ning Tianming turned into a white light and flew out of the Jinren Tower. Immediately, he turned into thousands of petals and attacked the master of the Bat King. Jinren Tower is controlled by Ning Xiaochuan, and Ning Tianming can naturally observe what Ning Xiaochuan has experienced through Jinren Tower. Therefore, as soon as Ning Tianming appears, he starts to attack the master of Bat King without any instructions from Ning Xiaochuan. The Bat King saw that he was surrounded by countless natural petals. He was not surprised, and thought that this was just a cover-up by Ning Xiaochuan's helper. However, the next moment, those petals suddenly accelerated and began to fiercely attack the master of the Bat King. Each petal becomes extremely sharp, cutting out cracks in the space, which is not inferior to the Supreme King's nail dominated by the Bat King. Blood spatters constantly appeared on the body of the Bat King, and soon beat him to pieces. Who are you? The Bat King looked at Ning Tianming in horror, and he always felt that Ning Tianming's attack method was somewhat similar to that of a god in the legendary Xinhe civilization. However, he subconsciously regarded Ning Tianming as the warrior of Dian world, so he did not contact that god. Taking advantage of this time, Ning Xiaochuan, holding the magic sword and the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, showed the speed of the dragon and came to the master of the Bat King to slash him violently. Pooh! In an instant, the whole body dominated by the Bat King was cut in half by Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! The soul of the Bat King flew out of his body and wanted to escape. However, Ning Tianming was already ready, pinching the magic formula with his fingers, and several characters like tadpole text suddenly appeared next to the soul of the Bat King, firmly locking the surrounding space, and he couldn't escape no matter how hard he struggled. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan took out the warhammer of the giant spirit and gave it a hard blow to its soul, and the soul of the Bat King was suddenly broken. Since then, Mingo Star fell again into a demon saint-level creature. Ning Xiaochuan repressed Ning Tianming back into the Zhenren Tower, and then disintegrated with Xiaohong. As soon as Xiaohong appeared, she was extremely excited, because this was the first time that she defeated the strong in the realm of fortune. Ning Xiaochuan, we defeated the strong in the realm of fortune. Xiaohong said happily. It's not us, it's her. Ning Xiaochuan answered faintly. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, no matter how strong Ning Tianming's strength is, it is not his own. Before the crisis, Ning Xiaochuan will not easily use Ning Tianming's strength to fight. After all, the Master of Bat King is a creature in the realm of creation, and his talent is extremely excellent. With Ning Xiaochuan's seventh cultivation in the realm of all ages, it can only be wiped out if he shows the way of receiving gods. After the battle with the Master of Bat King, everything around returned to its original state, and Ning Xiaochuan returned to that ancient city. At this time, a bead and a stone suddenly appeared at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan picked them up. The bead, which is only the size of a bullet, is gray-white, the same color as the space world he just entered. Needless to say, that stone is naturally the echo stone taken out by the Master of Bat before. It turned out to be the world bead of the Supreme Emperor level. The Emperor Blade said excitedly in the Xian Beast Jian. Jiazhu? Hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. It seemed that the world space he had just entered was the space inside the bead. It turned out to be a supreme imperial weapon. No wonder Ning Xiaochuan just used the magic sword to attack the inner space, but it had no effect at all. It seems that boy has a great opportunity in the God world. Otherwise, he can't reach the realm of creation so soon. The Emperor Blade said. It's none of my business what other people's opportunities are, and he's dead now. How about the best opportunities? Ning Xiaochuan slowly shook his head and put the boundary bead and echo stone away. Besides Jiazhu, echo stone has no great effect on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed and left here quickly. Ning Xiaochuan took out the ghost warhammer and was ready to learn the tricks changed by the third character. After fighting with the Master of the Bat King, Ning Xiaochuan deeply felt his lack of strength, and it was almost difficult to meet an enemy in the eternal realm. However, there is still a big gap between the creatures in the realm of creation. He is ready to cultivate magical powers first, and then impact the realm and reach the realm of creation as soon as possible. It took 3 months for Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong to finally cross the vast Xizang continent, come to the other end of the continent, come to the seaside again, and continue to sail on the sea. The giant ships are controlled by Tiandaran. As the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the Tiandi blade can also absorb the supreme qi in heaven and earth for its own use, and it won't be tired at all. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan and others are moving forward very fast. According to the estimation of Tiandi blade, they can reach Tianting in more than a month. Ning Xiaochuan poured the supreme qi into the warhammer of the giant spirit. A figure appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan again and began to wave the warhammer. Ning Xiaochuan carefully observed each action of the figure with his eyes, and didn't miss any details, and then seriously began to learn. Xiaohong looked at Ning Xiaochuan and felt very bored. She took a bunch of Supreme Soul Medicine pills directly and began to practice. Ning Xiaochuan's mind observed this situation, and nodded with satisfaction. Xiaohong finally began to practice seriously. Shatter the void. Half a month later, Ning Xiaochuan practiced his newly learned hammer technique to the level of Xiaocheng. He flew high into the air, poured a lot of supreme qi into the giant spirit warhammer, and threw it out with all his strength. The void in front of Ning Xiaochuan suddenly broke, forming a huge space crack, sucking a large amount of sea water into it, and then disappeared. The hammering method of the giant spirit warhammer is stronger and stronger. I really don't know what it will be like when I practice the last move. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan took 3 royal soul pills and began to practice. He absorbed all the energy of the soul medicine pill. Half a month later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong broke through together and reached the 8th level of the eternal realm. It's almost there, Tiandaran said, and then Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong saw the outline of a continent in their vision. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong poured the supreme qi into the huge ship together, and the speed of the huge ship became faster. Even if Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong combined, their dragon speed was not as fast as it is now, and thousands of miles passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were about to reach the shore, a stone tablet suddenly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's field of vision, engraved with 2 lines of words of dragon and phoenix. There is no way ahead, please turn back. The 2 lines of words showed a dull deadliness, emitting an overwhelming pressure. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly when he saw it. What happened to the heaven? Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart. He did not pay attention to the words on the stone tablet, but still stepped up his speed and landed. This is Tianting? Ning Xiaochuan asked the Emperor Blade. Well, Tianting is a 7-level civilization, with a vast territory. The strong are like Crucian carp crossing the river. Any small sect can be compared to a holy land. It's not too much to say that there are as many people in heaven as dogs, and real people walk all over the street. The Emperor's Blade explained to Ning Xiaochuan. Although the statement of Tiandi Blade is exaggerated, it also reflects the power of Tianting. Tianting is a 7-grade civilized empire, which directly governs the other 49 continents in Dian World. It has a transcendent position in Dian World, which is not imaginable by the warriors of Tianshu continent. After entering the heaven, Ning Xiaochuan immediately sacrificed half of the Jinren Tower, poured supreme qi into it, and began to feel the existence of Shuelingxiu. About a quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan really felt it. It seems that he guessed right, and Shuelingxiu also came to the heaven. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to the direction he sensed. Tianting is a 7-grade civilization. Its area is larger than Tianshu continent. I don't know how many times. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong flew quickly, approaching the direction of Shuelingxiu. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan saw countless monsters, at least above the realm of heaven and man. There are groups of people, and there are people who act alone. It is invincible to put anyone to the Jade Haze Empire. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan also accidentally found that the air here actually contains the spirit of God, although it is not too rich, but it is also equivalent to the concentration contained in the first layer of the God world. This discovery surprised Ning Xiaochuan. No wonder the warriors and Xian beasts here are much stronger than those in other continents. In other continents, no matter where there is not a trace of spiritual aura. Fengshan Relic is an exception, which is a space just formed in Tianshu continent during the last Fengshan War. Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly saw many millennium miraculous drugs, all of which were not let go. After picking them, he received the Flame Shan box and kept them. Then he continued on his way. 3 million miles away, Shuelingxiu was sitting on the ground to practice, and beside her was Zihanyan and Shaolinger. They all practiced together. Suddenly, Shueling seemed to feel something. She stood up and looked at the eastern sky curtain. She had felt the fluctuation of the other half of the town tower. Ning Xiaochuan has come. Xiu said faintly. Zihanyan and Xiaolinger stood up together and looked in the direction of Xiu's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan is here? Why didn't I feel his breath? Zihanyan asked, strangely. In her opinion, she is very familiar with Ning Xiaochuan's breath and should be the first to feel it. Is Xiu really so strong? Yes. Why didn't I feel the smell of Godfather? Little Linger also asked. He and I each master half of the Supreme Imperial Instrument. This half of the Supreme Imperial Instrument was originally one, but was later divided into two parts, so I can sense the existence of Ning Xiaochuan through this half of the Supreme Imperial Instrument. He's approaching us quickly. Xiu explained. So it is. After hearing the explanation of Xiu, Zihanyan's heart was also more balanced. She thought it was because Xiu was too powerful, so she sensed a wide range. You know, Xiaolinger is now a strong person in the realm of nature, and she can't even sense it. If she was sensed by Xiu, wouldn't she say that Xiu is even stronger than Xiaolinger? Zihanyan has regarded Xiu as a potential enemy. Naturally, she doesn't want the other party to be better than herself. This may be a common disease of women. Xiu saw all the changes in Purple Hanyan's expression, but she just shook her head slightly, didn't say anything, closed her eyes and began to practice again. About half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong finally found Xiu and others. Are you all right? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Naturally, he was referring to the impact of space cracks. Even his strong physique was seriously injured, and it took him a full month to recover. Zihanyan's physique was much weaker than Ning Xiaochuan, and he must be more seriously injured than Ning Xiaochuan. It was really terrible at that time. Fortunately, Xiu took me and Little Linger into the Zhenren Tower in time and took us through the cracks in the space. Only then did we avoid disaster and get no harm. Zihanyan shook his head and said. Oh? Hearing the words, Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. Xiu was able to shuttle people through the cracks in space. It seems that her understanding of space power has exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Do you have any news about the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, Da Shi, Monk Tanqian, Yu Mingsong, King Qinghe, and Master Liao? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Not for the time being, but we can wait for them at the Lingxiao Temple in the heaven first. Xiu shook his head. When he was in the God world, the space of the God world suddenly collapsed, and all people were scattered. It must be difficult to gather again. Okay, let's go to Lingxiao Temple now. With that, Ning Xiaochuan showed his magic dragon speed and summoned the Tiandi blade to lead the way in front. Tianting is the institution in charge of the whole Dian world. In Tianting there is a top cave, which brings together countless strong people to manage everything. It is called Lingxiao Temple by the warriors of Dian world. Lingxiao Temple can be said to be the highest level institution in heaven. If anyone stamp his foot inside, the whole Dian world will tremble. It is said that the Lord of Lingxiao Temple is a strong person at the level of secondary God. His cultivation is strong, which is completely beyond the imagination of Ning Xiaochuan and others. Although Ning Xiaochuan will receive the Shinto and be able to obtain the power of the gods, it is still impossible to defeat the secondary gods by receiving the Shinto. The secondary gods of every human race have been separated from the existence of human beings, and they can be said to be the figures at the top of the universe. The cultivation of the Lord of Lingxiao Hall is as high as that of the secondary god realm, and he can command the martial arts of the world. He can be regarded as a real master. Tiandi Blade has been to Tianting and is very familiar with many things in Tianting. Naturally, he knows the existence of Lingxiao Temple. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan and others improved their speed to the extreme, and quickly rushed to the direction of Lingxiao Temple. But on the way forward, Ning Xiaochuan and others unexpectedly found a group of gods also rushing towards Lingxiao Temple. It seems that something has really happened in Tianting. A large number of gods have entered here without anyone's control, and they are also reckless on the road. They don't know whether the Emperor Zijin has arrived. If he comes, the creatures of Dian world will be a little safer. Ning Xiaochuan said. I didn't feel the breath of the ancestors, but I think such an important event, the ancestors will definitely come. Maybe they have already arrived at the Lingxiao Temple. Even the divine world sent a secondary god to the Lingxiao Temple, which is said to be to discuss the feudalism war. Purple Cold Smoke said. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The creatures in the divine world have always regarded us as the aborigines in the array, and it's impossible to give us the chance to become gods for nothing. Ning Xiaochuan said. When Ning Xiaochuan learned from King Qinghe that the whole Dian world was the array arranged by a great power in the divine world, he couldn't accept it at all, but later Ning Xiaochuan slowly accepted this fact. The whole Dian world is an array arranged to help the gods become gods. The gods naturally look down on them and regard them as captive pets. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know why the gods didn't directly send a god to occupy the world, he knew that only relying on himself could he get a chance of survival in this war. In the process of going to Lingxiao Temple, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the spirit of God was getting stronger and stronger, and was about to reach the level of the third layer of the God world. He was also very curious. Where did the spirit of God accumulate here come from, and why did it not exist in other continents? After 3 days of galloping, Ning Xiaochuan and others finally came to the Lingxiao Temple. The huge palace surprised Ning Xiaochuan and others. The buildings of Lingxiao Temple are resplendent. A gate is 100 meters high, and the whole body is made of black iron, weighing 378 million kilograms. At least one martial artist in the Eternal Realm can promote it. The knocker on the gate turned out to be a Supreme King's artifact, glittering with gold. At the top of the palace, there is a plaque with 4 big characters written by Divine Power, Lingxiao Temple. The energy of every word can directly kill a strong man of the triple nature. No one dares to rush into the Lingxiao Temple. Ning Xiaochuan came to the Lingxiao Temple and found that it was full of gods outside. They were all martial artists above the Eternal Realm. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, took the crowd to a vacant lot and sat down, quietly waiting for the door to open. During the waiting period, Ning Xiaochuan was not idle, took the pill of the corpse of the demon blood-red whale he refined, and began refining to increase his mental strength. Ning Xiaochuan also named this pill Xingqian pill. After taking it last time, the effect of this time was significantly reduced. Ning Xiaochuan was helpless, so he had to take dozens of Xingqian pills at one time, and then began refining. Those gods around saw Ning Xiaochuan's behavior, and their faces were full of banter and ridicule. This boy still wants to cram for the Buddha's feet temporarily. What if his cultivation breaks through? The creatures of Dian world still can't escape the fate of being slaughtered by us. A young man full of evil spirit said. That is, the Fuhai sub-god will soon be able to take down the messenger of the gods, and then we can write the names of our divine geniuses on the list of gods, so that Dian world can't get a place. A divine creature with dragon scales all over his body and a pair of dragon horns on his head continued. Ning Xiaochuan didn't pay any attention, but concentrated on practicing there to increase his mental strength. 3 days later, the gate of Lingxiao Temple finally opened, and a divine creature with a dragon head flew out of it quickly, as if he had encountered something terrible, and quickly flew up into the air. That dragon was the sea-covering sub-god in the mouth of the divine beings just now. At this moment, his whole body was injured, and even his hands were cut off. Drops of blood fell to the ground and instantly turned into a flame, and the whole earth was burned out. Just when everyone was surprised, who could hurt the secondary god like this, a magical man in a dragon robe appeared in the eyes of everyone. How dare you reach the 4th level of the secondary realm? Fu Hai sub-god pointed to the man and said. It was you who broke the rules, before I took action. This is Dian world, not Shinha civilization. The Shinwu man wearing a dragon robe, holding a long-wind spear of secondary artifact level, pointed at the secondary god of Fu Hai with the tip of the spear and said. He is the lord of Lingxiao Temple, Xing Long. Those martial artists present, whether gods or martial artists of Dian world, did not know where the voice came from, just like the voice of that man in all directions. Ning Xiaochuan felt a powerful force at the first sight of this man, and even the supreme spirit in his body began to be impetuous. Dian world is just an array that our divine world can arrange. You will eventually become our prey. With that, Fu Haizi directly ran away, leaving those gods stunned one by one. A secondary god just flew away? Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. In their eyes, it was already a very powerful existence. It was unexpectedly left by a man with a word, which simply weakened the image of the secondary god in their hearts. However, what they didn't know was that a fierce battle had just taken place in Lingxiao Temple, and Fu Hai's secondary god was beaten to the ground without fighting back, and even seriously injured, which was done by the Shinwu man holding a spear. The lord of Lingxiao Temple glanced at the flying sea sub-god, and his heart began to worry. This time, the sea sub-god failed. He was afraid that the divine world would send a stronger sub-god, and he would certainly not give up. Is this the secondary god? He stood there, but I didn't feel his existence at all. Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart. Those gods around looked at Ning Xiaochuan and others one after another, with a look of hatred in their eyes. The aborigines of Dian world, don't be happy too early. The sea-covering secondary god is just one of the secondary gods sent by our divine world. There are other secondary gods coming soon. Even the Lord of Lingxiao Temple can't protect you at that time. A divine genius with long wings on his back and a golden head said. Wait, this god's war will definitely end with the victory of our Shinha civilization. Another god genius with a huge body and a sense of death all over said. All gods are contemptuous warriors looking at Dian world. In their view, the creatures of Dian world who want to fight with gods are just ants, trying to shake the tree. Ning Xiaochuan ignored it and still practiced there. Xing Long looked at Ning Xiaochuan. There was no expression on his face. He just nodded. At this time, two powerful forces suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. All the martial artists present felt very depressed. The space began to crumble, and the earth began to collapse. The sky was just sunny. At this moment, there was a sudden gust of wind, lightning, and thunder. A huge dragon loomed in the thunder clouds, and the huge dragon roared to shock everyone. A dragon head fell from a height of tens of millions of meters. Its eyes were bigger than the dark iron gate of Lingxiao Temple. Those martial artists present were as big as ants to it. A pair of long dragon horns grow on the dragon's head. The dragon horns contain huge energy and can easily kill all the martial artists present. Its whole body is covered with black scales. Each dragon scale is equivalent to a supreme king's weapon. Even if all the martial artists present attack it together, it will not hurt it. Just when everyone was shocked by this sudden scene, then the ground began to vibrate. Every 5 seconds, an explosion came out, and everyone saw that 2 feet were coming to them. Those big feet are very huge, straight into the sky, and the martial artists present can't see the part above the feet at all, because it's 1,000,000 meters high from the bottom of the feet to the knees, and each hair on it is equivalent to a supreme king's instrument. When the big foot steps, the ground will leave a huge footprint, and the ground will be sunken down for hundreds of meters. Every time the giant moves around, it will make a earth-shaking sound, which is simply frightening. Are you the strongest in Dian? The dragon head in the sky said first. As it spoke, the thunder roared between heaven and earth, and the whole heaven became dark, as if the end was coming. I'm not the strongest, but if you have anything, you can talk to me. Xing Long was there, looking at the huge dragon head in the sky and the giant not far away. He knew that these two were secondary gods from the divine world, and his cultivation was no weaker than him. However, Xing Long was not afraid at all. He had the responsibility of being the ruler of heaven, and he was absolutely not allowed to escape. "Have you ever seen the messenger of the gods?" the giant in the distance said, and his voice rushed down from tens of millions of meters high. Every word of his voice was like thunder, which made the eardrums of the martial artists present painful. "How about seeing it?" "How about not seeing it?" Xing Long sneered and said. I don't respect you." The giant was not satisfied with Xing Long's answer. A huge fire fist like a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky. Where the fire fist passed, the space was broken one after another. The airflow began to run rapidly, and tornadoes were formed in the air, with more destructive power. The huge fist was about to fall to the ground, only tens of thousands of meters away from the ground, and it was about to fall soon. Xing Long picked up the Longwen spear in his hand and threw it to the place of the fire fist. A burst of wind suddenly appeared. The sharp voice carried the huge power, and it directly bounced the huge fire fist away, preventing it from falling to the ground. Longwen's spear also instantly returned to Xing Long's hands. "Your Excellency is at least a secondary god. Aren't you afraid that your fist will kill your divine geniuses together?" Xing Long said. In fact, if the giant's fire fist really succeeds, the whole heaven will be destroyed at that time, not to mention those gods. The dragon in the sky snorted coldly, and turned directly from the ground into a very evil-looking man, looking coldly at Xing Long. "Since you won't say, let's fight?" At this time, the giant also became a normal human, and came from a distance in an instant. These two people are the two secondary gods of the demon star domain and the dragon star domain, representing the dragon family and the demon family. The name of the dragon family is Dragon Releases the Demon, and the name of the demon family is Magic Casting. "Why dare you?" At the next moment, the punishment of dragons, the release of dragons and demons, the magic casting directly disappeared, and the pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. The Lord of Lingxiao Temple will surely lose to two secondary gods. "Those gods present," said one after another. At this time, a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, the clouds and thunder in the sky soon disappeared, and the sun appeared again, infecting the earth. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt a familiar wave. Ning Xiaochuan carefully investigated, and unexpectedly found the ugly mother-in-law. Ning Xiaochuan released his mind and saw three people suddenly appearing in the crowd, with ugly mothers beside them. The ugly mother-in-law wore shackles on her hands and feet, firmly locked it, and walked on the ground with a clatter. She was wearing a prison uniform and wrote a big prison word. "This is the only Shinong in your Dian world. Now he has become our prisoner. The so-called strong people in Dian world are just like this. Even the Shinong in his own world can't be rescued," said a young genius of the dragon nationality. There was a strange little boy beside him, his eyes were tightly against the little red beside Ning Xiaochuan, and he couldn't help licking his lips. "Dragon cub?" Ning Xiaochuan put his eyes on the ugly mother-in-law. Naturally, he also saw the little boy's action just now. After a little thought, he knew the identity of the little boy. At this time, the three men also noticed Ning Xiaochuan. The pupil in his eyes became like the tip of a needle, even with a strong murderous spirit. "Fighting dragon envoy," Ning Xiaochuan and the three men said at the same time, but they didn't start, just looking from a distance. These three people are all fighting dragon envoys, and they are all disciples of dragon demon release. Their cultivation is as high as the 9th level of the eternal realm. Ah! The three people flashed a sneer on their lips, and then stopped talking. "Grandma!" At this time, the voices of the two women suddenly sounded in the crowd. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned and immediately turned his eyes to the sound source. It turned out to be the moon god and Princess Seven. I didn't expect them to come here. Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart. You quickly let go of your mother-in-law. The seventh princess was very angry. She didn't expect that after the gods captured the ugly mother-in-law, they still brought it out grandly, obviously trying to suppress the morale of their martial artists in the world. The ugly mother-in-law is kind to heaven, so anyway, the seven princesses will save the ugly mother-in-law. Without hesitation, the seventh princess rushed directly at the three fighting dragon envoys. When the gods saw the moon god leaving, everyone used their magic powers to stop the seventh princess. Ignoring the attack of the gods, the seventh princess turned into a streamer and quickly came to the ugly mother-in-law, ready to rescue her immediately. But the ugly mother-in-law is a Shinong, who is the focus of Shinha civilization. How can her guards be weak? Among the three fighting dragon envoys, a dragon genius named Kuei-Ching, whose body was covered with blue dragon scales, quickly flashed to the side of the seventh princess, leaving a series of illusions where he passed. Then, everyone saw that the seventh princess was kicked out by her foot. Haha, the daughter of the Lord of Heaven, but so. Kuei-Ching laughed and said. The martial artists in Dian world who were present became very angry. Kuei-Ching's behavior was undoubtedly humiliating them, but they couldn't defeat Kuei-Ching and were very oppressed. Princess, I'll save you. In the crowd, a man in Confucian clothes soared up, opened a folding fan in his hand, and a river flowed out of the folding fan, drowning the gate of Lingxiao Temple, and it was very hot, and bubbles appeared on the river from time to time. This person is a disciple of an elder in Lingxiao Temple, whose name is Zhang Yuan. He fell in love with the seventh princess from the first time he saw her, and was regarded as one of her suitors. But so. The little boy beside Kuei-Ching snorted coldly and opened his mouth, directly sucking all the river into his stomach. Then, before everyone knew what was going on, Zhang Yuan flew out, his hands were cut off, and the folding fan was torn into powder. Ah! Zhang Yuan screamed out in pain. He wanted to run supreme qi to heal his wound, but found a powerful force wandering in his wound, resulting in his inability to grow arms again. Haha. The creatures of Dian world are just like this. A princess, a suitor, can't even stop our dragon genius, what a waste. The gods laughed loudly. That is, in my opinion, our Shinha civilization does not need to mobilize secondary gods at all. Even we are enough to sweep the Dian world. Aborigines are aborigines. How can we win the race that created them? Another deity sneered. These gods laughed wantonly, completely ignoring the creatures of Dian world, as if they had determined that they had won the war of gods. Damn, let's go together and kill them. A martial artist of Dian world, the ninth heaviest in the real world, roared angrily, took out a supreme king's weapon, exerted his magic power, and gave Kuei-Ching a quick blow. A burst of sparks splashed on Kuei-Ching's body, which did not cause any damage to him. Kuei-Ching stretched out a finger and directly bounced the Dian world warrior out, directly died, and his body exploded. Other Dian world warriors swarmed to Kuei-Ching. Everyone sacrificed their strongest magic powers and soldiers. They believed that as long as they fought together, they could defeat Kuei-Ching. But they forgot that there were two other people who didn't fight. At this time, the other two fighting dragon envoys also shot. They only saw that the martial artists of Dian world were like playthings in the hands of the three of them, and were blown away at will. No one could cause damage to them. At this time even the moon god also started. Wow! The moon god put the Oracle Supreme armor on his body and turned it into a bright moon. He flew up into the sky and pinched the magic formula with his fingers. The bright moon emitted a strong light, and a thick white column of light flew to Kuei-Ching and his three people. Kuei-Ching looked at the flying light column and punched it violently. The whole light column suddenly broke into a little bit of starlight and fell on the earth. Seeing this, the moon god immediately pulled out a hairpin from her hair. This hairpin was once passed on to her by the Lord of the Moon Palace. It was a combat soldier of the supreme imperial weapon level. The moon god poured the supreme chi into it to stimulate the power of the supreme imperial weapon, and then the hairpin flew up autonomously and stabbed Kuei Qing's head. In Kuei Qing's hand, there appeared a long sword of the supreme emperor level, which directly cut the hairpin to the ground, and then Kuei Qing punched the abdomen of the moon god violently. The whole bones of the moon god were shattered by this punch, and the meridians became distorted. Ning Xiaochuan hurried to show the dragon's speed, took the moon god away, and then helped her take a healing pill. Within 10 breath time, the moon god's injury healed immediately. The moon god glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and prepared to attack Kuei Qing again, but he was held by Ning Xiaochuan and blocked the space around the moon god with the seal of heaven. She was not allowed to fight again. "Let me go. Don't you want to save my mother-in-law?" The moon god felt that Ning Xiaochuan's behavior was unreasonable. He didn't go to save the ugly mother-in-law and didn't say it. He didn't even allow her to save it. I really don't know what Ning Xiaochuan was thinking. Of course I want to save it, but now is not the time. Ning Xiaochuan said in a deep voice. If Ning Xiaochuan and Kuei Qing fight, the other 2 fighting dragon envoys may also fight, because they all want to devour Xiao Hong's dragon Yuan, and no one will give this opportunity to the other 2. Therefore, if Ning Xiaochuan fights, the scale of the battle will certainly become larger, and many people will suffer along with him at that time. Almost all the martial artists in Dian world present had accomplishments below the eternal realm. Only a few of them reached the eternal realm, and they were only the first level. They could not be the opponents of the gods at all. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the martial artists in Dian world were defeated, and many people were killed and injured. Each of them looked at Kuei Qing and others angrily, without concealing their eyes, and looked directly at those gods. "Don't you do it yet? If you don't, we'll kill." Kuei Qing said contemptuously to Ning Xiaochuan. Kuei Qing thought that Ning Xiaochuan must be afraid of them before they dared to take action, so they also said sarcastically. "Since you all said so, I'll do it. You 3 go together." Ning Xiaochuan said to Kuei Qing. Arrogant boy. The 3 of us fight together. Even the realm of creation is not necessarily our opponent. Since you ask so, we are not polite. The 3 fighting dragon envoys, including Kuei Qing, actually fought against Ning Xiaochuan together. They all wanted to devour Long Yuan of Xiao Hong, and naturally, they would do their best. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the warhammer of the giant spirit and gave a sudden blow to the ground. Destroy the stars. The whole earth was shaking, and cracks spread rapidly, collapsing the ground under attack. Dozens of gods were directly killed by Ning Xiaochuan's hammer, and even their souls were directly broken, and there was no possibility of survival. Those martial artists around Dian world were shocked to see Ning Xiaochuan. Unexpectedly, there was such a young genius as Ning Xiaochuan in their Dian world, which was enough to fight against the genius of the divine world. "Yes, you should be the strongest genius in Dian," Kuei Qing said. "Wow." Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer, took out the Oracle Supreme Armor, and quickly put it on his body. The power of the 9 strong people in the Eternal Realm immediately erupted in his body, holding a giant spirit warhammer, and suddenly hit Kuei Qing's body. Kuei Qing flew out, his feet firmly inserted on the ground, and backed back dozens of miles. The qi and blood in Kuei Qing's body were shaking and churning. He felt that Ning Xiaochuan's strength was a little beyond his imagination. Not bad. Kuei Qing roared, bent his legs, jumped directly in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and quickly kicked at his waist. Ning Xiaochuan's mind power is very strong. At the moment when Kuei Qing just took the shot, he judged the attack moves of the other party, and immediately put the giant spirit warhammer in front of his waist, and then Kuei Qing's hit. Split mountains and rivers. Ning Xiaochuan took advantage of Kuei Qing's attack and was blocked by him to the end. Holding the spirit hammer, he poured all the supreme qi into the spirit hammer and waved with all his strength at Kuei Qing's body. Kuei Qing's body immediately flew out. Rao Shi's cultivation and physique did not stop Ning Xiaochuan's attack. At this time a dark shadow appeared behind Kuei Qing and caught him steadily. Then, a pair of eyes like snake pupils stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, which made Ning Xiaochuan feel a chill inexplicably. Shenmu Songlong. The dragon cub beside Kuei Qing said these 4 words. A bud suddenly appeared from Ning Xiaochuan's feet and grew into a towering giant tree in an instant. Every vine of it was like a winding dragon, and a pair of blue longans stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly. The next moment, those branches suddenly began to move, and countless vines flew to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, trying to entangle them. The other 2 fighting dragon envoys rushed up immediately after seeing this behind the scenes, and used their dragon magic to attack Ning Xiaochuan. Water dragon on the ground. Golden dragon palm sky. The 2 fighting dragons kept attacking Ning Xiaochuan, trying to trap Ning Xiaochuan by the magical powers of Kuei Qing's dragon cubs, so that Ning Xiaochuan could be slaughtered by them at that time. Ning Xiaochuan had to show the speed of the dragon and stretch out a pair of huge dragon wings behind him to avoid the tracking of vines. Xiaohong spit out a dragon flame in her mouth, burning the vines chasing Ning Xiaochuan behind her, and then spit out a dragon flame towards the dragon cub beside Kuei Qing, directly wrapping the dragon cub completely in it. Xiaohong believes that the dragon cub used a wooden magic, which must be a wooden dragon, so attacking with fire must be effective. Sure enough, as Xiaohong expected, the whole body of the dragon cub was burned after it was wrapped by the god-extinguished dragon fire spit out by Xiaohong. In any case, the god-extinguished dragon fire could not be extinguished. It was only with the help of the water dragon that it was extinguished. The dragon cub beside Kuei Qing became very angry, and even merged directly with Kuei Qing, incarnated into a set of cyan armor, put it on Kuei Qing, and then immediately attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The other 2 fighting dragon envoys saw that they also merged with their own dragon cubs, and the strength of dragon cubs broke out to fight Ning Xiaochuan. Little Red, fit! Ning Xiaochuan shouted, and Xiaohong immediately turned into a dragon-shaped flame and entered Ning Xiaochuan's body, becoming a set of red armor from the inside out, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's whole person in it. Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt his strength greatly increased. At the same time, he sacrificed the Tiandi blade and magic sword, and fiercely chopped at the 3 fighting dragons. Sparks are flying. Ning Xiaochuan's attack kept falling on the armor of the 3 battle dragon envoys, leaving cracks. Seeing this, the 3 battle dragon envoys, unwilling to fall behind, sacrificed their strongest soldiers one after another. The 3 people surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in a triangle and attacked Ning Xiaochuan violently. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 3 fighting dragon envoys who surrounded him and directly used 2 god-level magical powers. Hunyuanichi sword. Groundbreaking knife. 2 huge gods appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan. Following Ning Xiaochuan's action, he cut down fiercely and synchronously. But one of the gods, the Phantom, was extremely solid at this time, and it could be seen clearly that he was the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor. This situation led to Ning Xiaochuan's Hunyuanichi sword at the moment, which was 10 times more powerful than usual. The powerful sword qi and knife wave separated the earth, and the originally flat earth was split into an abyss. Kuei Qing was caught off guard, and his armor was split into a crack, causing his strength to decline, and he was punched out by Ning Xiaochuan. The other 2 fighting dragon envoys saw this, and their eyes were very cold. They showed their dragon speed and wanted to attack Ning Xiaochuan back and forth. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and the heaven seal in the middle of his eyebrows appeared. He directly fixed the fighting dragon in front of him in the surrounding space, and then cast a mixed Yuan-Ichi sword again, directly cutting his company's dragon cub assimilated into armor in half, and completely died. At this time, Kuei Qing and another fighting dragon emissary looked at Ning Xiaochuan differently. Ning Xiaochuan even killed one person when fighting with the three of them at the same time, which showed that Ning Xiaochuan's combat effectiveness was stronger than any of them. Kuei Qing held a long sword, and a pair of huge blue dragon wings grew behind him. With the speed of the dragon, he fell from the sky and gave a fierce blow to Ning Xiaochuan's Tian Lingai. Those around Dian World warriors were very nervous, afraid that after Ning Xiaochuan was defeated, the three fighting dragon envoys would attack them. That's human nature. When Kuei Qing's long sword was cut off, only a remnant of Ning Xiaochuan was left. Then, a black flame wrapped Kuei Qing's whole body, which kept making a crackling sound, which was the sound of the flame burning. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth spits out a lot of evil fire, which ignites Kuei Qing's hair and emits a burning smell. Kuei Qing was extremely angry. He poured the supreme qi into the long sword of the supreme imperial instrument level, and fiercely inserted it into the ground. In a moment, 5 huge trees suddenly grew around Ning Xiaochuan, forming a tree cage, trapping Ning Xiaochuan firmly in it. Then, another fighting dragon envoy also showed his magic power, and suddenly a lot of dark iron thorns grew underground, directly into Ning Xiaochuan's foot, which was extremely painful. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, gave a severe blow to the tree cage, and the 5 towering giant trees were directly cut off by the waist. The next moment, Ning Xiaochuan disappeared. Many of the martial artists present couldn't see Ning Xiaochuan clearly, because he was too fast. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed, which was enough to compete with the strong in the realm of creation. After merging with Xiaohong, the speed is more prosperous. Almost all the people present are the strong young generation. Many people have not reached the realm of creation, so it is naturally impossible to see the figure of Ning Xiaochuan. Only a few elders of Lingxiao Temple secretly paid attention to all this. Their accomplishments are at least the second level in the realm of nature. Their strength is not comparable to that of the younger generation, such as Ning Xiaochuan. Naturally, they can clearly see Ning Xiaochuan's figure. Ning Xiaochuan holds the magic sword in one hand and the Tiandi blade in the other. Every time Ning Xiaochuan attacks, the 2 virtual shadows behind him will appear together. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is like an unbeaten god of war, with a momentum of disdain for the world, fighting with 2 fighting dragons. Every attack of Ning Xiaochuan will bring earth-shaking vibration to the earth, green mountains collapse, rivers cut off, all of which are just the young generation fighting. Kuei Qing gritted his teeth, and he was very unwilling. He thought that he was a disciple of a secondary god, but he couldn't beat a native of Dian World. He felt very humiliated, and he was still in the case of merging with the dragon cub. Another fighting dragon envoy was also very oppressed. Originally, the master sent the 3 of them here to suppress the morale of the martial artists in Dian World, and brought the ugly mother-in-law out just to let the martial artists in Dian World fight against them in advance, so that they had an excuse to kill recklessly. Even if the warriors of Dian World don't come to fight with them, they will try their best to cause disputes, but now, the 3 of them have combined with their own dragon cubs, and they still can't fight each other, and they are also killed by each other, which is something they have never imagined. Such an opponent must not let him grow up. Kuei Qing and another fighting dragon envoy looked at each other. They both nodded tacitly. Then, they separated at the same time and attacked Ning Xiaochuan from the front and back directions. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. His mind was strong. Naturally, he saw the actions of Kuei Qing and another fighting dragon envoy just now, but he didn't know what they were going to do. Anyway, it was absolutely impossible to just attack back and forth. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, holding the emperor's blade to chop at Kuei Qing first. No matter what the other party wants to do, kill one person first. It will be much easier to deal with the last person in this way. Kuei Qing and another fighting dragon envoy flashed a sneer at the corners of their mouths. Then, they pinched the magic formula together, and their hands sketched strange words in the air. Boom! Everyone could see that two huge golden dragon claws suddenly flew out of the void in front of Kuei Qing and another dual dragon, and with the power of destroying the earth, one claw caught Ning Xiaochuan in it. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body was unable to move. He didn't expect the other party to have such a card. Haha. You still have to die in the end. Kuei Qing smiled coldly, and then flew to Ning Xiaochuan with another fighting dragon envoy, pouring all their supreme qi into the long sword in Kuei Qing's hand, and chopped fiercely. Bang! The two golden dragon claws were immediately chopped by Kuei Qing's sword, turned into little stars and scattered across the earth, while Ning Xiaochuan's body also disappeared together. Just when everyone was confused, a warhammer suddenly appeared at a height of 10,000 meters, flying towards the earth at an extreme speed. The warhammer was completely surrounded by flames. The strong light emitted by the flames completely illuminated the space around Lingxiao Temple, and then a loud noise came out, and a kilometer-deep pit appeared on the ground. Kuei Qing and another fighting dragon envoy lay down in it, and their bones were broken, and they couldn't stand up anymore. A lot of blood flowed from their wounds, and the wounds could not heal. You can't kill us. We are the disciples of the secondary god. Kuei Qing and another fighting dragon emissary looked at Ning Xiaochuan in horror. At the beginning, they didn't expect that his cultivation was much stronger than they expected, and they couldn't compete at all. They used all their cards and still couldn't win Ning Xiaochuan. Instead, they were seriously injured by the other party and couldn't move. If Ning Xiaochuan wanted to kill them now, they would not have the strength to resist at all. How can it be? How can the aborigines of Dian world be so strong? All the gods present couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The Dian world warrior, who had always been regarded as an ant, even challenged 3 battle dragon envoys alone, and all 3 were defeated. In their view, this was simply impossible. Because all creatures in the divine world know the power of the DPCA cubs born by the power of the supreme DPCA king are naturally heterogeneous and dragon nobles, and those people who are DPCA can burst out powerful strength by combining with DPCA cubs, even if they fight across a small realm. However, it was in this way that the 3 fighting dragon envoys, with various advantages, lost to a native of Dian world. Pooh! Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and made a decisive move. Holding the Tiandi blade, he slashed fiercely on the ground, and the blood splashed out. Suddenly, there were 2 fighting dragon envoys and 2 dragon cubs missing in the universe. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong dissolved the combination, and without hesitation dug out the dragon yuan on the 3 dragon cubs, and then handed them all to Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan came to the ugly mother-in-law and slashed the chain on her hands and feet with the emperor's blade, but it only made a sound of metal collision and did not break. It's useless. These 2 chains are a supporting top-level Supreme King's instrument, which is refined by a god with 2 hairs. Although they don't reach the level of Supreme Emperor's instrument, the regular veins of gods converge in the chain, and even the secondary god can't break it. The ugly mother-in-law raised her head and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. Her mood was very complicated. The boy she could kill by blowing her breath in those days has now grown to such a terrible level that the divine genius is not his opponent. In that case, I'll take you away from here for a while. Even if I can't untie the chain, I won't be caught. Ning Xiaochuan said. It's useless. Even if you leave here, the secondary god has been able to feel my existence through the chain, which will only bring you endless destruction. The ugly mother-in-law shook her head and said. Is there really no way? The moon god and the 7th princess also came up at this time. Looking at the ugly mother-in-law in front of her, they were also mixed with feelings. They were extremely angry at the practices of the gods, but they couldn't do anything to change the status quo. They felt very sorry for the ugly mother-in-law. Really not. The ugly mother-in-law shook her head in despair. Her eyes were full of lost brilliance, just gray, like a cloud of turbidity. Who said there was no way? At this time, a scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a hot light, cracking the earth. A loud phoenix chirp sounded, attracting everyone's attention. I saw a fiery phoenix hovering in the center of the huge scorching sun. The breath on its body made the martial artists present condense, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone felt that the energy in their body had become blocked, and even the normal operation could not be achieved. That's Master Fang. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the scorching sun in the air, and his heart was slightly surprised that it was the wind and moon that had not been seen for a long time. After the battle with Tianming Demon Emperor, Feng Yueshi was injured and escaped, and then disappeared without a trace. Now the door of man and God is opened, and Feng Yueshi's cultivation has been restored by half. Naturally, it's not what it used to be, and the breath is extremely powerful. At the moment, Feng Yueshi incarnated as a bright sun slowly falling from the air, making everyone's eyes unable to open. Everyone feels that the surrounding temperature has increased hundreds of times due to the arrival of Feng Yueshi. Many martial artists' clothes began to burn. Fortunately, their cultivation was strong, and they released their strength out of the body in time to wrap the whole body, which did not cause embarrassment. After almost 10 breaths, the light gradually dispersed, and the martial artists present also opened their eyes. Elder, did you just say there is a way? Ning Xiaochuan asked. There is a way, but it can't be here. I'll take her to Guishu. Feng Yueshi said. Why should we trust you? What if you are a divine being? The seventh princess stared at the phoenix moon tightly. Now they had just rescued the ugly mother-in-law, and a phoenix flew down from the sky. What happened? Moreover, the other party is still Demon Clan. Believe it or not, if you don't let me take her, I won't take her either. Feng Yueshi didn't get angry because of Princess Seven's words, but said plainly. I believe in Master Feng. Master Feng can promise to help, and I'm very grateful. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan walked in front of the 7 princesses, slightly arched his hands, and said to the wind and moon. It's just that I'm also going to Guishu. It's on my way. It's just that I need to borrow her 10,000 dragon demon tripod to help me complete my 6th nirvana. Feng Yueshi said. Ning Xiaochuan, how can you believe her? What if she is a demon? You know, there is no high-level monster like Phoenix in Dian world. She must come from Shinha civilization. The 7th princess said. Princess Qi is the daughter of the ruler of heaven. Naturally, she can access information about any continent of the Dian world, and naturally knows the Dian world better than Ning Xiaochuan. However, she has never heard of the existence of Phoenix in Dian world, only seen it in ancient books. Master Feng is the person who first taught me to practice. I can trust her. Ning Xiaochuan ignored what the 7th princess said, directly interrupted her words, and then came to the ugly mother-in-law with the wind and moon. Ugly mother-in-law, if you believe me, go with the master. If you don't believe me, you can also not go. We won't force you. Ning Xiaochuan said. A phoenix? Chaos is really coming. Well, I'll go with you. The ugly mother-in-law looked at Feng Yueshi with a different look. It seemed that she knew something. After Ning Xiaochuan said it, she actually agreed. Yes. Feng Yueshi nodded, turned into a phoenix again, took the ugly mother-in-law away, and disappeared in an instant. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the flying moon, suddenly thought of something, and looked at the gods. The news that Fenji Wexi took the ugly mother-in-law to Guishu must not be leaked. Ning Xiaochuan showed the power of the 7 orifices demon heart, and the 7 auras wrapped the heart. A powerful spiritual force was distributed, covering the whole space. Under the control of the magic heart of the 7 orifices, all the memories of the gods were erased. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, he can only barely do this step. Ning Xiaochuan finished these, turned around and looked at the 7th princess, and said faintly, "If something happens to the ugly mother-in-law, I'll be responsible." Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the moon god, unblocked the space around her, and then took her to Xuelingshu and others. "Are you okay?" Ning Xiaochuan asked with concern. At that time, he came out of the turbulent flow of space and was seriously injured. It took 2 months to recover. Later, he met the 7th princess and came to heaven with her. The moon god said, "Her constitution is weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, so the recovery time of her injury is naturally slower than that of Ning Xiaochuan. Fortunately, there was no accident when she was injured, otherwise I really don't know what to do. By the way, have you ever seen Yusasai?" Ning Xiaochuan thought for a while and asked again. He and Yusasai had met once in the god's palace, but they never saw each other again. Ning Xiaochuan also had some experience after breaking through to the king-level mental health teacher. He wanted to give it to Yucisi. After all, Yucisi's talent in mental health teacher was only 1 notch weaker than Ning Xiaochuan, but his martial arts cultivation couldn't keep up with Ning Xiaochuan's pace. With her talent, she may become a Shinong in the future. She is in the divine palace of the heavenly court. 7 princesses, take him there. Moon Shinto. 7 princesses are very angry now. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan is not pleasing to the eye anywhere, she unexpectedly let a phoenix take the ugly mother-in-law away like this. However, the ugly mother-in-law has been taken away by Feng Yueshi. What can she do? The 7th princess knew that she couldn't help Ning Xiaochuan with her cultivation. With a cold hum, she brought Ning Xiaochuan to an array, and then urged the array to enter the array with Ning Xiaochuan. This is a transmission array. After entering it, Ning Xiaochuan and 7 princesses are directly transmitted to the other side of Tianting, a full distance of 700 million kilometers. Ning Xiaochuan and the 7 princesses increased their speed and hurried to a palace in the distance. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan and 7 princesses came to a gate. The 7th princess took out a token and put it in a depression on the gate. The gate slowly opened, and Ning Xiaochuan and the 7th princess walked in. Entering the gate, Ning Xiaochuan saw that a large number of young people were practicing, and all of them were cultivation above the realm of human beings. They were very young and had very good talents. Looking at these disciples in cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan also recalled that when he was in the real world, he fought for all resources by himself, and he was not as comfortable as the students in the divine palace at all. Ning Xiaochuan followed the 7th princess all the way forward, and the students of the divine palace pointed at him. Even some people's eyes were full of murderous spirit. Ning Xiaochuan frowned, but he didn't bother to pay attention, but just followed the 7th princess and kept moving forward. Who is that person? Why is he always following behind the 7th princess? One of the students with a more elegant appearance said. His name is Han Fu. He is one of the suitors of the 7 princesses. His cultivation has reached the 7th level of the real world, and he has always liked the 7 princesses very much. Now it's very uncomfortable to see Ning Xiaochuan and 7 princesses walking together. Yes. That boy didn't know where he came from. He even walked with the 7th princess. If elder martial brother Han went up, he would surely be able to beat him with one move. Other students also said one after another. Han Fu's talent is really good. At the age of 25, he has reached the 7th weight of the real world. He is also a famous figure in the Divine Reserve Palace. Except for those cruel people in the top 50, he is almost a student who dominates the Divine Reserve Palace. I want to challenge you. Han Fu came to Ning Xiaochuan and shouted at him loudly. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 7 princesses next to her and found that she even showed a smile of schadenfreude. It seemed that she was still angry about Feng Yueshi taking away the ugly mother-in-law, and it was impossible to explain. Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to look at Han Fu in front of him. Are you going to challenge me? Ning Xiaochuan pointed to himself and said. Yes. Are you afraid? Qua qua. You are definitely not my opponent. Han Fu said. In the Divine Reserve Palace, if students want to challenge each other, as long as the other party agrees, the Divine Reserve Palace supports this behavior very much, and can get the reward of the Divine Reserve Palace regardless of the victory or defeat. Han Fu, on the other hand, regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a new student who had joined the Imperial Palace, and naturally wanted to humiliate him. You are not my opponent. Ning Xiaochuan said. Whether you are an opponent or not is not what you say. Han Fu didn't talk to Ning Xiaochuan anymore, but he just started directly, took out an eyebrow-length short stick from the Heaven and Earth bracelet, and swept Ning Xiaochuan's waist. That boy is finished. He even let Han Fu attack him. Han Fu is very powerful. If he attacked him, even the 8th heaviest martial artist in the real world would have a hard time. One student said. However, the next scene stunned the students present. Han Fu's eyebrow-length short stick quickly swept to Ning Xiaochuan's waist. Everyone thought Ning Xiaochuan would be hit by this blow and fly out. But when the Qimei short stick hit Ning Xiaochuan had no influence at all, but bounced the Qimei short stick into 2 segments. What? How can it be? My eyebrow-length short staff is a top-grade supreme weapon, and even the 9th strongest person in the real world can't destroy it. Han Fu was directly frightened by the scene in front of him. Unexpectedly, a student who provoked casually kicked the iron plate. Forget it, you'd better not provoke him. I'll ask the refining room to give you another piece of your supreme weapon later. The 7th princess looked at Han Fu and said. Han Fu immediately nodded, and then quickly left. It was really embarrassing. Originally, he was going to challenge others, but they didn't attack at all. They stood there and let him fight. As a result, the other party just blocked his attack with his body and shattered his supreme weapon. It was simply too strong. Let them be careful. I won't do it next time. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said. The 7th princess waved her hand, saying it was none of her business, and then continued to take Ning Xiaochuan forward, and soon came to a small palace Yangxin Hall. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the heart-nourishing hall in front of him and directly released his mind to explore the situation in the heart-nourishing hall. For a time, all the students in the heart-nourishing hall felt a huge energy, as if there was an eye monitoring their every move. Everyone's heart was cold. Who has such a powerful mental power? Soon, Ning Xiaochuan detected the direction of Yusasai, put his mind away, and walked into the heart-nourishing hall. Princess Qi and Ning Xiaochuan walked into the heart-nourishing hall together. Seeing the 7th princess, those students greeted her very warmly, and everyone was full of smiles. However, they became different when they saw Ning Xiaochuan. Everyone's eyes were full of jealousy. You know, the 7th princess is the daughter of the ruler of heaven, and her talent is frighteningly high. There are many suitors, and most of them are young talents with amazing origins. She is the dream lover of many male students, but now there is a boy who is not only dead and alive with the 7 princesses. The eyes of those people are naturally full of jealousy. Ning Xiaochuan ignored those around him and went straight to the refining room where Yusasai was located. However, when Ning Xiaochuan wanted to enter after arriving, 2 students stopped him outside the door. Slow down. This is Sister Cece's refining pharmacy. Please leave. It's best not to disturb Sister Cece's refining, otherwise you must lie down and go out," said one of the very strong men. "That is, I don't want to see what I am, but I also want to touch Sister Cece. Take a pee, where did you come from, where did you go back?" Another man in white Confucian clothes, with a very white appearance, continued. "These two people, one is Shuitzan and the other is Tianyu. They are two suitors of Yusasai. They love Yusasai very much. Unfortunately, Yusasai has been indifferent to them, which makes them very disappointed. In order to arouse Yusasai's affection for them, they will spend about 3 hours every day to guard Yusasai. Blood Disability and Tianyu are also at the top of the student ranking of the Divine Reserve Palace. Blood Disability ranks 127th and Tianyu ranks 131st. Both of them are students with very good talents. They have broken through the 9th level of the human realm before they are less than 25 years old. They are only one step away from entering the eternal realm, and are very famous in the Divine Reserve Palace. Ning Xiaochuan roughly understood the situation and said, "Who are you? I can't see my own woman? Boy! How dare you insult our Cece junior sister? Today we will beat you all over the ground." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Shui Can and Tianyu were immediately angry, and directly burst out with all their strength, making a fierce attack on Ning Xiaochuan. In their view, Ning Xiaochuan's age is younger than them, and his cultivation is definitely not as good as them, so they only use the power of Xingyuan, and even the soldiers did not use it. They think that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is only in the real world at most, and he must not be able to resist their attack. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 7th princess. At this time an unknown fire had appeared in his heart. He had come to the palace to see Yusasai, but he didn't expect to have a lot of trouble. Although Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of trouble, it doesn't mean that he doesn't hate trouble. He immediately throws his fists together, leaving a series of illusions in the air. Shuitzan and Tianyu had no time to react. They both flew out in an instant, and even their ribs were broken. "You!" The 7th princess looked at Ning Xiaochuan angrily. She didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan would really do it. She had been Ning Xiaochuan before, just saying it was fun. "As I said, if there is another time, I can't help it," Ning Xiaochuan said coldly. "As the supreme Terran in the eternal realm, you still need to compete with 2 students in the real realm?" The 7th princess said helplessly. "If I compete, they have turned into ashes at the moment." After Ning Xiaochuan finished speaking, he ignored the 7th princess and directly opened the door of the refining room and walked in. Shuitzan and Tianyu just got up from the ground and wanted to settle accounts with Ning Xiaochuan, but they suddenly heard the dialogue between Ning Xiaochuan and Princess 7, and their hearts were suddenly surprised. "What? He is a supreme? How can this be?" Tianyu and Shuitzan were completely stunned by the words of the 7th princess, and a cold sweat broke out on their forehead. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan was not angry, otherwise they would be dead. Although this is the god's palace, Tianyu and Shuitzan can also see that the 7 princesses have a good relationship with him. If Ning Xiaochuan really kills them, as the daughter of the 7 princesses' heavenly court, he can also be saved. There is no doubt that they will die. The 7th princess shook her head, but she didn't enter the refining room, but waited outside. After all, it was between Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai, and it was inconvenient for her to go. Ning Xiaochuan entered the medicine refining room and saw that Yucici was refining pills, so Ning Xiaochuan stood quietly aside without disturbing Yucici. At the moment, Yusasai was already sweating. She didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan had come in, and was still concentrating on refining pills. In front of her, there was a tripod stove with 2 serpentine vents, and 2 strange flames danced on her hands. One flame is blue, and the other flame is red. There are 2 high-level dark fires, one is called Crystal Flame, and the other is called Hufanjian. It was obtained by Yusasai with the help of a large number of treasures provided by the Divine Reserve Palace. These two kinds of heart fires, one cold and biting, the other extremely hot, are simply two extremes, but now Royal Sissy wants to use these two flames to refine medicine at the same time. In this case, the temperature of the two flames must be well controlled and can be neutralized. Only in this way can we ensure the balance of the internal pressure of the tripod furnace and avoid explosion. Ning Xiaochuan silently observed all this. It has to be said that Yusasai controlled the two flames very well. The temperatures of the two flames were completely balanced, and the medicinal materials melted rapidly in it, and then solidified into pills. This method of Yusasai doubled the speed of refining medicine, which is very beneficial in an emergency, but the premise is that the control power must reach a high level of water products. Yusisi pinched the magic formula with her fingers and put all the pills in the cauldron into the jade bottle. Ning Xiaochuan looked slightly, and it turned out to be 5 soul-level pills. Unexpectedly, Yusisi broke through the grade of soul-level heart-nourishing master. Yusasai wiped the sweat on her forehead, and was about to have a rest, but she found that there was someone else's breath behind her, and there was a touch of anger on her face immediately. Didn't I say that you are not allowed to come in and disturb me when I refine medicine? Yusasai stopped without carefully checking when she detected the breath. In her opinion, it must be those boring suitors who came in when she didn't pay attention to refining medicine, so she didn't look back and said to Ning Xiaochuan, "I can't." Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Of course you." Yusasai was about to say of course not, when she suddenly felt her voice was a little familiar, as if she thought of something, and quickly turned around, swallowing what she had not yet said. "Of course I what?" Ning Xiaochuan walked to Yusasai's side, hugged her in her arms, and said with a smile, "Ogawa." Yusasai couldn't believe the scene in front of her. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly appeared in front of her. She didn't know what to say for a moment. "Is it really you? Why did you come here?" Yusasai was very excited at the moment, and her eyes turned out to be a little glittering. At the moment, she was even crying with joy. "It's a long story. I'll talk about it later. Are you okay here?" Ning Xiaochuan asked with concern. "Me? Well, the 7th princess and the moon god take care of me very much. The 7th princess also specially found a king-level cardiologist to be my master and guide me to refine medicine. Now I have made great progress." Royal Sissy said. "King-level heart-nourishing master?" Hearing the words, Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. He didn't expect that Yusisi paid tribute to a master at the level of king level, but he still decided to give his experience of refining medicine to Yusisi, because others would certainly not give it away, and he was still reliable. Ning Xiaochuan let go of Yusasai, took out a jade slip from the flame-black box, attached Jizuan Qi to his finger, and then burned his experience on the jade slip. Yusasai looked at Ning Xiaochuan curiously. She didn't know what Ning Xiaochuan was doing at the moment, but she didn't ask. She just stared at him silently. If the scene at the moment could be repeated every day, how wonderful, Yusasai thought. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan finished burning. He took the jade slip in his hand, watched it again, and then handed it to Yusasai. "This is the experience of refining medicine I got from breaking through the king-level mental health master. You will definitely gain something if you take it to watch." Ning Xiaochuan said. "What? Ogawa, you are already a king-level heart-nourishing master?" Royal Sissy asked in surprise. In her opinion, she has made rapid progress. She is the only talented mental therapist in the whole Divine Reserve who can reach the soul-level mental therapist level before the age of 30. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan has made faster progress than her, and now she is a king-level mental therapist. Come on, you will soon become a king-level heart-nourishing master, and one day you may be able to become a Shin gnome, I believe you. Ning Xiaochuan smiled slightly, touched Yusasai's soft hair, and said, "Well." At the moment, there was a warm current surging in her heart, but she knew that it was doomed not to last too long at this moment. "By the way, this pill was developed by myself. I named it Xingshan pill. After taking it, you can increase your mental strength." Ning Xiaochuan took out a large part of the Xingshan pill from the flame Xian box and handed it to Yusasai. Yusisi stared at the Xingshan pill in Ning Xiaochuan's hand tightly and felt very surprised. As far as she knew, the pill that can increase the strength of mind was a very high grade. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan took out a large number of pills at one time. "I really don't know where he came from. Are you about to leave?" Royal Sissy asked. At this time, there was also a trace of intolerance in her heart, and she wanted to keep Ning Xiaochuan by her side and not let him go out to take risks. But she knows that she can't be so selfish. Ning Xiaochuan bears too much responsibility. She is not the only one to protect, so he must leave. Grandpa and Xian'er still need me to protect the Jiangna Hofu of Yulan Empire. I have no choice but to leave. I must become stronger. Ning Xiaochuan felt very sorry for Yusasai and promised to give it happiness, but the two people couldn't be together. "I'm leaving. Just stay in the Divine Reserve Palace. It's much safer than other places with the protection of heaven. I'll rest assured that I'll come back here." Ning Xiaochuan left without looking back after saying this sentence. It's not that he didn't want to accompany Yusisi, but that he still had a lot of things to do and couldn't accompany him. Before leaving, Zhang Ruochen left a large number of True Ghost pills and Supreme Soul pills to Yusasai to help her break through the realm. Even Wang Pin's Supreme Soul pill was left to her. Yusasai's martial arts talent really can't be compared with Ning Xiaochuan. Refining elixir is the fastest way to improve cultivation. Yusisi looked at Ning Xiaochuan's far-away figure, with her apricot eyes full of smoke. At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan came out of the refining room, she cried completely, and her tears fell down her cheeks and onto the ground, splashing with tears. In such a large medicine refining room, the beauty's cry echoed for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan went out of the refining room and looked at the 7 princesses. Without any words, he left directly. The 7th princess glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, then looked at the closed door of the refining room, sighed and left. When leaving, those students of the Divine Reserve Palace did not dare to trouble Ning Xiaochuan, and made way for him one after another. They all looked forward to the evil star leaving early. Ning Xiaochuan and 7 princesses came to the array again, entered it, and returned to the Lingxiao temple. Later, Ning Xiaochuan separated from Princess 7 and went to look for Shui Lingxiu and others. Now the world of Dian has been in chaos, and a large number of gods have entered it and invaded it wantonly. The warriors on all continents are miserable. Many places have long been bloodshed and piled with corpses. The door of man and God has been opened for 3 times. With the passage of time, all the doors of man and God will be opened. At that time, the suppression of the creatures of Xinhe civilization by Dian world will completely disappear, and their power will become stronger. The creatures of Dian world can hardly compete with them, and will soon be captured. The warriors of Dian world will become slaves to the gods. Ning Xiaochuan came to the door of Lingxiao temple and found that Shui Lingxiu and others had left. He took out the Jinren tower and filled it with supreme qi to sense the existence of the other half of the Jinren tower. About a quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan found Shui Lingxiu and others, and found that they were moving towards the east of Tianting. "What are you going to do?" Ning Xiaochuan asked strangely. "After you entered the teleportation array, the 2 secondary gods of Xinhe civilization suddenly appeared. They were seriously injured and fled from the heaven, but later received the news that the Lord of the Heaven was more seriously injured and forced the 2 secondary gods back at the cost of damage and repair. The Lord of Tianting is also seriously injured at the moment. At this time, Tianting Academy announces to the world that all the strong people who are above the cultivation of the eternal realm will go to Tianting Academy to report that they are going to have an all-round war with the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Shueling said. Tianting finally started to act. After hearing the news, Ning Xiaochuan also accelerated and began to rush to Tianting Academy. About a day later, Ning Xiaochuan and others finally came to the Tianting Academy and found that at this time, a large number of the supremacy of the Eternal Realm had gathered outside the Tianting Academy, with a number of more than 300. In addition to Ning Xiaochuan and others, other martial artists in the Eternal Realm have practiced for hundreds of years, even more than thousands of years. Ning Xiaochuan thought he could meet the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, but found that they didn't come here. It seems that the news hasn't spread to other continents, so he didn't come. After all, in the Dian world, even the demon clan belongs to the rule of heaven, and must respond to the call of heaven. Unless they have betrayed the Dian world, no creature of any race dares to disobey the news sent by Tianting Academy. If you disobey, you will be dead. Of course, with the creatures of Xinhe civilization coming to Dian world, the influence of Tianting is being weakened. Some powerful races in Dian world have begun to be out of the control of heaven. Dong. At this time, the Tianting Academy suddenly rang a bell, and the originally noisy Tianting Academy suddenly quieted down. Every martial artist was quietly looking at the top of the Tianting Academy, waiting for the people of the Tianting Academy to appear. Many of them are patriarchs or elders of various families. They have received orders from the heaven, so when they come here, everyone carries the whole family behind them. About a quarter of an hour later, a man appeared above the Tianting Academy. He was the president of the Tianting Academy, Xiaoming. Xiaoming was wearing a Taoist robe, with a brush in his hand. His long white hair fell on his legs, covering his whole body, giving a feeling of immortality. All the creatures present could not sense what level his cultivation had reached, even Ning Xiaochuan. Since so many fighters have come, I'll come straight to the point. The gods have begun to invade our Dian world wantonly. They want to control all the creatures in Dian world and want us to be their slaves for them to drive. We either submit to humiliation or fight. Now, we must fight against it. Tianting needs your strength, Dian needs your strength, and ordinary people need your strength. Those who were strong in the eternal realm didn't speak, but looked at Xiaoming silently. Naturally, they knew the meaning of Tianting, which was to let them go to the battlefield. In order to protect their homes, protect their relatives and friends, and defend their dignity, they will fight without the call of heaven. This time, Tianting took out the information accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. As long as the strong man who is the fifth and above in the eternal realm can kill a creature of the Xinhe civilization in the eternal realm, he can obtain a set of Oracle Supreme armor. After wearing the Oracle Supreme armor, you can immediately get the ninth power of the eternal realm. Xiaoming said. Hearing this, those martial artists present were all surprised. The power of the ninth strongest person in the eternal realm? How is that possible? There are really many Oracle Supreme armor in the heaven. Can you show it to us? One of the martial artists whose cultivation has just reached the fifth level of the eternal realm said. Good. Xiaoming seems to have expected this situation long ago. After all, these Oracle Supreme armor are all left over from the last God-sealing war, which has been passed on from generation to generation in the heaven. So far, the whole Dian world does not know much about the Oracle Supreme armor, and it is normal for these warriors not to know it. That warrior put the Oracle Supreme armor handed over by Xiaoming on his body, and sure enough, he immediately gained the 9 powers of the eternal realm. He looked at Xiaoming with bulging eyes. He didn't expect such a treasure to exist in the world. Xiaoming stood in the void, his white beard floating, a fairy-like figure, his whole body emitting blue glow, and said in a loud voice, "Since someone has used the Oracle Supreme armor, then I'll talk about some characteristics and origins of the Oracle Supreme Armor. All the Oracle Supreme Armor was left over from the last God's War. In addition, Tianting also specially sent people to the continents and seas of Dian World to continue collecting. Up to now, a total of more than 100,000 sets have been collected. Tianting will not take out these armor for use until an extraordinary time. After all, the Oracle Supreme Armor can only be regarded as an external force. If it is not used well, it will delay cultivation. In the battle with the creatures of Shinha civilization, we just want to defend our dignity, and we just want to win a chance to become gods in the War of Gods. Whoever can kill the 3 immortals of Shinha civilization can get a set of Oracle Supreme Armor as a reward. In addition to the Oracle Supreme Armor, the Heavenly Court also prepared some other treasures, such as the King's Elixir, the Holy Elixir, the Supreme Emperor's Wear, and even the secondary artifact and the Divine Martial Classics. As long as you can make enough contributions to the Dian World, you can get the corresponding treasure rewards. His voice echoed in the sky of Tianting Academy for a long time, which made the monks present very excited. There are so many treasures collected by Tianting with a deep foundation that it is impossible to take them out at ordinary times. Now is an extraordinary time. As long as we can make contributions to Dian World, we can get any kind of treasure. Although the treasure is particularly attractive, many people become silent when they think of the powerful power of Shinha civilization. None of the monks present is ignorant. They all exist as overlords in their respective regions. Naturally, they are more aware of how terrible the enemy they have to face. Among the monks, a female monk, the 4th heaviest in the eternal realm, slightly frowned and said, "The constitution of the creatures in the divine realm has been tempered by the chi of the divine essence all the year round, and their natural body is much stronger than our martial artists in the same realm. Almost all of them are young gods, and they can fight across the realm, which is very detrimental to us. Yes. In the same realm, it is very difficult to draw with the creatures of Shinha civilization, and it is even more difficult to kill them." Another wrinkled old man said. All the other martial artists are looking at Xiaoming closely. I don't know what answer he will give. The disadvantages of the creatures of Dian World are too obvious. Xiaoming said, "I can understand your concerns very well. However, please rest assured that a secondary god of our world has brought out a Yunshan pool from the battlefield of the last God's War. Yunshan pool is very magical. As long as you harden your body in Yunshan pool, you can become as strong as the constitution of gods." What? The legendary Yunshan pool. The martial artist present was surprised again. It's really unexpected that Tianting should have such a powerful treasure. Moreover, it seems that in addition to the Lord of Heaven, there is another secondary god in Dian World. That's great. The confidence of everyone increased greatly. Xiaoming continued, in addition, the Heavenly Court will also provide a large number of supreme bloodstones. The 9th heaviest living creature in the human realm born of all major civilizations and races will have a greater opportunity to impact the eternal realm. This is an opportunity to compete for the qualification of becoming a god. Xiaoming said that all the martial artists present were shocked and speechless. The foundation of the heaven is too strong. Usually, these treasures are very precious even in front of the creatures in their eternal realm, and it is difficult to get them. In that case, when will we enter Yan Shenqi Quench body? Asked a monk standing in the cloud. This monk is particularly young and beautiful, with a human body, but a fish tail, covered with golden scales, emitting a powerful breath. It turned out to be a mermaid ancestor from the high nationality. Although he has lived for thousands of years, he still looks like he is only in his 20s. Now you can start to harden the body. Please follow me into the secret realm of Yun God. This Yun God secret script was developed by the secondary god himself. It can not only use the water of Yun God pool to harden the body, but also be a treasure land of cultivation. The stone wall beside the pool is engraved with God-level martial classics and divine arts. The higher the talent, the more benefits you will get. Xiao Ming said that, his fingers flicked towards the void, and a purple light suddenly appeared in front of everyone, up to 10 feet, completely wrapped by purple clouds. Xiao Ming first entered it and disappeared. All the other creatures followed in happily, and soon disappeared into the light door. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the purple light door in front of him and didn't follow in. It's the breath of the Zijin Emperor. As expected, he killed a poisonous dragon and took away Yunshin Qi. Ning Xiaochuan felt the breath of the Zijin Emperor in the purple light gate, but the breath was very shallow. It was obvious that the Zijin Emperor had left. In the Fengshen relic, they have all entered the Yunshin pool. Even if they enter again, there is no effect. It is better to give the opportunity to others. The creatures of Xinhe civilization are so domineering that they actually want to control the whole Dian world. They have to let them see the power of the creatures of our Dian world, otherwise, they won't converge at all. Xiaohong rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 snow-white arms. Fighting with the creatures of Xinhe civilization is actually a kind of experience. Grow up in the battle and sharpen your will. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong, Zulingsu, Zihanyan and Shaoling left Tianting and embarked on a difficult and dangerous path of cultivation. This is a battle between the creatures of Dian world and the creatures of Xinhe civilization. They are equivalent to pioneers, and soon other warriors will come. This is a counterattack by the creatures of Dian world. Even if it is to hit the stone with an egg, we should defend our dignity with this. Although the gods have aggressively attacked the Dian world, it is impossible to attack the Tianting continent so soon. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan and others must leave Tianting and go to other continents to join the battlefield. At the same time of this announcement to all ethnic groups, Tianting also arranged a transmission array to go directly to other continents, so Ning Xiaochuan and others can leave directly to go to other continents. After discussion, Ning Xiaochuan and other soldiers were divided into 2 routes. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong went to Xinyan continent together, while Xuelingshu, Xiaolinger and Zihanyan went to Xianming continent. Wow! In the center of Xinyan continent, on the altar of an ancient country, a white glow kept flashing, emitting a bright glow. The white light disappeared, and the figures of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong appeared in the center of the altar. As soon as they walked out of the transmission array, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong smelled a strong smell of blood and found that there were traces of fighting everywhere. The palace collapsed, smoke was emitting on the earth, a large number of corpses piled up like mountains, and blood gathered into rivers, which was a scene of the end of the world. Ning Xiaochuan released his mind and found that all the creatures within tens of thousands of miles were brutally killed by the gods, leaving no one alive. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and, together with Xiaohong, showed the dragon to go to other places quickly to prevent the continued slaughter of gods. Too hateful. Do they want to kill all the creatures in Dian world? What good is this for them? On the bank of a big river, Xiaohong saw the corpses of the river, most of which were children and old people. Even newly born babies can't escape bad luck. They are mercilessly crushed and turned into blood mud. Not only humans, but also the bones of monks of other races. Ning Xiaochuan said, if the creatures of Dian world are extinct, their competitors will be much less, and their chances of becoming gods will be much greater. At this time, a primary 6th civilization country in Xinyan continent is fighting with the creatures of Xinhe civilization. The city with 1 million people was crushed by a giant beast and sank to the ground. The high and steep pass was cut open by a sharpener and turned into a piece of gravel. The whole country faces a desperate situation of life and death. In front of the powerful forces of the creatures of Xinhe civilization, they simply cannot resist. This human civilization, with thousands of strong people in the real world, is also a supreme human seat in the eternal world. In the past, it can be said to be powerful, and it is one of the 4 ancient countries in Xinyan continent. But now, in front of the gods, they are like a group of local Jiwa dogs, slaughtered. Haha. This is the supreme of Dian world? But in this way, I can press it to death with one finger," said a man who was full of magic. At the moment, his hand was tightly pinching the neck of the martial artist in the eternal realm, and the other party couldn't get out of his palm, which was firmly lifted in the air by him. It was the king of Tianruigu, once the supreme of the human race, and the overlord who ruled hundreds of millions of human beings. The king of Tianruigu calmly looked at the gods in front of him, and his eyes showed a look of despair. His eyes showed a trace of determination, and his body was emitting bursts of golden light, which unexpectedly began to expand. "Do you still want to explode in front of me?" That creature of Xinhe civilization looked coldly at the monarch of Tianruigu in his hand, and naturally would not let the other party succeed. I saw a large mass of black gas suddenly appear in the hands of the divine beings, and instantly entered the body of the warrior in the eternal realm. Soon, the king of Tianruigu became a mummy. Tut tut, the energy of the martial arts in the eternal realm is really delicious. The creature of Xinhe civilization licked his lips and said. He actually absorbed all the power of the emperor of Tianruigu directly, and strengthened his cultivation through this method. This is the cultivation method of the devil, because he is the devil himself. The demon clan, also a high-level human, occupies one of the 8 star domains of Xinhe civilization, which is also known as the demon realm in Xinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came to the territory of Tianrui ancient country, and saw a large number of Xinhe civilized creatures robbing the resources here. The veins of the earth were taken away by the creatures of Xinhe civilization with great magical powers, which turned the ancient kingdom of Tianrui into a barren land, and the aura became extremely thin, even inferior to the 5-level civilization. When Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came here, many creatures of Xinhe civilization found them. 32 creatures of Xinhe civilization turned into 32 clouds of smoke and dust, flying from outside the sky, like a demon soldier god who would fall from the sky and surround Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong in all directions. How dare some aborigines from Dian world come here? You simply don't know how to write death. A demon man with a hooked nose laughed and said. In addition, the 31 creatures of Xinhe civilization are all staring at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong closely. In their eyes, there is a cruel killing intention coming out, and they want to devour Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong immediately. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Xinhe civilized creatures surrounded by him and Xiaohong, and his face did not change in the face of dozens of ancient martial artists, just holding the magic sword in his hand tightly. Xiaohong looked at the surrounding Xinhe civilized creatures, and yawned bored, looking at those Xinhe civilized creatures calmly. You dare to do this when you are dying. Now let you go to hell. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong didn't take them seriously, those creatures of Xinhe civilization around suddenly became angry. All the creatures of Xinhe civilization attack Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong together. Ning Xiaochuan clenched the magic sword in his hand and showed the speed of the divine dragon. His body was as fast as streamer, leaving a series of shadows in the place he passed. In a moment, a blood stain unexpectedly appeared between the necks of all the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Hot blood gushed from their necks. Those creatures of Xinhe civilization have not reacted to what happened, and their faces are still ferocious before attacking Ning Xiaochuan, without realizing that they will die so soon. Let's go. Ning Xiaochuan put away the magic sword, said a word with Xiaohong and left here. The Xinhe civilized creatures who attacked Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong just now are only the first cultivation in the eternal realm. For Ning Xiaochuan, it is like fish on the chopping board. If he is slaughtered, there will be no threat to him at all. Ning Xiaochuan released all his mind and saw a large number of corpses along the way, many of which were directly turned into mummies because the blood essence was sucked dry. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said secretly in his heart that it seemed that the strong ones of the demon clan should attack Xinyan continent. The demon clan is not a demon, it is also a human, but it is a higher Terran. Its talent and physique are not comparable to those of the first Terrans in Dian world. The demon clan is divided into Heaven Demon Clan, Giant Clan, Blood Clan, Shadow Demon Clan, Charm Demon Clan, etc. The secondary god, who once appeared in the Lingxiao temple, is from the Giant Clan. Ning Xiaochuan's mind sent waves of waves, detecting that there was a powerful force just now. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took Xiaohong and rushed to the place. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan came to the ruins of a palace, where all buildings have been destroyed, and it can only be vaguely seen that it used to be a huge palace. Is someone coming again? Are they two warriors in the eternal realm? But it's still garbage for me. Now that I'm here, I don't have to go. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came here, they were stared at. It was the demon warrior who sucked Tianrui into a mummy. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong look at each other and find that their bodies emit a lot of blood and evil spirit. Only when enough people are killed can such a strong blood evil spirit be formed. It seems that the creatures he killed must have reached a terrible number, which needs 10,000 words to count. The demon warrior was surrounded by armor, and his body was completely black gas, so people couldn't see his face at all, as if he was gas, not human. This is the Shadow Demon Clan in the Demon Clan. They can turn their bodies into gas, and when they meet tight buildings, they can pass through the cracks directly, just like shadows. At night, they are like fish in water, because at that time their breath will be at the lowest level, and people with weak minds can't find them at all. This shadow demon is the pioneer of this invasion of Xinyan continent. His cultivation is strong and reaches the 9 levels of the eternal realm. He has many cards on his body. Even the first-level warrior of the creation realm in Dian world is not his opponent. His name is Dark Haze. He is the top 10 genius of the Shadow Demon Clan. He has been practicing for no more than 50 years. He is a Tianjiao with strong combat effectiveness. Ning Xiaochuan looked at each other and knew that there would be a battle soon, so he asked Xiaohong to leave first to wipe out other creatures of Xinha civilization. With Xiaohong's strength, as long as she doesn't meet the creatures who created the realm, no one can get her at all. After all, not everyone can catch up with Xiaohong's DPCA. I wanted to devour you all, but you let her leave. It's also good. It saves me some strength and just breaks you all. Dark Haze thought that Ning Xiaochuan knew he couldn't beat him, so he let Xiaohong go first, and then Ning Xiaochuan came to hold him, so he chose to fight with him alone. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dim ahead and quickly put the Oracle Supreme armor on his body. He didn't have any words, and the Tiandi blade instantly appeared in his hand and quickly cut into the darkness. Zheng. A sound of metal collision came out between Dark Haze and Ning Xiaochuan, and the armor on Dark Haze splashed a burst of sparks. The whole body of Dim was sliding backwards for several miles. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were slightly frozen, and it seemed that the other party was also prepared. The defense of the armor on Dark Haze's body was not weak at all. With the supreme armor of the Oracle, Ning Xiaochuan cut with all his strength, leaving no cracks, just a burst of sparks. Strength is good, but it's a pity that you can't break my armor. It's doomed that you will be sucked dry by me and become human. The murky mouth made a hoarse sound. Wow. A flash of light. A long black sickle appeared in the dark hand, like a god of death Shura. This sickle is specially refined for him by a secondary god in the Shadow Demon family. A supreme warfighter can directly attack people's minds, paralyze their spirits, and become his slaves. Ning Xiaochuan saw the sickle of death in Dark Hazy's hand, and his mind unexpectedly fluctuated, with a faint feeling of discomfort. This discovery surprised Ning Xiaochuan. His mind is indeed strong, stronger than ordinary monks in the realm of nature. At the same time, his mind is also very fragile. Everyone's mind is like this, because no matter how strong your mind is, it can't be compared with a substantive mind attack weapon. Once hit, your cultivation will decline and your comprehension ability will become worse. The most important thing is to have a direct mental breakdown and become an idiot. After killing so many Dayan natives, I found that your talent is okay. You are younger than me, and you have reached the 8th weight of the eternal realm. I changed my mind. I won't kill you, and I want you to become my slave. The dim sound came from his illusion of black gas, which made the ground blow with gusts of wind. Slave? I'm afraid you can't decide my fate. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, took the giant spirit warhammer in his hand, flew into the air, and hit it with a hammer. His body and the warhammer fell to the ground quickly, like a flint hitting the mainland. Destroy the stars. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan said these 4 words, the whole ground collapsed instantly. Those palaces that were previously destroyed into ruins turned into powder at this moment, which was blown away by the wind and turned into wisps of dust and smoke. The dim body sank into the ground and was blasted into the underground, reaching the underground magma 10,000 meters below. Ning Xiaochuan's strike depressed his armor, which was very powerful and had the power to shake the sky and the earth. How can the aborigines of Dayan world have such a strong constitution? Dark Hazy was a little shocked. He didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to have such a powerful force that he couldn't even stop the armor on his body. This is the Shadow King armor that can withstand the full attack of the 7th heaviest warrior in the realm of creation without damage. After this confrontation, Dark Eyes became calm. At the moment, he had regarded Ning Xiaochuan as an equal opponent and began to take the battle seriously. Dark haze ran the supreme chi, shaking Ning Xiaochuan's body open and returning to the ground. The scythe of death in his hand sent out bursts of black light. Dark Hazy slashed in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Suddenly, a huge arc knife wave flew to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were calm and unchanged. He poured the supreme chi into the giant spirit hammer in his hand again, and showed the giant spirit hammer method. The second move of the spirit hammer method, splitting mountains and rivers. Ning Xiaochuan sent out a strong airflow around, and the gravel on the ground slowly lifted off, gathered above the giant spirit warhammer, condensed into a stone warhammer exactly like the giant spirit warhammer, and then quickly fell down and hit the dark. At this moment, heaven and earth were eclipsed, and huge explosions filled the whole Tianruigu country. All regions within a radius of several kilometers collapsed and became ruins. After taking Ning Xiaochuan's blow, Dark Haze was seriously injured. The black gas in the Shadow King armor became transparent. Damn! Dark Hazy roared angrily, transforming from gas into human form. His cold facial features were like hell in hell, staring at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, and his breath began to soar. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Dark Haze, who was completely angry, and his expression also changed. He began to be vigilant secretly. At the moment when Dark Haze started, Ning Xiaochuan also followed. The death sickle in Dark Hazy's hand emits a strong black light, and a virtual sickle shadow appears on the death sickle, directly cutting off Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly, which was a mental attack. Dark Hazy's mind power is not strong, but the death sickle in his hand is very powerful. After all, it's the supreme warfighter. The death sickle in Dark Hazy's hand sent out a huge arc wave, flying towards Ning Xiaochuan's brain. Ning Xiaochuan brought out the 50 concrete magic war swords in his body and quickly arranged a defense array in an attempt to block the dark attack. However, the attack sent by the dark god of death sickle belongs to the power of the mind, and it is impossible to be blocked by the substance. Unless all the 50 concrete magic war swords are specially used to defend against the mind power will only pass through directly and will not be affected, just like the situation when Ning Xiaochuan met the demon blood red whale last time. The attack of the mind power sent by the death sickle is much stronger than the mind power of the demon blood red whale. Even Ning Xiaochuan can't compete with the Supreme Emperor by his mind alone. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes flashed, and he immediately showed the dragon's speed, and began to retreat quickly, reaching the extreme speed. Even Dark Haze, who is one level higher than Ning Xiaochuan, can't see his figure clearly. I have to say that Ning Xiaochuan is really too fast. Do you think you can get rid of the pursuit of death sickle attack? Stupid. With a faint cold hum, he poured a large amount of supreme qi into the sickle of death. The amount of mental power of the arc knife wave that was constantly chasing Ning Xiaochuan suddenly increased by 10%, and the speed became faster, even vaguely meaning to surpass Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's speed was almost to the extreme. Ning Xiaochuan's figure was everywhere in the surrounding area for several miles, as if thousands of Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of the dark at the same time. Nevertheless, he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the sickle of death, and the attack of the mind behind him still followed him. Dark Hazy looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who had nothing to do, and laughed more recklessly. What about your strong power? There is nowhere to use it. No matter how powerful it is, it will be useless. Dark Haze can't keep up with Ning Xiaochuan's speed, so he can only control Death Sickle to pay Ning Xiaochuan. Fortunately, Dark Hazy can't catch up with Ning Xiaochuan's speed, otherwise, the power of Death Sickle will be greater. I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan has been hit hard by the mind power of Death Sickle at this time. Ning Xiaochuan was calmly thinking of ways while avoiding the trace of Death Sickle. Suddenly, his eyes turned, and he immediately flew in the direction of Dim. Although Dark Hazy can't see the figure of Ning Xiaochuan, he can detect the trend of Ning Xiaochuan through the sickle of death. When he detected that Ning Xiaochuan was flying towards him, a sneer flashed across the corners of his mouth, and the scythe of death in his hand sent out a black light, and immediately attacked Ning Xiaochuan. In order to increase his strength, Ning Xiaochuan held the spirit hammer with both hands and poured all his supreme qi into it. The quality of the spirit hammer also increased, and it reached 152 million kilograms in an instant, making Ning Xiaochuan's arms sink slightly. Ning Xiaochuan used the third move of the giant spirit hammer method, shattering the void. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body seems to become illusory, as if he is not a substantial existence. Dark Hazy was frightened to see that the space around Ning Xiaochuan actually began to collapse in large areas, forming space loopholes one by one, and there came a strong attraction, which absorbed all the gravel on the ground. Dark Hazy was not afraid that Ning Xiaochuan could break the void. Breaking the void was just a piece of cake for him, a martial artist in the eternal realm. What really frightened him was that the void broken by Ning Xiaochuan was unexpectedly with a powerful destructive force. As long as it was sucked in, it would be immediately crushed by space debris. This force could not be achieved by martial artists in the eternal world. This is the effect of the Spirit Warhammer. As a supreme imperial weapon, and once a sub-god's war soldier, the Spirit Warhammer is naturally very powerful. The powerful space storm centered on Ning Xiaochuan swept out towards the surroundings. The death sickle in Dark Hazy's hand was also affected, and there were white marks. That hammer. Dark Hazy was very amazed that Ning Xiaochuan's destructive power could cause space storms, which could not be done by the martial arts of the ancient world. But Dark Hazy suddenly realized that it was wrong, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan's tricks were very similar to a legendary secondary god in the divine world. It is said that there was once a secondary god in the divine world. He was not a giant, but he still had a huge body 10,000 meters high, holding two huge hammers to dominate one side. If he hits it with a hammer, the whole planet will be destroyed. One of the biggest features is that space will be greatly broken, and the star hit by him will directly collapse into a black hole. Later, the secondary god became a god king, and his hammer was left behind, which has been kept by the Tianqi family until now. You know too much. Ning Xiaochuan heard Dark Hazy's words, and his eyes were more murderous. He must not let Dark Hazy spread the news, otherwise he will be chased by the Tianqi clan at that time. This is a war soldier of the Supreme Emperor level, which is worth doing. Ning Xiaochuan's arm has raised blue veins, and the very heavy giant spirit warhammer is constantly waving in his hand. Every time it hits the dark body, it will bring him no small damage across the Shadow King armor. Dark Dim Weak hurt more and more seriously, unable to continue to provide Supreme Chi for the Sickle of Death. The brilliance on the surface of Death's sickle converged into the knife body, and the mind attack force also disappeared, losing the threat to Ning Xiaochuan. It's time to end. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dark fog opposite, and with all his strength, he hit the dark fog's head with a fierce hammer. The powerful force directly exploded the dark fog's head across the Shadow King armor, and his brain directly gushed out, so he couldn't die anymore. Ning Xiaochuan put away the ghost hammer, walked over and directly put away the Shadow King armor and death sickle on the dark body. Then he left this area to look for Xiaohong. Dark Haze is just one of the better gifted creatures of Xinhe civilization who invaded Dian world. Killing him will not change the overall situation. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan did not have the joy of killing the enemy, and his anxiety was even heavier in his heart. The gods hunt and kill a large number of Dian world warriors. Is it really just to win all the opportunities to become gods? Will it not turn Dian world warriors into their slaves? Ning Xiaochuan asked himself with some doubts. However, no one helped him solve this doubt. Ning Xiaochuan sensed Xiaohong, who was fighting with other gods through his mental power, and rushed to her quickly. Soon Ning Xiaochuan found Xiaohong and found that she was fighting with two gods of the eighth weight in the eternal realm. The other two martial artists are also a family of shadow demons. One is called Shueya and the other is called Shuesha. They are two twin martial artists, and their cooperation is very tacit. Xiaohong unexpectedly fell into the underdog and would soon be defeated by Shueya and Shuesha. Their whole bodies were wrapped in armor, and their bodies were black, so that people could not see their appearance at all. Xiaohong spit out a big mouthful of God-extinguished the dragon fire, enveloping all the blood teeth and blood evil spirits, and burning them intensely. Although the temperature of Xiaohong's God-extinguishing dragon fire is very hot, even the supreme instrument can be burned, but it can't penetrate the blood teeth and the Shadow King armor on the blood ghost. Thunder Dragon is born. Little Red's body flashed light blue lightning. Then, a huge lightning dragon flew directly from Little Red's body and sent a strong current attack on Blood Teeth and Blood Evil. Boom! At this time, Ning Xiaochuan also rushed over with a giant spirit warhammer. His body was as fast as streamers. The two bloody ghosts had not yet reacted to what was going on, but saw a human figure suddenly appear, and the two of them instantly flew out. In the face of this sudden accident, Shuesha and Shueya hurried to fly up again and stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, with a surprise in their hearts. The suddenly appeared man's strength was so powerful that the demon clan, which has always been famous for its strength, was beaten out by him. The two of them didn't think much of the attack just now, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan was just caused by a sneak attack, and didn't think there was anything wrong. They murmured, "Boy, your strength is good, but it's a pity that you met us." Shuesha and Shueya shouted at Ning Xiaochuan, and then attacked. The powerful power of the two men made the earth tremble, and soon came to Ning Xiaochuan and gave him a quick blow. However, what they didn't expect was that Ning Xiaochuan was even faster than them. While they attacked and fell, Ning Xiaochuan had disappeared. Then, they were knocked out by a powerful force. This time, the power was even stronger, which directly injured both of them, and their meridians were distorted. Why do you want to massacre a large number of creatures in Dian world? What is the purpose of coming to Xinyan continent? Ning Xiaochuan asked, coldly. Do you think we'll tell you? With a cold hum, Shueya and Shuesha stood up from the ground again and said angrily to Ning Xiaochuan. don't say? Then I'll break you into the space crack and make your spirits disappear. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth flashed a chill, and then he began to wave the ghost hammer. Space cracks? Haha, who are you kidding? Martial artists in the Eternal Realm shuttle through the space at most. Even if the space will be broken, they can only kill heaven and man at most, and it is impossible to kill the creatures in the Eternal Realm. Shueisha said with a laugh after hearing what Ning Xiaochuan said. Boom! Facing the vibration of the giant spirit warhammer, the surrounding space began to collapse in large areas, forming space cracks one by one, sucking countless stones into it, and even devouring mountains. Shueisha and Shueisha saw that Ning Xiaochuan actually broke the space, and the crack was very large enough to suck them both in and destroy them. We are for the heart of the mainland. Shueisha and Shueisha looked at Ning Xiaochuan with great fear at the moment, and were afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would throw them into the space crack. In that case, even if they were warriors in the Eternal Realm, they would not be able to return to the sky. The heart of the mainland? What is it? Ning Xiaochuan asked suspiciously. He had never heard of the heart of the mainland, but he noticed the word mainland. Ning Xiaochuan guessed that this thing must be related to the mainland. The heart of the continent is the core of a continent. Every continent has its own heart of the continent. If you get it, you can control the qi transportation of the whole continent. It is a treasure, comparable to the secondary artifact level. Now all the creatures of Shinhe civilization are looking for the heart of the continent, said Shueisha and Shueisha. What? Hearing what Shueisha and Shueisha said, even Ning Xiaochuan became very shocked. I didn't expect that there were such treasures on every continent, which could control the qi of the whole continent. In other words, Dian world has 50 continents, which means there are 50 hearts of continents, and 50 treasures comparable to secondary artifacts. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and must not let the creatures of Shinhe civilization get the heart of the mainland, even if it is just one. Otherwise, Dian world will also fall into a very troublesome situation. Ning Xiaochuan used the blade of the Emperor of Heaven to kill Shueisha and Shueisha, but did not destroy their souls. With their cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan was able to reincarnate again. Ning Xiaochuan also did his utmost. After killing Shueisha and Shueisha, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong left here and went to other places occupied by the creatures of Shinhe civilization. On the 10th day after Ning Xiaochuan and others set out, other warriors of Dian world also joined in the battle against the creatures of Shinhe civilization. In addition to the ancient martial arts, a large number of real martial arts also joined them. All the strong fighters take small teams as units to attack the creatures of Shinhe civilization. In addition, all the martial artists with more than 10,000 years of cultivation in Dian world have entered Yunshan Pool and become as strong as the creatures of Shinhe civilization in the same realm. The strong in the real world have the array plate distributed by the heaven, which can form an array to fight against the creatures of Shinhe civilization. Because the strength of the martial arts in the real world is limited, even if they form a team, they can only deal with the most important creatures of Shinhe civilization in the ancient world, so they specially look for the most important martial arts in the ancient world to attack. To deal with a warrior in the Eternal Realm, it needs 10 9th level warriors in the real realm to activate the array at the same time, 28th level warriors in the real realm, 37th level warriors in the real realm, and so on. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong also found that the number 1 martial artist in the Eternal Realm increased significantly. From the place where Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong passed, they found 7 of the number 1 martial artists in the Eternal Realm alone, which was impossible before. It seems that in order to fight against the creatures of Shinhe civilization, Tianting has taken out all their details. Ning Xiaochuan came from the southern end of Xinyan continent to the northern end. He killed many creatures of Shinhe civilization along the way and got a large number of supreme weapons. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have to go to Tianting to exchange at all. Now, besides Ning Xiaochuan's coming out to kill the creatures of Xinhe civilization, he has another task, to find the heart of the mainland. No matter what, the heart of the mainland must not fall into the hands of the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong kept inquiring about the news of the heart of the mainland all the way, but they had never found anything. Simply, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong stopped moving forward and simply stopped and waited for the news of the heart of the mainland to come out. Although the heart of the mainland is very long for Dian world, it is also very important for the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Once the heart of the mainland appears, I believe there will be news soon. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan just needs to rob it. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong stop on their way and are ready to stop and practice well before they start. Xiaohong took out the 3 dragon yuan without any consideration, and directly swallowed the 3 dragon yuan together and began to practice. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Xiaohong, who began to practice, thought a little, arranged a hidden array around with 50 concrete magic war swords, and then swallowed a large number of Supreme Soul pills and 3 King product Supreme Soul pills, and also began to practice. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have reached the 8th level of the Eternal Realm. It is not easy to reach the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. You must take a lot of treasures to break through. After Xiaohong began to practice, her body sent out wisps of dragon qi, which ignited the air into a blazing flame and wrapped Xiaohong's whole body. The ground under her was cracked by the fire. Ning Xiaochuan activated the 2 Taoist elements in his body at the same time to absorb the energy released by the soul pill in his body. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body is emitting black and white light, and his breath is very strong, just like an invincible king. Ning Xiaochuan has now entered a very mysterious realm. The blood in his body has become extremely smooth, and the white bone beads began to operate by themselves. Ning Xiaochuan's energy absorption speed has been directly increased by nearly twice. In the hidden array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan, at the moment, it is full of Ning Xiaochuan's supreme qi and Xiaohong's dragon qi, and the energy is filled to a very terrible level. If now there is an 8th level warrior in the Eternal Realm who forcibly breaks Ning Xiaochuan's array, I'm afraid that he will immediately be restrained by the energy breath generated by Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan's mind detected the situation in the array, immediately opened all pores, and began to absorb the energy scattered in the array. In the whole array, taking Ning Xiaochuan as the center, it turned into a small energy whirlwind, and the huge energy was constantly rotating around Ning Xiaochuan's body, just like a tornado. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have reached the critical period of cultivation breakthrough. They no longer pay attention to any changes in the outside world, but keep practicing. After another 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong both felt that they were almost there, and began to impact the realm together. The ability in the array disappeared instantly, and they were directly absorbed into their bodies by the strong absorption of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, and began to help them impact the realm. Boom! A huge noise sounded in the array, and the hidden array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan was directly cracked. 50 concrete magic war swords automatically flew back to Ning Xiaochuan, and Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong also appeared in Xinyan continent again. After this practice, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong reached the 9th level of the Eternal Realm at the same time. It can be said that the Oracle Supreme Armor has no effect on them. Because Ning Xiaochuan and others have been practicing for too long, earth-shaking changes have taken place in the outside world at this time. Kong Feng, a young genius of the Konglong nationality from the Shenlong star domain, found the legendary secret treasure that can control the whole continent, the heart of the continent, which triggered the strong families of Xinhe civilization to rob. The news soon spread throughout the Dian world, causing a sensation, and a large number of warriors began to rush to Xinyan continent. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the martial artists who constantly passed by them, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. How could there be so many martial artists in Xinyan mainland suddenly? Has the heart of the mainland already appeared? Ning Xiaochuan thought of this, and together with Xiaohong, he immediately showed his dragon speed and began to rush in the direction of those warriors. Have you heard that if you get the heart of the mainland, you can control the air transportation of the whole continent? I don't know whether it's true. A man wearing white armor and holding a spear said. There are also 19 other martial artists who are also the 8th heaviest in the real world around him. They are a combat team composed of 28 heavies in the real world. Everyone holds an array in their hands, which seems to be a team formed to fight against the creatures of Shinha civilization. At the moment, they are talking about the heart of the mainland. Whether he is true or not, if it is true, we will seize it and directly control the whole Xinyan continent at that time. We can absorb which earth vein we want to absorb. Can those gods still compete with our crazy gun team? Another warrior, also wearing white armor and slightly immature in appearance, said. These people are all students of the Divine Reserve Palace, with good talents. They all reached the 8th level of the human realm before the age of 50, and their combat effectiveness is even stronger. This time, when the creatures of Shinha civilization invaded Dian world, Tianting sent all the students from the Divine Reserve Palace. Although these students of the Divine Reserve Palace have good talents, in fact, they have not really felt the power of the second or more powerful people in the ancient world, which brings them blind self-confidence. They think that the martial people who are the second and the first martial people in the ancient world are just like that, and will not cause any harm to them at all. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong heard what they said when they passed by the students of the Divine Reserve Palace, silently shook their heads, and then disappeared directly. Did you feel like someone passed in front of us just now? Said a student of the Divine Reserve Palace, headed by him. His name is Xiaji, and he is the 1201st student in the Divine Reserve Palace, who formed a crazy gun team. No. Captain, you must have read it wrong. We didn't see any shadow. How could anyone? The other 19 students of the Imperial Palace said so. They didn't see Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong at all. Maybe. Xiaji frowned slightly, and an ominous premonition appeared in his heart, but he didn't stop acting, and he was still rushing to the place where they got the news of the heart of the mainland, thinking that he might have been worried too much. Ning Xiaochuan released his mind all the way and kept exploring the so-called heart of the continent. Once there was a huge energy fluctuation somewhere, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong would rush there immediately. They must not let the heart of the continent fall into the hands of Shinha civilized creatures. When Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong advanced nearly 3 million miles, they finally found a powerful energy fluctuation, and Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong rushed there immediately. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came down from the sky and found that there were warriors of Shinha civilization and the world. The cultivation of every creature of Shinha civilization reached above the eternal realm, with as many as 200 people, and even a strong creator. The warriors of Dian world are real-life warriors, all in teams. Everyone holds an array plate in his hand, and can quickly arrange an array to attack the creatures of Shinha civilization. There is also a strong creator in Dian world, which is equal to that of Shinha civilization. Of course, this is the effect of Yun Shenqi quenching. Just because you, the natives of Dian world, want to rob the mainland with us? The natural environment of Shinha civilization snorted coldly. This strong man in the realm of creation is called Long Zong. He is a strong man in the realm of creation of the dragon family. His cultivation reaches the first priority in the realm of creation and is very powerful. Gu Tao, a strong man in the realm of creation in Dian world, is a deacon in Lingxiao Temple. His cultivation has also reached the first priority of the realm of creation, which is not inferior to Long Zong. Joke. The heart of the mainland is what we have expanded the world. How can it be handed over to you invaders of Shinha civilization? Gu Tao snorted coldly, and his powerful momentum broke out, which made all the martial artists present feel a heavy pressure. I'll show you who the heart of the mainland is. Long Zhang's eyes sent out a murderous spirit, which made the martial artists who had spread all over the world cold physically and mentally. Even their hearts slowed down a bit and lost their fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and immediately released his mind to recover the influence caused by Long Zong. On the other side, a Shinha-civilized creature with a pair of black dragon horns on his head looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a murderous face. Originally, the influence of Long Zong on the martial artists in Dian world could directly make them be simply chopped by the Shinha-civilized creatures, but I didn't expect that a martial artist proficient in spiritual power had destroyed their plan. That person is Ning Xiaochuan. Immediately, the dragon creature attacked like Ning Xiaochuan, and a machete engraved with a dragon pattern appeared in his hand, which was a Supreme King weapon-level soldier, and cut Ning Xiaochuan severely. A powerful god-extinguished dragon fire suddenly spewed out from the back of Ning Xiaochuan, burning a large area of soldiers in the hands of the dragon creature. God extinguishes the dragon fire. The sudden accident startled the dragon creature and immediately wanted to escape, but Ning Xiaochuan soon caught up with him and cut off his head with a knife. The name of the dragon youth is Long Chuan, which is just the most important cultivation in the eternal realm. For Ning Xiaochuan, it is like a pig and dog. Those martial artists of Dian world around saw that Ning Xiaochuan was so brave, and the martial artists of Wangjing cultivation were killed by him with one knife. Each one was like beating chicken blood. Everyone burst out his strong strength to attack the creatures of Shinha civilization. Damn, how dare you kill my brother? I must kill him. A dragon-living creature with wide dragon wings on his back and a pair of red dragon horns on his head saw that Long Peng had been stabbed by Ning Xiaochuan. He immediately became angry and flew directly to Ning Xiaochuan's head and shot him. This dragon creature, named Long Di, is the brother of Long Chuan. His cultivation reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. Holding a golden sword of the Supreme King level, he stabbed Ning Xiaochuan in the chest with a fast sword. Zheng. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Long Di who was attacking him, and his expression did not change. Holding the Tiandi blade, he showed the dragon's fast flash, and disappeared directly in front of Long Di. Pooh! Then, everyone saw that Long Di's head actually flew out, and the blood also gushed violently at this time, about 7 meters high. Moreover, the golden sword in Long Di's hand was also directly split into 2 parts by Ning Xiaochuan at this moment. All the monks present, except the 2 strong creators of the realm, Long Zong and Gu Tao, were surprised. The 3rd most powerful warrior in the realm of all ages and a Supreme King's instrument were cut in half. How strong is Ning Xiaochuan? You completely annoyed us. A 9th weight warrior in the Eternal Realm flew out of the crowd without too much words and directly attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The 9th heaviest creature of Shinha civilization in the Eternal Realm is also a dragon creature, named Longu, with excellent talent. At the age of 40, he reached the 9th heaviest in the Eternal Realm. In the eyes of ordinary creatures, it can be called a rebellion. The power of Dragon Gu is very powerful. Even Ning Xiaochuan was shocked and flew several miles away by him. It seems that Longu, like Ning Xiaochuan, is a powerful warrior with a very strong constitution. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the ghost warhammer, flew into the air, and then hit it with a fierce hammer. The whole thing was shaking after all. All martial artists felt the powerful power of Ning Xiaochuan. Many of the most important creatures of Shinha civilization in the ancient world were directly killed by Ning Xiaochuan's hammer. Of course, the martial artists of Dian world also affected, but the loss was much less than that of Shinha civilization, because the power of the giant spirit hammer method was too powerful, and Ning Xiaochuan could not have perfect control at all. This boy. Even Long Zong noticed Ning Xiaochuan's situation at this time and wanted to get away and kill Ning Xiaochuan, but Gu Tao pestered him one by one, so that he could not get away. He could only watch Ning Xiaochuan kill the creatures of Shinha civilization one by one with his eyes full of hate. Roar! Long Zong became extremely angry at this time. He originally thought that he would win the heart of seizing the mainland this time, but he didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan would appear in Dian World Warrior, disrupting all his plans, and he should die. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong together spit out a dragon flame at the same time and burn a fifth heaviest Shinha civilized creature in front of them to ashes. They don't care about Long Zong at all, as if they didn't notice his anger at all. They just kill Shinha civilized creatures and generally collect their treasures. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Ning Xiaochuan has collected 50 supreme keen tools. Even the Emperor Blade is extremely greedy, shouting that Ning Xiaochuan must give it dozens of pieces to devour. After an hour of all-out fighting, almost all the creatures of Shinha civilization were killed by Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Those other martial artists in the real world didn't play any role at all. Everyone looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and their eyes were full of worship. They thought that Ning Xiaochuan was simply the reincarnation of gods, and only the reincarnation of gods could be so powerful. Ning Xiaochuan can fight against the ninth power of the eternal realm when he is the first power. Although it is because of the Oracle Supreme Armor, Ning Xiaochuan's own physique and strength are also very strong. Now, his cultivation has broken through to the ninth power of the eternal realm, and his combat power is naturally more severe, which is enough to challenge some of the strong powers of the creator realm. Long Zong launched a crazy attack on Gu Tao, and each time, he used his full strength to fight the blood in Gu Tao's body for a while. At this time, Gu Tao has fallen into a disadvantage and will soon be defeated by Long Zong. Gu Tao didn't expect that Long Zong would suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. It was clear that he had equal strength before, but now he is even one-sided. It seems that Ning Xiaochuan wantonly killed the creatures of Shinha civilization, which has made Long Zong desperate. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Long Zong, who was fighting Gu Tao, and his eyes coagulated slightly. He found that Long Zong actually began to burn blood essence, ready to kill Gu Tao at one stroke. Every strong creator is very precious to Dian World. The lack of one is a great loss to Dian World. If it weren't for the news that Xinyan continent has the heart of the continent, I'm afraid Lingxiao Temple wouldn't let the creator come to Xinyan continent. After all, the martial arts of the eternal realm is the main force of the battle. Gu Tao must not be killed. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed, quickly came to Long Zhang's hand, held a giant spirit warhammer, and hit Long Zhang's chest hard. Long Zhang's whole body flew out directly, and even his ribs were broken. How possible? Gu Tao coughed up a mouthful of blood and said in shock. He is the deacon of Lingxiao Temple. He has been practicing for more than 10,000 years, before he reached the first priority of creating the realm. He can be regarded as the top rank in the whole Dian world. What Gu Tao is facing is a strong man of the dragon nationality, who has a very strong physique and is not comparable to the martial arts of Dian world at all. How can he be directly hit by Ning Xiaochuan, who is a lower level? You know, the 9th level of the eternal realm and the 1st level of the creation realm are not so simple as the gap of a realm on the surface. It's reasonable to say that the martial arts in the eternal realm can't defeat the strong in the natural environment at all, but such a shocking scene appeared in front of Gu Tao. After Ning Xiaochuan hit Long Zong with a hammer, Xiaohong immediately appeared in the direction of Long Zhang's flight, and a thunder dragon came into the world, directly punctured Long Zhang's chest. Long Zong had no resistance in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Are they the two mysterious talented students who ranked first and second in the Divine Palace and were exceptionally accepted as disciples by the Lord of Heaven? Gu Tao murmured. You people. Are you the one who killed the 3 fighting dragon envoys of the Dragon Demon Release Lord and the Dragon Cub? Long Zong gritted his teeth and said. Long Zong, as the strong man of the Dragon clan, naturally knew that Ning Xiaochuan, who fled after killing 3 fighting dragon envoys in a row that day, just didn't think of it for a moment. Now he suddenly remembered it and directly shot a bright pillar of light into the sky to inform the arrival of other dragon clans. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and directly cut Long Zong with a knife. He knew that the strong of the dragon clan would come soon. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dead Long Zong and slightly detected it with his mind. He did not feel the powerful energy fluctuation, so Ning Xiaochuan concluded that the heart of the mainland was not on him. The Kongfeng of the Konglong clan has taken the heart of the mainland away. Gu Tao on the side saw that Ning Xiaochuan was using mind power to detect and knew that Ning Xiaochuan was looking for the heart of the mainland, and immediately said, "Kongfeng? Where did he go?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly after hearing Gu Tao's words, and felt that something was wrong. Gu Tao unexpectedly told him the news. Why didn't Gu Tao stop Kongfeng by himself? After all, Kongfeng is only a young generation and has not reached the realm of creation. Although Gu Tao can't beat Long Zong, it should be easy to deal with the ninth heaviest creature in the eternal realm. Unless Kongfeng is like him, his strength is far beyond the realm. As soon as we arrived, Kongfeng had left. I wanted to catch up, but I had been stopped by other creatures of Shinhe civilization. Up to now, I don't know where Kongfeng is. Gu Tao said helplessly. He didn't lie about this. Gu Tao really didn't know where Kongfeng went. If he knew, he would definitely tell Ning Xiaochuan without hesitation. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Gu Tao and frowned slightly. At the same time, he was also a little wary of Gu Tao. In that case, I'll go to find Kongfeng first. Hurry up and leave. There will be dragon creatures here soon, which must be stronger than Long Zong. Ning Xiaochuan left here immediately with Xiaohong. Gu Tao looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who flew away, and a sneer flashed across his mouth. Then he left with all the Dian world warriors present. 3 hours after the people left here, a strong man with the 3rd level of cultivation in the realm of creation stepped out of the void and appeared at the place where Ning Xiaochuan and others had just stood. His name is Long Yu. He is the 3 major generals under the hand of the 2nd god of the dragon family, the dragon release demon. He has cultivated for thousands of years, and his combat power is enough to rival the 4th most powerful person in the world of Dian. He is an absolute ruthless man. In a war, he killed tens of thousands of strong people in the ancient world, but not in the world of Dian, but on the mainland of other star regions. How fast you escaped. Long Yu said coldly, stretched out his arm and gently stroked the void in front of him, and a space crack appeared in front of Long Yu. One step into the space crack, the dragon disappeared directly. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong kept flying all the way, and at the same time, they also converged their breath to the extreme, constantly changing their direction. Long Yu walked out of the space crack and immediately crossed the distance of 2 million kilometers to another region. He and Ning Xiaochuan Xiaohong are getting closer and closer. Someone is catching up. Ning Xiaochuan's mind sent a ripple. He detected the dragon coming after him and felt a dangerous breath. We have to be faster. The cultivation of the other party is quite terrible. Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of red unreal dragon wings, and the speed immediately doubled. Xiaohong observed all the expressions of Ning Xiaochuan, and knew that the people who chased them were about to catch up, so she also increased her speed to the limit. When she breathed, she could span tens of thousands of miles. Ning Xiaochuan's mind has been observing the dragon, and he found that the other party actually used space to track them more and more, and it was a super long distance leap. At this speed, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong will soon be caught up, and the other party's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the realm of creation. Even Ning Tianming is not his opponent. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan can also break space, open the door of space, and directly cross space. However, with his current cultivation, he can't completely resist the power of space storm. Only the creatures who create the realm can control heaven and earth and calmly transmit in the space storm. After a little consideration, Ning Xiaochuan decided to give up using the giant spirit warhammer to break up the space crossing, because there is a great possibility of danger, and he can't control the transmission location. In case he crosses directly to the gathering place of Shinha civilization, there will be a lot of trouble. If you reach the realm of creation, it won't be so troublesome. The first thing for the strong in the realm of creation is to understand the mysteries of heaven and earth, such as space and earth. An ancient god once said, "See the mystery of heaven and earth, and reach the extreme of creation." This sentence fully describes the power of the strong in the realm of creation. If you want to become a strong in the realm of creation, you must first understand heaven and earth. Therefore, crossing space is very difficult for those who are strong in the eternal realm, even if it is the 9th level, but it is very simple for those who are strong in the realm of creation. Bad. About an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan's mind found that Long Yu had caught up, less than 3,000 miles behind him in Xiaohong, and was getting closer and closer. Qua, the martial arts in the eternal realm still want to compare speed with the strong in the natural realm. It's simply wishful thinking. Long Peng snorted coldly, gathered a powerful energy ball in his hand, and hit Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong violently. The energy ball seemed to lock Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, and followed Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong all the time. No matter how Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong changed their directions, they couldn't shake off the energy ball sent by Long Yu until they were hit. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong snorted at the same time, and their blood surged. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's physique were strong enough. Long Yu's blow only caused them some trouble, but did not cause any damage. If they were to be the 9th heaviest martial artist in the ancient world, Long Yu's blow would be enough to hurt them. It's worthy of being the Dragon Envoy of fighting, which is stronger than the 3 brothers of the Dragon Envoy under Lord Long Shimo. If you take him back and turn him into a puppet by Lord Long Shimo, I'm afraid his combat effectiveness will soon surpass me. At that time, the warriors of Dian World will be slaughtered by him. Long Yu smiled coldly, and the speed accelerated a bit. He would soon catch up with Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Little Red, fit. Ning Xiaochuan saw that he was about to be caught up, and immediately shouted that instead of being caught in this way, he might as well fight. Xiaohong immediately turned into a dragon-shaped flame and entered Ning Xiaochuan's body. From the inside out, it became a set of fire-red dragon armor. Ning Xiaochuan, wearing the dragon armor, holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, chopped directly at the dragon. The ghost warhammer can't be used for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan is not sure to defeat the other party, let alone kill it. If the news of the ghost warhammer in him is leaked, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong will face the tracking of 2 groups of people at that time, which is not good news for Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Arrogance. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan not only didn't run away, but also integrated with his dragon cub to fight with him, Long Yu immediately said contemptuously. Long Yu looked at Ning Xiaochuan faintly, with a calm expression, until Ning Xiaochuan was about to behead him. Long Yu slowly stretched out his right hand, emitting a powerful force, and even directly stopped Ning Xiaochuan's attack. The strong people in the realm of creation under the second god are indeed different from those killed by Ning Xiaochuan in the past. The strong people in the realm of creation under the second god are more physically strong, because they can get the essence and blood of the second god. Although the secondary gods are not as powerful as the real gods, they have entered the category of gods. Their blood can naturally be regarded as divine blood. After the creation realm devours the divine blood, it must become very powerful, which other creation realms cannot have. Hunyuanichi sword. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan also took out the magic sword, and at the same time cast 2 powerful magic skills. 2 gods appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan at the same time, and slashed the dragon severely. It's amazing that you can use the power of 2 gods at one time, said the dragon. If you want to take advantage of the divine power scattered between heaven and earth, having a strong physique and having a relationship with the gods is the primary condition. Another condition is that the power of mind and spirit must be strong enough. Because if you want to accept the power of the gods, your mind must reach a certain level. If your mind power fails, you will be directly shocked to death by the power of the gods. Ordinary geniuses can borrow the power of a deity, which is the limit. Like the young generation of martial artists in Tianshu continent, only a few people can borrow the power of a deity, and they can count it with both hands. Among the creatures of Shinha civilization, many can get the increase of the power of a god, but few can borrow the power of two gods at the same time. It is enough to prove how powerful Ning Xiaochuan's mental power is compared with the younger generation. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan, holding the magic sword and the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, slashed the dragon severely, and the huge energy was released, breaking the ground into pieces. Huge stones of 10,000 kilograms splashed, and were crushed into fly ash by knife gas and sword gas. Even the two peaks not far away collapsed, making a deafening sound of cracking. Ning Xiaochuan's attack was cut on the body of Long Yu. Centered on the body of Long Yu, the ground with a radius of several kilometers sank into a small basin like landform. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dust all over the sky, his eyes slightly coagulated, and he carefully detected that Long Yu was not injured at all. Such a powerful attack did not even leave a trace on him. The third strongest person in the realm of creation is really too strong. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan also has more powerful magical powers, such as the way to destroy the world, white bone beads, and the giant spirit hammer method. These are Ning Xiaochuan's secret cards. If he is not absolutely sure to kill Long Yu, Ning Xiaochuan will not show these cards. Once he can kill his opponent, he will do it without hesitation. Ning Xiaochuan had to summon Ning Tianming. Ning Tianming had the second cultivation in the realm of creation. Although he could not defeat the dragon, he could at least entangle with it. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan silently recited the formula. Ning Tianming flew out of the Zhenren Tower and knelt down on one knee to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Tianming, see your master. Get up quickly. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yes. Ning Tianming immediately got up and looked at the dragon. Tens of thousands of seven-color begonia petals suddenly appeared from Ning Tianming's hands, and in a flash came to Long Yu's face, launching a fierce attack on him. Each begonia petal is extremely sharp, like tens of thousands of top-grade supreme weapons attacking Long Yu constantly, so that Long Yu had to stop to resist Ning Tianming's attack on him. Damn, there are helpers. The dragon snorted coldly, but his expression did not change much. He took a long wooden board-shaped treasure of the Supreme Emperor level, directly from the Heaven and Earth bag, and ruthlessly inserted it on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the board on the ground. He didn't know what the board was used for, but since it was a treasure of the Supreme Emperor level, it would certainly not be too weak and must have amazing destructive power. Ning Tianming's jade fingers kept changing in the air, and a towering seven-color begonia tree appeared behind her. The whole tree body was as thick as a mountain peak, hundreds of thousands of meters high from the root to the crown, straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan knew that Ning Tianming was about to show her most powerful magic power. Begonias bloom, and the three realms are lifeless. Ning Tianming pinched the magic formula with his fingers and whispered. In an instant, the whole sky became extremely dark. Only that huge seven-color begonia tree emitted seven-color light, shining in this world, and everything else was eclipsed at this moment. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole begonia tree behind Ning Tianming turned into a huge seven-color begonia flower, wrapping the whole body of Long Yu in it, and there was a violent roar. At almost the same time, Ning Tianming turned into countless petals and took Ning Xiaochuan away, directly. When Ning Tianming's magical attack was about to attack the dragon, a huge energy shield suddenly appeared around the dragon, which resisted all the attack forces of Ning Tianming without any damage. This is the role of the Supreme Imperial Wooden Board. At present, Ning Tianming's power is not enough to deal with the dragon, so only by using the strongest magic power as a cover to help Ning Xiaochuan escape, can he not be tracked by the dragon. After escaping from the tracking of Long Yu, Ning Tianming used his magic power and turned into countless petals to send Ning Xiaochuan to the other side of Xinyan continent, which was almost half a continent away from the place where Long Yu was located. Long Yu couldn't find it for a while. Ning Tianming has the power of the strong in the realm of creation, and was once a secondary god. Naturally, he once understood the mystery of heaven and earth, and of course, he can also make a space leap and escape with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Tianming exerted her strongest magic power this time, which led to her consumption being too large, so Ning Tianming had to return to the Jinren Tower and slowly recover her strength. Everything next depends on Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan came to the easternmost part of Xinyan continent, belonging to Yunfeng Ancient Country, one of the 4 ancient countries. Yunfeng Ancient Country has a total of 3,500 martial artists in the real world and 7 strong in the ancient world. It ranks 3rd among the 4 ancient countries and is also a primary 6th-grade civilized empire. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have been flying all the way, day and night. They must seize the heart of the mainland before Kong Feng returns to the gathering place of Xinhe civilization. Otherwise, at that time, Kong Feng will hand over the heart of the mainland to the strong ones of the dragon creatures. For example, the dragon, the second god of the dragon, releases the demon. It is impossible to win back the heart of the mainland again. In order to avoid the danger from appearing again, Ning Xiaochuan slightly changed the appearance of him and Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan became a gray old man with long eyebrows, which made people know at a glance that he was an old man in his twilight years and weather-beaten. And Xiaohong became a wrinkled old woman, dressed in brown and black clothes, holding a crutch with a dragon body as a handle. After all, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's talent is too high, far more than other so-called geniuses in Dian world, so it is easy for the creatures of Xinhe civilization to find that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have to make their appearance look like old people. Along the way, because of this appearance, Xiaohong didn't know how many times she cursed Long Zong and kept cursing him. If he hadn't sent a signal to inform the dragon creatures before he died, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong wouldn't have been chased and killed, and they wouldn't be like this now. Come on, what's the use of scolding a dead man? You'd better continue to look for Kong Feng. Ning Xiaochuan really couldn't listen, so he said to Xiaohong. If it weren't for the strong man of the dragon clan, we would have been chased from the north of Xinyan continent to the east. Xiaohong still said unhappily. Even if there is no strong man in the realm of fortune, the dragon creatures will come to the door sooner or later. After all, we killed the 3 fighting dragon envoys. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly at Xiaohong and said. If I find that Kong Feng, I will kill him with a mouthful of fire. Xiaohong made a vicious expression, pretended to catch Kong Feng, and was constantly ravaging him. If in the past, Ning Xiaochuan would still think that Xiaohong is very cute, but now she has changed her appearance. When Xiaohong does this again, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly feels a chill. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong began to look for Kong Feng from the easternmost part of Xinyan continent as an old man and an old woman, respectively. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan released his mental power. Every 1,000,000 miles, Ning Xiaochuan would explore carefully, and would not miss any place. Since the heart of the continent is the core of the whole continent, it must belong to the category of Earth. Since it is the Earth, can we find it through the Earth? Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan turned the Earth's meridian and began to feel all the energy fluctuations of the Earth in the ancient Yunfeng country. On this day, Kong Feng was driving on the road. He changed his appearance into that of the warrior of Dian world. He even took in the dragon horn that the dragon family would have on his head, and suppressed all the spiritual qi in his body. Even those with strong natural environment could not find that he was the creature of the dragon family of Xinhe civilization. When Ning Xiaochuan found him, Kong Feng was rushing to the gathering place of Xinhe civilized creatures, and was planning to hand over the heart of the mainland to the dragon sub-god. He has used the heart of the mainland to collect many hundreds of millions of other earth veins. If he brings it back to the Xinhe civilization, it will certainly bring great help to the dragon people. At that time, the dragon clan will definitely give him a good reward. Anyway, he can't stay in Dian world all the time, so the heart of the mainland has no effect on him. However, if given to the secondary god, Kong Feng can not only get a lot of rewards, but also make the Dian world be occupied faster. Therefore, Kong Feng is happy to hand over the mainland. Stop. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong fell from the sky, came to Kong Feng's front, and directly intercepted him. Who are you? Why did you stop me? Kong Feng asked, coldly. He knew that now he had the heart of the mainland. Many Dian world warriors were looking for him and wanted to get the heart of the mainland on him. But now he has changed his appearance and breath. Unless the other party's mind is very strong, it is impossible to find him at all. Kong Feng saw the old people and women changed by Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong. With a slight probe, he found that the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong was the 9th highest in the eternal realm. Of course, this was under the condition that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong deliberately showed their strength, so Kong Feng did not regard them as strong people with very strong hearts and minds, and thought he had not been found. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong both stared at Kong Feng quietly, and their cultivation and physique were clearly detected. The other party was also the 9th highest cultivation in the eternal realm, and their physique was weaker than Ning Xiaochuan. The two of us are the two elders of the God's Palace. We come to issue new orders from the heaven to the students of the God's Palace. Ning Xiaochuan said. Command? Hearing this, Kong Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan and his wife were the elders of the Divine Reserve Palace, but he didn't say anything. If we can get the information of Tianting in advance, it is also very helpful for the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Well, but it's confidential and can't be known by others, so we have to talk in the hidden array. Ning Xiaochuan said. Array? Okay, no problem. Kong Feng agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong are the 9th heaviest fighters in the eternal realm just like him. Even if Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong want to deal with him in the array, he can break the array and escape quickly, and there is no need to escape at all. Seeing that Dao Kong Feng seemed to expect that he and Xiao Hong couldn't deal with him, Ning Xiaochuan silently took out Jiezhu behind him, and then activated it, inhaling Ning Xiaochuan, Xiao Hong and Kong Feng into the space inside Jiezhu at the same time. Kong Feng entered the space of Jiezhu, looked at the grey grassland around him, and felt a little strange. After a little detection for a while, he shouted, It's Jiezhu. How can it be? How can the martial artist of Dian world have Jiezhu? Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong looked at Kong Feng with a smile. It seemed that the deterrence of Jiezhu was still very strong. Jiezhu is a treasure of the Supreme Emperor's device level. It can't be opened easily. If you want to open it, you can only kill the owner of Jiezhu. With Kong Feng's strength, it is obvious that Liaoning and Ning Xiaochuan cannot be killed. Kong Feng looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong in front of him, and his heart had begun to get nervous, and he doubted the identity of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong. Who the hell are you? Kong Feng asked. Although Kong Feng had begun to doubt Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong, he did not start to do it in advance, because he felt that he might be suspicious. No matter what happened, calm down first. Hand over the heart of the mainland. Ning Xiaochuan didn't beat around the bush and said directly. He and Xiao Hong both reached the 9th level of the eternal realm. They are not afraid of Kong Feng's resistance at all. The heart of the mainland must be taken back. The heart of the mainland. Kong Feng was shocked when he heard what Ning Xiaochuan said. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him actually detected the heart of the continent on him. It seems that he can't hide it anymore. Even if you know that the heart of the mainland is in me, so what? The constitution of the indigenous people of your Dian world is simply impossible to compete with the creatures of our Shinha civilization. Compared with us, you are very weak. Kong Feng's expression became very ferocious, directly turned into a one-horned golden dragon with a length of kilometers, and jumped on Ning Xiaochuan. Ow! Dragon? I can too. Xiao Hong had long changed from an old woman to a beautiful girl of 15 or 16 years old. Seeing the one-horned golden dragon, a trace of smile appeared on her beautiful face. She changed into a red dragon with flames burning all over her white skin. At this moment, Xiao Hong is exactly like the legendary dragon, with horns like deer, head like lion, body like snake, abdomen like mirage, scales like fish, claws like eagle. You are a dragon cub. Kong Feng was even more shocked. He didn't expect that the previous old woman was a dragon cub. Although Kong Feng's blood is also high in the dragon clan, he cannot reach the strength of the dragon cub. You know, every dragon cub is formed by the Supreme Dragon King with his own power. It can be said that every dragon cub is a part of the Supreme Dragon King, and its blood is naturally the same as that of the Supreme Dragon King. The Supreme God Dragon King, as the Dragon King of the universe, commands the whole dragon family. Can his blood be countered by the dragon family at the level of Kong Feng? I saw that the red dragon incarnated by Xiao Hong and the one-horned golden dragon transformed by Kong Feng fought together, sending out a thunderous dragon hell. There was a burst of lightning and thunder in the whole world bead space, but fortunately, after all, the world bead was a supreme imperial weapon-level soldier, which was not damaged by the energy of Xiao Hong and Kong Feng during the battle. Destroy the stars. Ning Xiaochuan offered a giant spirit warhammer and flew high into the air. In a moment, it fell on Kong Feng's huge body and hit the back of the one-horned golden dragon that Kong Feng had transformed. The one-horned golden dragon transformed by Kong Feng suddenly opened its eyes, and a strong pain spread all over the body. His body was broken by Ning Xiaochuan's blow, and a large amount of dragon blood flowed from Kong Feng's back. Dragon blood drips on the earth and ignites the whole grassland. Little Red roared, and 3 huge gods extinguished dragon fires, and a black thunder cloud full of thunder power suddenly appeared on the grey grassland. The wind and clouds suddenly rose in the whole heaven and earth. Roar! Kong Feng reluctantly gave a loud roar, and behind him appeared a mighty ghost shadow. The virtual shadow is also a single-horned dragon, but it is hundreds of times longer than Kong Feng. Almost half of the boundary bead space is occupied by the virtual shadow's body. That's Kong Jinlong, the ancestor of Kong Feng and one of the famous 28-star sub-gods of Shinha civilization. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the ghost shadow behind Kong Feng, sacrificed the Tiandi blade and the magic sword together, and at the same time performed 2 kinds of divine skills. Hunyuanichi sword. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan said the names of the 2 gods, and immediately there appeared 2 gods' virtual shadows behind him, which were more powerful and domineering than Kong Feng summoning the 5th god's virtual shadow, like 2 gods of war, holding a long sword and a blade respectively, and suddenly attacked the dragon. A touch of fear appeared in Kong Feng's eyes, and he immediately showed his strongest magic power. Kong long regretted. The whole body of the one-horned golden dragon, transformed by Kong Feng, emitted a burst of golden light. Countless runes appeared from the space in front of Kong Feng and were printed on Kong Feng. Suddenly, Kong Feng's momentum rose to the extreme. The world bead space trembled violently. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong's eyes were slightly frozen, and they didn't expect Kong Feng to have such a card. Ning Xiaochuan's 2 magic skills severely attacked Kong Feng, and the one-horned dragon virtual shadow behind him actually made a substantial roar, which made Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong's eardrums slightly painful. Then, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong saw that when Ning Xiaochuan's magic hit Kong Feng's body, it broke in an instant, as if it had no effect at all. "You can't help me," Kong Feng said ferociously. "Really?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe that Kong Feng's defense was so strong at all. He immediately showed the dragon speed, came to Kong Feng's head, held the Tiandi blade, and slashed his dragon horn. A burst of sparks appeared from Kong Feng's dragon horn. The whole dragon horn was split into 2 sections by Ning Xiaochuan and fell to the ground. Roar! Kong Feng roared and was about to attack Ning Xiaochuan on his head, but Xiaohong quickly flew up at this time and bit Kong Feng's neck. Kong Feng's eyes stared, and he felt his strength and blood being sucked away by Xiaohong. "The heart of the mainland!" Kong Feng roared, and his body flashed a burst of white light again, and then the ground in the whole boundary bead began to collapse. The roar spread all over the world. The surface of the boundary bead in Ning Xiaochuan's hand has cracked one after another. The heart of the mainland is in him. I didn't detect it wrong, Ning Xiaochuan thought. We must seize the heart of the mainland before Kong Feng destroys the boundary pearl space. Otherwise, when Kong Feng escapes outside, he can use the power of the heart of the mainland. At that time, it will be quite detrimental to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. As the core of a continent, the heart of the continent controls the heart of the continent. Kong Feng can mobilize the earth power of the whole Xinyan continent to fight against Fu Ning Xiaochuan. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has practiced the Earth Sutra, he can't resist it. Kill the world. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, slashed violently at Kong Feng. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has been desperate. Even if he tries to expose his identity as the successor of the world, he must snatch the heart of the mainland. A powerful knife wave cut off one of Kong Feng's dragon claws and fell to the ground. The way of destroying the world. You are the successor of the way of destroying the world. Kong Feng was very frightened at the moment. He didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be the successor of the world-destroying Taoism, which reminded him of the terrible legend of Xinhe civilization. In an instant, he lost his fighting spirit, and even his breath weakened a lot. At this moment, Kong Feng's mind came up with the pictures he had seen in ancient books before. Countless gods were killed, the bodies of secondary gods piled up into mountains, the entire Xinhe civilization was almost destroyed, stars were broken, the starry sky was burning, like hell. All the gods of Xinhe civilization were killed that night. Kong Feng's eyes lost their expression, full of fear. He never thought that getting the heart of the mainland would bring him such an enemy. It turned out to be the successor of the world-destroying Tao. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Kong Feng, who was scared silly. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly beheaded Kong Feng, beheaded his dragon head, and destroyed his soul together. He must not let Kong Feng tell his identity. After Kong Feng died, a mysterious white mass of light flew out of his body. Shua. As soon as it appeared, the white light group wanted to escape. In an instant, it broke through the boundary bead space and escaped. That's the heart of the mainland, catch up with it. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong had no time to think about it, so they put Kong Feng's body away, and then immediately showed their magic dragon to quickly chase the heart of the mainland. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong are not in the main battlefield, and there are no creatures of Xinhe civilization within 1,000,000 miles. Otherwise, if the creatures of Xinhe civilization find that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong are tracking the heart of the mainland, it will certainly cause great trouble. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the rapidly flying heart of the mainland, immediately summoned Ning Tianmeng out, opened the space cracks, and crossed the space to pursue the heart of the mainland. With the help of Ning Tianmeng, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong made a total of 13 space leaps and finally reached the front of the heart of the mainland, but they didn't expect that the heart of the mainland turned and went underground. In an instant, the heart of the continent entered the depths of about 8,000 miles underground. The heart of the continent is a peerless treasure related to the earth. It can control the earth of the whole continent and let it enter the earth. Undoubtedly, it is a fish into the sea, and it is difficult to find it again. Ning Xiaochuan said. Then how did those dragon creatures get the heart of the mainland? How did they suppress the heart of the mainland? Xiaohong said in doubt. They must have special means. Being said by Xiaohong, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took Kong Feng's body out and searched it carefully. Finally, a mysterious iron box was found in Kong Feng's body, with a strong seal on it. Even Ning Xiaochuan could not break the seal with all his strength. There was a line of words on the cover of the iron box, which Ning Xiaochuan didn't know. However, he concluded that the box was used to suppress the heart of the mainland. It has the breath left by the heart of the mainland. These words. I seem to know. Xiaohong said after seeing the words on the iron box in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Do you know? Yes, Kong Feng is originally a dragon, and naturally uses the words of the dragon. You are a dragon cub, so you must know. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong took the iron box in Ning Xiaochuan's hand and studied it carefully. On the box, it is not only the dragon script, but also the divine script, which contains the divine power of the gods. The words on the box are the spells that activate the iron box. As long as you recite the mantra, you can suppress the heart of the mainland. Xiaohong read the magic spell, and a burst of white light was emitted from the iron box. The whole ground began to tremble. The heart of the mainland unexpectedly began to emerge from the ground, and soon entered the iron box in Xiaohong's hand. So easy to use! Ning Xiaochuan exclaimed. Worthy of the sacred river civilization, the heart of the continent, which is comparable to the secondary artifact, was so easily suppressed by an iron box. This is something Ning Xiaochuan didn't think about at all. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan took Kong Feng's body away at that time. Next, let's improve our realm first. Ning Xiaochuan said to Xiaohong. The heart of the mainland has just been suppressed, and it is impossible to control the heart of the mainland with the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan decided to improve his realm first, otherwise, other powerful creatures of the dragon clan would catch up, and the heart of the mainland would still be taken away. It's time to use the elixir of 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the heart-nourishing tripod, placed it on the ground, took out 50 concrete magic war swords, and arranged an array around it to prevent the practiced elixir from escaping. Ning Xiaochuan took out the dragon fruit of derision and put it into the heart-nourishing tripod to release the demon fire of killing the world and the dragon fire of God. He used 2 kinds of flames to refine medicine at the same time. About 2 hours later, the pill finally took shape. Ning Xiaochuan opened the heart-nourishing tripod, and a deafening dragon roar came from inside. Then, Wang Pinran level Danhua became 2 divine dragons with a length of tens of meters, and flew out of the tripod. As soon as it takes shape, I want to escape. Ning Xiaochuan was ready when the dragon roared. As soon as the 2 dragons appeared, Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew up, and soon grasped the 2 golden dragons firmly, suppressed them again, and became 2 pills. Ning Xiaochuan gave Xiaohong one of the pills refined by Derizen Longhua, and also gave her a large number of soul pills and 3 king product soul pills. In the array, they took pills and began to practice. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have now reached the 9th level of the eternal realm, which is only 1 step away from the realm of creation. If they take the elixir refined by the 10,000-year holy medicine again, it is believed that the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong will increase again. After 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong woke up from their practice. The cultivation of 1 person and 1 dragon has reached the 9th peak of the eternal realm, and the real distance from the realm of creation is only 1 step away. To enter the realm of creation, we must understand heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan practiced the Earth Sutra. He has completed half of the task of understanding heaven and earth. As long as he understands heaven, he can successfully break through the realm of creation. As for Xiaohong, she is a dragon cub. It is not difficult for her to understand heaven and earth. Now Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong are short of cultivation resources that can help them break through, for example, more 10,000-year holy drugs. We can go to Tianting to exchange cultivation resources, Ning Xiaochuan said. At present, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong lack resources, but Tianting is rich in resources. Ning Xiaochuan plans to kill some Shinhe civilized creatures again, and then go to Tianting to exchange resources that break through the realm. Just do it. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong are vigorous and resolute. After determining a good method, they immediately display the magic dragon and go to the main battlefield of Yunfeng ancient country. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong also saw many creatures of Shinhe civilization. They were all looking for Kong Feng. They didn't know that Kong Feng had been killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and the heart of the mainland had also reached Ning Xiaochuan. Every time I see these Shinhe civilized creatures, Ning Xiaochuan has not had time to fight, but has been directly hacked to death by Xiaohong by a thunder dragon, and then put away the bodies of Shinhe civilized creatures. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head at Xiaohong, as if Xiaohong was very unhappy that he killed Kong Feng. Kong Feng is obviously hers. How can he be killed by Ning Xiaochuan? So now, she has been taking credit. Finally, after a day of advance, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came to the main battlefield of Yunfeng ancient country. In the ancient imperial city, there are a large number of Shinhe civilized creatures and the bodies of Dian world warriors piled up in mountains. The buildings of the whole Yunfeng ancient country were turned into ruins overnight, and all the martial artists under the real world were killed overnight. Only those who are strong in the real world and the eternal world remain. The creatures of Shinhe civilization think they are still useful, so they stay. Every warrior's face was full of despair, praying that heaven could send someone to save them. Many students of the Divine Reserve Palace and other strong people of the Eternal Realm will soon be killed here, and the strong people of the Creator Realm are the top forces in the whole Dian world, responsible for guarding the heaven and some important secret places, so it is impossible for the strong people of the Creator Realm to leave here. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong stand high above the sky, and they can see the situation of the imperial city of the ancient Yunfeng country clearly. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is very strong, and he can also detect the overall strength of the creatures of Shinhe civilization. Among them, there are more than 300 people who have reached the first level of cultivation, 100 people above the second level of cultivation, more than 30 people above the third level of cultivation, and 2 people at the fourth level of cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong looked at the ancient Yunfeng country below, flew down, and came to the ruins of the imperial city of the ancient Yunfeng country. There are also indigenous people from Dian world coming here, said a golden crow with 3 feet. This is the place where the demon clan invaded, and all of them are demon creatures. For the creatures of Shinhe civilization, they attach great importance to the field. If people of other ethnic groups are found in the field of one ethnic group, they will immediately attack. All the creatures of Shinhe civilization heard what the demon creature said. All of them looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, and wanted to catch them immediately and forcibly subdue them. Brothers, go. Catch these 2 aborigines, and we have 2 more slaves. One of them, a white tiger with a length of tens of meters, gave a tiger roar to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. The white tiger reached the 4th level of cultivation in the Eternal Realm, and it was one of the 2 demon creatures who reached the 4th level of cultivation in the Eternal Realm. When White Tiger said something, all demon creatures rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, and planned to use the crowd tactics to solve Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong instantly. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong looked at the demon creatures. They rushed up in all directions. They didn't feel nervous, but became very excited. How many treasures can so many Shinhe civilized creatures exchange? Many demon creatures saw the expressions of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, and thought that they were very afraid and had become delirious. In the face of so many demon creatures, they were still very excited. Ow! Xiaohong's mouth suddenly sent out a dragon's cry, which rang through thousands of miles and shook the earth. All demon creatures present were suppressed. Is it the dragon clan? The white tiger said in surprise. Even if they are dragons, they shouldn't come to our field to kill. Another millipede said. His cultivation also reached the 4th level in the Eternal Realm, which was the other of the 2 demon creatures in the 4th level in the Eternal Realm. He had no scruples about Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, and directly attacked them. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the demons around him, offered the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and gave a hard blow to the front. A large number of demons were instantly cut in half. With just one move, the demon creatures who were still continuing to attack Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong stopped. What? It's so strong. I can't even kill so many ancient creatures in a moment, said the white tiger. Are they the strong ones sent by the Dragon Kingdom to kill us? The centipede said suspiciously. It's quite possible, White Tiger said, and immediately turned towards the void in front of it. A tadpole-sized text suddenly appeared in front of it, and then quickly disappeared. He will tell this news to the strong of the demon clan and make them ready. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong used their magic powers and quickly killed those demon creatures around. No one could resist their attack. It's too strong. Let's run, said the millipede. Seeing that it was as easy for Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong to kill demon creatures as killing chickens and dogs, the centipede immediately became flustered, anxious and wanted to run away immediately. Yes. The white tiger nodded and immediately flew away with the millipede, intending to escape here. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's strength is too strong. Even if the white tiger and millipede reach the 4th weight of the Eternal Realm, I'm afraid they are not the enemy of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. In that case, it's better to escape as soon as possible. Want to escape? Ning Xiaochuan saw 2 demon creatures, the white tiger and the 1,000-foot centipede. Holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, he gave a hard blow, and immediately split the white tiger and the 1,000-foot centipede that were ready to escape into 2 halves, and then he died. The remaining demonic creatures present saw that the 2 strongest demonic creatures were killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and began to panic. No one dared to attack Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, but they all ran for their lives. Ning Xiaochuan saw that the whole sky was full of demon creatures, and immediately offered a giant spirit warhammer and suddenly struck the whole earth. The whole imperial city shook, and dozens of peaks collapsed in an instant, turning into huge pieces of gravel. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong had killed all the demon creatures, and did not let one escape. All the bodies were collected by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the ancient imperial city of Yunfeng, which had been reduced to ruins, silently shook his head, and left with Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong returned to Tianting through the transmission array, and planned to immediately go to Tianting Academy to exchange cultivation resources, and then impact the realm of creation. When Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong arrived at Tianting Academy, it was extremely crowded here. The originally huge Tianting Academy became crowded, and many people were exchanging cultivation resources. Qinglong Continent, the supreme master of Moism, killed 2 demon creatures and exchanged for a 9,000-year-old strange medicine. At the gate of Tianting Academy, a martial artist who was the first to be rebuilt in the real world took the heaven and earth bags of those martial artists who came to exchange cultivation resources to check one by one. Test the harvest of martial artists who exchange cultivation resources, and issue treasures, by the number of enemies killed. The strong man of the Mahist school handed over the corpse of the demon creatures he killed to the Tianting Academy, collected the strange medicine he received, and was ready to continue to kill the creatures of the Shinhe civilization. On the Cliff Continent, the supreme master of the Lin family, killed a dragon creature and exchanged it for an 8,000-year-old fire medicine. The real-life prosecutor said again. At the moment, there are so many monks in Tianting Academy. All of them are cultivation achievements in the real world. Some of them exchange cultivation resources for themselves, and some exchange them for families. In short, the scene is very crowded. About half an hour later, it was Ning Xiaochuan's turn at last. He handed the heaven and earth bag full of the corpses of demon creatures to the real-world strongman who specially checked the number of enemies killed. After taking Ning Xiaochuan's Chankuan bag, the real person was ready to start a detailed inspection, but when he detected the situation in the Chankuan bag, the whole person was stunned. Many people saw the real person's expression become very shocked, as if they saw something that shouldn't happen, as if it was a ghost. Hey! Do you want to change it or not? Did this boy not kill a creature of Shinha civilization at all and come here to join the fun? Behind him, a martial artist with the highest rank in the ancient world said. All the martial artists in line heard the voice of the martial artist in the eternal realm. They all looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a slightly bad look in their eyes. If Ning Xiaochuan really came to make trouble, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan would immediately become the target of public criticism. When is it now that someone dares to make trouble? You know, if Ning Xiaochuan delays for another minute, many warriors in Dian world will die in the hands of the creatures of Shinha civilization. Those people may also be the families of these martial artists present. Please hurry up. I want to exchange cultivation resources. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said to the real person in front of him. Oh, good, yes, I'll clear the quantity immediately. The real man immediately became submissive, and his eyes on Ning Xiaochuan became different, obviously full of awe for Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan gave too many demon corpses in the heaven and earth bag. There were nearly 700 corpses, a total of 682. Even if the previous 100 strong ones added up, there was no more than Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's performance was enough to exchange for the Supreme Emperor's weapon-level soldiers. What would you like to exchange? The real person's strong man said to Ning Xiaochuan. What is your exchange ratio for the elixir of 10,000 years? Ning Xiaochuan said. With that, the strong people who were lining up behind Ning Xiaochuan were all shocked violently, and everyone's face was full of incredible expressions. Can you exchange the 10,000-year holy medicine? With your cultivation, you can only kill one of the most important creatures of Shinha civilization in the ancient world at most. How dare you expect to get the 10,000-year holy medicine? A burly black-skinned man with the third level of cultivation in the eternal realm obviously didn't believe what Ning Xiaochuan said, and said contemptuously to Ning Xiaochuan. Yes. Where the hell is the warrior? Get out of the way quickly, time is not something you can delay. Another tall female warrior wearing a green plain coat said. Everyone looked at Ning Xiaochuan angrily, thinking that he was simply looking for trouble. There was a commotion at the gate of the whole Tianting Academy, and no one was willing to believe what Ning Xiaochuan said. A 10,000-year holy medicine, if it can be completely refined, can ascend to the sky step by step, seize nature, and become the master of the realm of nature. It is estimated that only by killing 100 of the most important creatures in the eternal realm can it be exchanged for a 10,000-year holy medicine. 10,000 is a polar number. There is no comparability between the miraculous medicine of 9,000 years and the holy medicine of 10,000 years. It's like comparing emperors and gods among mortals. However, at this time, the person in charge of checking the results suddenly said a word, which directly quieted the noisy Tianting Academy. A 10,000-year holy medicine needs the bodies of 100 gods' river civilization creatures to exchange. The gods' river civilization creatures you kill can exchange for 6 10,000-year holy drugs. What? He killed 600 demon creatures? How can it be? All the martial artists became extremely shocked. Who was this man? How can we kill so many creatures of Shinha civilization? He must have formed a team to achieve this result. Thinking of this, the martial artists present no longer feel incredible. If you can form a team of more than a dozen people, plus the array plate given by Tianting, it is not too difficult to achieve this result, but it is mainly because it is too difficult for the strong to gather, and many martial artists in Wangjing are arrogant and can't form a team at all. Ning Xiaochuan looked around at those martial artists, silently shook his head. He did not make any explanation, but in the greedy eyes, put away the 10,000-year holy medicine and left. The first task now is to find a way to break through the realm of creation as soon as possible, and it's no fun to argue with those martial artists. After leaving Tianting Academy, Ning Xiaochuan plans to go to a secret place first and refine some of the secondary thoughts. Before that, there has been some delay, so there is no time to refine, but now things are almost solved temporarily, and the strong of the Dragon Clan can't catch up with Tianting, so Ning Xiaochuan can rest assured to practice. When Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong left, only 200,000 miles away from the Tianting Academy, Ning Xiaochuan detected someone following up, and Ning Xiaochuan had felt this smell before. It's Gu Tao. We've met in Xinyan continent. Zhang Ruochen said. Why did he catch up? Xiaohong said. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong stopped flying and stood on the top of a small hill, waiting for the arrival of Gu Tao. He wanted to see what Gu Tao wanted to do on Earth. About a quarter of an hour later, 5 people appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Each of these 5 people reached the realm of creation, 4 of them reached the first level of the realm of creation, and the last one reached the second level of the realm of creation. Each of them looked a little unnatural. Come with evil intent. What do you want from me? Ning Xiaochuan took the lead in slightly hugging 5 strong people in the realm of nature and said. Well, last time I asked you to track Kong Feng and take back the heart of the mainland from him. Later, after you went, I also sent someone to investigate Kong Feng and found that Kong Feng didn't seem to have returned to the gathering place of dragon creatures. I want to ask if he was killed by you and whether the heart of the mainland is with you? Gu Tao stood up and said to Ning Xiaochuan. Gu Tao has indeed been killed by me, and the heart of the mainland is indeed here. What do you want to do? After hearing Gu Tao's question, Ning Xiaochuan understood what was going on. He deliberately said this to test whether these people wanted to rob the mainland. We want to. Gu Tao, what are you talking to him about? We just want the heart of the mainland on you, boy, hand it over quickly, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. One of the other 4 people was a strong man with a black mane all over his body. His name is Shigua, which is the product of the combination of a male demon creature who created the realm and a human woman. His body has the blood of the demon clan, but it is the demon clan of Dian world, not the demon clan of Shinha civilization. What can I do without you? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes slightly coagulated, and his body sent out a breath full of cold. It seems that these people are really going to do it. No? Then we will not only crush you to pieces, but also ruthlessly ravage the little girl around you. In addition, we have also investigated your identity as a warrior of Tianshu continent, and we know more clearly your country of birth, family, and everything about you. Shigua said in a threatening tone. You irritated me. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly became angry when he heard what Shigua said. He hates people threatening him with his family. Such people deserve to die. What about threatening you? Can you 2 martial artists who have cultivated in the eternal realm still defeat our 5 strong masters of the realm of creation? After Shigua finished speaking, the 5 strong men in the realm of fortune immediately formed an array to surround Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, no matter which direction they were surrounded. If heaven does evil, you can still live. If you do evil yourself, you can't live. How can the way of heaven make you scum of the human race understand the world? Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and the ghost warhammer immediately appeared directly in his hand. Ning Xiaochuan poured all the supreme qi into the giant spirit warhammer. The weight of the giant spirit warhammer instantly reached 1,500 trillion kilograms, which made Ning Xiaochuan's arms sink slightly. Then, Ning Xiaochuan flew into the air and burst out with powerful energy. 2 deep footprints were left in the place where Ning Xiaochuan originally stood, directly reaching kilometers underground and leading to the place where magma is contained. Boom! In the sky, there were bursts of roars. A large number of thunder clouds are gathering, and a strong current is attached to Ning Xiaochuan's giant spirit warhammer, which makes the power of the giant spirit warhammer increase again. It turned out that at the moment when Ning Xiaochuan flew into the air, Xiaoheng already knew which magic power Ning Xiaochuan was going to use, and immediately used Thunder Dragon came to the world to help Ning Xiaochuan. Looking at the suddenly changed situation between heaven and earth and the powerful energy contained in the sky, each of the 5 strong creators of the realm felt a powerful force, which seemed to be enough to destroy a star. If attacked, it would be the end of the gods and souls. Impossible, how can he be so strong? Is he really a Terran monk in the eternal realm? Shurgwa looked at the increasingly powerful breath in the sky. He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately prepared to run away in space. The other 4 strong people in the realm of creation were also a little scared. Similarly, everyone had opened the space crack. As soon as they entered, they could leave here immediately. How can Ning Xiaochuan let them be happy? Just when the 5 strong people in the realm of creation were about to step into the space crack, Ning Xiaochuan's whole body turned into a flame, holding a giant spirit hammer, instantly fell from the sky, and the ground within 100 miles fell directly to the bottom of the earth. At the place where Ning Xiaochuan fought with 5 people in the realm of creation, a 100-meter deep pit appeared out of thin air, surrounding Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaoheng and 5 strong people in the realm of creation. Smoke and dust are everywhere. The ground was hit by Ning Xiaochuan with a hammer, and such a deep pit was felt in the area within tens of thousands of miles, as if the earth had just vibrated. At the moment, all the 5 strong people in the realm of creation were seriously injured, and only Shurgwa stood up, because he was the only one whose cultivation reached the 2nd level of the realm of creation, and he was a hybrid between the demon race and the human race. The monster's constitution is naturally more powerful than the Terran. Unless the other 4 strong people who created the realm are all high Terrans, they can be compared with him in flesh. How can you have such a powerful force, the 9th heaviest warrior in the eternal realm? Shurgwa was very frightened. He didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength to be so powerful. Just now he felt that Ning Xiaochuan gave him a feeling of suffocation when he broke out. It's like Ning Xiaochuan's hammer will destroy the whole planet. It's impossible to resist. Ning Xiaochuan did not answer the question of Shurgwa, but walked step by step towards the 4 strong people who had fallen to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's right hand silently held the ghost hammer. Dragons have inverse scales, and those who touch them are angry. Shurgwa and others should never mention Ning Xiaochuan's family, which makes Ning Xiaochuan extremely angry. They must not let go of Shurgwa and others. You. What are you doing? I tell you, I'm the resource elder of Lingxiao Temple. Shurgwa saw Ning Xiaochuan coming towards him step by step, holding the giant spirit hammer in his hand. He began to become afraid, and even his words trembled. What about Lingxiao Temple? This can be the reason why you can threaten me with my family? Ning Xiaochuan slowly walked up to Shurgwa and others, without hesitation, and flew into the air again with a giant spirit hammer. Before Shurgwa could react, Ning Xiaochuan directly smashed it into meat sauce. Even the soul in Shurgwa's body turned into particles of light, completely terrified. The other 4 creatures were unable to speak at the moment, but they just kept panting, and their breath was gradually weakening. The power of life also began to slowly lose, and finally died completely. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 5 corpses in front of him and silently shook his head. The temptation of the heart of the mainland to the world was so great that even the strong ones who created the realm lost their lives for it, not to mention those who cultivated under the realm of creation. The treasure moves people. The scene at this moment fully explains the meaning of this sentence. Ning Xiaochuan's fingertips flew out a demon fire to destroy the world, which burned the bodies of the 5 strong people in the realm of creation completely without leaving any trace. Even if the news of their death was sent back to Lingxiao Temple, no one knew that Ning Xiaochuan did it, unless the Lord of Heaven deliberately investigated it. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Jinren Tower, and his mind entered the Jinren Tower, intending to continue to help Ning Tianmei refine some secondary god ideas. Ning Xiaochuan came to the place where the idea of heavenly demon emperor secondary god was imprisoned, released 10 thoughts of secondary god, and then immediately absorbed the spirit in the head of secondary god and began to refine. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan showed his way to God, and Ning Tianmei immediately appeared behind him without any words. For fear of disturbing Ning Xiaochuan, he waited silently. About 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed all the spiritual power of the 5 sub-god thoughts, and then helped Ning Tianmei suppress the power of the sub-god thoughts into her body. Ning Tianmei's strength increased again. With the first secondary divine body, her combat power was comparable to the 3rd level of master creatures in the realm of creation. Thank you, Master. Ning Tianmei bowed to Ning Xiaochuan, and then immediately flew back to the Jinren Tower under the sign of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's mind power returned to his body, and then Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground and took a magic pill. He was ready to recover the consumed mind power first, and then began to refine the 6 10,000-year holy drugs he exchanged for the corpses of demon creatures. Ning Xiaochuan's whole brain is in a relaxed state and begins to quickly recover his mental strength. About 2 hours later, Ning Xiaochuan's mental strength has become quite abundant, and he is ready to start refining pills. Ning Xiaochuan offered up the heart-nourishing tripod, and at the same time, he brought out the 50 concrete magic war swords inside his body, arranged an array to prevent the formed elixir from escaping, and let Xiaohong guard at the same time, which began to refine the medicine at ease. Ning Xiaochuan first put the first 10,000-year holy medicine into the heart-nourishing tripod, and immediately released the world-destroying magic fire and god-extinguishing dragon fire to start refining medicine. This elixir of 10,000 years is called Shinhan Fire Lotus, which is a kind of elixir of 10,000 years in the shape of a lotus. The whole body of the flower stem of the lotus is covered with a burning flame. The temperature is extremely high, with a high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, and even the space is distorted by its burning. And its lotus is extremely cold. The temperature is just opposite to that of dried flowers. Even the air is frozen into ice. It is very difficult to refine it. Its flowers and dried flowers must be melted at the same time, otherwise this 10,000-year-old holy medicine will be quite abandoned. Ning Xiaochuan put all his mind on the refining god cold fire lotus, and never let go of any detail, otherwise when refining fails, Ning Xiaochuan will be very depressed. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan's level of alchemy has reached the level of king-level heart-nourishing master, and he is very familiar with the process of alchemy. He controls every detail very well. Finally, half a day later, he successfully refined Shinhan Huolian into 2 king elixirs. At the moment Ning Xiaochuan opened the heart-nourishing tripod, he saw 2 beautiful women flying out of it naked. That is the woman who was transformed by 2 royal pills. Ning Xiaochuan didn't pay attention to them. With Xiaohong guarding outside, Wang Pindan couldn't run away. Ning Xiaochuan is ready to start refining the second 10,000-year holy medicine. Ning Xiaochuan took a handful of Xingshan pills again, and his mental strength was soon restored. Ning Xiaochuan didn't rest, and again he was refining the elixir of 10,000 years. Almost half a month later, Ning Xiaochuan finally refined all the 10,000-year-old holy drugs into pills, and the fragrance of pills was floating in the distance of thousands of miles, adding a little vitality to the whole earth. Many elixirs grew from the place where Ning Xiaochuan refined them, as if they had entered a kingdom of elixirs. It won't take long for those miraculous drugs to devour all the energy of the 10,000-year holy medicine left in the air, and soon grow into a 1,000-year wonder medicine. The miraculous medicine of 1,000 years does not necessarily need to grow for 1,000 years. Xiaohong gave Ning Xiaochuan the royal elixir refined from 6 10,000-year-old holy drugs, and then one person and one dragon just sat on the ground and practiced. Every meridian in Ning Xiaochuan's body expanded and began to greedily absorb the power brought by Wang Pindan. Ning Xiaochuan's 2 Daoyuan also began to rotate, carrying all the energy in his body to Daoyuan. Ning Xiaochuan fully absorbed the power of Wang Pindan without wasting a bit. Every cell in his body is improving, and his physical strength, mental strength and cultivation are increasing. If it is said that Ning Xiaochuan used to fight with the first strong person in the realm of creation with the help of the power of the Supreme Emperor, now, Ning Xiaochuan can kill a first strong person in the realm of creation with one punch just by virtue of his physical strength. If he meets a strong man with the dual nature and environment, Ning Xiaochuan can fight him without losing the battle. If you meet the third-level warrior in the realm of creation, even if Ning Xiaochuan can't defeat him, you can entangle with him for a period of time. Moreover, this is only the use of physical strength. 7 days later, the cultivation ended, and Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong both withdrew from the cultivation state together. Ning Xiaochuan still hasn't reached the realm of creation, while Xiaohong has a faint trend of stepping into the realm of creation. Now there is only one opportunity. As soon as the opportunity comes, Xiaohong will become a strong player in the realm of creation in an instant. Ning Xiaochuan put away 50 figurative magic war swords and was ready to leave. He went to find Xuelingshu and others with Xiaohong. Xuelingshu has the second half volume of the Heaven and Earth Sutra, the Heaven Sutra. If Ning Xiaochuan can get the Heaven Sutra to practice, I believe he will soon reach the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Zhenren Tower and explored the location of the other half of the Zhenren Tower while looking for Xuelingshu and others. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong came to Xianming continent all the way according to the instructions of Zhenren Tower, and found that the situation here was very similar to that of Xinyan continent. The war was continuous, thousands of miles of corpses were buried, and the gathering place of human warriors was destroyed. The corpses of many warriors in Dian world were piled up, emitting pungent bloody smell. A group of fierce birds with no feathers on their heads flew from the sky, making a screech, pecking at the meat of the dead bodies of Dian world warriors. Each time, they would directly diao a body into the air, and then fall heavily after eating it. Many bodies were thrown to pieces like this, and even the whole body was not left. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly after seeing that the cultivation of these birds had all reached the realm of human beings, and he had not turned into a talent? And even eat the body of the warrior of Dian world? I see. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, sending out a hot flame on his body, rushed to the sky, and burned all the birds, leaving no one behind. These birds are all puppets refined by Shinha civilized creatures using the demon clan of Dian world. They are specially controlled to eat the bodies of martial artists in Dian world and improve the cultivation of puppets. Even the whole body was not spared, and the war was too cruel. As long as the creatures of Shinha civilization are slaughtered, naturally there will be no birds to eat the flesh of the bodies of the warriors in Dian world. Otherwise, even if Ning Xiaochuan kills all the birds in Dian world, what's the use? Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm and continued to follow the instructions of Zhenren Tower to find Xuelingshu and others. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong flew quickly from the horizon, and no one saw them, just like two passing winds, leaving no trace. In the Xianming continent, the demon heaven, in a huge valley, countless ugly demon creatures gathered together, surrounded by 3 women, and constantly attacked them. Naturally, these three women were Xuelingshu, Xiaolinger, and Zihanyan, who were separated from Ning Xiaochuan at that time. Since Xuelingshu and others entered the Xinming continent, they have killed many creatures of Xinhe civilization, including dragons, demons, and demons. Some of them died under the hands of Xuelingshu and others. Originally, the three of Xuelingshu came here to kill the enemy with the mentality of experience, but they didn't expect to find a conspiracy among the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Xinhe civilized creatures intend to control all the monsters in Dian world to help them occupy Dian world, so now Xuelingshu and his three people are besieged by monsters, and it is difficult to go out. Tao Mie. Xuelingshu held a long sword tightly with her hand, and her whole body was emitting a soft white light. Then the long sword in Xuelingshu's hand unexpectedly disappeared at this moment, and no one could see where the long sword went. Can't this little girl know that she can't beat us, so she gave up resistance? A giant wolf with red hair all over said. The giant wolf, named Red Flame Sirius, is a demon emperor level existence. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. He is the most powerful of all the monsters present, but now he is willing to turn into Numenon to deal with Xuelingshu and others. The whole body of the red flaming Sirius is covered with fiery red hair, a pair of green big eyes are staring at the three people of Xuelingshu tightly, and saliva is kept in his mouth. On the long wolf face, there is a touch of pornographic/filthy expression. The wolf's nature is lewd. At this moment, when I saw the three people of Xuelingshu, I unexpectedly moved my lewd thoughts. I can't wait to throw the three people of Xuelingshu to the ground immediately and enjoy them well. Each of the three men of Xuelingshu has a beautiful appearance. Even some warriors of the Terran can't resist their doubts, let alone a wolf. Xueling snorted coldly. She gently lifted her jade hand and pointed at the ground she was standing on. The next moment, it seemed that the whole space was shaking. A long sword that was exactly the same as Xuelingshu's in his hand suddenly flew out of the void above Xuelingshu's head. With the potential to cross the space, each long sword was accurately inserted into a demon creature. Those demon creatures actually wanted to escape the moment they saw the long sword appear, but they suddenly found that the surrounding space seemed to be imprisoned. They couldn't move at all, and it seemed that the speed of thinking was slowed down for a few minutes. When they figured out how to break the space imprisonment, the long sword had been inserted into all demon creatures, and it was too late. Pooh! Poof! All this happened between the lightning and flint, not that the demon creatures really slowed down, but at that moment, Xuelingshu used the power of the chaotic heart palace to confine the space within 100 miles with the power of space, and then used the power of time to slow down all the behaviors of the demon creatures. In this way, all demon creatures were killed before they knew what was going on. Sister Shui is so awesome. Little Linger said aside. In fact, if it comes to combat effectiveness, I'm afraid Xiaolinger is the strongest. Now her cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the realm of nature. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is not her opponent, she can't bear to kill all the demon creatures, so she didn't fight. We'd better leave quickly. Xuelingshu said faintly, and then Xiaolinger and Purple Hanyan left here with Xuelingshu. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan followed the instructions of Jinren Tower and came all the way to the place where Xuelingshu had just been. A large number of monster carcasses were so fixed that each kept the action of the moment before the death came. Even if they died, they still didn't lie down on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong looked at this scene with some surprise. It was obvious that a large-scale battle had just started here. Ning Xiaochuan observed carefully and found that there was an extremely small wound on the head of each monster, as if it had been stabbed by a sharp blade, and then pulled it out at a very fast speed. He couldn't see it without careful observation. Moreover, the blood flow rate of each monster corpse is still very slow, and only one drop can flow out in 10 breath time. Up to now, the valley that should have been a river of blood is only scattered with some blood, which makes people feel very strange. It seems that it is Xue Lingxiu who just fought here. Xue Lingxiu imprisoned the space here with the power of space in the chaotic heart palace to prevent the monster from escaping, and slowed down the flow of time around with the power of time, which led to the slow flow of blood after the monster died. Ning Xiaochuan thought a little and soon explained the situation just now. Xue Lingxiu is more and more skilled in mastering the power of chaotic heart palace. It is likely that Xue Lingxiu's cultivation has reached the realm of creation. If not, it is not far from the realm of creation. Then let's go find them quickly. The sign of the battle here is obviously that it has just ended. With that, Xiao Hong and Ning Xiaochuan continued to look for the three of Xue Lingxiu. As long as they found them, maybe Ning Xiaochuan could break through to the realm of creation. Xue Lingxiu used the power of space to cross the space with Xiaolinger and Zihanyan. The speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he could advance tens of thousands of miles. Even if Ning Xiaochuan showed the speed of the dragon, it was difficult to catch up. Even the ninth heaviest martial artist in the Eternal Realm can't make space crossing. Unless that martial artist has a special treasure to cross space, it can only be the strong man in the realm of creation who can take it to make space crossing. However, it is not difficult for Xue Lingxiu, who grows a chaotic heart palace. The owners of chaotic heart palace will open a trace of time and space power at birth. Later, with the increase of cultivation, their ability to comprehend time and space is definitely far beyond their peers. Now Xue Lingxiu, in fact, has not broken through the realm of creation. She also needs the first half of Ning Xiaochuan's Heaven and Earth Sutra, the Earth Sutra. Xue Lingxiu originally intended to enter the Xianming continent for training and then go back to Tianting to find Ning Xiaochuan, but she accidentally found this conspiracy of Xinhe civilized creatures, so she planned to destroy this conspiracy first and then go back. When I came to a rainforest, Xue Lingxiu, Xiaolinger and Zihanyan stopped. There are lush and sturdy trees everywhere, and the diameter of each tree is more than 10 meters. Even if dozens of people close together, there is no way to completely surround a tree. There is a long stream in the rainforest. The clear stream doesn't know where it comes from and where it flows to. The thin sound of running water gives people a relaxed and happy feeling, and sometimes fish jump out of the water. Let's practice here. Xue Lingxiu said faintly. Yes. Xiaolinger and Zihanyan nodded, and then the three women took out the soul pill that Ning Xiaochuan had given them before, took it quickly, and began to practice. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong kept chasing Xue Lingxiu and others according to the instructions of Jinren Tower, but they found that they were chasing farther and farther, and there was a faint trend that they couldn't catch up. It seems that Xue Lingxiu is crossing the space with Xiaolinger and Zihanyan. If he doesn't use the fastest speed, he may not catch up. Ning Xiaochuan told Xiaohong the situation detected by Jinren Tower, and then the two showed the dragon speed together and began to continue tracking. In order to prevent Xue Lingxiu from moving again, Ning Xiaochuan simply stimulated the breath of Jinren Tower, and then spread the breath of Jinren Tower with all his strength, so that the monsters within hundreds of thousands of miles felt a powerful force. The monsters under the fifth weight of the Eternal Realm were directly frightened by this force, and all fell on the ground. Even the seventh heaviest monster in the Eternal Realm shivered and stared at the sky nervously until the power dissipated. No monster knows what happened just now? Millions of miles away, the virtual image of Xue Ling, who had entered the state of cultivation, suddenly sensed something. He took out half of the Jinren Tower and found that the Jinren Tower in his hand was shining in bursts, and with the passage of time, the brightness was increasing. This shows that the other half of the town tower is constantly approaching her. It seems that he has reached the ninth peak of the Eternal Realm. In this way, Dian World will increase a strong combat power. Xue Lingxiu finished, closed his eyes again and continued to practice. Ning Xiaochuan took the Jinren Tower in his hand and hurried on while detecting it. He found that after he stimulated the breath of Jinren Tower, Xue Lingxiu and others really stopped acting, and were waiting for Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong in situ at the moment. Xue Lingxiu and others entered the state of cultivation. The mysterious qi between heaven and earth was sucked into their bodies and converted into the power they needed. Within 100 miles, a huge energy vortex was formed. Xue Lingxiu and others all sat in it steadily, without being disturbed at all, and quickly recovered the consumed energy. About half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong finally came to the place where Xue Lingxiu practiced, but they were still practicing. Ning Xiaochuan didn't bother them and took out several soul pills to recover their strength. A quarter of an hour later, Xue Lingxiu stopped practicing, opened her breathtaking beautiful eyes, gently started too, and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. "Are you ready to attack the realm of creation?" Xue Lingxiu asked. "That's right." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and didn't say anything more. He knew that Xue Lingxiu would teach him the Sutra of Heaven. The Heavenly Sutra and the Earth Sutra should be one. "I just want to make a breakthrough, but the only way to combine heaven and earth is to communicate the wonders of heaven and earth and be familiar with the soul of the void. In short, we need our soul double cultivation." Xue Lingxiu's faint way. Xue Lingxiu's words made Ning Xiaochuan slightly stunned. Double repair? Xiaohong's beautiful eyes lit up, raised her head and looked at Xue Lingxiu. Double cultivation of soul? Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. He thought it was a natural thing to cultivate the Sutra of Heaven, but listening to Xue Lingxiu's words seemed not so simple. It is recommended that Feiqian Fish's fantasy novel God of the Ages, which is fat and can be slaughtered. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Xue Lingxiu with a puzzled face, and did not know what the so-called soul double cultivation meant. However, when Xue Lingxiu just said the word double cultivation, Xiaohong's expression on one side immediately became excited. "You also want to fit?" Xiaohong directly burst out this sentence, which thundered Ning Xiaochuan. With a thud, she immediately knocked Xiaohong on the head. "Why, I'm wrong," Xiaohong said wrongfully with her hands protecting her head. She felt that since it was double cultivation, it must be a matter of men and women. Ning Xiaochuan has so many women, this Xue Lingxiu even wants to repair with Ning Xiaochuan? Double cultivation of soul refers to the out-of-body soul of Ning Xiaochuan and I. In short, it is to condense our mind into our own state of mind, and then release it out to integrate with my mind power. Only in this way can we integrate heaven and earth with each other. Xue Lingxiu didn't care what Xiaohong said, but silently explained aside. "All right." Ning Xiaochuan nodded, sat on the ground, and immediately pulled out his mind. A person who looked exactly like Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of the crowd. Then, a figure also flew out of Xue Lingxiu's body, which was also exactly the same as Xue Lingxiu. Although Xue Lingxiu's mental strength is not as strong as Ning Xiaochuan, her mental strength can also condense into an adult type, but it is relatively weaker than Ning Xiaochuan. You must control your spiritual power, equal to mine, so that our spiritual power can balance each other. Xue Lingxiu continued. Hearing Xue Lingxiu's words, Ning Xiaochuan began to draw the extra strength of his mind back into his body until their mind power was completely equal. It's not about double cultivation, it's just about the power of God, Xiaohong said with a beep. Now Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingxiu have entered the state of mind fusion, mutual intersection/integration, heaven and man are one, and there is no way to pay attention to Xiaohong at all. Xiaohong thought it was boring, so she went to practice by herself. Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingxiu's spiritual power have slowly fused together at the moment, and they have entered a wonderful state together, as if there had died, leaving only their souls. Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingxiu transferred the Earth Sutra and the Heaven Sutra respectively to each other in the way of mind, so that the Heaven and Earth Sutra they practiced began to become a complete volume of magic. This is a strange picture. The souls of a man and a woman fly in the void, bathed in the bright moon, and pose in a strange posture, close/body together. The picture is not sexy at all, but very sacred. However, Zihanyan didn't think so. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingshu were just spiritual double cultivation, he still felt a faint sour in his heart, and immediately walked to the distance, not wanting to continue watching. When Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingshu practiced, the earth began to change. Originally, the place where Shui Lingshu and others were located was a hill, but now it has become a valley. The ground within 100 miles is almost sunken down for a distance of 1 kilometer. The ground structure of the entire demon heaven is changing, rivers become streams, streams become lakes, peaks become valleys, and basins become hills. On the ground, everything is changing, just as the place where Ning Xiaochuan and others are located has experienced changes for millions of years. A large number of trees and strange drugs have been destroyed, and the monster population has also become a fugitive. Apart from Ning Xiaochuan and others, no living creature knows what happened. It may be a natural disaster or man-made. In short, everything is a mystery. After about 7 days, the change of the earth finally stopped and turned into the change of the weather. For a while it rained cats and dogs, for a while the wind blew violently, for a while the sky was clear, and for a while the cold was pressing. Within 1,000 miles, it was like purgatory on earth, and all living creatures were tortured to death alive. Fist-sized hailstones fell quickly from the sky and hit Ning Xiaochuan and others, but no one was surprised. They had long been used to such sudden changes in the weather, and they also knew that the hailstones would soon become sunny. Sure enough, in less than a quarter of an hour, the hail had stopped, and the fiery sun appeared from the clouds. The scorching high temperature cracked the earth with fire, and even the buds that had just been sent out burned up and instantly turned into ashes. After another 7 days, all the visions between heaven and earth have stopped, but the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingshu has not ended. It is more difficult to integrate the Heaven and Earth Sutra than Ning Xiaochuan imagined. It is even more difficult to make the souls of the two people achieve the unity of heaven and man. If the soul double cultivators are Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan, the situation will be much better, because there is love between them. However, Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingshu can only be regarded as confidants and friends, but they prefer to cultivate their souls, so that their souls admire each other, interact/unite with each other, and communicate the wonders of heaven and earth. What's more, Shui Lingshu is still a woman who doesn't know about men and women. It's even more difficult to complete the double cultivation of soul. However, Shui Lingshu seemed to have known this situation long ago, so her mental strength did not fluctuate a bit, and she still continued to practice in an orderly manner. 3 days later, there was another violent wind between heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, black robbery clouds were generated over Ning Xiaochuan and others, and began to gather together with lightning with amazing energy. Have they finished the double cultivation of soul, broken through the realm of creation, and are ready to start the robbery? Purple cold smoke, beautiful eyes staring at Shui Lingshu and Ogawa said. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan might have another woman, Zihanyan felt a pang of sadness, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan should not be so romantic. There were so many women already, so it was time to restrain. No, it's not Godfather, but Xiaohong. Xiao Linger said aside. Is Xiaohong going to break through? Smelling the words, Zihanyan was unexpectedly happy. If Xiaohong broke through and reached the realm of good fortune, then in the future, Ning Xiaochuan will go out to mess with the grass, and Xiaohong will also be able to make trouble for Ning Xiaochuan, causing a lot of trouble. After all, Xiaohong is a dragon cub, and she will always follow Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan has another woman outside, Zihanyan can also ask Xiaohong to help watch. Although Zihanyan doesn't care about how many women Ning Xiaochuan has on the surface, Zihanyan is also a woman after all. If she is a woman, she will be jealous. Seeing that there are so many women in Ning Xiaochuan, and each of them is not weaker than her, or even better than her, it is inevitable to raise a sense of crisis in her heart. Xiaohong's whole body was burning with flames. She didn't seem to know that she was about to face a thunderstorm, and she was still practicing. The robbery cloud in the sky is growing little by little. Soon, the area of the robbery cloud covers a radius of 5,000 miles, and has the ability to destroy the sky and the earth. It is like a powerful god, overlooking the tiny creatures under the robbery cloud. When Jiayun gathered to the greatest extent and could no longer grow, Xiaohong finally withdrew from her cultivation state. But the thunder clouds above the sky are about to fall. At this time, Xiaohong's cultivation has reached the realm of creation, but if she wants to evolve her constitution into the constitution of the dragon's realm, she must accept the baptism of thunder robbery. In order to avoid thunder robbery from hurting Ning Xiaochuan and others who are practicing, a pair of huge dragon wings grow behind Xiaohong, displaying the speed of the dragon, and quickly left here. The thunder disaster is brewing and will soon fall. At this moment, there is an enlightening roar between heaven and earth, and thick lightning flashes in the air. Each thunder and lightning is as thick as a bucket. Moreover, Xiaohong also saw that the thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to be a huge thunder dragon. The thunder and lightning, as thick as a bucket, was just the beard of the thunder dragon. Zihanyan and Xiaolinger were all amazed when they saw the robbery cloud and thunder above. If such a powerful thunder robbery really fell, I'm afraid even the strong ones in the 9th level of the realm of creation would fall. Is it possible for Xiaohong to catch it? Both women became nervous about Xiaohong. Huge energy filled the demon heaven of the whole Xianming continent. Before the thunder fell, a large number of mountains began to collapse. The warriors of the whole Xianming continent felt that powerful force. Even the 5th strongest in the realm of creation felt a burst of depression, as if they were facing the threat of death at the moment. The power of robbing clouds is so powerful, and it also contains the exclusive flavor of our dragon clan. Is it a genius of our dragon clan who is robbing? I have to go and have a look. As soon as he entered the Xianming continent, he felt the powerful smell of thunder and was ready to rush there immediately. This time, the dragon didn't come alone. He was also accompanied by 3 other dragon world strongmen of the triple nature realm. Last time he went to arrest Ning Xiaochuan, he didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan had helpers. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan escaped. After he returned, the second god of the dragon sent 3 creatures of the triple realm of creation to follow him to arrest Ning Xiaochuan. In addition, there are 4 dragon creatures in the realm of fortune who arrested Ning Xiaochuan this time. Long Yu is 100% sure to catch Ning Xiaochuan. If the 4 lucky warriors can't catch the 2 eternal warriors, they can simply provide for the elderly without going back to the dragon clan. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the long-awaited thunder disaster finally fell, hitting Xiaohong's delicate body heavily, sending out a burst of sound. A bloody wound was cut out of Xiaohong's body. A scorching smell came from Xiaohong, but Xiaohong seemed to have no pain, but slowly absorbed the power of Lei Jia. Roar! When the first thunder fell, Xiaohong carried it. This result irritated the thunder dragon in the sky. It actually made a real dragon roar, a dragon claw pointed at Xiaohong, and then immediately there was another thunder, which hit Xiaohong again. Xiaohong opened her eyes wide and stared at the thunder clouds in the sky. She was not afraid, but silently bearing the huge energy of Lei Jia. One after another thunder and lightning kept falling, as if the thunder would not stop until Xiaohong was killed alive. Each thunder disaster will be thicker than the last one. From the original bucket thickness to the current hill thickness, Xiaohong doesn't know how many times she has experienced lightning strikes. Roar! Xiaohong incarnated into a red dragon and roared angrily, as if to fight Lei Jia. Xiaohong's behavior completely angered the thunder dragon above the sky, and unexpectedly began to fly down directly and hit Xiaohong with all his strength. When the whole body of Leilong appeared from the thunder clouds, Zihanyan and Xiaolinger really felt its vastness. It was a real dragon gathered by lightning, enough to cover the whole sky. A dragon claw was bigger than the gate of Lingxiao Temple. Recommend the fantasy masterpiece of Flying Fish, the God of All Ages. Laojiu grand recommendation, absolutely wonderful. This is the thunder disaster that Xiaohong is going to survive? How can it be so terrible? Purple Smoke's expression can't be described as exclamation, it's simply fear. If it were her, standing under the robbery cloud, I'm afraid she would turn into fly ash at the moment when she was attacked by the thunder. How strong are the dragon cubs? Xiaohong's body, winding in the sky, rushed up to the thunder with the power of destroying the sky and the earth, with incomparable clarity in her eyes, without a trace of fear. Roar! Xiaohong gave out a loud dragon cry. Suddenly, several fire dragons that looked exactly like Xiaohong appeared in the sky and rushed to Lei Jia at the same time. The robbery cloud above the sky was pushed away by a thunder dragon with a huge body, and its tail was enough to wipe out the whole demon heaven. Anyone in front of it is like an ant standing in front of people, becoming extremely small. Boom! Above the sky, hundreds of thunder and lightning fell together, forming a lightning cage, blocking Xiaohong's whole body inside, constantly suffering from thunder. Xiaohong's body has changed from red to scorched black, and the scales on her body have also been broken, falling to the ground one by one, and her whole body has become bloody. The whole process was so soul-stirring that Zihanyan and Xiaolinger's hearts were tightly pulled together. Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu are still practicing, and they don't know what's happening outside. At this moment, the souls of Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu finally began to merge. The souls of the two people entered each other's souls, gradually integrated, and the body of the soul began to change. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's soul is like a god who dominates the earth. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers are broken and the earth vibrates. The soul of Lingxiu is a goddess who controls the vast sky. With a gentle breath, it instantly turns into a cold wind. All the creatures in the whole Xianming continent feel a rush of cold. No one can imagine that these are just two young generations of martial artists practicing here. Martial artists in other parts of the Xianming continent feel this energy, and all think that they are the monarchs above the fourth level of the realm of creation. They all rush to the place where Ning Xiaochuan and others are located, hoping to explore it. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu are not simply fused with a divine skill. They are now creating a magic. Because the fusion of the Heaven and Earth Sutra requires the souls of Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu to carry out double cultivation, the merged Heaven and Earth Sutra naturally has the power of the souls of Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu. If Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu practice separately after the successful integration, then they will get each other's energy. Ning Xiaochuan's ability to comprehend space and time can be greatly increased. Although it is not as good as Lingxiu, it can also be far superior to martial artists at the same level. After all, not everyone can understand the power of time. Only those who reach the realm of creation can master the power of time. Otherwise, only those who have chaotic heart palace can master it at birth. Lingxiu will also get Ning Xiaochuan's powerful mental strength. Her mental strength increases with the naked eye, and unexpectedly soon surpasses Ning Xiaochuan's mental strength. There was no way, Ning Xiaochuan had to mobilize his mind again and began to deliver power to the outside mind, so as to ensure mutual balance in the process of soul fusion. After the double cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu's soul, only Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu can cultivate this Heaven and Earth Sutra in the future, because they both have their spiritual imprints on them, and even the strong secondary gods cannot be erased. The spiritual power of Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxiu has become a part of the Heaven and Earth Sutra. If their spiritual power dissipates, the Heaven and Earth Sutra will be destroyed. Boom! The thunder robbery continued for 3 days, and Zihanyan and Xiaolinger became numb from their initial worry. Because up to now, no matter how fierce the thunder robbery is, Xiaohong can carry it, and the injury on her body will recover instantly, as if this powerful thunder robbery has lost its threat to Xiaohong. From the beginning to now, Xiaohong has completely adapted to the power of Lei Jia, and began to absorb it and turn it into her own power. Moreover, Xiaohong's physique is also frantically enhanced. If a warrior who is the most important in the realm of creation fights with Xiaohong, Xiaohong can kill the other party with one claw. The dragon blood in Xiaohong's body also began to wake up. Now she can mobilize some of the divine power of the Supreme Dragon King. 3 days later, the thunder disaster gradually dispersed, leaving only some small lightning flashes in the void, which is no longer a thunder disaster. Xiaohong changed into a human again and flew back to the place where Ning Xiaochuan and others were. Without saying a word, she sat on the ground and began to practice. Zihanyan and Xiaolinger also breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw Xiaohong coming back. This time, they were surprised. That huge thunder dragon, in fact, is the experience of the Super Dragon King to communicate the power of heaven with his supreme divine power and to the dragon cubs. But it's actually used to scare people. The power of Thunder Dragon is not so huge. If the dragon cub is really frightened and loses fighting spirit, I'm afraid it will soon die in thunder robbery. For creatures who want to seize the good fortune, it is more important to refine the mind than the body. Just when Zihanyan and Xiaolinger relax and are ready to start practicing, Xiaolinger suddenly felt the breath of many human warriors and was coming to them. Sister Hanyan, many people have come here. Little Linger said to the purple smoke. It seems that the momentum of Xiaohong Dujia and the cultivation of Xiaochuan and Zuolingsu is too great, which attracts the local warriors of Xianming continent, and maybe there are the creatures of Xinhe civilization. We must not let them come in and disturb the cultivation of Xiaohong, Xiaochuan and Zuolingsu. Purple Smoke frowned slightly and said, Yes. With that, Xiaolinger and Zihanyan showed their magic powers together to hide the small valley where Ning Xiaochuan and others were located. If the sixth strongest person in the Eternal Realm flies over here, no clue can be found at all. This is a kind of magic power that Zihanyan learned from the Lord of Zijin Emperor, called deception from heaven and earth. Now, the only thing that can be prayed for is that those who go to the location of Ning Xiaochuan and others do not reach the 7th level of the Eternal Realm. Otherwise, even if Xiaolinger reaches the 2nd level of the Realm of Creation, I'm afraid she can't deal with the warriors of the whole continent, or the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Half an hour later, Xiaohong stopped practicing, opened her smart big eyes, looked around carefully, and then stood up. What's going on? Xiaohong asked suspiciously. She saw that Xiaolinger and Zihanyan were releasing their own energy at the moment, blocking the area within 100 meters around, as if to prevent others from discovering this valley. It should be that your momentum of crossing the thunder disaster just now is so great that many martial artists in Xianming continent have been brought here. Now Ogawa and Xuelingshu are still practicing and cannot be disturbed, so those martial artists must not find here. Purple Smoke said quickly. So it is. Let me have a try. Xiaohong patted her delicate hands, silently recited a few words of formula, and then the whole valley began to collapse underground. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan, Xuelingshu, Xiaohong, Xiaolinger and Purple Cold Smoke sank into a depth of 500 meters underground. Zihanyan stared at Xiaohong in surprise. She didn't expect that she could take so many people to do earth hiding together, and it seemed that there would be no breath sent out. After the baptism of thunder robbery, many dragon gods have awakened. Our dragon cubs are the darling of the universe. They can learn many kinds of gods with different attributes at the same time, even if they call the wind and the rain. Said Xiaohong. So powerful? Zihanyan said happily. Yes. Now I can mobilize the power of the Supreme Dragon King. When fighting in the future, I don't have to always watch Ning Xiaochuan mobilize the ghost of the Emperor of Heaven and the Purple and Gold Emperor. So can I. Xiaohong is a lively and lovely girl at the moment, with a smile on her face all the time, full of youth and vitality. At this time, many martial artists in Xianming continent followed Xiaohong to cross the robbery. The scene they observed had come to the area where Ning Xiaochuan and others were located. However, Xiaohong has brought Ning Xiaochuan and others to the ground and blocked the breath. In addition, most of the martial artists' cultivation is just under the eternal realm, and it is impossible to detect Ning Xiaochuan and others at their feet. Those martial artists shook their heads in disappointment and soon walked away. Only Longyu and his party stayed. This breath is exactly the same as the breath of the dragon cub next to the boy. The dragon said to the other 3 dragon creatures. In other words, the dragon cub who was just robbing? Among the 3 dragon creatures, a skinny dragon creature said with an obvious attitude of disbelief. He is a creature of the bone dragon family, named Skull Dragon. His whole body, except for his head, is wrapped in a thin layer of flesh skin, and the skeleton of his body can be clearly seen. The other 2 dragon creatures also think so. How old is that dragon cub? Can you survive such a terrible thunderstorm? Don't talk about them. Even if you say it, no one else will believe it. She is a dragon cub, a descendant of the supreme dragon king born with his own power, and the power is naturally beyond our imagination. You know, the Supreme Dragon King is the most powerful dragon in the universe of the heavens. He commands the dragon family, and even the spirit of the dragon family should bow down to him. Said the dragon. He firmly believed that his feeling, the breath left in the air, was the breath of the dragon cub beside Ning Xiaochuan. In fact, the 3 dragon creatures listened to Longyu skeptically, but in the end they still had to obey Longyu's orders. Because they were sent by the secondary god of the dragon family, the secondary god of the dragon family can feel all their situations. If they don't obey the order of the dragon, it is equivalent to disobeying the order of the secondary god, and they will be severely punished immediately after returning. We will release our minds to explore the whole space. It is best to carefully search the sky and the earth, said the dragon. The 4 dragon creatures who reached the realm of creation for cultivation released their mental power at the same time and began to explore the area within 1,000 miles of each other. When they just entered the demon heaven, Longyu and others felt something wrong. All the structures here were not consistent with other areas connected with the demon heaven, as if this was an independent area, which was out of tune with everything around. Longyu and the other 3 dragon masters detected the surprise of this area and the surroundings, and felt very strange. It is definitely not natural, but man-made. One or creatures in the eternal realm can't change the pattern of one world at all. They must be a more powerful existence. Not to mention Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, even the strong ones in the realm of creation cannot create such a scene. There is only one explanation. There must have been a strong person who had a deep understanding of the power of time here at that time. It seems that the boy has help, said the dragon. No matter what helper he is, how strong can he be? We dragon clan gather a group of strong people casually, and they can all be destroyed. The dragon doesn't care how powerful Ning Xiaochuan's helpers are at all. As long as it's not the existence of the monarch level, they can kill Ning Xiaochuan. That's right, said the dragon. Suddenly, he felt a ripple of life underground. Hey! Something. Longyu mobilized all his mind and his body, carefully detected, and unexpectedly found the faint breath of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong in the deep underground. In addition, 3 other people were found. Now that Ning Xiaochuan has been found, Longyu will not continue to explore, and immediately fly up into the sky, incarnating into a long dragon covered with golden scales. The deafening sound of the dragon spreads throughout the valley and echoes between heaven and earth for a long time. What a mess. We seem to have been discovered by a group of strong men. The purple cold smoke under the ground looked tight, and felt the breath from above. It was definitely a strong man at the level of nature. Unexpectedly, it's the annoying dragon master again. Last time Ning Xiaochuan and I managed to escape, this time he came again, and there are 3 more helpers. Now Ning Xiaochuan is still practicing. I'll go out and hold it. You can transfer Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingxiu, said Xiaohong. With that, she immediately flew up, broke the soil layer and returned to the ground. As soon as Xiaohong appeared, she was discovered by Long Yu and others, and 4 dragon creatures looked at her one after another. She is the dragon cub. If she is here, Ning Xiaochuan must also be nearby. It's just an unexpected thing. How long has it been since she broke through the realm of creation? The dragon snorted coldly. The other 3 dragon creatures all stared at Xiaohong closely, but what Long Yu said turned out to be true. The dragon cub was really strong. Just looking at her, they felt a pressure from their blood. It even automatically formed a picture of a huge divine dragon roaming the universe in their mind, which made their whole body tight. Sure enough, it's you again. Little Red was very angry, and she pointed to Long Yu and said, You killed 3 disciples under Lord Long Shermao. Killing people will certainly pay for their lives, so we must kill you and that boy. The dragon snorted coldly. Killing people pays for their lives? So you killed so many Dian world warriors, should you also pay for your lives? Xiaohong asked in a reverse voice. Then, a flame appeared on Xiaohong's hand. With a wave of her arm, she flew over to Long Yu and others in a flash. The temperature of that flame is very high. If it lasts for half an hour, even a Supreme King's weapon specially used for defense will be roasted, with great power. Looking at the flying flame, Long Yu immediately showed her magic power and quickly dodged away, but found that the flame had been following them behind, and she couldn't shake it off anyway. This thing just wants to beat me? Ridiculous. Seeing that he could not shake off the flame, Long Yin snorted coldly, mobilized the energy in his body, and then punched the flame quickly. Bang! The flame burst at the sound, turned into wisps of flames, and soon dissipated. Long Yu looked at Xiaohong, but found that his hand turned red, which was obviously a sign of burns. How possible? Long Yu's shocked way. You know, his cultivation has reached the 3rd peak of the realm of creation, and his combat power is comparable to that of a monarch. The other 3 dragon creatures are also very shocked to look at Xiaohong. The other party is just a creature who has just entered the realm of creation. Can a random flame burn the 3rd heaviest dragon master of the realm of creation? This is simply impossible. It seems that the dragon cubs are much better than we thought. Let's go, said the dragon. With that, the 4 dragon creatures surrounded Xiaohong from 4 directions and began to attack her violently. The dragon offered a piece of wood and inserted it firmly on the ground. The 4 dragon creatures immediately emitted a soft white light, and their defense increased sharply. Now their defense level has been improved to a level, and they have the defense level of the 4th level of creatures in the realm of creation, comparable to the defense of a monarch. Xiaohong didn't pay attention to their actions, and directly turned into a residual shadow, and first attacked the dragon. Long Yu looked at Xiaohong, who was attacking him. Without retreating, he immediately collided with Xiaohong. They are all dragon people. Their bodies are strong and strong. They collide constantly in the air and make a huge sound every time. On the ground, mountains are collapsing, sending out huge vibrations. Xiaohong quickly waved her fist at Long Yu, and her powerful force shook Long Yu out directly through Xiaohong's arm. Thunder Dragon is born. Xiaohong didn't miss this good opportunity, and immediately showed her magic power. The strong thunder and lightning instantly appeared in the sky, and violently hit Long Yu. A long wound was torn out of the dragon's body. Damn. Let's fight against her. Long Yu became very angry. He didn't expect Xiao Hong to become so powerful now, which could pose a threat to him. He had to get rid of Xiao Hong first. 4 dragon creatures stretched out their arms one after another, and their fingers were constantly changing in the air. Dragon seals flew out of their hands and turned into a huge net, trapping Xiao Hong in it. Xiao Hong's eyes coagulated and turned into earth, ready to drill into the ground, but she was first detected by Long Yu. He pointed to the ground and blocked the whole earth so that Xiao Hong could not enter the ground. Into my snare, no one under the monarch can escape. The dragon snorted coldly. If the 4 of us absorb the dragon blood in her body after trapping her, then our talent will be greatly enhanced, said the dragon. I think so. Another frost dragon with cold air all over his body said. He is a creature of the ice dragon family. His whole body is composed of 10,000 years of cold ice. His body is extremely hard. Even dark iron, if it is opposite to his body, I'm afraid it will break directly. Then, let's go now, and use our strongest strength to hang her, said the dragon. The 4 dragon creatures immediately flew high into the air, dragged Xiao Hong and Tian Luodiwang together, and flew in 4 opposite directions, respectively. Like, the 4 dragons divide the body. The powerful power is transmitted to Xiao Hong's flesh through the sky landing network on her body. Moreover, the 4 dragon creatures also used their magic powers, and 4 powerful forces attacked Xiao Hong from 4 directions. For Xiao Hong, it can be said that she is under attack from both sides. That huge snare firmly trapped her, and Xiao Hong can't do it now if she wants to turn into Numenon. Under the action of powerful forces, the silk threads formed by the marks of the dragon clan fell into Xiao Hong's body. You know, it's the master of the 4 dragon families whose combat power is close to the monarch. It's not that Xiao Hong, who has just entered the realm of creation, can defeat it. Fortunately, her body is strong, otherwise, it may have fallen. Long wounds covered Xiao Hong's whole body. Xiao Hong gradually couldn't hold on, and her whole body was emitting blood beads. Ning Xiaochuan, who was practicing, had a fierce heart pumping and a premonition that something had happened to Xiao Hong. Ning Xiaochuan's heart has a dragon vein formed when he first merged with Xiao Hong, so he can feel Xiao Hong's situation. Xiao Hong is now hurt, and Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt it through the dragon vein in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, and the speed of soul fusion actually accelerated a lot. The surrounding energy also began to run madly, and quickly entered the bodies of Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu to help them practice faster. Xue Lingshu's soul stopped slightly. She didn't know why Ning Xiaochuan suddenly accelerated the speed. However, since Ning Xiaochuan did so, Xue Lingshu naturally followed suit and accelerated his speed by a few points, making the fusion of their souls faster. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu have reached a mysterious realm. The souls of Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu seem to be born as a whole and have never been separated. Because the secret of soul double cultivation was told by the son of the Emperor of Heaven, who didn't tell her what would happen, Xue Lingshu was also very surprised at this moment. The incomparably pure power of the earth and sky continuously entered the bodies of Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu. In fact, they didn't know who was controlling the soul at the moment. Maybe it was Ning Xiaochuan, Xue Lingshu, or both of them. Xiaolinger and Zihanyan stood aside, quietly watching Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu's practice, without making any sound. I'm going to find Xiao Hong. She has just broken through the realm of creation, and she can't stop the 4 dragon masters. Sister Han Yen, wait here and protect Godfather and Snow Girl. Xiaolinger immediately flew up from the ground, came to the ground, felt the smell of Xiao Hong a little, and hurried there. Previously, in order to prevent Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu from being disturbed by Long Yu and others, so their cultivation must be interrupted, so Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu must be transferred, and Zi Hanyan's cultivation alone is not enough, so Linger should help. Now Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu have moved to other places, and have entered the final stage of cultivation, which will soon end. Therefore, Ling can safely help Xiaohong fight. A small purple light flashed in the middle of Linger's eyebrows, and her speed doubled instantly, and she soon came to the battlefield of Longyu and others. Xiaohong. Linger saw that Xiaohong, who was trapped by the nets of the 4 dragon masters, such as Longyu, immediately flew towards Longyu. Linger could see that as long as one of the 4 dragon masters was interrupted, the net would be broken immediately. The stars fall. Linger quickly pinched the magic formula, and a huge force appeared on a pair of young hands, as if holding a purple star in his hand. He hit the dragon heavily. Linger learned this magic power by herself. She didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, the cultivation method of this magic power appeared in her head. The power of this move is enough to repel the triple warrior in the realm of creation. Longyu was caught off guard and was hit by Linger's magic power. The dragon claw unexpectedly broke and flew back dozens of miles before stopping. What's going on? Longyu and the other 3 dragon creatures were very shocked to see Linger, but they couldn't see through Linger's cultivation at all. And when it came, no dragon master felt her, as if little Linger appeared here out of thin air. You know, the cultivation of the 4 dragon masters in front of Linger has reached the 3rd level of the realm of creation, and the cultivation of Longyu has reached the peak of the 3rd level of the realm of creation. He can almost break through the 4th level of the realm of creation and become a strong monarch. Even the dragon didn't find Linger. How terrible is Linger's cultivation? Are you also with Ning Xiaochuan? The dragon asked coldly. The other 3 masters of the dragon clan also stared at Linger closely. What ability did the suddenly appeared girl have to hide from the perception of the 4 of them and beat the dragon back? Judging by her age, her cultivation must not have reached the realm of creation, right? Longyu only thought that he was injured by Linger just now, because of a moment's carelessness. Let Xiaohong go. Ling said angrily. It seems that it's really a gang, I'll catch you all. After Longyu finished, he didn't know where he came from, and took out a big net, which was exactly the same as the Tian Luodiwang on Xiaohong. He even wanted to catch Linger with the other 3 dragon masters. Daogong Jiuxing. Little Linger was not afraid at all. She gently bit her fingers and dropped a few drops of blood on the ground, drawing a strange symbol. Just as Longyu and the other 3 dragon family masters' strange little bell's behavior, 9 neatly arranged stars suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting strong light, directly into the Dian world. The dazzling starlight, with extreme speed, passed through layers of space. Almost in the blink of an eye, it came to Dian world and shone on Linger. The 4 dragon creatures, such as Longyu, can clearly feel that Linger's breath is increasing rapidly, which gives the 4 dragon creatures a feeling of impending suffocation. It seems that at this moment, the 4 dragon creatures such as Longyu are facing not a girl, but a god. Linger's whole body exudes purple light. She slightly raises her right hand and points in the direction of Xiaohong. The net on Xiaohong's body is instantly broken, and even the wound is healed quickly. It's simply incredible. Roar. Xiaohong came out of the net and directly turned into a flame dragon. Her whole body was burning with strong flames, as if Xiaohong's whole body was composed of flames, and there was no in general. Xiaohong roared, and behind him appeared a huge dragon-shaped virtual shadow. Everyone was at the foot of the virtual shadow, as small as an ant. Its whole body is composed of large and small light spots. Each of these light spots represents a star, just like a microcosm of the universe. One glance will make people deeply involved. The Dragon King is arrogant, and all families are subject. Xiaohong quickly said a word, and the ghost shadow behind her immediately began to hover in the sky. The whole Xianming continent was sunless, and the creatures everywhere could feel the unique powerful breath of the divine dragon. All the monsters and warriors knelt down on the ground, with incomparable fear in their hearts. But no one knows the reason for fear. The earth also couldn't bear the pressure of the divine dragon's force, and began to collapse. The huge underground within a radius of thousands of miles sank for hundreds of meters, and the landform of many places changed with it. The rivers dried up and the mountains collapsed. The warriors of the whole continent also observed changes. In the heaven, on the Lingxiao temple, a powerful man was sitting on a big golden chair, staring closely at the direction of the Xianming continent. His eyes are deep, as if he can see things hundreds of millions of miles away. The dragon cub is really strong. This man is the Lord of Heaven Xing Long, who appeared at the gate of Lingxiao temple, before and fought with the dragon sub-god and the demon sub-god. At this moment, the breath of the Lord of Heaven is much weaker than before. Obviously, he was seriously injured in the battle and has not recovered until now. It's time to find that old man. I don't know if he is still alive. With that, the Lord of Heaven disappeared into the Lingxiao temple. Four masters of the dragon clan, such as Long Yu, looked at the dragon virtual shadow mobilized by Xiaohong, and their bodies tightened instantly. They felt a surge of blood pressure from the same clan, as if the subjects were facing the king, and even their breathing became slow. Boom! In Xiaolinger's hand, a thick white light column appeared, which was condensed by the power of 9 stars. It was extremely powerful and directly shot at the 4 dragon masters. The light column is attached with powerful energy. The ground that the light column passes through immediately disappears, forming a long canyon that divides the whole demon heaven into 2 halves. Roar! Just as Long Yu and other 4 dragon masters have not yet reacted to what is going on, Xiaohong also attacked them together. The ghost shadow behind Xiaohong flew away with the dragon transformed by Xiaohong towards the 4 dragon masters. With a slight lift of the huge dragon's claw, 5 sharp claw prints were immediately printed on the ground, tearing out a huge pit hundreds of meters large. The 4 dragon masters were all hit, fell from space, and fell heavily to the ground. Ow! The 4 dragon masters all made a miserable cry, and then they also turned into dragons and became 4 huge dragons, which were not inferior to Xiaohong at all. At this time, Xiaolinger's attack fell, and the 4 dragon masters just turned into Numenon. Before they had time to show their magic powers, they were hit and flew out by the white light column, and there was no time to dodge. The bodies of the 4 dragon masters were all broken. They didn't expect that things would end like this. Every dragon master has a strong unwillingness in his heart. No one would have thought that the 4 dragon masters who reached the triple level of cultivation in the realm of creation would be defeated by a girl. All this is because of Xiaoling. Just as the 4 dragon masters were preparing to flee for their lives, small flashes of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. These flashes soon gathered together and began to increase rapidly. The black robbery cloud unexpectedly reappears, and someone is about to cross the robbery. It seems that Ning Xiaochuan has completed his cultivation and broken through the realm of nature, said Xiaohong. We just have to wait for Godfather to survive the thunder, Xiaolinger said, and immediately trapped all the 4 dragon masters with his own strength to prevent them from escaping, and then quietly waited for Ning Xiaochuan to cross the robbery. There was a strong wind between heaven and earth, and a large number of black robbery clouds gathered in the sky. The scale was almost the same as that of Xiaohong, and it was also extremely huge. With the passage of time, half an hour later, the first thunder fell. Boom! At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also flew out of the ground and appeared in the view of everyone. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan without any hesitation, he rushed directly at Lei Jia, running the Heaven and Earth Classic, and began to absorb Lei Jia. Thunder robbery belongs to the power of the Way of Heaven. Heaven and Earth Sutra can control heaven and earth, and naturally it can absorb the power of thunder robbery. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan dares to rush directly into thunder robbery. Although Ning Xiaochuan dared to do this in the past, the absorption speed was slow after all, resulting in the loss of many thunder robbery forces. Now that he has learned the complete Heaven and Earth Classic, Ning Xiaochuan's absorption speed of thunder robbery has increased by 5 times. Ning Xiaochuan naturally cannot miss such a great opportunity. Just when everyone thought that Ning Xiaochuan would survive the thunderstorm like Xiao Hong, there was an accident. Boom! The robbery clouds on the sky began to increase, 10 times more, and the violent energy filled the whole demon heaven. Xiao Hong and Xiaoling, who watched from a distance, became nervous. With such a terrible breath of robbery clouds, the thunder robbery that Ning Xiaochuan crossed was even stronger than that of Xiao Hong. Although Ning Xiaochuan is a little stronger than me, his robbery cloud can never be so powerful as this. It must be Shui Lingxiu's breakthrough that also attracted thunder, said Xiao Hong. All the warriors in Shenming continent saw that someone had been robbed again, and the scale was larger than the last time. They were very afraid that the people who had been robbed would fly to them and affect the pond fish. As a result, a large number of warriors began to leave far away from the demon heaven. The 4 trapped dragon masters looked at the robbery cloud in the sky with great shock. They didn't expect that the thunder robbery of Ning Xiaochuan was so powerful, which was dozens of times stronger than the robbery of the 4 dragon masters at the beginning. Even if the sons of some gods were breaking through the realm of creation, the thunder robbery of Ning Xiaochuan was not as huge. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the increasingly terrifying robbery cloud above the sky, without any fear in his eyes. He pulled out the 50 concrete magic war swords in his body, inserted them firmly on the ground, and simply arranged an array to absorb the power of the earth to help him relieve some of the pressure. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan offered the Tiandi blade, magic sword and heart-nourishing tripod, all of which were held in the air by Ning Xiaochuan's heart god, ready to absorb thunder. At this time, there was a wave in the void in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Shui Lingxiu came out of it. There was no change in his face. He gently raised his head and looked at the black robbery cloud in the sky. Heavenly bell. Shui Lingxiu offered up the heavenly bell, gently suspended it in the air, and made a slight sound. We must be very careful against the natural disaster. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has a strong physique, it is still the case. If Ning Xiaochuan does not adjust his mentality and blindly cross the disaster, he may soon die in the thunder disaster. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Shui Lingxiu, without any words, and slightly closed his eyes, ready to meet the arrival of thunder. Ning Xiaochuan did not shrink back, nor did he separate from Shui Lingxiu to reduce the power of thunder robbery. Ning Xiaochuan is still worried that thunder robbery is not powerful enough. Ning Xiaochuan has long thought that he must upgrade most of his soldiers during this robbery. Everyone was watching the thunder on the sky. As time went on, everyone became nervous. Boom! In a quarter of an hour, the disaster finally fell again. At the moment when the sky fell, the whole time of heaven and earth seemed to solidify. Everything was left with black and white, and all colors were swallowed up by these 2 colors. It was as thick as a mountain peak, reaching hundreds of meters, which was not like thunder at all. It was like a river composed of thunder and lightning pouring down from the sky towards Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingxiu, heavily falling on Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingxiu, and a strong current immediately hit both of them. A feeling of paralysis spread to all parts of the body. Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingxiu had become numb just after the first thunder. Enlighten me. Ning Xiaochuan gritted his teeth hard and said. Ning Xiaochuan used his mind power to start 50 concrete magic war swords, as well as Tiandi blade, magic sword and Yangxin Jinding at the same time, and began to absorb the power of thunder. Ning Xiaochuan also operated the Heaven and Earth Sutra and swallowed the power of thunder with his body. Shui Lingxiu was also unwilling to fall behind. After being hit by Lei Jia for the first time, she immediately released energy, started the heavenly bell, and began to absorb the power of Lei Jia. Lei Jia seemed to be enraged by the behavior of Ning Xiaochuan and Ling, and the thunder and lightning suddenly increased, instantly reaching the size of the range of the three peaks, directly falling on the place where Ning Xiaochuan and Ling were located, and many places in the demon heaven were fragmented. Why is Ning Xiaochuan's natural disaster so terrible? Zihanyan stared at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, with a strong uneasiness in her heart. She was very afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would die in the thunder. The way of heaven cannot see the birth of something too perfect. If it is too perfect, it may reverse the way of heaven in the future. Ning Xiaochuan is too perfect. Xiaohong glanced at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, said a word and turned away, unable to bear to look. In fact, she knew that the reason why Ning Xiaochuan's natural disaster was so terrible was that Ning Xiaochuan was the reason for the destruction of the world. Zihanyan was not speaking, silently staring at Ning Xiaochuan, and praying in his heart that Ning Xiaochuan must survive. The disaster fell again, and Ning Xiaochuan, Ling, and those soldiers began to devour the powerful power contained in the disaster crazily. Ning Xiaochuan and Ling's physique is also strengthening step by step. Later, the physique of Ning Xiaochuan and Ling is no longer comparable to that of any martial artist under the triple nature realm. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan and Ling can fight against the martial arts above the triple cultivation of the realm of creation by virtue of their own physique. Of course, the premise is that the other party does not use the combat soldiers of the supreme imperial weapon level. The thunder robbery continued all the time, and even refused to give Ning Xiaochuan and Ling a little breathing time, as if they would not stop until Ning Xiaochuan and Ling were killed. 3 days later, 50 figurative magic war swords absorbed enough thunder, and they all evolved into supreme king tools. The power of each handle is very strong, enough to compare with the previous magic sword. At the same time, the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Ling are also improving a little. 5 days later, they have broken through the double nature realm. During this period, Ning Xiaochuan has become blackened, and even his hair has been turned into ashes, which has long been blown away by the wind, but Ning Xiaochuan still sits on the ground, constantly absorbing the thunder. The meridians in Ning Xiaochuan's body became extremely smooth, as if every drop of blood contained the power of lightning. In Ning Xiaochuan's body, it kept flashing, and the power also increased rapidly. If Ning Xiaochuan hits the ground now, I'm afraid he can achieve the effect of destroying the stars with the giant spirit warhammer. If Ning Xiaochuan uses the giant spirit warhammer to show this magic power again, even the fourth heaviest monarch in the realm of creation will be defeated by him. Ling's body entered the overlapping space. No one could see her body clearly, but only a fuzzy outline. When Lei Jia cleaved beside her, he was blocked by the power of space and became invisible. 7 days later, the thunder robbery continued, and the whole demon heaven had long been in ruins. The reason is that there are 2 young generation of martial artists who have survived the robbery here, which has completely destroyed this area. Xiaohong and others were still waiting silently in the distance. During this period, Long Yu and other 4 dragon masters tried to take the opportunity to escape, and each time they were caught by Xiaolinger. On the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, there were bursts of buzzing. Tiandi blade unexpectedly began to fly high into the sky by itself, and quickly flew in the direction of robbing clouds. Boom! A white thunder hit the blade of Tiandi blade heavily, so that Tiandi blade fell a long distance. Then, Tiandi blade flew to Jiayun again. The Emperor blade devoured a large number of fragments of the Supreme King's wear and the Supreme Emperor's wear. It has been accumulated to a certain extent and will soon evolve into a sub-artifact level war soldier. With the help of the power of Lei Jia, refining the blade body is its opportunity to impact the secondary artifact. The Emperor's blade absorbed all the thunder that hit it, and the pressure of Ning Xiaochuan and Ling suddenly decreased a lot. Ning Xiaochuan also knew that Tiandi Blade was about to be promoted, so Ning Xiaochuan did not stop Tiandi Blade's behavior. Half an hour later, Yang Xinjianding also vibrated, sending out bursts of buzzing, and was about to improve its grade. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is very surprised. It's really great. Breaking through the thunder disaster caused by the realm of nature has raised the level of so many soldiers. This also indirectly reflects the power of Lei Jia. Just imagine that the whole demon heaven, hundreds of thousands of miles around, has been reduced to ruins, so how much power does Ning Xiaochuan and Xuelingshu bear? In fact, Ning Xiaochuan and others did not know that all this was because the continental heart of Xianming continent was taken away, and the continental plate became very unstable. As the core of the whole continent, the heart of the continent controls the air transportation of the whole continent. Once it is taken away, the air transportation of the whole continent will be taken away, and the continent will become fragile. As a part of the Xianming continent, the demon heaven naturally became very fragile and could not withstand such a terrible thunder attack. Ning Xiaochuan and Xuelingshu are still practicing at the moment, and their realm has also broken through to the third level of the realm of creation. It can be said that the fighting power of Ning Xiaochuan and Xuelingshu is complete and can fight against the sixth monarch of the realm of creation. If Ning Xiaochuan now fights with the dragon in its heyday, Ning Xiaochuan can kill the dragon with only one move. The four dragon masters looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Xuelingshu in the distance, and their hearts were full of fear. Especially when they saw that the realm of Ning Xiaochuan and Xuelingshu had broken through the third level of the realm of creation, they were even more afraid to move, and even the idea of escaping could not be borne. One Little Red and Little Linger are extremely powerful. When they combine, the four dragon masters such as Long Yu are not rivals, and the realm of Little Red and Little Linger is not as good as the four dragon masters. If you add any one of Ning Xiaochuan and Xuelingshu, they will surely die. The thunder robbery lasted for half a month. On this day, the robbery cloud finally began to dissipate, revealing the scorching sun that had not been seen for a long time. Papa. Ning Xiaochuan stood up in the burning land of destruction, and large tracts of black skin fell from him. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan is like a black skeleton frame, unable to see an inch of intact skin. However, the breath on his body was extremely terrible, just like a god reborn from ashes. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, and the head, which was completely devoid of flesh and blood, slowly lifted up and looked at the sky. After more than a month of robbery, Ning Xiaochuan's flesh and blood on his body have been broken by thunder robbery, and only the bones of his whole body are still intact. This means that Ning Xiaochuan's bones have been hard enough to resist the scourge. If there is a warrior who reaches the ninth weight of the eternal realm at this moment, and uses the supreme imperial weapon to attack Ning Xiaochuan's bone with all his strength, even a trace will not be left. Poop. 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 In the direction of the left chest of the skeleton, there is a blood-red heart beating inside. The sound made by each beating spreads very far, just like the sound made by someone hitting a big drum at the moment, directly into everyone's heart. Zihanyan and others have been standing in the distance, surprised to observe this scene, do not know what happened. Ning Xiaochuan's heart beat slowly and rhythmically. He raised his hand slightly, and the magic sword automatically flew into Ning Xiaochuan's hand, releasing a burst of powerful sword qi. At this moment, the magic sword has become a supreme weapon-level soldier, with at least 100 times more power than before. If Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation reaches the secondary divine realm, it is enough to split the whole continent with this magic sword without causing any damage to the magic sword. At this time, the Tiandi blade above the sky has completed the advanced level and truly become a sub-artifact level soldier. Secondary artifacts are also rare in the whole Dian world. Every artifact is a legendary artifact. There are completely two concepts between those who master the secondary artifact and those who do not control the secondary artifact. Ning Xiaochuan, who holds the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, is enough to kill the monarch with a sword. At this moment, the Tiandi blade is like an ordinary iron, losing its former brilliance and becoming exactly like an ordinary knife, just like an ordinary blade. However, Ning Xiaochuan knows that this is actually a return to nature, which represents the promotion of Tiandi blade to a new level. The martial arts under the realm of creation cannot understand at all. Only the strong ones in the realm of creation can understand and have the ability to use secondary artifacts. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan began to call it, Tiandaran unexpectedly began to resist Ning Xiaochuan's will and did not return to Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Zheng. Suddenly, on the sky, the Emperor's blade cut out a huge knife wave of evil qi. The energy contained in the knife wave is very powerful, like a bloody waterfall falling down. Where the knife waves, the space is broken, and it is neatly cut into pieces, just like a real blade, which is very sharp. Even the strong above the 5 aspects of the realm of creation, once they get involved in such a space crack, they will end up either dead or disabled. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body is a skeleton at the moment, and there is no way to make a sound at all, but Ning Xiaochuan's is to use his mind to make a cold hum. Ning Xiaochuan took out a piece of white bone from the center of the skull, with only bones left. It is the Xian beast Jian that has been suppressing the Emperor's blade before. A strong white light was emitted from the Xian beast Jian, which shone on the Tiandi blade, and instantly absorbed the Tiandi blade. How can it be? Now that I have evolved into a secondary artifact, how can I be suppressed by the Xian beast? No. The voice of Tian Diren, who was very unwilling, came from the Xian beast Jian. The whole Xian beast Jian was constantly shaking, and it was obviously the Emperor blade who resisted inside. However, no matter how the Emperor blade tosses, it just can't escape. It seems that the Xian beast Jian is specially used to suppress the Emperor blade. I don't know what level of treasure the Xian beast Jian is. Even the secondary artifact can be suppressed. Its level must have reached the artifact level, and maybe even more powerful, which is something Ning Xiaochuan can't understand now. Ning Xiaochuan's 2 eyes, which had no eyes, gently looked at the magic sword in his hand. In a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's whole body flew to a height of kilometers, holding the magic sword in his hand, and began to wantonly absorb the residual force of thunder between heaven and earth. A tiny flash of lightning flickered beside the magic sword. The magic sword absorbed energy quickly and formed a red vortex hundreds of meters in size. The energy between heaven and earth began to flow into Ning Xiaochuan's body, completely enveloping Ning Xiaochuan's skeleton. Ning Xiaochuan's flesh and blood were covered rapidly with the naked eye. In less than a quarter of an hour, all of Ning Xiaochuan's flesh and blood grew out and became a normal human again. Ning Xiaochuan shook his fist and felt the powerful power he gained after breaking through the realm of nature. For a time, Ning Xiaochuan was a little intoxicated in it. I said, "Can you put your clothes on first?" Zihanyan also flew towards Ning Xiaochuan, quickly from the place where he was just now. Zihanyan held a black robe in his hand, and without any taboo, he directly helped Ning Xiaochuan put it on. Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the purple smoke in front of him, opened his arms, held it deeply in his arms, and released it for a long time. At this time, Xue Lingshu also came out of the space, looked in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan, and just saw the scene just now, but Xue Lingshu didn't have any words, just looked silently. Ning Xiaochuan came to Xiao Linger and others with purple smoke. Seeing that Xiao Hong's injury had healed, he sighed with relief and nodded gently, looking at no small Linger trapped in 4 dragon masters. At the moment, the 4 dragon masters, including Long Jianzai, all looked pale. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan successfully survive the disaster, the 4 dragon masters had been extremely afraid of Ning Xiaochuan. For fear that Ning Xiaochuan would see them unhappy, they directly destroyed the 4 dragon masters with one move. Did the dragon sub-god send others to hunt me down besides you? Ning Xiaochuan came to Long Yu's face, sacrificed the magic sword and asked him. Yes. The skull dragon saw Ning Xiaochuan coming, and his heart was extremely afraid. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "Skull dragon, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid that Lord Long Shimo will kill you?" Long Yu originally wanted to deal with Ning Xiaochuan, and then found a chance to escape, but he didn't expect that he had been betrayed by his teammates at the beginning. 217 The skull dragon said to the dragon, and now he has completely turned against the dragon. This time I came to hunt Ning Xiaochuan, but I didn't get any benefit. On the contrary, I might lose my life. No matter what, betrayal or not, the truth is to live. Say. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Long Yu coldly, and his body exuded a powerful momentum, which restrained the 4 dragon masters, such as Long Yu, and dared not move one after another. Under the dragon sub-god, there is a team composed of 7 dragon creatures, from the 3rd level of the creation realm to the 9th level of the creation realm. It is the 7 dragon generals, and the dragon is the 7th dragon general, which is the weakest one. In order to arrest you this time, the dragon sub-god, from 7 dragons to 5 dragons, is sent, not only because he wants to kill you, but also because the dragon sub-god wants to refine you into a puppet. He wants to use you to attack Dian World. Gulong told Ning Xiaochuan all he knew, without any concealment, but hoped that after saying it, Ning Xiaochuan could let him live. Refining me into a puppet? That secondary god wants to be beautiful. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and his right foot stepped forward slightly, and immediately the whole ground began to vibrate. The magic sword was gently held in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan's arm shook slightly, and the heads of the 4 dragon masters immediately rolled down from their bodies. Each dragon master did not know what had happened, so he was killed by Ning Xiaochuan's sword. "Although you tell me everything, I still can't let you go," Ning Xiaochuan said. A small flame appeared at the top of the magic sword, gently touched the bodies of the 4 dragon masters, such as Long Yu, and instantly burned, and soon burned the bodies of the 4 dragon masters to ashes. "Let's go. It's time for us to leave. I explored here with the Book of Heaven and Earth, and found that the heart of the mainland has long disappeared, which is likely to have been taken away by Xinhe civilization. In that case, all the qi of Xianming continent will be controlled by the creatures of Xinhe civilization. If we continue to stay here, we will be destroyed by the power of the whole continent." Ning Xiaochuan said that. He turned a crack in the void in front of him with his fingers, and then walked into it. Xiaohong and others followed in, and soon disappeared in the demon heaven. Ning Xiaochuan and others came to the place where Tianting arranged the transmission array, ready to return to Tianting. First, check the overall situation of Dian World, and decide which continent to go to. At this time, Shiji Demon Queen was on a wide plain, where there were black ores everywhere. No one in Dian World knew the role of this kind of ore. However, the saint-level creature of the demon clan who stood opposite the stone Ji demon knew that all here were Lingji stones. Lingji stone is a very hard stone, which is at least 100 times harder than black iron, but it is very rare. The whole Dian World, it is only on this plain. There is a legend that Lingji stone is condensed from the essence of the sun and moon. When it meets the wind, it will turn into shape. When it meets the fire, it will become essence. When it meets the water, it will fly into the sky, and when it meets the wood, it will fall in spring. And such a magical Lingji Shizhong has the wisdom of birth. After hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, it has become a human existence. This kind of Lingji stone is no longer an ordinary product. After hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, the aura of heaven and earth gathered by Lingji stone is larger than any living creature. Its stone is the best material for refining secondary gods, and even secondary gods are extremely yearning for it. The star-crazy saint of the demon family felt the breath of Lingji stone on the back of Shiji demon, and followed Shiji demon all the way here. Unexpectedly, he found a whole plain containing Lingji stone. If he took it all away, it would be enough to make a race of Deshen River civilization at least double its strength. Because every Lingji stone is the material for refining treasures, not to mention, the Queen of Shiji Demon, a secondary artifact material-level creature that has been cultivated for hundreds of millions of years before turning into human form. I didn't expect that there would be so many Lingji stones in Dian world. Even in Shinha civilization, it's hard to see so many Lingji stones. Moreover, there was also a piece of Lingji petrified into human form, which can be used as the material for refining secondary artifacts. The stark crazy saint stared at Shiji Demon and showed a satisfied smile. Xingquang Xingjun is the strong one at the level of Xingjun of the Tianma clan. He reached the middle of the 9th level of the realm of creation. He is only weaker than the original Liao Qing Xingjun, but he is still extremely strong. He is not a warrior under the 9th level of the realm of creation at all. It can be called invincible under the second god. The stark crazy emperor is like a monster, composed of half man and half beast. He has a pair of long horns on his head, straight to the sky, more than 1 meter long. The eyes of the stark crazy saint are as red as blood. If you look at it, you will form a scene of corpses, blood and hell in your mind. The stark crazy saint is 5 meters tall. In the eyes of normal martial artists, he is already a giant. The blood of Xingquang Xingjun can be seen clearly, and his heart is beating regularly. Tianma clan also belongs to the higher Terrans, whose characteristic is that their physique is very strong. Every creature of Tianma clan is born with divine power, which is unimaginable. Its power can fly to the sky and smash the stars. In the words of the stark crazy sage, he didn't hide his idea of getting Lingji stone at all. The materials for refining secondary artifacts are also very rare in Shinha civilization. Shiji Demon Queen is standing there quietly at the moment, without any look fluctuations due to the words of the stark crazy saint, just quietly looking at the stark crazy saint. The cultivation of Shiji Demon Queen has reached the 5th level of the realm of creation, and she can't be the opponent of the stark crazy saint, so Shiji Demon Queen is waiting for the opportunity. Do you still want to run away? The stark crazy saint seemed to see through the idea of Shiji Demon, instantly turned into a remnant, appeared in front of Shiji Demon, and suddenly appeared in his hand a stick-shaped soldier with strange patterns all over his body, waving quickly at the abdomen of Shiji Demon. Dang! The long staff attacked the abdomen behind the Shiji Demon with a wind-breaking force, producing a burst of sparks. The whole body of the Shiji Demon flew out sideways and disappeared instantly when it fell to the ground. After being hit with such power by my supreme imperial weapon-level warfighter, it's all right. It's worthy of being a Lingji stone for hundreds of millions of years. The stark crazy sage laughed. As for Shiji's demon queen sneaking into the ground, the stark crazy saint didn't care at all. In front of absolute strength, any method would fail. The stark crazy saint held the drive god stick and silently recited the mantra. In a moment, the drive god stick became extremely huge, just like an Optimus pillar, straight into the sky. Down. The stark crazy saint simply spit out a word, and the drive god stick immediately fell down, very fast, and even began to burn in the air, with the power of destroying the sky and the earth, fell towards this plane. Boom! The whole earth was shaking, and countless Lingji stones instantly turned into powder, leaving a 10,000-meter deep pit on the ground consistent with the shape of the driving god stick. A large amount of dust drifted in the air, and was directly scattered by the stark crazy emperor. The weight of the drive god stick reached 5.86 million 3.15 million kilograms, which was extremely heavy. Even if it was gently placed on the ground, it would quickly sink to the ground. However, it is such a heavyweight weapon, but it is freely waved in the hand of the stark crazy emperor, and there is no difficulty at all. Boom! The drive god stick hit the ground again, and the power of vibration spread hundreds of thousands of miles away. Other creatures and warriors on this continent felt this powerful power and were very shocked. What kind of strong person has such terrible power? Shiji demon dived thousands of miles underground, and then down came the rolling magma. For the stark-crazy emperor, thousands of miles of strata are nothing at all. The stark-crazy saint offered the drive divine stick and swept it, and the stratum was as unbearable as paper, which was instantly broken. Shiji, the demon queen, stood deep underground and offered a boundary bead, as if holding a star and throwing it upward. The boundary bead flies out of the ground and forms a barrier, sucking the stark-crazy saint into it. The stark-crazy emperor looked at the surrounding scene, and saw that the earth was broken, rivers were cut off, mountains collapsed, volcanic magma was all drained, and solidified into black rocks, just like a doomsday scene. Jiu? Even if it's the supreme imperial instrument, how long can it trap me? The stark-crazy sage lifted his arm and waved a stick, and his vitality vibrated. Pa! There is a crack on the surface of the bead. So powerful, worthy of being the emperor. Shiji demon queen also had great opportunities in the land left by the gods, and her cultivation was rapidly improved. Moreover, after she was pregnant with the demon fetus, she obviously felt that her cultivation speed had become much faster, and her strength had become more powerful. In a faint way, she had a bit of power to destroy the world. If not, she could not have been entangled with the existence of a saint for so long. In the earth, the speed of Shiji demon emperor is faster than that of many creatures who created the realm, and it is also a divine stone constitution, which can be called an immortal body. But the difference in cultivation between them was so great that she wanted to escape, which was as difficult as heaven. Shiji demon queen calculated that Jiu could not trap the star-crazy saint. At most, it would be broken in a quarter of an hour. At that time, Shiji demon queen could not escape the disaster. And the queen of Shiji demon can't escape here, unless she can instantly reach the transmission array and go to the heaven. Otherwise, even if the queen of Shiji demon escapes now, the star-crazy saint will soon catch up, and then the queen of Shiji demon loses the protection of Lingji stone layer and will be caught in an instant. With the passage of time, there are more and more cracks on the boundary bead, which is about to break. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the whole boundary bead was completely broken, and was broken into hundreds of fragments. The boundary bead had no effect on the stark-crazy emperor anymore. The stark-crazy saint appeared on the Lingji stone plane again. His eyes passed through layers of Lingji stones and looked at the stone demon below. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and a sneer appeared. It's just a hard rock. The stark-crazy saint doesn't give Shiji the demon time to think at all, and plans to use his real saint strength. With a wave of the arm, the divine staff of the body waved down again. The whole plane was constantly shaking, and a powerful force directly attacked the body of Shiji demon across the Lingji stone layer. Wow! Shiji demon queen spit out a mouthful of blood in the ground and was seriously injured. The physical injury is not serious, but the serious injury is the soul. If the soul is crushed, she will really turn back into a hard rock, and she can no longer be incarnated into flesh and blood. Of course, in that case, the value of refining tools with her body will be greatly reduced, and it is difficult to refine secondary artifacts. Therefore, the stark-crazy emperor grasped the power very well, and did not destroy the soul of Shiji demon. After I get you, I will definitely let my sub-gods refine you into sub-gods. Only keep your consciousness, and make you an instrument slave of our Tianma clan forever. The stark-crazy Saint King's face was very ferocious and vowed to get the queen of Shiji demon. The stark-crazy Saint King hit again, and the whole Lingji stone plane was destroyed by him. He wanted to force Shiji out of the demon. Beyond the hundreds of millions of miles of Dian world, there is the space of the vast universe. A blood-red ancient ship is sailing forward, seemingly slow, but extremely fast. The whole body of the ancient ship is made of red crystals, emitting strong light in the huge universe, illuminating all the dark star fields within tens of thousands of kilometers. Moreover, the hull of the blood-red ship was still emitting bursts of cold ghost gas. If a living creature catches up with the ancient ship, I'm afraid it will immediately become a stone carving and lose its life in an instant. On top of the blood-red vessel, there was also a woman standing, who was wearing a scarlet dress, as if dyed red with blood, completely integrated with the blood-red vessel. The woman in the red dress has a very delicate face, and even the strong in the realm of fortune will be amazed at it at a glance. However, such a beauty is like an iceberg for thousands of years. She flew in the starry sky in an ancient boat, with a kind of classical beauty and a kind of dark and cold demon temperament. She is the fourth-generation successor of Jiu Dang Jia. The ancient ship flying in the universe is the crystal red ghost ship handed down by the founder of the world-destroying Taoism. A huge meteorite with a diameter of thousands of miles flew in front of the crystal red ghost ship, like a rocky planet, containing extremely powerful energy. Even the seventh strongest in the realm of creation dare not collide. Only by retreating can they save their lives. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not give in at all, and his eyes were just staring at the Dian world in the distance. Dian world is a huge continent suspended in the eternal starry sky. The surrounding stars, compared with the Dian world, are simply like grains of dust. Boom! The crystal red ghost ship collided with that meteorite, and the meteorite broke instantly, turned into countless large and small stones, and continued to float to other parts of the universe. Even if a planet is blocked in front of her, it will break up. Her way is ahead. Ning Xiaochuan drove the Jinghong ghost ship to the top of Dian world, staring at the towering and huge cosmic subcontinent. I saw that a huge light wheel wrapped Dian world, with very strange lines on it, and it was still running slowly, just like an array. Ning Xiaochuan drove the Jinghong ghost ship, heading towards the Dian world. The whole ship was turned into a remnant, and directly entered the void. Even the strong emperor of the ninth level of the realm of creation could not keep up with the speed of the Jinghong ghost ship. It's like a god shuttling through the universe. Outside the Dian world, there is a very thick barrier. Even the real gods can't plan. The defense is very huge, and the whole Dian world is shrouded in it. Standing on the crystal red ghost ship, Ning erythrocyte sedimentation rate saw the whole picture of Dian world in his eyes. Dian world is an array, not a planet, so the whole Dian world is a plane, that is to say, if a warrior is really able to walk the whole Dian world. Then, when he starts from one direction and moves forward one by one, the warrior will only go to the end of Dian world in the end, and will not return to the far point. This is the so-called round sky like Shanghai, and the place like a chess game, which is the round sky in place. On the Dian world, there are 50 continents, 49 of which are located on the sea in all directions, in a circle. In the middle, there is a continent larger than any of the other 49 continents. Surrounded by the 49 continents, it is Tianting. Rhyming's fingers pinched slightly, and his eyes turned to one of the continents that was all gray. That continent can be said to be the mineral core of the whole Dian world, which is called Huangquang continent. There are all kinds of minerals on it. More than 50% of the minerals in Dian world are collected in Huangquang continent. Over the years, there have been some strong men trying to occupy the Huangquang continent, but every time they were found by the heaven, they were killed in a very spicy way, and were publicly announced to the world, in order to deter the fighters who wanted to fight the Huangquang continent. Dan Tai's bloody eyes gently stared at the Huangquang continent. From above, she felt a familiar breath, which was homologous with the way of destroying the world. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan is ready to go to Huangquang mainland. Ning Xiaochuan drove the Jinghong ghost ship, sailing rapidly in the void of the universe. When he reached the barrier outside the Dian world, the Jinghong ghost ship directly entered it and disappeared. And the barrier that even gods can't force through, just a wave, and then calm down, as if nothing happened. The whole body of the crystal red ghost ship was burning with a burst of flame, like a long spark, which quickly crashed down from the sky. At this moment, all martial artists in Dian world, including the creatures of Shinha civilization, felt a chilling force, and even the emperor above the 9th level of the realm of creation became cold sweats. In the whole Dian world, only those strong sub-gods have not been affected. In the star meteorite continent, the gathering place of the dragon nationality, the dragon demon is standing on a high mountain, looking at the crystal red ghost ship burning all over, murmuring. She finally came. Hongtian continent, the gathering place of the demon clan, 100 million feet giant, is sitting on the ground and practicing quietly. He is naturally the secondary god of the demon clan, who once appeared in the Lingxiao temple of the heaven magic casting. Magic casting quickly absorbed the energy of the world of Dian, and the whole continent blew up a strong storm, and the plates of the continent became fragmented, as if the end was coming. Suddenly, the magic cast image sensed something. His closed eyes quickly opened and looked at a place hundreds of millions of kilometers away from where he was. There was a ship burning a strong flame, which was constantly approaching the ground of Dian world. The amazing power carried by the ship, even the secondary god dare not touch it, because this ship is not just an ordinary ship, and there is an indefinable story behind it. She has come, so should her master be born again? I hope Shinha civilization can survive. Magic Cast said. Maybe other creatures of Shinha civilization don't know who was the one who nearly destroyed Shinha civilization at the beginning, but they only know that they are the heirs of the legendary way of destroying the world. However, as a strong man at the secondary god level, Mo Zhu has a very long lifespan. He knows who the last person who almost destroyed the Shinha civilization is, and he knows that at this time, Dan Tai Shueshan, who is coming to the Dian world, is the disciple of the messenger of the Mishidao. In fact, this time, the Shinha civilization wantonly attacked the Dian world and seized the opportunity to become a god, not only for becoming a god and gaining strong power, but also for seeking a trace of vitality in the future. Last time, the preacher of Mishidao did not destroy the Shinha civilization. Finally, it was stopped by a legendary god-king level that allowed the Shinha civilization to survive. Who knows if the preacher of Mishidao, who failed for the first time, will destroy the Shinha civilization again. Therefore, this time, the creatures of Shinha civilization entered the Dian world in order to become gods and increase the overall strength of Shinha civilization. After all, the God King cannot always protect Shinha civilization. The world is about to be in chaos. Maybe only Dian world can give Shinha civilization a glimmer of vitality. Therefore, all aborigines in Dian world must die. The heavy voice of Mo Zhu echoed in the Dian world for a long time, and then returned to calm again. Wanquan continent, Lingji stone plain, at this moment, all Lingji stone layers have been destroyed by Xingquang Xingjun, and there is no place to escape after Shiji demon. We must face the strong saint of the 9th level of the realm of creation in front of us. Unfortunately, these Lingji stones, but as long as we catch you, everything is enough. The star-crazy saint put away the drive god stick, pulled off 2 hairs from the top of his head, and gave it gently in the direction behind Shiji demon. The 2 hairs of the star-crazy saint immediately became 2 slender ropes, which tied the hands and feet of Shiji demon respectively. Originally, the queen of Shiji demon wanted to run the spirit of stone in her body to resist, but she found that at the moment when the 2 hairs of the star-crazy emperor touched her body, all the meridians behind Shiji demon were instantly blocked and could not use any energy. I will definitely let the demon, sub-god, refine you into a sub-artifact. The star-crazy saint snorted coldly. Just as the star-crazy saint was preparing to take Shiji's demon queen away, a sudden change occurred. The whole Wanquan continent was illuminated by a strong light, and the temperature instantly reached hundreds of thousands of degrees. Half of the minerals in the whole Wanquan continent began to melt, turning into pools of iron and stone water. The mineralized liquid converged into a river, on which big bubbles kept rising, as if to melt the whole Wanquang continent. A ship with huge flames flying from the sky, like a bright sun, is flying towards the Wanquang continent. What is that? The star-crazy saint felt a powerful force and immediately turned to watch. He saw everything that had just happened in his eyes. He didn't know what had happened, but what had just happened shocked the star-crazy saint. Melting the whole continent, even the strong ones in the 9th level of fortune can't do it, but because of the arrival of a ship, the Wanquang continent actually began to melt. What kind of treasure is this ship? That's a person? How can it be? Just when the star-crazy saint was shocked by what happened in front of him and couldn't speak, he suddenly saw a figure on the flame boat, unexpectedly looking in the direction of the star-crazy saint. The flaming Jinghong ghost ship finally landed on the ground and formed a deep pit tens of thousands of miles underground, which was caused by the huge impact of the Jinghong ghost ship. Is it a secondary god who wants to rob Lingji Stone? Star-crazy Saint Junling said after a while. If it is really a secondary god, then even the star-crazy saint must teach Shiji Demon Queen. The secondary god and the 9th level of the realm of creation seem to be only one step away, but it is extremely far away, which is not understandable by ordinary warriors. No, it seems that she did not enter the Dian world from the door of man and God. There will be no fire of falling stars in the door of man and God. The star-crazy sage paused for a moment and then said, "Then who will it be?" The star-crazy saint couldn't confirm the identity of the other party, so he simply took Shiji's demon queen away and was ready to leave here. The vast universe, all evil, hypocrisy, greed, should not exist. If it appears, it will be killed. At this time a woman appeared in the vision of the star-crazy saint. A trace of very small black gas appeared on the finger of the mysterious woman. Then, Shiji Demon saw the whole body of the star-crazy saint burst in front of her, and there was no breath of life anymore. A saint-level existence unexpectedly died like this. Dan Tai Shueshan glanced at the broken meat on the ground, without any expression, and a black flame suddenly appeared on the ground, which instantly made the body of the star-crazy saint disappear without a trace, even if there was no garbage left. If Ning Xiaochuan was here at the moment, he would recognize that the flame that destroyed the corpse of the star-crazy emperor was the world-destroying demon fire. Dan Tai Shueshan raised his head to look at the Shiji demon in front of him, and began to walk slowly towards the Shiji demon. Shiji was shocked after the demon. A strong man in the realm of creation was easily killed by the other party. Was that woman also coming to refine herself into a secondary artifact? At this moment, Shiji Demon Queen felt that her breathing was beginning to become difficult, and her heart beat rapidly. Could she not escape the fate of being refined into an object after all? But the next thing that happened was to make Shiji Demon become a little stunned. Dan Tai Shueshan slowly walked to the back of Shiji Demon, without any words, but it was a deep bow to Shiji Demon. "What are you doing?" Shiji, the demon queen, felt very shocked that the woman was so powerful that she would worship herself. "I'm not worshipping you, but worshipping my holy thing," Dan Tai said. Dan Tai Shueshan lifted up and stared at Shiji Demon quietly. His eyes were as deep as a black hole, which made Shiji Demon's mind begin to blur. "You are the essence of the spirit of the earth. It is natural for you to conceive the holy things of our Tao. Please treat them kindly. If the holy things of our Tao suffer damage, I will kill them all in the world." Dan Tai's blood sank look ancient will not wave. When it comes to Tu Jin Dian world, there is no deep look change. It's like that Tu Jin Dian's world is just a small thing for Dan Tai Esr, and there is no difficulty for her. You teach the holy thing. Shiji Demon Queen looked at the woman in front of her tightly, but her heart was full of mixed feelings. Shiji Demon Queen naturally knew what the holy thing that Dan Tai Shueshan said was, which was a god monument in her stomach. And that tablet of God was born after Shiji and Ning Xiaochuan. That is to say, this powerful woman, who came from the same school as Ning Xiaochuan, is a martial sister and brother. Dan Tai Esr didn't explain anything to Shiji Demon Queen. After leaving that sentence, he directly disappeared. Together with the Jinghong ghost ship, it seemed that he had never been to Wanquang continent. Even if the cultivation of Shiji Demon Queen now reaches the 5th level of the realm of creation, it is not clear how Dan Tai's ESR left, even the slightest shadow can't be seen. Dan Tai ESR, she has more important things to do. Shiji Demon looked at Dan Tai Shueshan, who disappeared instantly, and silently turned around and left. Dan Tai Shueshan's words were deeply imprinted in Shiji Demon's heart, like a magic sound, which had been echoing in Shiji Demon's mind. If something sacred has been damaged, I will kill it all and spread it all over the world. Dan Tai erythrocyte sedimentation rate left the Wanquang continent, driving the Jinghong ghost ship, and unexpectedly began to rush towards the Tianshu continent. Dan Tai erythrocyte sedimentation rate stood on the crystal red ghost ship and took out something similar to a compass. The pointer on the compass was pointing to the direction of Tianshu continent in the distance and was constantly swinging. The demon sword of destruction, martial uncle, it's time to return. Dan Tai's blood sync murmured. With that, the speed of the Jinghong ghost ship increased again, and soon came to the Tianshu continent, without any stop, and rushed directly to the place where Guishu was located. Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate, as a descendant of the world, her martial uncle, naturally, is old rain cold. The master of Yuhan and Dan Tai Esr is actually a pair of twins. Yuhan is the elder sister, and the master of Dan Tai Esr is the younger sister, whose name is Yumeng. At that time, the second generation of the descendants of Mi Shidao and a supreme power found year-old Yuhan and year-old Yumeng and taught them the way of destroying the world. But if they want to become the true descendants of Mi Shidao, they must defeat each other. Finally, year-old Yuhan was unfortunately defeated, which was sealed by year-old Yumeng in the deep part of the ruins of Dian World. The 3 holy things of Mi Shidao handed down by the founder of Mi Shidao are the sword of Mi Shidao, the monument of Mi Shidao God, and the crystal red ghost ship. Among them, the demon sword of annihilation was taken away by Sui Yuhan and sealed in the deep place of Guishu together with Sui Yuhan. The crystal red ghost ship was taken away by Sui Yumeng and went to the kingdom of truth, and the monument of annihilation disappeared in the universe. This time, year-old Yumeng felt the breath of the stone tablet of the god of destruction, so he asked Dan Tai Shueshan to come to Dian World to look for it, and competed with year-old Yuhan's disciple for the position of the 4th generation of preacher of the world of destruction. After entering the Tianshu continent, Dan Tai Shueshan went straight to the depths of the wilderness. Within half an hour, Dan Tai Shueshan came to the Forbidden Area's secret mansion. Guishu, as the northernmost tip of Tianshu continent, the weather is very cold. The snow covers the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. The weather is very cold. Even those who are strong in heaven and man will soon be frozen into popsicles if they do not use xuanqi to protect themselves. However, all this has changed because of the arrival of a woman. Dan Tai Shueshan came to the gate of the secret residence in the Forbidden Area, looked at the 4 big characters that had become decayed on it, didn't stop at all, and directly pushed the door in. The sudden hurricane roared in Dan Tai's bloody ears, rolled up the thick snow on the ground layer by layer, and even the underground was frozen and cracked. However, this had no effect on Dan Tai Esr. Every time she stepped on one, a large amount of snow would melt instantly. When Dan Tai Esr took 9 steps, the snow of the whole wilderness disappeared. Dan Tai Shueshan entered the secret mansion in the Forbidden Area. Because of the invasion of Shinha civilization, there were none of the managers and explorers who often came here in the secret mansion in the Forbidden Area. Dan Tai Esr took out his compass and began to walk towards the 9th district. In a quarter of an hour, Dan Tai Shueshan arrived at an ancient road, which was full of footprints and looked very flustered, as if someone stepped out when being chased. Moreover, there are many bones on the ancient road, covering the whole ancient road, one leading to the distance. Dan Taishueshan went in, and through the compass, she already knew the direction. As long as she walked along this ancient road, she would enter Guishu, and then she could see Sui Yuhan. At this time, a wasteland in the heaven, Ning Xiaochuan and others came here after leaving the Xianming continent. They did not go to the Heaven Academy to exchange cultivation support. Ning Xiaochuan decided to refine all the remaining secondary god thoughts first. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed out of the Jinren Tower, and the mind entered it, releasing all the remaining 28 ideas of the secondary god, and then immediately absorbed the spirit in the head of the secondary god to suppress it. Receive the divine way. In less than half a day, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed all the spirits, summoned Ning Tianming, and suppressed all the secondary gods into Ning Tianming's body. Ning Tianming's strength has been greatly increased, and its combat effectiveness is enough to compare with the 7 heavy warriors in the realm of creation. Even Ning Xiaochuan may not be able to defeat the 7 heavy warriors in the realm of creation. After this breakthrough, Ning Xiaochuan's strength has increased greatly, his accomplishments have directly reached the 3rd level of the realm of nature, and his physique has also been greatly improved. Even if he is the strong one of the 5 levels of nature, Ning Xiaochuan can also fight. Ning Xiaochuan took out the spirit warhammer, poured in the qi of nature, and began to prepare to continue to learn the spirit warhammer method. The martial arts in the immortal realm have true qi, and the martial arts in the eternal realm have supreme qi. Naturally, the realm of creation also has the qi of creation, which is a higher energy than the supreme qi. If it is the same magic power, it is absolutely 100 times stronger than the power of the supreme qi. There is an insurmountable gap between the two. Xue Lingshu and others also sat down and began to practice. Xue Lingshu has just broken through the realm of creation, and his cultivation is not consolidated enough, and there is still the residual power of thunder in his body. If he is thoroughly refined and absorbed, it is also very helpful for cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan activated the words on the warhammer of the giant spirit. A villain appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan again, and Ning Xiaochuan learned again. There are 7 characters on the giant spirit warhammer. Each character represents a hammer method. If you learn it all, it will be combined into a powerful magical power, which is as powerful as magic. Even a warrior who is 2 small realms higher than the person holding the hammer may not be able to stop it. Of course, these 2 small realms must be within the same big realm. The 9th strongest in the realm of creation cannot use this magic trick to deal with the 1st strongest in the realm of secondary gods. Ning Xiaochuan spent 3 days learning all the remaining 3 hammer methods, and successfully fused the strongest hammer method, thousands of hammers. In an instant, even the earth can't bear the 10,000 hammer method. It can break all the space within a radius of hundreds of miles, and it can't be recovered in a short time. After the space is broken, countless space debris will float in hundreds of miles. Even the strong in the realm of creation do not want to face space debris easily. The power of space debris is enough to strangle a strong man who is the 5th most powerful in the realm of creation. Because if the space is broken, it will not be able to cross the space, unless their own cultivation is far beyond the enemy, otherwise, there will be no chance to escape. Ning Xiaochuan sat silently on the ground, feeling a little strange. Now that he has broken through the realm of creation, why hasn't Sui Yuhan asked him to teach him his way of destroying the world? Is it that your old Yuhan had an accident? However, your idea was quickly rejected by Ning Xiaochuan. Although Ning Xiaochuan did not know the specific realm of Sui Yuhan, he knew that the cultivation of Sui Yuhan would never be lower than that of the secondary god. Because the secondary god, in the whole Dian world, is invincible. No one can defeat the secondary god, although the secondary god also came to the Dian world in the Shinhe civilization. However, as the successor of the way to destroy the world, Sui Yuhan's combat effectiveness is not comparable to that of other secondary gods. However, Sui Yuhan must have been delayed, so this did not teach Ning Xiaochuan 3,000 way to destroy the world. Dan Tai Shueshan went all the way to the deep place of Guishu, and an array appeared in front of her, blocking the road of Dan Tai Shueshan. Dan Tai Shueshan came to the front of the array, stretched out his finger to the array and gently clicked it. Suddenly, the array was directly broken, and a powerful energy burst out of it in an instant. It was like the mouth of a flood discharge lake. The strong air flow rushed out of it, slightly lifting Dan Tai's bloody hair, and no longer had any impact on it. Dan Tai Shueshan slowly walked into it, and found many ferocious monsters on the way. All these monsters are ferocious in appearance, just like many kinds of monsters put together, and their cultivation is very strong, with the lowest cultivation of the eternal realm. One of the monsters has the body of a snake and the head of a cheetah. It is eating Dan Tai blood. Shen flies here and wants to eat Dan Tai blood, Shen. At this time, Dan Tai's bloody body suddenly sent out a powerful breath. The monster flying out of the array turned into ashes at this moment, and even a soul was not left, so it disappeared without a trace. Finally, Dan Tai Shueshan came to the end of Guishu, and there was nothing else here. There is only a long iron sword, on which there are hundreds of chains, firmly locking a woman. The woman's breath was weak, as if she had been tortured by some pain. Martial uncle. At this time, Dan Tai's blood sank gently shouted, breaking the original silence here. The woman on the iron sword, with her hair disheveled, seemed to have lost her vitality. The iron sword behind her was rusty. At a glance, she knew that it was corroded by time, like a mountain with thousands of feet. The woman on the iron sword seemed to have died, but when Dan Tai Shueshan called out these two words, the woman's body obviously shook slightly. You finally came. Sui Hanyu raised his head, looked at the Dan Tai blood sink in front of him, and said, Martial uncle, in those days, the master sealed you here, but I didn't want you to take the opportunity to hide my holy things. Now it's time to hand them in after so long? Dan Tai asked. The holy thing mentioned by Dan Tai Shueshan is naturally the world-destroying demon sword. Sui Hanyu didn't speak, just looked at Dan Tai's blood sedimentation, without any expression. I see. Where is my younger martial brother or younger martial sister now? Dan Tai Shueshan looked at Sui Hanyu's expression in his eyes, and soon wanted to understand that Sui Hanyu had accepted his disciples, and the world-destroying demon sword was likely to have been passed to him. Beyond the three boundaries, not in the five elements. Sui Hanyu just said this sentence and ignored Dan Tai's blood sedimentation, and silently buried her head. With the cultivation of Sui Hanyu, even if it is sealed here, her strength is still very strong, and Dan Tai Esr cannot defeat her. Beyond the three realms, not in the five elements? He is not a person in this world? Dan Tai Shueshan asked, but in response to her, there was only silence. Since martial uncle wouldn't say, I'll find it myself. With that, Dan Tai Shueshan stretched out a snow-white palm, and a crystal-red ancient ship appeared in the palm. Wow! Dan Tai's blood sank and fell on the crystal-red ghost ship, without any stop, turned into a bloody streamer, and flew towards the sky. Sui Hanyu raised his head, his smart eyes, gently staring at the sky. At that moment, the eyes of Sui Hanyu seemed to break through the thick space barrier and looked directly at the starry sky beyond billions of space dimensions. In a remote star field, there is a planet full of blood red. A figure was reflected in the pupils of Sui Hanyu's eyes. A woman was looking at her across the distant universe. Sui Hanyu shook his head and returned to the previous state, as if nothing had happened, just muttered. Ning Xiaochuan, you should come. At this time, Dan Tai Shueshan had left North/Xinjiang, and was ready to go to other continents of Dian world to find another successor of the world-destroying Taoism, and take back the world-destroying demon sword. Originally, Dan Tai Esr could easily detect Ning Xiaochuan's position, but I don't know why, she could not detect the second breath of the world except the smell of the world-destroying Tao on Sui Hanyu in Guizhou. It must be that Sui Hanyu used his magic power to cover up the breath of the evangelist, so Dan Taishueshan couldn't easily find him. Just hide it? Dan Taishueshan stood in the bow of the crystal-red ghost ship, slim as jade, cold as ice, closed his eyes, and felt the breath of another worldly evangelist with his own will. Ning Xiaochuan and others were practicing in a wasteland in the heaven at the moment. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's mind trembled, and the virtual shadow of the cold rain appeared on the magic sword body in Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Master. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped practicing and began to communicate with his mind and cold rain. Ning Xiaochuan, now, you should come to me. The spirit of the cold rain said. Looking for the master? Then where's the master now? Ning Xiaochuan immediately asked. When Ning Xiaochuan reaches the realm of creation, he can feel the breath of cold rain in the dark. She should be in Dian world. Tianshu continent, at the end of the ruins. Remember, you can only come alone. Besides, remember not to use the magic sword on the road. The words fell, and her shadow disappeared from the magic sword. Am I alone? Ning Xiaochuan said to himself. Then, he opened his eyes, his mind retreated from his body, and looked at the purple smoke, little red, little bell, and snow spirit not far away. Han Yan, I have a very important thing. I have to go back to Tianshu continent. You can practice in Tianting. Relatively speaking, Tianting is the only safe place in the whole Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan didn't tell Zihanyan and others that he was going to return to the ruins. After saying goodbye, he left immediately and disappeared at the end of the day. This time, Sui Hanyu found Ning Xiaochuan and asked him to look for her. Something important must have happened. Ning Xiaochuan can't guarantee how long he will come back. As for Sui Hanyu's telling Ning Xiaochuan not to use the magic sword, there must be other reasons. In order to be just in case, Ning Xiaochuan took the magic sword into the Xian beast Jian and covered up the breath of the magic sword with the power of the Xian beast Jian. Now, even Ning Xiaochuan himself can't feel the breath of the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan has a pair of illusory dragon wings on his back, flying fast and never staying. One day later, he arrived at the transmission array to Tianshu continent and entered the array. In less than 3 hours, Ning Xiaochuan returned to Tianshu continent again. Feeling the breath on the Tianshu continent, Ning Xiaochuan was also a little worried. He didn't know what happened to Yulan Empire. I don't know how the old Marquis and Ning Shiner are doing. After finishing this matter, if you have a chance, you'd better go back and have a look. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the realm of creation, and he has been able to preliminarily control the power of space and time by cultivating with Shui Lingshu's soul. Wow! His fingers turned to the void, and a door of space immediately appeared 10 feet away from him. He took a step and stepped directly in. When he walked out again, he had reached the northernmost tip of Tianshu continent. As long as he walked north again, he could reach Guizhou. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan saw too many bodies, including martial artists, vendors, old and weak women and children. All of them were sucked dry and died. It is obvious that the creatures of Xinhe civilization who invaded Tianshu continent came to the demon clan. It is the consistent style of the demon clan to absorb the essence of all creatures, because it can quickly improve the cultivation of the demon clan creatures. Ning Xiaochuan quickly approached the great wilderness. Wherever he passed, Ning Xiaochuan would kill those demon creatures without hesitation, and collect them all. When he had a chance, he would refine all the corpses of the demon creatures into pills and give them to the Marquis of Jiangya. When Ning Xiaochuan arrived at the great wilderness, he suddenly saw a group of monsters, which were like a combination of many kinds of monsters. They looked very ferocious and were eating the warriors of Tianshu continent. Demon creatures? Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the giant spirit warhammer, instantly appeared in front of a monster with a head like a deer, feet like a tiger, and tail like an eagle, and suddenly struck it on the neck. The part above the monster's neck exploded directly and turned into a burst of blood mist, and instantly it was dead. At this time all the monsters were attracted by Ning Xiaochuan, and they all attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and found that these monsters' physique was very strong. Even some creatures of Xinhe civilization could not match them. It seemed that it should not be the creatures of Xinhe civilization, because those monsters had no spirit. Destroy the stars. Ning Xiaochuan turned into dozens of residual shadows and hit dozens of monsters respectively, which was like dozens of hammer methods in an instant, and all the monsters that were hit burst into a blood mist in an instant. The rest of the monsters wanted to escape, but they were soon discovered by Ning Xiaochuan, trapping all the monsters. Ning Xiaochuan pulled out all the 50 concrete magic war swords in his body and inserted them on the ground to form a big town, trapping every monster in it, and no one could escape. Among them, the lowest cultivation level is that they have reached the eternal realm, and there are 3 that have reached the realm of creation. If they are allowed to go to other places in Tianshu continent, I'm afraid all martial artists in Tianshu continent will be eaten clean. It's not a demon creature, so where will it come from? Is it Guishu? Ning Xiaochuan thought so. If all these monsters are in Guishu, then there must be something wrong with Guishu. What happened? Boom, a loud noise. Ning Xiaochuan showed up to destroy the stars and smashed them with a hammer, killing all the monsters trapped in the sword array. Ning Xiaochuan didn't waste any money, so he collected the bodies of all monsters, and planned to go to Guishu as soon as possible, and find the winter cold rain first. Ning Xiaochuan came to the gate of the Forbidden Area's secret mansion and found a strange imagination. The heavy snow that often falls here all year round has disappeared. The originally very cold weather has now become a clear sky. The scene here is completely opposite to what Ning Xiaochuan saw here before. Ning Xiaochuan was only a little stunned, and then directly entered the Forbidden Area's secret mansion and began to walk towards the 9th district. Once, Ning Xiaochuan was chased and killed by Shiji Demon Queen in the Forbidden Area of Secret Mansion. He had no choice but to escape to the 9th district with Yu Mingsong and found the ancient road to Guishu. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation did not dare to go deep into the Guishu, because adventurers often said that there were very powerful monsters in it. Yu Mingsong also told Ning Xiaochuan that entering the Guishu with his cultivation was simply looking for death. Now Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has broken through the 3rd level of the realm of creation. For him, the danger of returning to the ruins has been greatly reduced. Because Ning Xiaochuan once came to Guishu, it seemed very familiar to enter Guishu again, and soon found the ancient road of Guishu. Seeing the skeleton on the ancient road of Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan felt a touch of sadness in his heart. Those bones must be the white bones left by the body decay of the warrior of Dian world after he was killed by the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Ning Xiaochuan flew up and didn't step on the bones. Ning Xiaochuan hoped that these warriors could rest after they died. In the north of the great wilderness, I don't know thousands of miles. There are great gullies. In fact, there is only a bottomless valley, and there is no bottom under it. It is called Guishu. After Ning Xiaochuan entered Guishu Ancient Road, he flew all the way, and soon came to the end of Guishu Ancient Road, and began to really go deep into Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan has never been here, so he can only rely on his intuition to feel the breath of winter rain and find the direction. It has been 3 days since entering Guishu. During this period, Ning Xiaochuan has never stopped on his way, but he has never been able to go to the end. Ning Xiaochuan simply closed all the 5 senses and let his body go on the road, so that his mind could practice in his mind. 4 days later, Ning Xiaochuan finally came to the deep place of Guishu, because Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt the breath here, which was different from the outside world. It turned out to have a sense of destruction that was homologous with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have time to think about it. He immediately increased his speed to the extreme, and soon came to the array that had been damaged by Dan Tai's erythrocyte sedimentation rate. Ning Xiaochuan looked ahead and found many monsters looking at Ning Xiaochuan covetously, as if he wanted to eat Ning Xiaochuan, which was exactly the same as the monsters he had seen outside. The number of monsters is very large, reaching tens of millions, and each one's cultivation is very strong. If you attack an object together, even Ning Xiaochuan may not be able to stop the powerful attack. It seems that those monsters really came to the depths of Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan said. The giant spirit warhammer appeared in his hand again. A hammer hit, and the area hundreds of thousands of miles around was constantly shaking. Boom! Tens of thousands of monsters were instantly smashed into meat sauce by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't refuse to come, and all of them were included in the flame Xian box. Ow! Those monsters immediately became angry and rushed frantically towards Ning Xiaochuan like a tide. 1,000 hammers and 10,000 refining. Ning Xiaochuan showed the strongest spirit warhammer method, just like 10,000 Ning Xiaochuan suddenly appeared. With each hammer, dozens of monsters must be smashed into meat sauce, but there are still some monsters with strong cultivation, who did not die after receiving Ning Xiaochuan's hammer. Those monsters, when Ning Xiaochuan didn't kill them, fled out at a fast speed. Even if Ning Xiaochuan immediately chased them now, he couldn't catch them. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, simply did not care about those monsters, and began to move forward towards Guishu. Finally, when the 10th day came, Ning Xiaochuan came to the deepest place of Guishu and saw the cold rain locked on the iron sword. Master! Ning Xiaochuan flew to the side of Sui Hanyu and opened his mouth excitedly. Many years have passed since practicing the way of destroying the world. Now I finally see the cold rain in the year, and Ning Xiaochuan becomes very excited. Ning Xiaochuan, you finally come. Sui Hanyu raised his head, looked at Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, and said, "Dare to ask the master." Ning Xiaochuan knelt down on one knee to Sui Hanyu. He was just about to ask about the destination of Sui Hanyu, but Sui Hanyu interrupted him. "Your old enemy has come and brought Dian world. Now it's time to give you something." Sui Hanyu didn't explain too much to Ning Xiaochuan. He saw that the whole space where Sui Hanyu was located began to vibrate, and a magic sword exactly the same as that used by Ning Xiaochuan flew out from behind. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the magic sword in front of him, and his heart was slightly shocked. "Is this the evil sword of annihilation that Sui Hanyu said? Master, is this magic sword the real world-destroying magic sword?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. "In those days, the master came to find me and my sister and spread the world-destroying Tao to us at the same time. The master told me and my sister that only one of us could become the true world-destroying Tao preacher, and the only way was to kill each other. The cold rain path. But why didn't she kill the master? She just sealed the master here?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. Sui Hanyu said nothing, looked up to the distance, and began to recall what happened in the past. Ning Xiaochuan also raised his head with Sui Hanyu, and found that there were stone walls all around, and there was nothing to see at all, but Sui Hanyu still stared at somewhere in the stone wall, as if she could see something Ning Xiaochuan couldn't see. Ning Xiaochuan stopped asking and said, "Since the master doesn't want to say more, then the disciple won't ask more. In addition, the master's meaning is that if I want to become a true Mishi Taoist, I also need to kill another Mishi Taoist?" Ning Xiaochuan said. "Remember, close relatives can also be killed. Pick up the demon sword of destruction and leave here. Your path of cultivation has just begun." Sui Hanyu's fingers moved and sent the real demon sword to Ning Xiaochuan. After the words of Sui Hanyu, a strong air flow immediately sent out from the place where Sui Hanyu was located, blowing Ning Xiaochuan out at the distance of tens of millions of miles, and left the Guishu in a moment. Ning Xiaochuan took out the demon sword and checked it carefully. The shape of the demon sword is exactly the same as that used by Ning Xiaochuan, but the feeling to Ning Xiaochuan is that the demon sword can really destroy the world, just like a groundbreaking sword. Did the founder of the world-destroying Taoism really use it to split a universe in two? Ning Xiaochuan felt very incredible, unable to imagine the power of the world-destroying demon sword. At this time, the Xian beast Jian sent out a shock, which was obviously that the Tiandi blade inside was dishonest again. Ning Xiaochuan released the Emperor blade. Anyway, there is a mysterious beast Jian, and the Emperor blade has no way to bite Ning Xiaochuan back. This is an artifact. As soon as the Tiandi blade appeared, it sent out a startling howl and immediately flew towards the world-destroying demon sword. On the world-destroying magic sword, a powerful breath sent out, shaking the Tiandi blade away, and the Tiandi blade flew directly tens of thousands of miles away. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the world-destroying demon sword in his hand, without any words, but silently put it away, and also put it into the Xian beast Jian, in order to cover up the breath of the world-destroying demon sword. Just now, Tiandi blade has said that the magic sword is an artifact. Artifact can't be used by Ning Xiaochuan at all. If you show it to people, maybe the martial artists of Dian world will not recognize it, but the creatures of Xinhe civilization will certainly recognize it. Moreover, how precious are artifacts? Even some secondary gods only have supreme imperial artifacts, and it is difficult to have secondary artifacts, which is enough to see how precious artifacts are. If the demon sword of annihilation is discovered by the secondary god who came to Dian world by Xinhe civilization, it can be said that Ning Xiaochuan will face great disaster. Don't. Let me exchange experience with Lord Doomsday, so that I can advance to the category of artifact as soon as possible. The Emperor Blade said wrongfully to Ning Xiaochuan. In the Xian beast mirror, the Emperor Blade suddenly felt the breath of the world-destroying demon sword, and began to struggle to see the real artifact, but unexpectedly, the Emperor Blade just came out. Ning Xiaochuan took the world-destroying demon sword in. Don't think too much. You have just become a secondary artifact, and you can't be an artifact at all. You'd better stay in the Xian beast Jian honestly. With that, Ning Xiaochuan mobilized Xian beast Jian and also included the Tiandi blade in it. Tianshu continent will certainly become lifeless because of the emergence of those monsters. I must kill them all. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan began to rush towards the direction of the Jade Orchid Empire, ready to see how the Jade Orchid Empire was. However, at this time, the situation suddenly changed. Ning Xiaochuan was about to reach the range of Yulan Empire 4 days later. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, you really came to Tianshu continent. There are 3 long dragon horns on one head, and all the black dragon creatures appear silently in front of Ning Xiaochuan, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's way forward. This dragon creature is one of the 7 dragon generals, the 5 dragon general Long Kuei. Ning Xiaochuan frowned deeply. He soon thought of the identity of the dragon creature opposite him. He must be one of the 7 dragon generals. Lord Long Shimo ordered to arrest you, but you killed that garbage of Long Yu. Let me have a try? Long Kuei instantly came to Ning Xiaochuan, and a thick tail quickly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's line of sight. Bang! For a moment, Ning Xiaochuan had no time to react, so he flew out. The power from the dragon's tail made the blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body churn. Long Kuei's cultivation reached the 5th level of the realm of creation. His cultivation was very strong, and so was his strength. You want to catch me? Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly. The giant spirit warhammer instantly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan flew high into the air, facing the position of Long Kuei, and flew away at the extreme speed, like a burning flame with earth-shaking power. Long Kuei looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who flew to him, and a sneer flashed across his mouth. In his view, Ning Xiaochuan's competition with him was simply to die. However, the result exceeded Long Kuei's expectation. Boom! The earth in the 10,000-mile area was full of excitement. At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan and Long Kuei came into contact, the flying body was replaced by Long Kuei. How possible? Long Kuei couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could Ning Xiaochuan's strength be stronger than him? Long Kuei is a creature of the dragon clan. His cultivation has reached the 5 levels of the realm of creation. He is a strong man at the level of monarch. How can he be defeated by Ning Xiaochuan, a martial artist with the 3 levels of the realm of creation? When Long Yu was defeated, he was as stunned as you. Ning Xiaochuan said. With that, Ning Xiaochuan's figure disappeared. This scene surprised Long Kuei. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan was so powerful. With Long Kuei's 5th level cultivation in the realm of creation, he even fought with Ning Xiaochuan in the 3rd level of the realm of creation. 10,000 hammers and 10,000 refining. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly shouted, and the giant spirit warhammer sent out a strong light, like a meteorite falling. Long Kuei's whole body was hit again and again. With each hammer falling, Long Kuei would spit out a mouthful of blood. In the end, every inch of his bones were scattered, and he couldn't even stand up. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dragon Kuei on the ground. It could be said that this was the first real battle for Ning Xiaochuan to break through into the realm of creation. He didn't expect that his strength would be so strong. The 5 dragon creatures in the realm of creation couldn't catch his 2 moves. Long Kuei was extremely afraid of Ning Xiaochuan at this time. He felt that Ning Xiaochuan was not a human at all, but a true pervert. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Long Kuei, without any mercy, directly killed him and put the body away. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the heart-nourishing tripod, and planned to refine all the corpses of Shinha civilized creatures he collected into pills here, and then return to the Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the heart-nourishing tripod from his body and placed it on the ground. He put the previously collected bodies of Shinha civilization creatures and the bodies of Guishu monsters into the heart-nourishing tripod and began to refine pills. Like thousands of miles around, there was a strong fragrance of Dan. Although these pills were refined from the corpses of living creatures, those corpses were at least the accomplishments of the eternal realm. When the cultivation of martial artists reached the realm of heaven and man, they had been separated from the category of normal human beings, and so did other creatures. Every living creature or warrior who has reached the eternal realm, every drop of their blood, is a very precious treasure. It's not too much to say that they are all treasures. A drop of the blood of the first martial artist in the eternal realm is enough to make the martial artist who has 9 levels of heaven and human realm break through the real realm in an instant. For the martial artist who is under the cultivation of the real realm, it is simply a magic medicine. Ning Xiaochuan brought out the demon fire and the dragon fire together, and the speed of refining medicine greatly increased. In less than half a day, all the bodies were refined into pills containing amazing energy. A total of 3,223 can greatly increase the strength of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan collected all the pills, opened a crack in the void in front of him, and when he came out, he directly reached the Jade Haze Empire. It's been a long time since Ning Xiaochuan came back. When he saw the Yulan Empire, he inevitably felt a sigh in his heart. Maybe it won't be long before the Tianshu continent will be occupied by the creatures of Shinha civilization. At that time even the Yulan Empire will be destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan appeared in the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion. There were many bodyguards in the yard, who were patrolling back and forth, all of whom were cultivation above the realm of heaven and man. Seeing these bodyguards, it is obvious that they are well-trained and powerful. Ning Xiaochuan was in a corner, watching them carefully, but no bodyguard found Ning Xiaochuan. It seems that Grandpa makes good use of resources, Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan's mind detective detected Ning Xiner's room and found that she was practicing at the moment, ready to break through the 9th level of the human realm. Ning Xiner's talent has always been very high, but it's a pity that she doesn't have a lot of resources to support her cultivation, so now she just reaches the 9th level of reality. Ning Xiaochuan decides to help Ning Xiner. Ning Xiaochuan uses the power of his mind to quietly enter Ning Xiner's room, inject a pure breath of nature into Ning Xiner's body, and help it absorb and refine. In less than half an hour, Ning Xiner went so far as to directly cross the 9th level of the real-life realm and reach the 1st level of the eternal realm. There was another superpower in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Brother! At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan helped Ning Xiner realized that it was Ning Xiaochuan. Just after the practice, Ning Xiner flew out of the room and rushed directly into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, without considering his cultivation. Ning Xiner's voice startled all the bodyguards in the Jiangnan Marquis mansion. The originally quiet Jiangnan Marquis mansion suddenly issued bursts of heavy footsteps. Even the old Marquis also appeared, saw Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Xiner hugging together, smiled and nodded. Grandpa! Ning Xiaochuan came to the old Marquis and bowed down to him. Just come back, just come back. The Marquis was very excited. On his old face, there was a smile that was usually hard to see, just like a kind grandfather. Brother, what about my sister-in-law? Why didn't you come back together? Ning Xiner asked. Hearing Ning Xiner's question, the old Marquis also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, waiting for his answer. The Marquis is now eager for Xiaochuan to succeed as soon as possible, but he is still waiting to have grandchildren. They are in heaven and can't come back for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to discuss this topic, so he said so. You're old enough to marry a daughter-in-law, but you've grown up. You should make your own decisions. Grandpa doesn't want to interfere. I just hope it won't be too long. Let me have grandchildren in my lifetime, said the Marquis. Don't worry, Grandpa. You'll hold it. When the Marquis said to have grandchildren, Ning Xiaochuan unconsciously thought of Shiji Demon Queen. Last time, King Qingyu told Ning Xiaochuan that Shiji was pregnant after the demon, but it has not been confirmed, and Ning Xiaochuan did not know whether it was true or false. How long are you going to leave this time? The old Marquis asked. To tell the truth, he really didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to leave, but the old Marquis also understood that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He couldn't keep Ning Xiaochuan in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion all the time. Should leave soon, Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew what the Marquis thought, but he had to leave. Nowadays, the creatures of Xinhe civilization attack Dian world and compete for the opportunity for the martial artists to become gods in Dian world. In such a troubled world, only by constantly improving their cultivation and strength can they protect those who want to protect. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must go out to experience. Only in this way, the people he loves and the people who love him will not be hurt. Ning Xiaochuan took out all the refined pills and gave them to the old Marquis, and gave all the supreme tools in the Flame Xian box to the old Marquis, as well as the treasure of the supreme imperial level, the black and white life and death chessboard. These things will greatly increase the strength of the whole Jianghe mansion, so that Ning Xiaochuan can be relieved to leave. The old Marquis put away all the pills and supreme utensils. He didn't care about these things, but he knew that Ning Xiaochuan was leaving again. Brother, remember to bring your sister-in-law back next time, Ning Xiner said to Ning Xiaochuan with tears in her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan wiped his tears, fondled Ning Xiner's head, nodded, and then prepared to leave. There are too many concerns about Ning Xiaochuan in the Marquis of Jianghe, and Ning Xiaochuan can't say goodbye one by one. He just glanced at the old Marquis and Ning Xiner, and then disappeared in everyone's sight. Those bodyguards in the Marquis mansion of the Sword Pavilion were all amazed at the disappearance of Ning Xiaochuan. That kind of ability is simply beyond their reach. You all go down, the Marquis said to the guards. Yes. The bodyguard made a neat sound and soon left to continue patrolling in other places of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion. Grandpa, brother, he will definitely come back. Ning Xiaochuan came to the old Marquis and said to him. Yes, I'll come back. After Ning Xiaochuan left, the old Marquis felt as if he was decades old in an instant. Ning Xiaochuan grew up too fast. Maybe it won't be long before Ning Xiaochuan will become a god and forget the whole Jiangnan Marquis mansion. After leaving Yulan Empire, Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the transmission array of Tianshu continent, ready to return to Tianting, and asked Tianting to send warriors to kill the monsters running out of Guishu. Guishu is too mysterious. Maybe the evil things in Guishu are more terrible than the creatures of Shinhe civilization. The number of monsters is very large, and their cultivation is strong. It is not possible for martial artists in Tianshu continent to fight. Even if Ning Xiaochuan tries his best to kill, he cannot finish it. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of Jiangnan Marquis mansion, Ning Xiaochuan must return to Tianting as soon as possible and ask for support. However, shortly after Ning Xiaochuan left Yulan Empire, a large number of demon creatures came to Yulan Empire. Not far from Ning Xiaochuan, he flew directly towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet a native of Dian world so soon. I want to suck up his essence. A demon creature with black gas and 2 long fangs said. The cultivation of this demon creature has reached the 5 levels of the eternal realm. It can be said that in Tianshu continent, it is the existence of a master. However, this is nothing at all for Ning Xiaochuan, whose cultivation has reached the triple nature realm. I saw the demon creature flying quickly towards Ning Xiaochuan, followed by a large group of demon creatures, without exception, all of whose accomplishments reached the eternal realm. You still want to suck my spirit? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the demon creature coldly, stretched out his right hand, made a knife with his hand, and split into the space in front of him. A huge knife wave suddenly appeared in the sight of the demon creature, and there was no time to react. The demon creature was split in 2 by Ning Xiaochuan's knife, and the body flew sideways. All the demon creatures looked at Ning Xiaochuan in horror. Knowing that they had kicked the iron plate, they immediately turned around and were ready to flee. The man who suddenly appeared was too strong. The demon lord of the 5 levels of the eternal realm was killed by his move, and none of the remaining demon creatures reached the 5 levels of the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated, entered the space crack, and instantly appeared in front of the demon group. Those demon creatures were so scared that they immediately changed direction. I didn't expect that this man was still a strong man in the realm of creation. Only in the realm of creation can he use space to span such a long distance. Ning Xiaochuan pulled out the 50 figurative magic war swords in his body to form a large array, trapping all demon creatures in it to prevent them from escaping again. What are you doing in Yulan Empire? Ning Xiaochuan came to the demon creatures and asked coldly. No demon creature answered Ning Xiaochuan. Although they were extremely afraid at the moment, they still refused to say. Ning Xiaochuan pointed out that he instantly killed a demon creature and turned it into a blood mist. Then, he looked at those demon creatures and asked again, do you want to say it or not? The remaining demon creatures immediately became flustered, and many demon creatures began to attack the array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan, trying to escape. Those demon creatures who attacked the array were all killed by Ning Xiaochuan. The rest of the demon creatures were so scared of Ning Xiaochuan that they all knelt down and begged for mercy. I said, the demon sub-god asked us to attack Tianshu continent and catch all the martial artists in Tianshu continent as sacrifices to help him recover from his injury. A demon creature said. Why only catch Tianshu continent? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Many continents are caught, and we are only one of the teams, which are only responsible for catching the warriors of Tianshu continent. The demon creature continued. Hum. After hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan clenched his hands and hit the void in front of him. All the demon creatures burst into a blood mist in an instant. The demon creatures planned to attack the Tianshu continent in an all-round way. The Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion will be in danger. I have to go back. Ning Xiaochuan said that. He entered the space crack again, and in less than half a day, he returned to the Jade Haze Empire. Ning Xiaochuan entered the Marquis mansion in the Jian Pavilion and was immediately sensed by Ning Xiaochuan and the old Marquis. The two of them appeared one after another. What's the matter? Why did you go back? The old Marquis's face was dignified and he realized that something important might have happened. The demon creatures are about to launch an attack on the warriors of the whole Tianshu continent. They should catch all the warriors and help the demon sub-gods heal. Ning Xiaochuan said. What? Demon sub-god? Ning Xiaochuan asked in surprise. The secondary god is an invincible existence for the warriors of the entire Dian world. The warriors of the Dian world simply cannot imagine how powerful the secondary god is. Ning Xiaochuan naturally can't understand, let alone she has never seen the secondary god, so she will be very shocked when Ning Xiaochuan talks about the secondary god. What about that? The Marquis asked. For the secondary god, the old Marquis has no concept, but the urgency at present is that the demon creatures attack Tianshu continent. If a large number of demon creatures come, Tianshu continent will soon be captured, not to mention Yulan Empire. Don't worry, I will protect Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan nodded to the old Marquis, indicating that he was relieved. Then, the whole Jiangna Marquis house became quiet. At this time a dark cloud suddenly appeared over the Yulan Empire, and a powerful breath was emitted from it, which made the warriors of the whole Yulan Empire depressed for a while, as if they were about to suffocate. There is still a human country here that has not been invaded by our demon clan. We will start now, and take away all mankind. In the clouds, a rough and hoarse voice came out, as if it was thundering, which made all the warriors in the imperial capital of Yulan Empire tremble physically and mentally. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the clouds above the sky and gently pointed his finger at them. A red light suddenly shot out, penetrating the whole cloud. Dozens of demon creatures were instantly killed by Ning Xiaochuan and fell from the cloud. Who? An angry voice sounded in the clouds, and then a demon creature with green body appeared, holding a long gun and pointing straight at Ning Xiaochuan. Yushun civilized creatures actually came to Yulan Empire, and you were looking for death. Ning Xiaochuan's body flew up and quickly came to the demon creature's side. With his palm on his neck, blood gushed out in an instant. Before he could react, he had been killed by Ning Xiaochuan. All the demon creatures looked at Ning Xiaochuan, extremely angry, and made an angry roar. In the clouds, a total of 500 powerful demon creatures, all flying out of the clouds, surrounded Ning Xiaochuan. Now Ning Xiaochuan is surrounded by demon creatures in all directions, and every direction is surrounded closely, forming a cage, trapping Ning Xiaochuan in it. Ning Xiaochuan looked around. For these demon creatures, Ning Xiaochuan would not have any mercy. The giant spirit warhammer instantly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Boom! A deafening sound came from Ning Xiaochuan's giant spirit hammer, and the cage formed by 500 demon creatures was instantly broken. All the demon creatures were killed instantly, completely unable to withstand Ning Xiaochuan's blow. Who is that person? How can he be so strong? In a building, a warrior of Yulan Empire said in shock. As far as he knows, those demon creatures, each of whom is comparable to the existence of the supreme level of the human race, were killed by Ning Xiaochuan. Who is this man? Is he a god? In the imperial city of the entire Yulan Empire, every martial artist felt very shocked and looked at the man who flew high into the air, very curious about who Ning Xiaochuan was. He is the genius of the Marquis of Jiangna, Ning Xiaochuan. crowd, someone recognized Ning Xiaochuan's identity and exclaimed. All the martial artists reacted for a moment. Everyone remembered that many years ago, there was a young genius rising like a comet in the Marquis of Jiang'e, that is, Ning Xiaochuan, who killed the Marquis in the clouds on his own. It is said that even Emperor Yulan was indirectly killed by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood high in the sky, with a momentum of disdain for the world, standing straight there. He knew that this was just a small wave in the demon creatures. Later, more demon creatures would come. Sure enough, half an hour later, a group of demon creatures arrived, but this time, the difference is that there are strong people who create the realm. It's you. Among the demon creatures, a demon creature who looks very handsome and looks very similar to the martial artist of Dian World said to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and he also recognized the demon creature. It was the demon Tong Tian, one of the 3 sons of gods who had been in Yunshan Pool for 10 days before. As the son of gods, Mo Tong Tian reached the eternal realm at birth, and now it has reached the 4th level of the realm of creation. He is known as the King of Heaven, and his cultivation is stronger than that of Xiaochuan. I didn't expect you to be here. I can't win the battle, but I don't know your strength. With that, Magic Tong Tian launched an attack on Ning Xiaochuan without waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to reply. Magic Tong Tian is a very belligerent demon creature. After the end of Yan Shenqi, almost every Tianjiao who has been in Yan Shenqi for 10 days has been challenged by him, except Ning Xiaochuan and Shui Lingxiu, who have never been found. Unexpectedly, he found Ning Xiaochuan in Tianshu continent, so Magic Tong Tian couldn't wait to fight with Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! A collision sound sounded in the air. Ning Xiaochuan and Magic Tong Tian retreated back at the same time. It's so powerful. Well, you are qualified to be my opponent, said Magic Tong Tian. He originally thought that the physique of the martial artists in Dian World was very weak, even if Ning Xiaochuan had been practicing in Yunshan Pool for 10 days. However, Magic Tong Tian didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's strength was equal to his own. In the just collision, both Magic Tong Tian and Ning Xiaochuan used their fists to fight. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan shook his arms slightly numb. You know, Magic Tong Tian can be called the first pride of the demon family. He has killed his opponent across 2 realms. In the same realm, he is invincible. Unexpectedly, when he met Ning Xiaochuan, whose cultivation was lower than his own, he unexpectedly failed to win him with 1 move. Ning Xiaochuan had no words, and immediately attacked the demon Tong Tian. If you want to hurt the Marquis of Jiang'e, what about the Son of God? The Son of God can also be killed. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the warhammer of the giant spirit, and a pair of huge illusory dragon wings grew behind him. He quickly flashed behind Magic Tong Tian and hammered it with the greatest strength. Magic Tong Tian was immediately knocked away, and a powerful force entered into Magic Tong Tian's body, which made his blood boil. Cool. I'm afraid you are the only one in the younger generation of Dian World who can compete with me. Even other demon families can't compete with me. Let's fight a good battle. Magic Tong Tian took out a black spear about 6 feet long and hit Ning Xiaochuan's juggernaut hammer. Ning Xiaochuan felt the powerful power from the warhammer of the giant spirit, and his heart was also slightly surprised. This is also the first time that Ning Xiaochuan really felt the power of demon creatures. He is worthy of being a higher Terran. When Ning Xiaochuan fought with Magic Tong Tian, other demon creatures wanted to enter the Jade Haze Empire to capture the martial arts, but they were stopped by Magic Tong Tian. They must finish the battle with Ning Xiaochuan. Well, if you can defeat me, I will ensure the safety of this empire. If you are defeated by me, all the people of this empire will be buried with you. How about it? Said Magic Tong Tian. You talk so much nonsense. Ning Xiaochuan said that he flew into the air, carrying huge energy, which poured down in an instant. The huge power directly attacked Magic Tong Tian, and Magic Tong Tian was shocked again. Finally, are you serious? Haha. Magic Tong Tian laughed, and then his body shook and disappeared into the void. Ning Xiaochuan released his mind, and suddenly detected a wave behind him. Holding the giant spirit hammer, he waved back fiercely. Dang! The sound of huge metal collision sounded like lightning and thunder, and the figure spread to most of the Empress Yulan. Many warriors couldn't resist it at all, and their ears directly burst with blood. Hundreds of miles of ground collapsed because of the powerful power of Ning Xiaochuan and Magic Tong Tian. Even the buildings in Yulan Empire were affected. A large number of buildings collapsed directly, and countless tall buildings instantly turned into ruins. Ning Xiaochuan came to the birth of Magic Tong Tian, and the giant spirit war hammer hit his abdomen, with the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth, breaking out amazing power. However, Magic Tong Tian blocked the blow and raised his leg to kick Ning Xiaochuan's arm. Ning Xiaochuan's arm trembled, and the ghost hammer almost fell to the ground. Split mountains and rivers. Ning Xiaochuan held a giant spirit warhammer, and his breath soared to the extreme, as if Ning Xiaochuan was a god at the moment, and the warhammer in his hand was enough to destroy the whole Tianshu continent. Magic Tong Tian's eyes coagulated, his fingers changed rapidly in the air, and a black vortex suddenly appeared on the black spear, which unexpectedly began to absorb the power within tens of thousands of miles. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the spear in Magic Tong Tian's hand, and the power on it surprised him slightly. If Ning Xiaochuan stepped aside, I'm afraid most of the Jade Haze Empire would be destroyed in an instant, so Ning Xiaochuan must take this blow from Magic Tong Tian. The destructive power of the attack of creatures in the realm of creation is unimaginable. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's attack and Magic Tong Tian's attack collided, and the whole Jade Haze Empire trembled, and cracks appeared in the space, giving people a terrible picture of the fragmentation of heaven and earth. The figures of Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tong Tian are almost to the extreme. In the Yulan Empire, except for Ning Shiner, who is just broken through the eternal realm, no one can see the figures of Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tong Tian. There are only demon creatures on the side. The eyes of each demon creature are tightly staring at Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tong Tian, who are rapidly changing their figures in the air. As long as Ning Xiaochuan is defeated, all demon creatures will rush forward and take the opportunity to win Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan and Magic Tong Tian fought in the air, and they were inseparable. Ning Xiaochuan and Magic Tong Tian were both powerful fighters, and their bodies were particularly powerful. With one punch, the mountains would be blasted, and their destructive power was very strong. Every time Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tong Tian attack each other, they will form a strong wind. Many fighters in the imperial city of Yulan Empire are blown away in an instant, and they are not even qualified to watch the war. Ning Shiner and the old Marquis flew over the Marquis mansion in the Sword Pavilion, secretly needing a sweat for Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan was defeated, not only Ning Xiaochuan would die, but also the warriors of the entire Yulan Empire would be arrested and sacrificed to the demon sub-gods. Demon Supreme Body. Magic Tong Tian roared, unexpectedly aroused the Supreme Body, and his strength immediately increased. Ning Xiaochuan had no time to react, and was swept away by Magic Tong Tian with a long gun, and immediately flew out. Demon Supreme Body. Ning Xiaochuan also inspired the Supreme Body, but he did not inspire the Supreme Body of Shinto and the Supreme Body of Kendo at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to try, how strong is his strength? The Spirit Warhammer and the Black Spear intertwined in the air, and sparks stopped splashing from the Spirit Warhammer and the Black Spear. The space is trembling. With Ning Xiaochuan and Magic Tong Tian as the center, the space has become fragmented within hundreds of miles, and a large number of space debris are floating around. Even if Ning Xiaochuan and Magic Tong Tian are inspired by the Supreme Body, they are still scratched by space debris. A long wound appeared on Ning Xiaochuan's arm, and the blood flowed. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, the wound could not be healed immediately. This is obviously because the force of space enters Ning Xiaochuan's body through the wound. Magic Tongtian's back was the same. For a time, Ning Xiaochuan and Magic Tongtian were injured by space debris. It's just a minor injury. Keep fighting. Magic Tongtian shouted, simply put the black spear away, and directly shook Ning Xiaochuan with his fist. Boom! Every time Magic Tongtian's iron fist fell, the space trembled. When he used 10 fists in a row, his momentum suddenly increased, and behind him appeared a ghost shadow as high as Weian. At this moment, all the warriors of the Jade Haze Empire and the demon creatures present felt like ants. They were staring at them with huge eyes, and even breathing became very difficult. Ning Xiner looked at the suddenly appeared ghost in the sky above the marquee house of the Sword Pavilion, and the blood flow speed in her body became very slow, as if she was facing a god at the moment. Many warriors in Yulan Empire were directly shocked to death and turned into a blood mist by this sudden burst of breath. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, just when he wanted to bring out the 50 concrete magic war swords inside his body to protect the warriors of the Jade Haze Empire. Suddenly, a huge protective cover suddenly appeared over the Yulan Empire, surrounding the whole Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned, and immediately he seemed to think of something. Yes, it is worthy of being the heir of the emperor's father. At this time, a middle-aged man in white robes with extraordinary appearance walked out of the completely collapsed building somewhere in the Yulan Empire and smiled at Ning Xiaochuan. Elder? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the man who suddenly appeared, and recognized at a glance that this man was the son of the Emperor of Heaven, whom Taoist Qixuan had met with Ning Xiaochuan before. I didn't expect that the son of the Emperor of Heaven had been guarding the Yulan Empire and didn't go out for training. Another one? Magic Tongtian frowned slightly and said, his expression began to gradually become angry, but he didn't expect that there was also a warrior in the realm of creation. Moreover, the cultivation of the martial artist in the realm of creation is higher than that of Magic Tongtian, and it is not that Magic Tongtian can overcome. The martial artists in Dian world are indeed the same. Do you want to fight one? Since you break the rules first, don't blame me. Magic Tongtian became extremely angry. He felt that Ning Xiaochuan had broken the agreement and wanted to join hands with the son of the Emperor of Heaven to deal with him. Therefore, he plans to destroy the entire Yulan Empire with the strongest means. The heart of the mainland. A light mass the size of a human head appeared in the hands of Magic Tongtian, which was the heart of the continent of Tianshu continent. Unexpectedly, the heart of the mainland has been found and robbed by the demon creatures. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were frozen and he took a breath. The strength of Devil Tongtian is already very strong. Coupled with the heart of the mainland, it's impossible to imagine how terrible and destructive he will play. The earth structure of the whole Yulan Empire began to change. Far more stable than the earth, it instantly became a giant pillar with 1,000 feet high. Mountains and rivers are moving, and the earth is splitting. In an instant, the Jade Haze Empire has become beyond recognition. All buildings collapsed at this moment, and even many warriors fell into the abyss, and there was no breath. With its powerful power, Magic Tongtian controlled the continental heart of Tianshu continent, controlled the land with a radius of millions of miles, formed a completely closed stone wall, and surrounded the Jade Haze Empire. Even Ning Xiaochuan's earth vein, which was previously set at the bottom of the Yulan Empire, was absorbed by Magic Tongtian and turned into a force to strengthen the stone wall, leaving no place for the warriors in the Yulan Empire to escape. 10,000 hammers and 10,000 refining. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a giant spirit warhammer, incarnated tens of thousands, attacked a place on the stone wall thousands of times, and finally opened the stone wall without being trapped inside. Hunyuanichi sword. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the world-destroying demon sword, showing the ghost shadow of the purple and gold emperor behind him, and beheaded the demon Tong Tian. Boom! The powerful sword Qi flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's hand and destroyed everything, including space. Large pieces of space debris fell and formed sharp blades, which were taken by the powerful sword Qi to attack magic Tong Tian. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan uses the world-destroying demon sword instead of the Tiandi blade is that the Tiandi blade is now a secondary artifact-level soldier. Without absolute certainty, Ning Xiaochuan will never use it. And now the demon sword is only the supreme imperial weapon, so it won't cause the enemy to spy. With your attack, you still want to fight against the power of the whole continent? Magic Tong Tian snorted coldly. Magic Tong Tian used the heart of the continent to gather the earth forces within a radius of 10,000 miles, and condensed into a stone wall up to several kilometers in front of Magic Tong Tian, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's sword Qi and the space debris carried in the past without any injury. The mainland is raging. Magic Tong Tian shouted, and the dust on the ground instantly formed a wave roll in the form of waves, and rushed straight towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a magic sword, struck forward, and his powerful sword Qi cut on the waves formed by the dust. It seemed that he had not touched anything, and even directly penetrated the past. The powerful sword Qi came to Demon Tong Tian in the blink of an eye with extreme speed and cut off his right hand. What? Magic Tong Tian was shocked. Ning Xiaochuan's attack just now obviously used the power of space, and even directly sent his attack to Magic Tong Tian. Magic Tong Tian had no time to react, and his arm had been cut off. He clearly created the third level of the realm, and his cultivation is not as good as me. How can space power be higher than me? Said Magic Tong Tian. Ning Xiaochuan didn't say anything. Holding the demon sword to destroy the world, he struck at the demon Tong Tian again. This time, the speed of the sword Qi was much slower than the last time in everyone's eyes. It's slow, but in fact, it's only slow compared with the previous sword. This time, the speed of the sword is still too fast to imagine. The martial artists who cultivate under the real world can't even see a shadow. Magic Tong Tian sneered and was about to dodge, but he found that his speed had also slowed down, at least 5 times slower than usual. Soon, he was hit by the sword gas issued by the world-destroying demon sword, and his other hand immediately flew out. Ning Xiaochuan grew a pair of huge illusory red flame dragon wings behind him, displaying the speed of the dragon, turning his body into a remnant, and instantly taking away the heart of the mainland. All the demons became extremely angry and prepared to use their magic powers to attack the fragmented Jade Haze Empire. You're not his opponent, rush up, just a dead end. Let's go. Magic Tong Tian used his own cultivation to quickly heal his injury and immediately stopped the demon creatures behind him. Looking at the retreating demon creatures, the martial artists who are still alive in Yulan Empire are all relieved. The battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tong Tian was simply a fight between immortals. Mortals suffered, and the whole Jade Haze Empire was destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and looked at the Yulan Empire, which had become scarred, with an unspeakable feeling in his heart, as if he had destroyed it. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the heart of the mainland and sat on the ground, ready to refine it, and then let the Jade Orchid Empire return to its original appearance. Tens of millions of martial artists of Yulan Empire rushed to the outside of the imperial city to watch Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, the son of the Emperor of Heaven has left. The Tiandi family, as a force silently guarding the Yulan Empire, only appeared when the Yulan Empire was most dangerous. It was just because Ning Xiaochuan appeared that the son of the Tiandi appeared. Now the crisis of Yulan Empire has been lifted, and the son of the heavenly emperor naturally left. No warrior knows his trace. Ning Xiaochuan held the heart of the mainland in his hand, silently understood the energy inside, and began to prepare to refine it. The heart of the mainland, as a treasure comparable to the secondary artifact level, is naturally not so easy to refine, and the process is very difficult. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan practiced the Earth Sutra, understood the earth and took the earth as his teacher, which is more consistent with the heart of the mainland. Now refining the heart of the mainland can be said to be natural. Ning Xiaochuan's mind entered the heart of the mainland and immediately felt a magnificent force, which was purer than any energy he had seen before. The heart of the mainland radiates a strong light, which is simply brighter than the stars outside the region. Finally, with Ning Xiaochuan's unremitting efforts, one day later, Ning Xiaochuan refined the heart of the mainland. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was a continent. All parts of his body overlapped like continents, with bones like mountains and blood like rivers. Ning Xiaochuan can change the landform of millions of miles of defense at will, and the sea changes in a moment. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes, held the heart of the continent, flew high into the air, and recovered all the landforms previously destroyed by magic Tong Tian, but those buildings were destroyed, so the heart of the continent could not recover. The whole Yulan Empire was full of ruins, and even the Yulan Palace was razed to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan took off from the Marquis of Jiangya and flew in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. "Brother, are you all right?" Ning Xiaochuan asked with concern. The previous battle was breathtaking. Even Ning Xiaochuan felt that she was about to suffocate in the face of that level of battle. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Ning Xiaochuan said to Ning Xiaochuan. With that, Ning Xiaochuan looked at the old marquis again. The old marquis is flying high at the moment. Looking at the ruins below, it's a pity that the foundation of the Marquis House of Jiangya for 100 years has been destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan naturally saw the old duke's thoughts, so he immediately came to the old duke's side and said to him, "Grandpa, you'd better leave with me. I'll take you and Xiaochuan to heaven," Ning Xiaochuan said. In Tianting, the Lord of Tianting intimidates all the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Without absolute assurance, no group of creatures of Xinhe civilization will challenge the Lord of Tianting. After all, the Lord of Heaven is a strong man at the level of a sub-god. His combat effectiveness has exceeded the limit of a normal warrior and ranks among the categories of gods. Unless the creatures of Xinhe civilization also send secondary gods, they can have the power of war. Under the secondary god, there are ants. However, there are very few strong sub-gods. After all the creatures of Xinhe civilization have to pay a price when they come to Dian world. The higher their cultivation, the higher the price. It is impossible for a group to send all the sub-gods to Dian world. To go to Tianting, Ning Xiaochuan can ask 7 princesses to help take the old marquis and Ning Xiaochuan to the Divine Reserve Palace. Ning Xiaochuan's talent is already high, and now it has broken through the eternal realm. It's more than enough to join the Divine Reserve Palace. Go to heaven? Okay. I just don't know how your uncle and 4th uncle are. The marquis shook his head and said. Hearing what the old marquis said, Ning Xiaochuan also remembered that in the past, his uncle and 4th uncle had hired killers to kill themselves in the Marquis of Jiangya. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed until he was driven out of the Marquis of Jiangya. If you're unlucky, I'm afraid you've been caught by the demons as a sacrifice. When the crisis of Tianshu mainland subsides, I'll go and have a look, Ning Xiaochuan said. After so many years, the hatred has long vanished. Well. The old marquis nodded and stopped talking. He just looked at the Jiangya marquis mansion, which had been reduced to ruins from a distance. Finally, he sighed and was ready to leave with Ning Xiaochuan. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan cut a crack in the void in front of him, sent the old marquis and Ning Xiaochuan into it, and followed him in. Ning Xiaochuan, the old marquis, and Ning Xiaochuan disappeared in the Jade Haze Empire. When Ning Xiaochuan and others came out of the space crack, they had reached the southernmost end of Tianshu continent, the transmission array established by Tianting. Ning Xiaochuan took Ning Xiaochuan and the old Marquis into the array and soon came to the heaven. As soon as he entered the heaven, the Marquis obviously felt that the energy in his body was running faster, 10 times faster than before. It's really worthy of heaven. The old Marquis couldn't help saying. Now the realm of the old Marquis has reached the 4th level of the realm of real people, which is improved by taking the soul medicine pill. Otherwise, maybe the old Marquis has no way to break through the realm of heaven and man all his life. When Binding Ogawa first came to Tianting, the divine chi of Tianting tripled, reaching the deepest level of the 2nd layer of the God world. For the martial artists in the whole Dian world, it is absolutely a holy land for cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan, with the old Marquis and Ning Xiaochuan, came all the way to the transmission array where he and the 7th princess entered the divine reserve palace before, and contacted the 7th princess through the voice of his heart. "Are these your grandpa and sister?" the 7th princess asked in surprise. The 7th princess originally thought that Tianjiao like Ning Xiaochuan must have been born in an ancient family, but she didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's grandfather was just a real monk. According to the 7 princesses' understanding of Ning Xiaochuan's grandfather's accomplishments are mostly based on the elixir refined by Ning Xiaochuan, which is forcibly promoted. "Yes, I want them to enter the palace of God to practice," Ning Xiaochuan asked. "Yes. Very welcome, and your sister's talent is still very high. She can reach the eternal realm at such a young age. Even among the students of the Divine Reserve Palace, she is excellent," the 7th princess said. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan this time, the 7th princess was even more surprised and found that she couldn't see through Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. He must have reached the realm of creation. When you reach the realm of creation at such an age, you have at least a 10% chance to become a secondary god. Now, the world of Dian is in constant war, leaving only a pure land in Tianting. It is because the Lord of Tianting is in charge that it can deter the creatures of Shinha civilization. However, the 7th princess knew that the Lord of Heaven had been seriously injured, and Dian world must cultivate a new successor in order to continue to guard Tianting and Dian world. At this stage, Ning Xiaochuan has a good chance to become a secondary god. Since Ning Xiaochuan's sister and grandfather came to Tianting, the 7th princess will naturally give more care. Then, Ning Xiaochuan took the old Marquis and Ning Xiaochuan into the array and went to the God Palace. After settling down the old Marquis and Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiaochuan is ready to understand the 3,000 ways of destroying the world and consolidate his realm in the Divine Reserve Palace. Sui Hanyu told Ning Xiaochuan that his old enemy had arrived. Ning Xiaochuan urgently hopes to improve his strength. Only in this way can he defeat another worldly evangelist. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan has no way to know the strength of the other party. The other master who killed the world preacher was Sui Hanyu's sister, and she was not bound by any fetters. She must be teaching her disciples with all her strength. In addition, the evangelist came from outside Dian world, and his resources were willing to be more abundant and powerful, which was also expected. If you don't practice hard, maybe you will be killed by the other party as soon as you meet the immortal preacher. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must quickly improve his strength now, and what he can do is to understand the 3,000 ways of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the virtual shadow of the Stone of the God of Destruction, carefully stared at the characters on the Stone of the God of Destruction, and began to understand the 3,000 ways of destruction. On the stone tablet of the God of Extinction, a total of 3,000 characters are burned. Each character represents a kind of way of extinction. If the 3,000 way of extinction is completely cultivated, it is considered to be a complete way of extinction. It is said that when the founder of the world-destroying Tao built 1,000 of them, he destroyed all the stars in a star field. I can't imagine what terrible power would be exerted if all the 3,000 ways of destroying the world were successfully cultivated. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the monument of the God of Destruction in front of him. Gradually, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes began to change, and his eyes reflected the scene of stars exploding one after another. Each of these stars was huge. If any star falls into Dian world, it can destroy the whole Dian world. However, such huge stars are being destroyed in a series, as if the universe is about to collapse. The shock wave generated by the explosion of every star, even the strong of the second god, cannot survive. Ning Xiaochuan watched this scene closely. At the moment, he was witnessing all this, but Ning Xiaochuan couldn't see his body, as if he were a part of this space. Can't make a sound, can't exercise, can only watch like this. A quarter of an hour passed, Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness actually began to become blurred, and gradually fell asleep in the past. In Ning Xiaochuan's mind, a series of words appeared, recording one of the 3,000 ways of destroying the world, called the Nebula Way of Destroying the World. It uses the power of the universe for its own use and explodes the whole star. It is the 521st world-destroying way in the 3,000 world-destroying ways. It is very powerful. It is very difficult to learn this way of destroying the world, and it is impossible to explode a star with Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. However, if Ning Ogawa learned to use it, it would be enough to make the space within tens of thousands of miles disappear in an instant. Even in the environment with extremely solid space like the apotheosis world, it can still be done. Ning Xiaochuan silently remembered the cultivation method of the nebula way of destroying the world and began to practice it. In Ning Xiaochuan's mind, the star field just appeared again, but the difference is that this time, no star exploded, just slowly running in space. Ning Xiaochuan knew that he must comprehend the Tao of the Annihilation Nebula and destroy these stars, to be successful. Of course, the stars here are not real stars, but the phantom illusion of the supreme power of the founder of the world-destroying Taoism added to the text of the world-destroying God tablet. It will appear in the mind of the preacher of Mishi Dao only when he is learning the method of Mishi Dao. These illusions contain a trace of the divine power of the founder of the world-destroying Taoism. It is extremely difficult to break them. Ning Xiaochuan began to slowly mobilize the power of space according to the method recorded by the Extinction Nebula Road. However, it seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult when Ning Xiaochuan really implemented it. No matter what Ning Xiaochuan did, he couldn't mobilize the power of the universe. Up to now, Ning Xiaochuan has repeated the method of destroying the world nebula path thousands of times, and has not successfully mobilized the power of the universe, even a trace. Why is this? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing and began to recall the scene he had seen before. The stars were exploding one after another, like the end of the universe, and powerful shock waves spread into hundreds of millions of miles of space, and he could only look at it silently. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan seemed to understand something, and immediately began to practice again according to the cultivation method of the Extinction Nebula path. This time, Ning Xiaochuan changed his cultivation method slightly. Ning Xiaochuan regards himself as a part of the universe, and imagines that the power of the universe mobilized by him is his own power. Sure enough, Ning Xiaochuan successfully mobilized space power, and successfully broke a star into pieces of broken meteorites. This star is the smallest one in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, but Ning Xiaochuan's ability to break it is also very great. After all, even if it is the smallest star, it still has the power to destroy the world's ancestors. Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed. As long as he succeeded once, it became much simpler after that. But the only pity is that Xiaolinger is not here. If Xiaolinger is there, Ning Xiaochuan can use his mind to enter the purple stars in Xiaolinger's body. With the magical structure of purple stars, it is believed that Ning Xiaochuan will practice the Extinction Nebula Road to the realm of Desheng faster. Now Ning Xiaochuan has just practiced the Destruction Nebula path. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, he went to the outside world, which can only collapse the space within 1,000 miles at most, and it is impossible to break the stars. Because Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, it is impossible to mobilize enough powerful cosmic forces. After learning the way of destroying the world and nebula, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his cultivation had increased again. If he learned 4 ways of destroying the world and integrated them into his body, Ning Xiaochuan could break through the 4th level of creation. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan's combat effectiveness is bound to soar. Now if Ning Xiaochuan is allowed to fight with magic Tong Tian, Ning Xiaochuan's only physical strength is enough to defeat it. If he uses magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan is even confident to kill magic Tong Tian. Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness recovered, and he was ready to practice 4 ways of destroying the world, and broke through the 4th level of creation in one fell swoop. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the words on the stone of the god of destruction. This time, he chose the way of destruction, which ranked 2nd, 2237 Tian Gang way of destruction, and silently began to practice. At this time, the creatures of Xinhe civilization have begun to attack Tianting, and many continents have been occupied by the creatures of Xinhe civilization, taking away the heart of the continent. Hundreds of holy lands were destroyed, and the warriors under heaven and man were killed and injured countless, while the warriors above heaven and man were captured by the creatures of Xinhe civilization and taken as captives. All the martial artists in the Eternal Realm have fled to Tianting, Dian World, and have reached a very critical situation. The whole Dian World has become a mess. Even if Lingxiao Temple sends the strong, there is no way to stop the panic. Fear spread in the hearts of the warriors of Dian World, panicking and restless. Countless martial artists in Dian World are full of fear for the creatures of Xinhe civilization, and even the thought of resistance is gradually disappearing. There is no way. The creatures of Xinhe civilization are really too strong. Any creature of Xinhe civilization is enough to compare with the existence of the supreme level of the human race in Dian World. Although the foundation of Tianting is very strong, the overall strength of the warriors in Dian World has risen to a new height. But this is a drop in the bucket for the creatures of Xinhe civilization. In the view of many martial artists, Dian World must not escape the end of being destroyed by the creatures of Xinhe civilization. Just when the morale of the warriors in the whole Dian World became very low, a message suddenly came from Tianting. Another secondary god was born in Dian World. It is said that he was the master of heaven when he was young, and his cultivation was very strong, even higher than the master of heaven. As soon as this news came out, countless martial artists in Dian World felt exciting. I didn't expect that there should be a secondary god in Dian World besides the Lord of Heaven, which is undoubtedly the greatest inspiration for them. However, only the high level of Lingxiao Temple and the creatures of Xinhe civilization know that there are definitely more than 2 secondary gods in Dian World. You know, the Zijin Emperor once appeared. In the god world, the creatures of the devil, dragon and demon families were all killed by the Zijin Emperor. For a moment, the young creatures in the 3-star regions of Xinhe civilization were weakened by at least 1/10, which can be said to be a heavy loss. The birth of the Emperor Zijin, together with the Lord of Heaven and his master, posed a great threat to the creatures of the 3-star regions of Xinhe civilization. After all, so far, on the side of Xinhe civilization, there are only 3 secondary gods, respectively from the demon world, dragon world and demon world of Xinhe civilization. Who knows if there are other secondary gods in Dian World? In case there is another one, with the power of the creatures of the present Xinhe civilization, it can't be stopped at all, and it may be countered by the warriors of Dian World. Therefore, the creatures of Xinhe civilization are waiting for an opportunity to open the 4th door of man and God. At that time, another star realm creature of Xinhe civilization will come to Dian World, and the strength of Xinhe civilization will rise greatly. Ning Xiaochuan was immersed in meditation and used all his mental power to understand the Dharma of destroying the world. This time, the Dharma of destroying the world that Ning Xiaochuan understood is called the way of destroying the Beast Emperor. The way of destroying the world Beast Emperor is a way to strengthen the physique of the world, which cannot be directly exerted, but it can greatly increase your physique and open up a beast vein in your body, which can strengthen yourself by absorbing the blood power of other monsters. When the cultivation reaches great success, even those who have not cultivated the Supreme Body can compete with those who have cultivated the Supreme Body by virtue of the way of destroying the world Beast Emperor. However, the most magical thing about the Beast King's way of destroying the world is that if you practice to perfection, you can even condense a Dao Yuan in your body, which is called the Beast King Dao Yuan. At that time, the cultivation of oneself can be said to be 3 times that of the surface, and the degree of containing energy is also 3 times that of the martial artist in the same realm. It can be said that if Ning Xiaochuan will succeed in the cultivation of the King of Beasts, then it is no problem to fight across 4 small realms. However, the more magical the Taoism is, the more difficult it is to practice. Ning Xiaochuan feels very hard to practice. If you want to cultivate the way of destroying the world, you must first open up an animal vein in your body, but Ning Xiaochuan is a real person. According to common sense, it is impossible to open up by yourself. For ordinary martial artists, there are only 2 ways. One is that they are born with the name of Beast Heart Palace. In this way, martial artists have beast veins just after they are born, and there is no need to open them up at all. The second method is to kill the powerful monster and transplant the beast vein in its body into its own body. Only in this way can the human warrior's body have the beast vein. But these 2 kinds of distribution are of no use to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan has no beast heart palace, and it is impossible to transplant it, because it is clearly recorded on the Extermination Beast Emperor Road that the transplanted beast vein cannot be used to cultivate the Extermination Beast Emperor Road. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, his mind entered his body and began to observe. It is very difficult to open up animal veins. If you open up the wrong place, it will not only hinder the operation of other blood vessels, but also change your body structure. If you don't pay attention, you may explode and die, which is very dangerous. Because the energy of the creator martial arts is much more than that of the eternal martial arts. In order to make these energy work normally, it naturally needs strong enough blood. Ning Xiaochuan's mind slowly observed in the body and found a blood vessel that could run through the whole body without affecting the operation of other blood vessels. Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed. The next thing is to find a way to open up the beast vein. People have contacts, demon with demon vein, dragon, of course, also has dragon veins. The 3 belong to different structures, which transcend the blood and are mysterious. It is completely impossible to open up an animal vein in human body, just like finding bones in egg white. However, the way of destroying the world itself is an unnatural way, which is to turn the impossible into possible. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, and the blood in his body began to condense towards one place. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to successfully open up the beast vein through his own blood. Ning Xiaochuan's constitution is particularly strong, and so is the blood in his body. A drop of blood, if put outside, is enough to burn the land within hundreds of miles into a wilderness. If you want to use these blood to construct a new meridian, you need Ning Xiaochuan's extremely careful control. At this time, the world-destroying magic sword automatically appeared, and the void in front of Ning Xiaochuan began to absorb the spirit of heaven. Through the world-destroying magic sword itself, it was constantly compressed, and finally, it formed drops of colorful liquid into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Colorful liquid, with pure energy, was discovered by Ning Xiaochuan as soon as it entered his body. Ning Xiaochuan immediately absorbed it and quickly converted it into his own blood and gas power. Just when the world-destroying magic sword appeared, Dan Tai Shueshan on the other side of Dian World suddenly felt it, stood up and looked in the direction of the heaven, looking calm. "You finally appear," Dan Tai Shueshan said faintly, then took out the crystal red ghost ship and threw it into the sky, instantly getting bigger. Dan Tai Shueshan stepped out, boarded the crystal red ghost ship, and flew towards the heaven. Tianting, Lingxiao Temple. On the high steps, the Lord of Tianting looked at the east from a distance, staring straight at the easternmost continent of Dian world, where the Lord of Tianting just found a very powerful murderous spirit. The murderous spirit was very terrible, which surprised the Lord of Heaven. At the same time, he was also very curious. Who could have such an aggressive murderous spirit? Is it a hidden strong man in Dian world, or a powerful creature of Shinha civilization? Teacher, do you think it's me, the warrior of the world, or the creature of Shinha civilization? The Lord of Heaven asked. Below the Lord of Heaven, there was an old man in rags and black robes, with a bent body and black spots on his face, just like an old man in danger, and there was no breath of martial arts on his body. Who would know that this ordinary old man is the master of the whole Dian world, the Lord of Heaven? The master of the Lord of Heaven, named Su Tianshu, had become a secondary god millions of years ago, and his cultivation was even stronger than that of the Lord of Heaven. Originally, Su Tianfu intended to no longer ignore the disputes in Dian world, but now, the God River civilization attacked Dian world on a large scale, and the Lord of Heaven could not invite it out. Definitely not the martial artist of Dian world. In her body, I didn't feel the unique breath of Dian world, but there was no breath of Shinha civilized creatures. It can be said that she was not on either side. Su Tianshu said. Su Tianshu's eyes are very muddy, but they are very powerful. They can see through every place in Dian world. Nothing can escape Su Tianshu's eyes from anything that happens in Dian world. Su Tianfu practiced a very powerful pupil technique, which was left over from the last God Sealing War. It was the divine technique practiced by a strong man at the divine level named Thousand Eye God. It is by virtue of this divine skill that Su Tianshan became a secondary god. Those who come are not good. Our family is in great trouble. The Lord of Heaven sighed and said. The Lord of Heaven and Su Tianshan just sat in the Lingxiao Temple and took a panoramic view of the whole Dian world. Only the Lord of the Heavenly Court and Su Tian's burial, sitting in the Heavenly Court at the same time, can suppress the three secondary gods of the Shinha civilization. The Lord of Heaven knows that there are other strong secondary gods in Dian world, but if those strong ones do not appear, even the Lord of Heaven has no way. The Lord of Heaven naturally knows the Lord of Zijin Emperor, and Yan Shenchi was handed over by the Lord of Zijin Emperor to the Lord of Heaven, but later the Lord of Zijin Emperor disappeared and the Lord of Heaven could not be found. If we can invite all the secondary gods of the whole Dian world, it will be of great help to our Dian world, said the Lord of Heaven. Then, Lingxiao Temple fell into silence again. After 2 days and 2 nights of practice, Ning Xiaochuan finally understood how to open up animal veins in the body, and Ning Xiaochuan has successfully started to open up animal veins. Beast veins are different from all the other veins in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Other veins are red, but the beast veins are black. The energy contained in them are also real monster forces, not in the scope of human warrior energy. All this credit should be attributed to the Xian beast Jian inside Ning Xiaochuan's body. When Ning Xiaochuan was constantly trying to open up the beast vein, the Xuanzhou Jian in his body seemed to be suddenly summoned. Xuanzhou Jian unexpectedly sent out a powerful demon beast exclusive power, which spread to Ning Xiaochuan's whole body and helped him open up the beast vein. Ning Xiaochuan immediately seized this opportunity and began to draw the power of Xuanzhou Jian crazily to help himself. Zuan Shujian's energy was absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan, but Ning Xiaochuan was not worried that Zuan Shujian would run out of energy. You know, the world-destroying demon sword and the Heaven Emperor blade are both war soldiers at the level of artifact category. The Xian beast Jian can suppress the Heaven Emperor blade at the same time and block the breath of the world-destroying demon sword, which is definitely not as simple as artifact. According to Ning Xiaochuan's guess, this is likely to be a treasure that has exceeded the artifact level, and it is impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to exhaust its energy after being sucked a few times, so Ning Xiaochuan can definitely rest assured and boldly absorb and refine. During Ning Xiaochuan's practice, there was a very repressive breath in the whole Divine Reserve Palace, which made many students of the Divine Reserve Palace out of breath. No one knew why. Only the beautiful eyes of Princess Seven looked at the place where Ning Xiaochuan was practicing. There is a training ground opened by Ning Xiaochuan himself. No one knows that there is a person practicing there except 7 princesses. What on earth is he practicing? It should have such a great impact. If it continues, maybe all the students who are still in the Divine Reserve Palace will be affected by the breath emanating from him. The 7th princess said bitterly. Ning Xiaochuan transferred Xian Beast Jian to the inside of his body, reducing it countless times. The originally palm-sized Xian Beast Jian was reduced to a volume about the size of a grain of dust, suspended in Ning Xiaochuan's body, slowly releasing energy. The development of the beast vein is very slow. 2 days later, only 1/3 of it has been developed. Now the area through which the beast vein passes has been connected from the brain to the arms. Ning Xiaochuan is still developing the beast vein. On the 4th day, every cell in Ning Xiaochuan's body was covered by animal veins, and the only thing left was his legs below his knees. Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the power of Xian Beast Jian at a faster speed and opened up the beast vein at the fastest speed. Now Ning Xiaochuan's physique has risen to a new level, and his strength has increased many times. With his miscellaneous strength, even if he inspires all the weight of the giant spirit warhammer to reach the strongest state of this supreme imperial instrument, he will not feel the slightest heaviness. With Ning Xiaochuan's current strength, if the cards are played out, even if it is to fight with the weaker emperor, it will also have the power of a war. Finally, when the 7th day came, Ning Xiaochuan successfully opened up a complete animal vein, and his physique was greatly improved. Ning Xiaochuan felt extremely smooth and almost wanted to shout out, but fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan resisted. After all, this is the God's palace. When it's time to converge, we should still converge. Ning Xiaochuan's strength has also soared since he successfully practiced the 2 ways of killing the world. However, the consumption of Ning Xiaochuan during this period is also relatively large. Ning Xiaochuan can't continue to practice the way of killing the world, so he can only wait for some time to practice it. Ning Xiaochuan cut a crack in the void in front of him, entered the space, and soon came to the transmission array of the God Palace and left the God Palace. At the end of Ning Xiaochuan's practice, the depression that had been filled in the sky over the God Reserve Palace also disappeared, and all the students were heavily relieved. The previous feeling was really too uncomfortable. The 7th princess gently looked at the place where Ning Xiaochuan had just practiced. She knew that Ning Xiaochuan had left. She didn't know why, but there was a trace of loss in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan left the Divine Reserve Palace and immediately opened a space crack and rushed to Tianting Academy. Maybe you can meet Xuelingshu and others there. Because the distance to Tianting Academy is far away, it is impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to cross there at one time. On the way, Ning Xiaochuan also inquired about the situation a little and learned the situation of Dian World. It seems that it is right to bring the old Marquis and Ning Shiner to Tianting. 3 hours later, Ning Xiaochuan finally came to Tianting Academy, but he didn't see Xuelingshu and others, but another old acquaintance, Monk Tanqian. Monk Tanqian, dressed in a golden cassock and full of laughter, is lining up, as if to exchange cultivation resources. Looking at Monk Tanqian's expression, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the monk must have got some very precious treasure, otherwise he couldn't have laughed so brightly, and he was really about to burst out of laughter. Monk Tanqian, you are here too. Ning Xiaochuan walked over, patted Monk Tanqian on the shoulder, and said, Ning Xiaochuan? Why are you everywhere? When Monk Tanqian saw Ning Xiaochuan, his expression immediately changed. From smiling just now, he immediately changed to a very depressed look, as if he didn't want to see Ning Xiaochuan. This is heaven, why can't there be me? Ning Xiaochuan saw Monk Tanqian's expression and secretly said in his heart, Monk Tanqian must have something to gain, so he was so afraid to meet himself. Monk Tanqian has become silent at the moment, and even began to go to other places. Even resources are not exchanged. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Monk Tanqian, who left and didn't go to catch up. The top priority is to find Shui Lingshu and others. Anyway, Monk Tanqian has arrived in heaven, and it's not difficult to find him in the future. However, since Monk Tanqian has come to the Dian world, I think Yu Mingsong, the queen of the nine-tailed demon, should also come to Tianting. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan is not sure whether King Qing and Liao will come to Tianting, because after all, King Qing and Liao are not martial artists in the world, but come from Xinhe civilization. Entering Tianting will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the Jinren Tower and felt the situation of Shui Lingshu and others through the breath of Jinren Tower. He found that Shui Lingshu and others were not in heaven. Last time, Ning Xiaochuan refined all the ideas of the secondary gods in the Jinren Tower, and he hasn't had time to hand over half of the Jinren Tower to Shui Lingshu, so now Ning Xiaochuan still controls half of the Jinren Tower. Ning Xiaochuan immediately opened the space crack, entered the space, left the place, went to the transmission array, and went to other continents to find Shui Lingshu and others. When Ning Xiaochuan just left Tianting, Dan Tai Shueshan drove the Jinghong ghost ship to Tianting, with great momentum. Many Dian world warriors found this huge red ancient ship and the beautiful woman standing on it. That woman is really beautiful. Judging from her appearance, she must not be a creature of Xinhe civilization. In the crowd, a young man said. When the man saw Dan Tai's ESR, he was enchanted by it. His eyes stared at her closely. In his mind, he came up with an extremely sexy/evil picture, and even gave birth to the idea of trying to suppress Dan Tai's ESR under his body. No way, this sudden appearance of the woman is really too beautiful. Even if it is sitting still, practicing profound Buddha, I'm afraid it will also be selfish. Dan Tai ESR controlled the Jinghong ghost ship to land, and all the martial artists around looked at her closely. The genius of the younger generation has been deeply attracted by it. Only a few martial artists of the older generation feel a very strong murderous spirit from Dan Tai's blood sedimentation. This murderous spirit is very powerful. Even if the cultivation of the older generation of martial artists has reached the realm of creation, they still feel extremely cold. Even when facing the Lord of Heaven, they don't feel like this. Dan Tai's bloody eyes stared at those young monks, and he could see the evil light and lust in their eyes, saying, all evil in the world should die. Dan Tai Shueshan slightly raised his arm wrapped by long sleeves, stretched out a jade finger, and gently pointed to the void in front of him. Hundreds of very small energy, like ox hair, instantly flew out. Pooh! Hundreds of young geniuses were killed in an instant. Those people died very strangely. Before they died, no one was aware of the coming of death. They died without even making a sound. Who the hell are you? Those younger generation just glanced at you more, and you were so vicious. An older generation of martial artists asked with strong composure. If you were just like them, you would have the same consequences. Dan Tai Shueshan said faintly. With that, she left, and no warrior dared to stop her. Dan Tai erythrocyte sedimentation rate gives people the feeling that it is very powerful. Even the older generation of martial artists lament that they are inferior and dare not come forward to compete with her. Dan Tai Shueshan rushed to the place where he sensed the breath of the demon sword. When Dan Tai ESR entered the heaven, she lost her sense of the breath of the evil sword of destruction. It is likely that another preacher of destruction has left, but Dan Tai ESR still decided to go and have a look. Just when Dan Tai Shueshan came to the gate of Lingxiao Temple and was ready to move on, two heavenly lords and Su Tianchen suddenly appeared outside Lingxiao Temple. This girl, I don't know why you have come all the way to our world Tianting. Su Tianchen, bending his body and holding a short crutch, asked. "You'd better not block my way to find an evil disciple of our sect," Dan Tai said. At the same time, in the face of the two secondary gods, Dan Tai Esr did not show a respectful look, but spoke in a superior tone. "If I'm not mistaken, the girl is neither a martial artist of Dian world nor a creature of Shinha civilization." "I don't know what sect the girl is. Why did she come to Tianting?" Su Tianxue asked again. "As I said, you'd better not block or inquire. It's not good for you. The two secondary gods are not qualified to know about our sect." Dan Tai's blood sank slightly, frowned, pointed out with a bang, and the gate of the whole Lingxiao temple suddenly collapsed. "You girl, you are so angry. I haven't done it for a long time. It's all by taking the holy medicine that I can extend my life so far. It can be said that half of my body has entered the grave. Today, I'll come to activities to let you know that we should respect the elderly," Su Tianxu said. Su Tianxun held up his crutches, and a storm suddenly blew around the Lingxiao temple, which surrounded the Lingxiao temple. For a moment, all the spiritual qi in the heaven began to gather towards the crutches in Su Tianxun's hands. This crutch is a secondary artifact refined by Su Tianfu in his whole life. It can be said that Su Tianfu spent many resources on it. Those resources add up, enough to support all martial artists in the whole Tianting to improve to a level, which can be said to be a huge consumption. Su Tianxu's cultivation is also very strong. Using his cultivation to control the secondary artifact is not comparable to the realm of creation. The martial artists of the whole heaven are attracted. Many martial artists are practicing, and suddenly detect the surrounding energy, which has disappeared quickly and is converging towards the center of a heaven. Many martial artists were very curious and chased in the direction of the gathering of the Qi of God. The crutches in Su Tian's hands gathered 1/10 of the spirit of heaven, forming a thick cloud over the collapsed Lingxiao temple gate, which was unexpectedly filled with lightning. Such a scene spread thousands of miles away, and the martial artists in the whole Lingxiao temple could see it, which was extremely similar to Lei Jia. "Is it the Lord of Heaven who wants to survive the robbery?" some martial artists guessed. The momentum of robbing the clouds in the sky is very huge. Even those who have created martial arts in the realm of creation can't create such a scene. Therefore, immediately, a martial artist thought of the Lord of Heaven and thought that the Lord of Heaven was about to cross the thunder disaster. It is hard for the whole Dian world to see a strong man of the secondary god level to cross the robbery. All martial artists in the heaven began to rush to the place where the robbery cloud appeared. Even outside Tianting, martial artists from other continents also received the news and began to rush towards Tianting. The Lord of Heaven looked at the sky, the so-called robbery cloud, and gently nodded. The power of this magical power is very terrible. Even the Lord of Heaven, who is also a secondary god, may not be able to catch it. Su Tianxun wanted to use this to deter Dan Tai Esr, but Dan Tai Esr was not moved by it, and his face was very calm, as if he did not see the huge clouds brewing in the sky. These clouds are gathered by the divine qi of the heaven. The energy is so powerful that people can't imagine what kind of damage will be caused. Since Su Tian's burial, the qi of God accumulation has become a thunder cloud. However, 10 breath has passed, and the speed is very fast, and it is about to fall. On. Su Tianxun raised the crutch in his hand and shouted loudly. Boom! The clouds in the sky immediately separated, and a huge eye peeped out from the middle, staring closely at the Tan Tai blood sink below, as if it were the eyes of a god. A weak martial artist will bleed his eyes and become blind even if he looks at the giant eyes. The space around Dan Tai Esr was blocked, and the green flame appeared around her, wrapped her, and burned. Although the power of Tianhua is very strong, it is nothing for Dan Tai Esr at all. In the hands of Dan Tai Esr, a magic sword that is exactly the same as the annihilation magic sword owned by Ning Xiaochuan condenses, and gently waves it against the giant eye in the sky. The sword Qi bent like a crescent moon suddenly flew out of the world-destroying magic sword in Dan Taishueshen's hand and chopped into the sky's huge eye. This world-destroying magic sword is a virtual sword meditated by Dan Taishueshen according to her master's description. With her own energy, she condensed a magic sword very similar to the real world-destroying magic sword in her body. Like Ning Xiaochuan's original magic sword, the sword Qi quickly cut into the sky's huge eye. When it was about to arrive, a flash of lightning suddenly shot out of the pupil of the huge eye, which unexpectedly scattered the sword Qi of Dan Taishueshen in an instant, and then another flash of lightning quickly fell and split on Dan Taishueshen. Dan Taishueshen's body emitted a layer of red light, enveloping her delicate body in it to resist the power of lightning. The cultivation of Dan Tai blood sedimentation did not reach the secondary God state, but reached the 9th level of perfection in the realm of creation. However, the method of destroying the world she practiced greatly improved the combat effectiveness of Dan Tai's blood sedimentation. Moreover, Dan Tai ESR also has the crystal red ghost ship, a holy thing of the world-destroying Taoism handed down by the founder of the world-destroying Taoism. Therefore, Dan Tai ESR can resist the attack of the strong secondary god. With Lingxiao Temple as the center, the space of the area hundreds of thousands of miles around collapsed in an instant. Dan Tai ESR's blood color light on his body is getting stronger and stronger, which is a little irresistible. Receive the divine way. Dan Tai's blood sank and his hands folded. The divine power between heaven and earth converged to her and condensed into 2 huge divine shadows behind her. Her long hair fluttered like catkins on her head, holding the crystal red ghost ship and hitting the sky. Boom! That huge eye immediately broke into thick thunder and lightning, falling from the sky, like a doomsday scene. Poof! Su Tian's mouth vomited blood, and he stepped back 3 steps, and his face became very pale. Dan Tai was bloodied, with his hands on his back, handsome and picturesque. Standing in the falling thunder and lightning, Dai Mei frowned slightly. How did that breath of the world-destroying magic sword disappear again? Did he know that I came to heaven, so he ran away? Finally, Dan Tai ESR didn't continue to break into the heaven, and chose to leave. Dan Tai took a cold look at the Lord of Heaven and Su Tian's burial, took out the Jinghong ghost ship, drove the Jinghong ghost ship, crashed into the space and left the heaven. Su Tianfu and the Lord of Heaven were silent. This woman who suddenly appeared in Dian world had no cultivation in the secondary realm, but had the power to fight against the strong in the secondary realm. She was absolutely a fierce man. If this woman kills in Dian world, even the strong man of the second god can't suppress her. Who is the villain she is looking for? Ning Xiaochuan went to Lihan mainland according to the guidance of Jinren Tower. Lihan continent is located in the north of Dian world and belongs to the Holy Land of Taoist monks. All the sects on the mainland are related to Tao, not even a Buddhist warrior. Ning Xiaochuan came to Lihan continent, detected the location of Shuelingshu and others, and rushed there. At the same time, the right west of Dian world, the 4th door of man and God has finally opened. This time, the strength of Shinha civilized creatures will soar again. This time, Ashura, who belongs to the Shura realm, came to Dian world. Ashura is extremely brave and brave. Every Ashura in the Shura realm was born for fighting. In Ashura, the male Ashura is very ugly, or 100 eyes, or 100 hands, or 100 feet. Anyone who sees it will feel very strange. The female Ashura is extremely beautiful. If any female Ashura enters the Dian world, she will certainly be surprised to be an immortal. However, both female and male Ashuras are extremely belligerent and like to kill. When Ashura was just born, he would be sent to Shura Purgatory, the practice place of the Shura family. All newly born Ashuras will enter Shura Purgatory and be divided into different places. Only the last living Asura can be recognized by the whole Asura family. For Asura, family affection is just 2 words. Every living Asura's hands are covered with blood. The same kind or enemy killed by Asura is enough to pile into a sea of blood. Asura is simply a bloodthirsty demon king. It is said that the Asura family used to be a part of the Buddha world, but the king of Asura rebelled, fled the Buddha world, opened his own religion, and founded the Asura world. This also leads to the fact that the magical powers practiced by Asura are all Buddhist magical powers. Every Asura can be regarded as a master of Buddhism, but Asura has changed the essence of Buddhism. The Dharma of the Buddha world preaches saving people from suffering, while the Dharma of Asura preaches continuous killing. The 4th door of man and God was completely opened, and the creatures in the Shura star domain began to flow into the Dayan world in large numbers. At the moment when Asura appeared, the Dayan world began to appear in the west. As long as it was not Asura's people, who were seen by Asura, it was absolutely impossible to escape death. Both the Lord of Heaven and Su Tianfu felt the breath of the opening of the 4th door of man and God. Dayan world has become more and more critical, just like a swaying boat in the sea. If you are careless, you will be swallowed by the huge waves in the sea. The creatures of dragon, demon and demon families also feel the opening of the 4th door of human God, because the suppression of the world of Dayan on the creatures of Shinha civilization has been reduced, and each creature of Shinha civilization feels that their strength has been restored a lot. However, a worse situation happened. Su Tian's funeral used 1,000 eyes to see the 4th door of human God, and 4 Shura secondary gods came out. This is absolutely a devastating blow to Dayan world. The second god strong of Shinha civilization increased to 7 in an instant, and Dayan world could not resist it at all. The Lord of Heaven and Su Tianshu never thought that the Asura world would send 4 strong secondary gods at one time, and the heaven was not ready at all. It's too late to say anything now. The arrival of Asura was expected. It seems that we must prepare the heart of the mainland and arrange that ancient strange array. Su Tian said after sighing. Yes. The Lord of Heaven nodded faintly, and it was time to start the ancient strange array, otherwise he could not stop the creatures born for killing in the Shura star domain. Now order all martial artists in Tianting to try their best to find the heart of the mainland. Those who find it will quickly return to Tianting. If they ever find the heart of the mainland, please also come to Tianting. The Lord of Heaven stood there like this, but his voice spread tens of millions of miles away and rang out in the minds of every martial artist in Dayan world. For a time, all the martial artists in Dayan world looked in the direction of Tianting, even Ning Xiaochuan, who left the Hate mainland. It seems that Tianting will show its cards. Ning Xiaochuan murmured. At the moment when the order of the Lord of Heaven was issued, the strong in Lingxiao temple poured out, and hundreds of strong in the realm of creation began to travel to all continents to find the heart of each continent. Ning Xiaochuan has 2 hearts of the continent. After finding Zihanyan and Shuelingxiu, Ning Xiaochuan will return to heaven. Ning Xiaochuan kept crossing the space and continued to look for Shuelingxiu and others. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt the breath of Shinha civilization behind him. Ning Xiaochuan immediately adjusted his direction and continued to move forward to other places. The God River civilized creature has been following Ning Xiaochuan, waiting for the opportunity to start. He thought it was well hidden, but he didn't want to have been discovered by Ning Xiaochuan. When Ning Xiaochuan made rapid progress, the creature of Shinha civilization also made rapid progress. Ning Xiaochuan slowed down, and the God River civilized creature also slowed down, and has been closely following Ning Xiaochuan. After half an hour, the creature of Shinha civilization seemed to feel that the time was ripe and was ready to fight Ning Xiaochuan. However, at the moment when he just started, Ning Xiaochuan took the first step. Ning Xiaochuan's figure quickly disappeared in the eyes of the Shinha civilized creature, and unexpectedly came to the back of the Shinha civilized creature in an instant. It's dragon again. You don't have to guess. The other party must be one of the 7 dragon generals under the hand of the second god of the dragon clan. This dragon creature is named Longcanthus, whose cultivation reaches the 6th level of nature. He is a 4 dragon general. Before, the 7 dragon generals and 6 dragon generals sent by the second god of the dragon clan had been killed by Ning Xiaochuan, so now they directly sent 4 dragon generals. Because the 7 dragons and 6 dragons fell one after another, this time the 4 dragons will follow Ning Xiaochuan carefully, and all the dragon breath on him will completely converge. Unexpectedly, it was still discovered by Ning Xiaochuan. Now that it has been found, the dragon canthus no longer converges its breath and releases all its own breath. A dragon tail grows from behind and sweeps over to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the flying dragon tail and didn't give in at all. He just stood there, stretched out his hand and forcibly grabbed the dragon tail. Then, the whole body of the dragon canthus was thrown out by Ning Xiaochuan. Longcanthus stood up and looked at Ning Xiaochuan in shock. He didn't expect that this native power of Dian world was so powerful that even the creatures of Tianma clan could not compare. No wonder 7 and 6 can be killed by you. I didn't expect your physique to be so strong. Fortunately, we were prepared this time. Dragon Canthus roared at the sky, and immediately, another dragon creature came to the place where Ning Xiaochuan was, surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in front and behind. After 2 failures, Ning Xiaochuan completely angered the dragon sub-god, and sent out 2 dragon generals at one time this time. Another dragon general, ranking 5th, reached the 5th level of cultivation in the realm of creation, named Long Tao. Longcanthus and Long Tao surrounded Ning Xiaochuan from the front and back directions respectively, and in the face of 2 dragon creatures whose realm was higher than their own, Ning Xiaochuan was very calm, even if it was 2 realms higher than Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is still invincible. Longcanthus and Long Tao shot Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. An iron chain appeared on the hands of Longcanthus and Long Tao respectively. The iron chain was extremely thick, as if it was not used to bind people, but to bind the real dragon. There are also barbs on the iron chain. If it is locked by this iron chain, the barbs will instantly pierce Ning Xiaochuan's body surface and enter Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Longcanthus and Long Tao faintly, and silently read a few words of formula in his mouth, displaying the way of destroying the world. A nebula covering thousands of miles appeared on the top of the 2 dragon generals, and star fog came down. Longcanthus and Long Tao felt a strong pressure, as if to crush their bodies.